play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Let's go. Turn it up, man. Turn it up. Football Friday. Playoff Football Friday. We don't have to wait around.
No.
We never have to wait around this time of year.
Again, hop right to it. We get to watch football, the very first game of the wild card weekend, the best weekend in all of sports typically, and then we get to enjoy all of the other waiting to see who the Texans play next week.
Yes.
And then possibly you always have the chance of an extra rest day when you play the first game of the weekend.
Absolutely.
That's always the bonus.
Absolutely.
I left the house this morning, and you know sometimes you have this feeling like, I'm missing something, and I realized what it was. Yeah, I'm missing the sense of emptiness that comes with the end of a football season, which I typically would have this time of year.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I'm like, oh, wait a second.
Right.
I've got a purpose.
Hey, aren't we supposed to be seeing tweets about who the Texans have interviewed for their vacant head coaching job right
Where's
now?
my mock draft review?
Oh, baby. Yeah, so we got playoff football. Sold out. Good job, Houston. Sold out NRG Stadium. They announced that yesterday. By the way, welcome in.
You sold out like U2 before that one album of theirs.
Absolutely.
That they were in all Europop. Yeah.
Zooropa.
Zooropa, thank you.
Yeah, it's the worst
you knew
album
exactly
ever.
what I was talking
Zooropa,
about.
the one right after Octung Baby, man. It was horrible. It was horrible.
They went from being freedom fighters to sellouts.
Yeah, what are you doing,
go
man?
die, Bono.
They've got a residency in Vegas now, I've been told, is very in that sphere.
There's two things that I'm going to take down this week. One is the damn Cleveland Browns,
and the other
one is Bono and the Edge.
Yeah. By God, this is 20 years in the making, both of these. All right, so the game is sold out, and we're fired up today. Game is sold out. Tickets still available on the resale market. We should mention that. Get there early. We should mention that as well. You got no excuse not to be in your seat at kickoff. The damn game's at 3:30. Dude, have you seen Brian Cushing is the one leading the team onto the field. Brian Cushing is repping H-Town. They put this short little video together. It's about 30 seconds long.
Scary.
That I didn't want to end. Well, it was very WWE.
Yeah.
Very WWE.
Scary in a good way, everybody.
Yeah, Cushing, the first shot is zoomed in on just these two hands cracking their own knuckles. And then they show Cushing headbutting a Cleveland Brown from like back 10 years ago, the one where he busted his head open. And then they show you see the top of a person's head and then their face rises. And it's the scariest view of Brian Cushing you're ever going to see. It looks like a WWE entrance video.
Yeah, it's scary in a good way. It's almost like you're watching, like if you came home and told your dad that the drunk guy next door tried to get you to go into the house or something. And he gets that look in your face, and they're like, and then he leaves. They're like, oh my God, I hope Dad's not going to jail.
Right.
Oh boy.
Yes, it's not as scary because that guy's on our side.
Yeah. Cushing's going to beat off whatever weird. Hey, thump that, Ben?
Yeah. It's beat up.
I didn't beat
up, not beat off. It's your
Sorry.
What the hell's your problem?
I don't know what's in my brain.
You're excited. You're excited for Football Friday. Yeah. You're excited for Football Friday.
I'm wearing 27-year-old headphones because I forgot my own. God. I don't know what to do with myself.
Oh, my God.
You remember there was offensive lineman Randall McDaniel for the
I remember.
Bucks? He used to... I only knew this because I think it was somebody. I played with somebody who had roomed with him for a while, and he was a hell of a guy to room with because the night before games he wouldn't sleep. This is
Randall McDaniel.
Randall McDaniel, Hall of Fame offensive lineman. His routine that he stumbled onto because I think he used to not be able to sleep the night before big games was he would sit up and drink coffee and watch TV all night long. And then he'd go play football. I do not recommend this for anybody, but for him it worked. He also he had that really weird long stance. My point is this: if you can't sleep tonight because you're so excited, that's fine.
It's a good thing.
You've got the same level of amped upness as Hall of Fame offensive lineman Randall McDaniel.
Ben really did dump that.
No, it's good that he did.
Oh, okay,
it's good that he did.
Okay, they heard it on the internet.
Yeah, of course, yeah, but I didn't want it. People don't need to hear about Brian Cushing.
That's true.
Beating things.
Yeah. I got you. So we're fired up for this, man. C.J. Stroud is back for this one. That's the big difference. I was listening in on Cleveland, Seth, before the show, as you may have noticed.
Yeah.
Their big thing, they're very distracted up there right now. Apparently, there is a carriage dispute going on between the NBC affiliate and one of the bigger cable providers up there.
So they might not be able to watch it?
Well, some people might not be able to.
It's on the Peacock network, right?
They're scrambling.
Dump that!
No.
I'm joking, Jen.
No, it's on NBC. It's on Peacock, but it's the Chiefs-Dolphins game is only on the Peacock.
That's only on Peacock.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Texans
okay.
game is on NBC.
Okay.
So there's a big issue going on up in Cleveland right now, apparently similar to KHOU here and DirecTV, which I think is still going on. I mean, we've been piecing together things with apps.
So
for
our
the last
DirecTV
month.
people have to get Peacock
to
watch this game.
No, we're fine here in Houston.
I thought the people with DirecTV were having a hard time. Oh, because
Getting
it's NBC. I got
KHOU,
you.
yeah, it's
KHOU.
NBC.
Okay.
It's NBC. Yeah, no,
Right,
no.
continue on.
Yeah, thank you. In Cleveland, there's a big carriage dispute. So I'm listening to Cleveland radio this morning, and while they should be focused on things like can Joe Flacco throw for 350 yards again?
Yeah.
Can Amari Cooper get behind the Texans' defense like he did last time? Can the Texans generate zero pass rush? These things are all going to change, people, because the Texans, we're going to get to the injury report here in a second, but they're very distracted. They're like piecing things together. Apparently, like sports bars up there are going to be playing it on Univision and streaming in the radio feed.
Oh, really?
Very
Oh, wow.
distracted up in
Wow.
Cleveland, Seth. Very distracted.
Yeah, that's tough. I feel bad for them.
Yeah. So, yeah, really bad.
The amount of hate I got from Cleveland just for mentioning that Lake Erie is polluted. And like all of them are like, no, it doesn't catch on fire anymore, dumbass. And I look it up in a list of most polluted lakes in America. Lake Erie typically makes the top 10.
Yeah.
It doesn't catch on fire.
Yeah.
So
That's
it's not
the standard.
polluted, right?
That's the standard.
My God, no, I don't let my children swim in it, but it's not polluted like it used to be.
It's not flammable anymore, right? This injury report that we got yesterday was it was better than the best case scenario I thought yesterday, to be honest with you. It looks like Will Anderson was practicing, so his week looked a lot like the last couple weeks where they just rested him until Friday, and then he did a few things. He was limited. That was expected, I think.
Yeah.
Them getting Noah Brown and Jonathan Grenard back yesterday
It's big stuff.
is huge.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Grenard actually talked to some folks. We'll hear from Grenard a little later on in the show, probably in the next segment. We'll hear from Jonathan Grenard about how he's feeling. But he's going to go, it looks like, on Saturday, tomorrow. And Noah Brown looks like he's going to give a go of it. Both are going to be worked out before the game and, technically game time decision. I can't imagine these guys getting on the practice field and then not trying to give it a go in the game.
Oh, yeah.
So what does this mean? The Jonathan Grenard one means you're going to get your two premier pass rushers plus Derek Barnett, who's played really, really well for the Texans, going against, as you've pointed out many times, my words here, janky backup tackles.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're the fourth and fifth
Yes.
options on that team. The Browns lost their top three offensive tackles. It's really, when you look at their roster, it's the one actual weakness they have on their team. It's a very well built and well constructed roster, and they happen to luck into Joe Flacco. I credit them for signing him, but it was just dumb luck that he was the right guy for that.
Dumb luck.
Yeah. But that's the big key, and I don't want to give short shrift to, like you said, Derek Stingley or even Majai Sanders, who's showing up.
Derek Barnett.
What did I say?
You said Derek Stingley.
Well, he's out there too.
He's
Sean.
AFC
Yes,
Defensive
yes,
Player of the Month.
Yes,
But you
Derek
meant Barnett. You meant Barnett.
There's so many damn Dereks.
I know
floating
that's
going to
be the end of you. These Dereks, yeah.
So they've always played with a rotation all year long. So the good thing is that I think they're better able to withstand those guys, Grenard and Will Anderson, only getting limited reps. But those two guys just show up and can be a huge factor in this game.
You get the two of them at 80%, and you're going to be in really good shape, I think.
And I don't want to give short shrift to the interior defensive linemen either. Like Rankins and Collins both being out there and practicing. Khalil Davis has showed up big.
Yep.
Kurt Heinrich got half a sack a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like the entire defensive line over the course of the second half of the season is very good. That does coincide with, honestly, this Browns team is in a lot of ways almost a mirror image of the Texans. They run a Kubiak-Shanahan system offensively. That's one of the reasons that Flacco has been able to do as well as he has, because Gary Kubiak taught him all about the bootleg and whatnot.
Yep.
But then defensively, too, you look at what the reason Matt Burke was hired by DeMeco Ryans, or at least one of the reasons, was that Matt Burke, when he first came into the NFL, was working for Jim Schwartz in Tennessee. Jim Schwartz is currently the defensive coordinator for the Browns, and they share a lot of the same elements of defensive ends that are cocked out wide and just get after it. They fly around all over the place. And their defensive line and their defense in general got a lot better over the second half of the season, the same way the Texans did. So, like, these two teams, they really are, in a lot of respects, like both the team that's rising and getting better as the season goes along. They're the exact opposite of, say, a Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and a few other teams. I mean, these two teams that play after them, Kansas City and Miami, two teams that have been going backwards at the end of the year. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. So Grenard back is big. I think Noah Brown back. If he does play, he's listed as questionable. He's limited. He practiced yesterday. The only person that didn't participate in practice yesterday was Jerry Hughes. He's out for the game. So they're going to be missing Jerry Hughes. I feel bad for Jerry Hughes. He doesn't get a chance to play a playoff game in front of his hometown here. That's unfortunate. Getting Noah Brown back, to me, with the combination of Robert Woods practicing again yesterday, again, Woods and Brown both listed as questionable. But when you go into three wide receiver sets, there's no Mechie or Hutchinson out there. No disrespect to either of those guys. They're just both having a really hard time getting open.
That's the whole thing. You know, like when you're looking at a spread of receivers and what you want athletically, Tank Dell was that perfect guy that was just like he offered something different than anybody else on your roster, that quick twitch, that ability to get open quickly. And those two young guys just don't have that same thing. So in lieu of that, with Woods and Brown, at least, you can have guys that are veterans, that understand coverage, that can tweak their way to being just open enough, and hopefully that's enough, especially if Nico Collins is getting extra attention from Jim Schwartz in that defense.
All right, text message. I didn't want to wake you up this morning, but waking up and driving to work and y'all starting the show this way got me excited to get this day over with. Go Texans. That's Z from the T right there.
He didn't want to wake us up?
Yeah, I guess.
He must have, he's doing voice to text.
Yeah.
Be careful driving, Z.
Yeah.
A lot of crazies out there.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so here we go. Football Friday, playoff football here in the city of Houston. Injury report yesterday, about as good as you can expect.
We haven't even gone over the Browns injury report. There's something to be really excited about, everybody.
Yes.
Really excited
Great
about.
tease,
It's playoff time. I'm not going to sit here and act like, we don't want – I'd rather play against the best version of the Browns.
Sorry.
Screw that.
We're rooting for injuries.
That.
Yeah, there was a big one at Browns practice.
This is war, baby.
That's right. There's a big one at Browns practice yesterday that we will get to. What does it all mean? We'll hear from Jonathan Grenard, too. We just said he's ready to go. You'll hear from him that he's ready to go, and we shall do that next.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to wage war.
Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Football Friday. Great to be with you. Great to be with you. Browns, Texans, 3:30. Sold out. Tickets still out there on the secondary market, but sold out. And very anxious to see, man. Anxious to see how Houston shows up for this one in terms of keeping as much of the Browns element out of the stadium on Saturday.
I don't worry too much about that. Like, what are you going to do?
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm just curious.
Like the whole concept of like keeping the Browns out. Like, it's ticket brokers mostly that are the issue. It's not like the ticket brokers whose livelihood is selling those tickets are going to sit there and be like, you know what? I'm going to Jerry Maguire this thing. I'm going to write a letter to all the other ticket brokers.
I'm not worried about the dynamics of the secondary ticket market. Yeah. I'm worried about the noise in the stadium.
Oh, the noise in the stadium.
That's all. I don't care how they got the tickets.
I could tell you, because I told you I flew from Cleveland on the way into the Christmas Eve game, and there was curiously few Browns fans there.
Maybe their passion for their team's a little overrated.
I think it is.
Yeah, maybe
I think they need their one true leader, Deshaun Watson, and without him, they're going to basically soft boycott this Joe Flacco character.
I love that he was not a topic one tiny little bit.
Not to mention, there's obviously, as Florio would tell you, obviously got to be some anti-Italian American sentiment there too in Cleveland. They're like, not this Flacco character. I don't even know if he's Italian, but it sounds like he might be.
That's right. Let's make sure we pay off to the people here what you so skillfully teased into this segment. Big Browns news, injury-wise. Denzel Ward, their top cornerback, and they've got a good secondary. He's the best of a very good lot of cornerbacks that they have.
Yeah.
He hurt his knee in practice yesterday and popped up on the injury report listed as questionable for the game on Saturday. We don't know to what extent the knee is injured. There was very little information out there about it.
Yeah.
But I got to think at the very least, if it's enough to put him on the injury report the day before they're traveling to Houston for the game, I got to think at least it's going to be a factor, right? Like he's at least going to be a little gimpy for this thing.
Yeah, I would. I think exactly. And I don't know, for him to get out to be sent out of practice, it's not something that you want to bank on, but it's something that could be interesting. And it's something that, okay, this is what, for a team in the Texans that just attacked their previous opponent on the very first play from scrimmage.
Yeah.
I think that Bobby Slowick is going to go after Ward. If Ward's out there, he'll go after him early and often and see exactly what he has. So you know, right away, like, all right, what do we have here? Remember when Richard Sherman in one of his last playoff games had that? It was in the Super Bowl, right? He had that bum wing, and he was kind of lining up with, like, holding his hand because his shoulder was all screwed up. And I don't feel that they tested Sherman enough. Like, he should have been, like, in that moment, like, okay, let's see what the blood in the water is here. Yeah. Let's see if he's just, because Sherman could have been faking it a little bit or something, like trying to bait them. I would say just immediately go after Ward and see exactly what he's got.
Yeah, look, getting Noah Brown back is big for this receiving corps. You got three, like, vet pros out there now with Woods and Brown and Nico. I don't think there's 9 catches for 195 yards in Nico Collins' future this weekend. Denzel Ward being banged up certainly makes it, it amps down the degree of difficulty of Nico having a Nico game. Does Nico Collins need to have a Nico Collins game for the Texans to win this thing on Saturday?
Like, what is a Nico Collins game? If all you're concerned about is actual production, then no, he doesn't need to have that. He doesn't need to have 195 yards, and it's not like that's a typical output for any wide receiver. That was just awesome.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is that can he command extra attention? If he's commanding extra attention, then you're going to hopefully open things up for all those other guys. And for those, like, okay, if Noah Brown and Robert Woods are out there, they know how to take advantage of that. The other part, though, too, is I wonder with Jim Schwartz. Like, Jim Schwartz is cocky in a good way, like very, very cocky. And he's got the best pass defense in the league. And I wonder if he looks at Nico Collins like many other people do right now, where they're trying to figure out, like, all right, is this guy for real?
Are you a one?
Yeah.
Are you elite?
Are you an elite? We've got an elite quarterback in Joe Flacco. Are you an elite wide receiver on your side of the ball? And maybe he is telling his guys, like, we don't what? Well, what are we going to do? We're just going to sell out completely on bracketing Nico Collins. So there might be some opportunity there where Jim Schwartz is a little bit of beating his chest. Like, that's his whole thing. Like, Schwartz wants his guys to be cocky. He wants to run around and have a lot of swag, which is great. I love the way they operate. Like, Schwartz is kind of like Schwartz and D'Amico get the same results just with different personalities.
Sure.
But they ultimately they want guys that are super confident and go out and just want to be ass kickers.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe hubris ends up being something that you could upend a little bit if you get them the right way.
Yeah, they go at it the same way with very different personalities. I think that's a good way to put it. The Texans are getting Jonathan Grenard back in this game. You can't overstate the importance of that. They're going to have Will Anderson and John Grenard out there, it would appear. Here's Grenard yesterday in the locker room saying he feels good.
Felt really good. I mean, definitely, I've been out for a little bit, not too long, but just getting back in the swing of stuff. Felt pretty good, you know. Just going to continue to see where we go and progress through the week, and Saturday we're going to be good to go.
This is a great opportunity for Grenard personally in this game, Seth, because he was having the perfect contract year prior to banging up that ankle against Cleveland in Week 16.
Mm-hmm.
He had 12.5 sacks. He was ascending as the season was going on. He had big games without Will Anderson on the other side. He was defending the run all season long, as you've pointed out many, many times. And then he gets a little ankle I say a little ankle tweak.
Are you trying to diminish
no. I caught myself.
Sean?
I caught myself. But
no, I mean, it's not like a broken ankle or anything.
No, an unfortunate ankle tweak, because I feel like Grenard's injuries in previous years were things like, all right, he just might not be able to hold up to the rigors of an NFL season, whereas this one, he landed wrong on an ankle.
Somebody, his teammate, landed on him.
Yeah, like it's just unfortunate.
Which is another one, by the way, that when we talk about the injuries from the previous game, that was like that. It wasn't like the Texans went into it banged up, but not as banged up as they were within like the first drive.
Yeah.
Because they lost Jimmy Ward within the first few snaps. They lost John Grenard on that first drive. Yeah. And then Steven Nelson was in and out of the game.
Yeah, like literally Ward and Grenard, you could argue in that game for who was available, your two most important guys in that game. They lose them both. So you're right. That's a big difference. But for Grenard personally, he was having the perfect contract year, and then he gets banged up. And the only knock on Grenard really could be like, okay, well, if he gets injured, then the injury thing pops back up again. He's got a chance to make a big statement personally against backup tackles on Saturday afternoon.
And look, and this is one thing, too, as far as just I don't know if it's good or bad for the Texans. I'm not going to worry about any contract stuff or anything, but there's a long history of guys showing up in the playoffs as pass rushers, and then kind of parlaying that into more money than they typically get. The Ravens tend to do this a lot. They send these guys off. They'd have go off in the playoffs or have one big single year, and then they kind of wither away. That's where I think Caserio knows that too. So ultimately, this is what you have to wish for, Texans fans. You almost have to hope and wish that Grenard has such an awesome playoffs that the financially smart thing for the Texans to do is not sign him. And then you can always remember him. We'll always have January and February of 2024.
Maybe. Hey, man, Slowick was saying this week, we're just trying to find a way to play 4 more games, man.
It's like if Brooks Reed could have gotten, if he could have been a free agent after that 2012 playoffs.
Yeah. If he wrecked Tom Brady.
Remember Peter King made him the projected defensive player of the year.
Peter King picked the wrong 2011 rookie from the Texans as defensive player of the year.
So kids, after the 2012 playoffs, the 2011 season. Yeah. J.J. Watt was starting to come into his own, but Brooks Reed and Connor Barwin really went off in the playoffs. Yeah. They were super productive. Yeah. And Peter King, I thank him and give him credit for just giving the Texans some due, giving them their due, was he named Brooks Reed the defensive player of the year in the preseason. Yeah.
Next time we talk to JJ, if and when we get a chance to talk to him, we've got to ask him about that. I wonder if JJ saw that, you're not picking me for defensive player of the year, you're picking a different draft classmate of mine.
But I'm guessing he wouldn't have felt that way just because he hadn't become full blown JJ yet.
But he was getting there. But
it was
still pick 6.
We talked to him when we talked to him a couple months ago. We talked about I sucked my rookie year, and he came on at the end of the season. Yeah. But I also think I'm blanking on the name of the defensive line coach who's just awesome.
Bill Kolar.
Yeah. He's basically Bill Kolar tore down his self-esteem
will to live
every day.
Yeah.
So
I'm more just curious if he saw it.
Yeah.
JJ. Did you happen to see that back? Because it's become legend now that Brooks Reed was picked.
That's true. He probably.
I'm
sure we kind of chuckle about it, but I'm guessing those guys didn't know.
I'm just
curious. When I asked Altuve about Verlander's big speech in the ALCS, and he was like,
"When was that again?"
Seth brought up Justin Verlander's speech in the dugout, in the World Series.
Which in my mind I remembered as Verlander ducking into the dugout with ice on his shoulder and his shirt off, but like yelling at him and like telling everybody, "Let's go, guys!" And that in my mind, the entire dugout was wrapped with they were just they had their eyes glued on Justin Verlander.
It was a linchpin turning point moment in the World Series.
And I went back, and that is how it was treated in the media in a lot of ways.
Seth asked Altuve about it, and
when was that again?
Yeah. So I went back and watched it, and basically it's like Verlander ducks his head in. He yells a couple things. There are people walking by him, ignoring him completely.
Dude, he was like the homeless guy standing on the median out here. He may as well have been holding a sign.
But the shot.
Want to win World Series.
Will work for dog food.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Here's another one from John Grenard. I wanted you to hear this one, Seth, because this is about the defensive line as a whole. They broke the team. It wasn't just the defensive line, but it was largely the defensive line. The Texans, as a defense, broke the team record for sacks in a season this year.
Yeah.
Here was John Grenard Jonathan Grenard led the way with 12.5. Here's his take on that.
That's a testament to the guys we got in our room, man. We got guys all walks of life. We got guys who are long deals, short-term deals, guys who are drafted, undrafted, all of these things going into it. But to see everything come to fruition, what we've worked on all the way since OTAs, and even newer guys to come in and just understanding what the common goal is, it's been very exciting to see. So that way, we're definitely encouraged to try to continue to stack that up and make that record go even higher.
Yeah, they've, as you pointed out, they built some depth on the defensive line.
Yeah.
There's not some of the positions on the team, there's still a team where there's a big drop-off from the top guys. And the top guys are the top guys on this defensive line, but the backups have turned into productive players as well.
I bet, what's funny is a lot of the issue last time with Joe Flacco wasn't even necessarily that they couldn't get a pass rush on Joe Flacco. It's that they couldn't contain Joe Flacco. So everybody let that sink in for a moment, because I'm tired of reading all of these wild card previews from around the league where people keep saying things like, well, Joe Flacco's not that mobile or anything, where he's actually, this is a different version of Joe Flacco than he was when they won the Super Bowl. And a lot of it does go back to when Gary Kubiak was the Ravens offensive coordinator and introduced a lot of the play action elements and boot elements. And you realize, okay, Joe Flacco can actually throw on the run pretty well, and he can actually evade pressure pretty well. So you can't go in there thinking that you're pass rushing old Tom Brady or something. He can get out and move. I get tired of hearing people say he came in off the couch, which I just call it a Davenport or something, media people. It's getting to be way too cliche by now, because it gives you this image of some fat guy sitting on the couch.
Sure.
And no, he's spry. Yeah. He's athletic. He can move, and most importantly, he can throw on the run. So you don't have to worry about him running for 75 yards. You got to worry about him creating enough space to throw on the run, and that's where, aside from Will Anderson and John Grenard, who have turned into very disciplined pass rushers, just the D-line as a whole needs to be better about containing Joe Flacco, making it difficult for him from the pocket.
Absolutely. Keep him in the pocket for sure. I mentioned in the open that there's one big thing that I don't miss right now that we've experienced literally the last 3 years and at this time of year. And it's the Texans announcing that they've interviewed such and such or so-and-so for their head coaching position, their vacant head coaching position. The Panthers, and this ties to the Texans, Seth. The Panthers announced yesterday they've conducted 3 virtual interviews for the head coaching vacancy, getting them to 4 so far. Now, I haven't seen who the first... the first interview they did was interim coach Chris Tabor. So they're interviewing the guy who coached them down the stretch last year for the head coaching job. They did a virtual interview with him. They interviewed 3 more candidates yesterday. Ravens OC Todd Monken, Ravens DC Mike McDonald, and then Panthers DC, their own defensive coordinator, Ejiro Evero. Bobby Slowick has had permission requested to interview by the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers have asked the Texans permission to interview Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick, in his press conference on Thursday, said, man, I'm totally focused on this Cleveland game. Now, he could do a virtual interview if he wanted to, even with his team playing right now. I was not excited because I think eventually Slowick is going to interview, but I was glad to see that the whole thing about I'm super focused on Cleveland.
Yeah.
If he's not doing these interviews here, that tells me he's super focused on Cleveland.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's almost
he may interview today. Who knows?
Guys are really good at giving coach speak and giving. But I do think like Slowick strikes me as one of these guys. It's kind of a pure NFL guy. Like that just wants to be able to focus in and dial in on the football compared to a college coach who can have to get up and make adamant denials that he's thinking about going anywhere at all. I don't know if he's got that in his bag to actually give up and kind of lie about not being interested in something. I do think I'm feeling more and more that he really went into this with like a 2 or 3 year plan where like he's committed to this and wanted to, work with D'Amico while he's potentially also learning how to be a head coach and just focus on the task at hand. The only thing I worry about is that the first time in your life that somebody throws $20 to $50 million in your face, it can kind of jostle. It can kind of jostle the foundation of whatever plan you have.
It changes the calculus. Like in my previous, like right out of college, I took better jobs because it was like a difference of like $5,000.
Sean, long ago I committed
$50 million thrown at you.
Long ago I committed to never having sex for money. Somebody offered me $25 million. I might.
You definitely would for sure.
I probably would. I might be tempted.
Maybe. All right, we're going to get in some headlines. It is a headline-heavy day for the Texans. Injury report big. A little hardware for one of our favorite Texans that we'll get to. A lot of Astros news yesterday as well that we'll get into. Speaking of deals getting signed, a ton of Astro deals that we need to dig into as well in headlines. We will do that next. But first, West Point Lincoln.
Louis, Missouri.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's get to it. Browns, Texans, 3:30 kick. Game is sold out. Good job, Houston. Game is sold out. Get in early. Text message. I'm just going to read this in headlines here because I want if you fit into this category, we want to hear from you. Text in. We want to read them. 713-572-4610. 5416. I live in North Texas in Denton County. I just got off work, fellas. Getting home, packing up the vehicle, waiting for wifey to get off work, and then headed down south for the playoff game tomorrow. Super excited that it's a 5-hour drive. Season ticket holder, make the drive every game. Let's do this.
I don't think he's saying it's super excited that it's a 5-hour drive.
I choose to believe he's super excited because
Okay.
he'll get to listen to Sports Radio 610 all 5 hours.
I see. No, you're right.
I would
You're
be
exactly
very
right.
excited. I
You're
like driving.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
That he gets to listen to the us and In the Loop
All
during
the preview and everything.
Okay,
Absolutely.
good call, Sean.
Yeah, there you go. Here's another one. And I hope anybody that is in charge of lighting of the downtown buildings, if you're listening right now, this is a shout out to you to do the right thing. 6156 says, "Go Texans. Great show, boys, as always. I'm kind of disappointed there's only 2 buildings downtown with outline colors repping the Texans."
Oh, okay. I don't know how that all works.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't either, but if anybody in a position of influence in these buildings is listening, make these buildings red, white, and blue.
Do I bring my Christmas lights over to donate to the cause or something?
You and I are going to get an 800-foot ladder and just string lights up on the biggest buildings in downtown. That would get some people talking.
When I was flying on Christmas weekend, there were like a bunch of Christmas displays at the gate that I was flying out of that apparently they hadn't put up or they were taking down earlier or something. But I thought about trying to grab there was like a 6-foot tall Christmas tree. I was going to grab it and act like I was going to try to walk onto the plane with that as my carry-on and see what the flight attendant would do.
You need someone filming you. That's one of those things you hate to waste it with nobody filming you.
Then I felt like, now I'm just another dirty YouTuber.
Yeah.
I'm what's wrong with America.
People love when people make a ruckus at an airport.
Yeah, I know. That's actually, I'd be on a watch list for trying to smuggle a Christmas tree on.
Right, for trying to make a joke. All right, so
sorry. Oh, I didn't realize we were banning Christmas at United Airlines.
That's right.
Sorry about it.
That's right.
Look at this patriot that tried to take a Christmas tree onto an airplane and they wouldn't let him.
That's right. Injury news for the Texans. Good injury news for the Texans on both fronts. Texans front and Browns front. Let's start with the Texans.
Sorry, I forgot we were on headlines.
That's okay. I wanted
excited.
to make I know, me too. I'm very excited for tomorrow. And this got me excited. Jonathan Grenard, Noah Brown, Will Anderson, all back at practice yesterday. Anderson, we expected it. I think he's played the last couple games. Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown both. I would have signed up in a second for just one of them. I don't know which one because I think Noah Brown is pretty important. I would have signed up for Grenard just because he can change a game. But getting both these guys back is massive.
That's what I asked for when I sat on the gate attendant's lap and pretended she was Santa. I said, this is what I would like.
Tree under one arm.
I said, if you're a true American, you'll let me sit on your lap and pretend you're Santa. I want Noah Brown and Jonathan Grenard
ask
back.
for healing of Texans players.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you got your wish.
And it is, there's nothing like the adrenaline and the endorphins of the playoffs to help a guy play through an ankle injury.
Yeah.
And that's what I hope for John Grenard.
That's what this feels like. I thought about this yesterday. This feels like, all right, if I can walk, I'm gonna go. And just see how it goes.
Honestly too. That's the benefit of having a coach like D'Amico and several other coaches in the league. There's guys for whom players will play injured, and then there's guys who will not play injured for I remember Denny Green was that way. I can remember Robert Smith's older brother, Fernando Smith. He was a teammate of mine for a year, and he had played in Minnesota. And he said that Denny Green was just that kind of guy that he had a way of getting guys to go to war. A bunch of professional athletes that, if you want to be cynical as hell, it's all about the money and everything. Some coaches just find a way to make it more like your high school football team. I feel like D'Amico's got a little bit of that vibe to him, or a lot bit of that vibe to him.
Yep, for sure. As far as injury news goes on the Cleveland side of things, this is big. I mean, at least in terms of the headline, we'll see how severe it is, but Denzel Ward tweaked his knee in practice yesterday, enough to where they put him on the injury report. So Denzel Ward is listed as questionable for this game.
Yeah.
We have no idea the severity of the knee injury. This feels like if he can walk, he's going to give it a go.
I would imagine that, like you said, he's going to try to make it go, and then it's just a matter of, all right, how much does his body? You can be tough as hell, but how much does your body allow you to do? And does it take him down from being an awesome corner to just a guy out there?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I think like Slowik's very sneaky with his appearance and demeanor, I think. Slowik at his core is a savage. And I think we saw that on the first play of last week's drive when Nico Collins got hit deep. I think they'll test, they'll go out and they'll see exactly what Denzel Ward can and can't do early on and figure out, what they're working with.
As they should. Derek Stingley Jr., AFC Defensive Player of the Month for the month of December/January, basically for the last 6 weeks of the season. Look, we got playoff football to worry about. The Jets can go worry about if their cornerback that got drafted last year is better than the Texans. All I know is the Texans cornerback is playing in the playoffs and just won Defensive Player of the Month. Mm-hmm. Did Sauce Gardner ever win Defensive Player of the Month last year? I don't know that he did. I got to go look that up. But Derek Stingley Jr., some of the stats on this are incredible. He allowed a 1.7 passer rating over those 6 weeks when targeted by opposing teams.
This is the longest stretch. This is the longest stretch where we've seen him look like exactly what you hoped he could be. And so much of it, it's in such stark contrast to some of the guys on the Texans defense over the last few weeks who have struggled making plays on the ball. It's the classic, the most frustrating thing in the world where they've got guys pretty well covered, but they're just not making plays on the ball. And Amari Cooper, credit to Amari Cooper and Joe Flacco for some nice throws and catches, except that some of them, at the very least, should have been more contested than they were in that last game. Guys were like, there were times where Amari Cooper was pretty much blanketed and guys couldn't make a play on the ball. Stingley makes those plays. The other thing he does, too, that's really cool to see is he's starting to get a nice feel for baiting a little bit.
Yeah.
And he can close ground a lot faster than I think quarterbacks are sometimes ready for. And so when he's in man, he's turning, twisting, contorting, and making plays on the ball. And then in zone at times, he's kind of just sitting, reading the eyes of the quarterback, and then pouncing when it's time. And he did that in the Browns game on a PBU.
Yep. Led the NFL with 9 passes defended during that time frame. So he's making nobody's making more plays on the ball than Derek Stingley Jr. over the course of the second half of the season. Let's get to a little bit of Astros here. The Astros took care of a lot of business yesterday, a lot of family business. They had 7 guys who were arbitration eligible. Remember, arbitration was a big topic last year because they eventually went to arbitration with Kyle Tucker. Tucker was looking for $7.5 million last year. The Astros offered $5 million, and the Astros won that battle. And it's been framed as sort of a point of contention when time comes to maybe get Kyle Tucker in the fold long term. That like this, we don't know if it is. I'm just saying there's a narrative out there. They avoided that this time around with Kyle Tucker. The two sides agreed to a $12 million deal for next year. Yesterday was sort of the deadline to get all that done. Other players that got their deals done yesterday. Framber Valdez, the big winner, $12.1 million for Framber next season. And then a few lower-level contracts, $3.75 million for Jose Urquidy. Chas McCormick gets $2.85. Luis Garcia gets a little under $2 million. Brian Abreu, the biggest bargain of them all, $1.75 million for Brian Abreu, who, if Presley were in here, would probably be the closer for this team.
Yeah.
So the Astros spend about $37 million yesterday on 6 key members of the team for the upcoming season.
That went quick. Yeah. I hate it when I sometimes catch, when you're looking at baseball, you always got to look at the arbitration estimates. Sometimes I make the mistake of looking where they are on the luxury tax threshold, and I like it just the pure numbers before arbitration, and you think, oh, we're so rich.
Yeah.
But the Kyle Tucker part, the fact that there won't be any drama with that or anything.
Yeah, that's nice. Good. Dubon is the only one still left.
Although I feel like with Kyle Tucker, it feels a little bit just kind of like prelude to, oh yeah, I'm totally going to free agency.
Yeah.
If it were more contentious, then it might feel like, oh, okay, well.
There's some back and forth going on.
Yeah. Okay, wait, glass half full. I'll say, yeah, maybe there's actually something in the works, and this is just, prelude to like, okay, we got something going. We don't need to distract ourselves with a protracted drama on this front.
Yeah, I just look at it. We've seen both scenarios now. The team and Kyle Tucker kind of at odds on worth. And them agreeing on it feels better. going into this season. Good job, Dana Brown.
Got me excited having Roger Clemens on yesterday, just hearing how excited he was for the Texans.
Yeah,
I got he was talking about guys getting back into throwing at his.
Man.
I've got in my eyes. He talks about it. Guys coming over to pitch at his house.
Yeah.
Which, like, in my mind, I feel like he's got, like, half of his mansion is, like a full-size field house, where...
they've featured him on the news
I know, I've seen it before, but I know, I've seen I've seen the setup, but even just in hearing him talk about it, I feel like there's more that they don't even show on TV.
Well, especially the number of guys. He's like, all 10 guys are coming over. He said 10 guys are coming over to do their thing. Yeah, maybe. He invited us over to come get beaned in the batting cages. Yeah,
it wasn't like he was like, I'm sick of you guys, I want to bean you. He was just saying that he doesn't have the control he used to.
Right, and then I was like, cool, I would love to get beaned by Roger Clemens just to say I got beaned by Roger Clemens.
I would like to sit in there and see what
it feels like.
What it looks like. Yeah. Not the fastball, but like a curve.
Yeah.
Just to actually stand there right in the box and like imagine trying to hit something like
that. I texted him after the interview yesterday. I'm trying to keep that alive for when we can get over there. Closer to baseball season, probably.
He didn't text you back, like, lose this number or anything?
He texted me back a fist bump.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, fist bump and 2 check marks. Yeah.
What color was the fist? Was it cartoon yellow, or did he go with the actual?
I gotta go back and look. I think he may have gone with actual skin color fist.
I went back to
What are you? Are you a Homer Simpson?
Well, the problem is,
guy?
I've got Italian genes and I've got Irish genes, and like I can go from. I can be basically half the spectrum on that thing.
You're very versatile.
I just go yellow, depending on the time of year,
Very versatile. All right, Texans and Browns on Saturday. God, I'm still having a hard time saying Saturday. And they played Saturday last week. 3 key trios for the Houston Texans for the game tomorrow. And paint me a picture, guy. Just text it in. If you're listening, Seth is going to pull out his canvas and his palette.
My big fro.
your artist fro.
Yeah.
Seth is going to paint you a picture on how the Texans get the win this Saturday.
Awesome.
That is next.
I'll paint you a picture of what I'll be doing on Sunday, too, and I'm sitting around trying to see who the competition is for the next week. I'll be eating my wings.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Dude on the text page, Sauce is an all-pro. You sound stupid as hell. I was talking about Stingley winning Player of the Month. I'm like, hey, man, our cornerback is still playing in the postseason. I'm also looking.
Yeah, why are you being stupid,
Sauce
bro?
Gardner has never won an AFC Player of the Month. Derek Stingley has. Checkmate, sir. 0477. Checkmate.
I thought it was obvious that you were a little bit tongue-in-cheek in that. I don't know.
To some it's not, I guess. Yeah, but that's it's all good. Sauce
No,
is
the problem,
a fine
this is
player.
where social media has destroyed things. Yeah. You see so many stupid things all the time that when people are dead serious, that like you just assume when somebody's sarcastic, they're like, oh, you're just being another one of these incredibly stupid people. Yeah.
I like how you, on something you typed in the rundown today, put the /S after it.
Yeah.
Because the only other person that sees that is me, and that leads me to believe you're like, I don't know if Sean's going to understand this sarcasm. You basically grouped me into those people you're talking about.
I consciously thought about that. I did. I actually had the thought that you would have that thought. And I was like, I just want to be. Sometimes.
Sales pass me like 5% of the time. It's probably a fair thing to do, I would say.
Well, especially in print.
Yeah.
It's impossible in print to tell exactly.
That's true. That's true.
And it was an opinion. I can't remember what it was, but it was an opinion that I might actually be serious about.
It was something that's happened in the first hour of the show because that's when I saw it just now.
Yeah.
All right, key trios for the Houston Texans this Sunday, Seth. All right, I'm thinking
Tres Hombres.
Law offices.
This is our we're paying our respects to ZZ Top in this one.
Yes.
Let's do this more frequently. We'll call it Tres Hombres, and we'll bump in with ZZ
Ben,
Top.
can you find a karaoke version of Legs or something like that and run it underneath us, or Sharp Dressed Man? Whenever you find it, Ben, it's all good. But yes, a tribute to the trio of ZZ Top. The first one, Seth. The non-Nico pass catchers. Mm-hmm. We know Nico's going to try. They're going to try to get Nico his.
Oh, okay.
The non-Nico pass catchers need to step up in this game. The law offices of Woods, Brown, and Schultz need to step up. They need at least one of those three to have a 6 or 7 catch game.
You know who I would add to this is, and I know it kind of screws our, like if ZZ Top were to, I don't know, bring in a
if Sammy Hagar,
a keyboard player or something, an organist,
right?
If they're gonna kick it old school and have a saxophone in the band,
Michael Bolton. Wait, what? With ZZ Top, huh? He's got long hair.
It was a weird era for them.
Yeah.
I would also add to that either Singletary or even Dameon Pierce.
Yes,
one of the. We could kind of add that to the whole range of guys. Brevin Jordan. Out of the backfield or
Jordan's
something.
Probably the next in line.
Yeah. But I do think, look, we've seen Singletary at various moments be that guy. CJ's talked about, too, being better about hitting the check down and understanding, he's gone through this.
Profit.
I'm not trying to bag on Deshaun or anything, but it's just, I think CJ came into the league having played in a much more complex offense than Deshaun did in college. And I think just having kind of an understanding of the overall game better than most rookie quarterbacks. And that's one of the progressions he's made as the season's gone along is really just embracing that, taking a profit is good. Hitting the running back when he's open and nobody else is and taking my 5 yards, no big deal there. And we've seen with Singletary, he can turn that into extra too.
Absolutely.
So, but you're right. All the non-Nico pass catchers, which each of them by themselves, not all that intimidating, but as a group, them doing the right things all the time, there should be opportunities if the pass protection can just hold up.
Woods, Brown, Schultz, and I'll throw Singletary in there. Those guys are vets.
Yeah.
They should know how to find little soft spots in the defense from time to time.
And Schultz with his he's gotten grittier as the years
run
gone
after
on.
catch, man.
Yeah.
That 2nd and 20 catch that he had was one of the biggest plays of the game last week.
I looked at, by the way, David Njoku, the tight end for the Browns.
Yeah.
He is leading the league in run after the catch per catch, yards after the catch per catch. Just like he's ahead of Kittle. So D'Amico talked about that earlier this week, and that meets the eyeball test. Njoku is a bear. So the counterpart to Dalton Schultz is a big one. Hopefully Dalton
tight ends in this game.
Dalton really feels that like, okay, and Njoku's the big deal, is he? I'm the free agent. Your son's
that's it. You just brought it up. The same thing that I brought up with Grenard earlier. There's a lot of guys in this game who are playing for some bread right now, and I think Dalton Schultz is one of them. All right, next one, next trio, next law office, next ZZ Top. Ben, good job finding a little ZZ Top music, by the way. Interior offensive line. for the Texans. The law offices of Scruggs, Dieter, and Mason.
Yeah.
Huge key in this game. When the Texans' pass rush has really failed miserably over the latter portion of the season, it's when the opposing team has been able to get a push in the interior. Yeah. That's what got C.J. Stroud concussed. That's what nearly lost that Titans game for them in Tennessee, is when they just started destroying Case Keenum in the latter portion and in overtime of that game. Nico Autry.
I'm going to tell everybody right now, too. I want to tell you in advance. I don't want to hear anybody whining and complaining about Bobby Sloak if at some point during the game you see a tight end or a tight end or even a wide receiver at times trying to block some edge rusher for the Texans, because that's what the Browns did on their big strike to Amari Cooper.
Sure did.
They brought a wide receiver down in to help chip on John Grenard, because that's what you have to do to help slide your offensive line at times. You need to focus on where Myles Garrett is. So Myles Garrett's going to line up in the interior to take advantage of matchups against those interior offensive linemen at times. And to match that, the Texans might have to get a little bit exotic with their pass protection. So in doing that, sometimes you're going to have a couple flubs here and there. I'm all for them doing whatever it takes to be sure they've just gotten Myles Garrett taken care of.
Absolutely.
And Garrett was a factor in that last game, even though I know he didn't get any sacks. He had 2 tackles for a loss. And the most annoying thing about Garrett is that he has to be accounted for. And the fact that he moves all around, even if he isn't getting sacks, the fact that you have to change your protection and try to mirror him depending on where he is, it screws things up. Who was it? I think it was the Titans were trying to keep 2 tight ends on him all the time, and it turned into a game of 3-card Monty, to where the Titans they couldn't tell their ass from their forehead, and they were getting pre-snap penalties trying to match up with the Myles Garrett. You gotta find the right balance.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so interior offensive line needs to step up. And I thought they did a decent job last week against. I mean, look, that's the strength of the Colts, is the interior of their defensive line. DeForest Buckner got in there a couple of times, but I thought they did a decent job last week. The third trio of Texans need a big game from on Saturday, tomorrow, 3:30. The edge rushers, the law offices of Anderson, Grenard, and Barnett. I'm going to throw Derek Barnett in there because he's played at a level that far exceeds somebody available on the waiver wire in Week 10 or whenever they picked him up.
Yeah, they did a really good job.
House money with Derek Barnett. That's his nickname now. He's house money. He's gravy, baby.
I really, I was kind of agitating for them to sign some guy who was recently retired. Obviously J.J. Watt's the first go-to, but, one of those guys sitting out there like the Eagles, ironically enough, did last year.
Yeah.
It's funny, last year. It's another way the Eagles have changed. Last year, they go and sign a couple of veteran, recently retired defensive linemen.
Dominican Sue and Linval Joseph.
Yeah, that ended up being a big part of their playoff run.
Yep.
This year, they actually let go of a guy who's still viable.
Right.
And Derek Barnett. And then their defense fell apart. Mike, have we not realized that the Eagles' defense fell apart when Derek Barnett got put on waivers? And then the Texans, their pass rush
How have we
has
not done
amped up.
7 segments on this so far? Yeah.
Well, because we hadn't named it Trace Homrays yet.
You said earlier, you've said all week, the Texans never took advantage, and maybe didn't have the guys to take advantage of just how far down the depth chart the Browns are on the offensive line.
Yeah.
At tackle particularly.
Yeah, which, in the chain effect of that is that I don't think you took advantage of Joe Flacco's proclivity for turnovers. Even though he turned the ball over twice in that Texans game, they weren't bad interceptions.
Benign turnovers.
They were both at the end of the first half, and the first one was a deep throw.
Arm punt.
That was, it could have damaged them if the Texans had driven down. And then the other interception was the very last play of the second half, or first half.
That's great. It could have damaged them if the Texans had driven down. The Texans couldn't get a first down in that.
I'll give Joe Flacco credit for being like, these guys are playing 2 quarterbacks.
Seriously.
Whee!
Yeah. No, I honestly, yeah, probably.
These guys are trying to beat us with a Mills cat. We'll be all right. So, yeah, so it's not just the pass rush, it's the disciplined pass rush. I think, man, there's a tendency to look at Joe Flacco and think, all you got to do is put a pinky finger on him and he'll fall down.
Yeah.
And then the Texans learned the hard way. Oh, this old man is going to spin juke, throw on the run. He's going to do a bunch of stuff.
It ain't
what
pretty.
it was? You know what he did? Yeah. He did $1 Million Baby on us.
He did.
He did Morgan Freeman in $1 Million Baby when, spoiler alert, 20-year-old movie. Morgan Freeman is this old dude, old boxer who works at a gym, and some young dude is talking a lot of smack. Morgan Freeman gets into the ring, puts on one glove, and knocks the dude out. That's what Joe Flacco did to the Texans. So now we have to be the boxer that's learned his lesson and comes back and beats Morgan Freeman down. Okay?
Yeah. He's like Yoda in that one episode where for years, decades, we thought Yoda was just this decrepit old green thing. And then all of a sudden in one of them, he basically turns into the like a squirrel or something.
He's flying around.
Bouncing around and flying around, yeah. That's Flacco. Flacco's Yoda, basically.
Yeah, squirrel is.
Or Morgan Freeman.
No, he looks like what's a funny movie where they're like the special effects are almost intentionally bad. There's a squirrel that attacks.
The squirrel, was it the squirrel that jumped out of the tree on Christmas Vacation?
Yes. It was the squirrel that jumps out of the tree in Christmas Vacation.
The most random pull ever. You're absolutely right.
There are another couple ones too where the special effects are almost intentionally bad.
Caddyshack with the gopher was the worst one. Yeah. But
Yoda, but that was a bad use of CGI. Like 98%
it was a bad
of
Star Wars movie. It was
Yoda flying around to the light. Why are you guys still messing with swords if you can move like that with your actual little green body?
They're lightsabers, okay? They're not swords. They're lightsabers, all right?
I bet Yoda packs heat.
Same. All right. Hey, we got to
just live for like 100,000 years and have the power of the Force and not do something about a little.
Not be like the man
he's on the internet buying pills.
Yeah. All the hot lizards were going after him.
She will be.
He was getting all the hot reptiles on Dagobah. Yeah.
Is he a reptile?
I don't know what he is, but he looks like a reptile. We got to accommodate Paint Me a Picture guy here real quick.
Oh, okay.
Paint Me a Picture guy, 979. We appreciate you. After making myself sick on Brown's defensive stats, can you guys please tell me how you can envision a Texans win? Sort of a Paint Me a Picture scenario.
Yes. We need to name this segment too.
We do.
Low scoring game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a low scoring game because it's going to be a ball control type of day.
Okay.
Where the Texans have an acceptable enough rushing attack. It's not going to be glorious or anything. They're not going to write poems about it to tell their families. But yeah, they'll stay out of the chains. And these are the really big key item. And I hate to bring this up because you could say it every single week, but honestly, if you look at one of the untapped exploitations of the Browns that hasn't happened yet are Joe Flacco's turnovers. He's thrown his 8 interceptions, but he's also fumbled 4 times. He's only lost one of them.
Yeah, that's a big one
there. And likewise, look, CJ Stroud, only the third quarterback in history to lead the league in yards per game passing, but also have the lowest touchdown or lowest interception rate in the league. The other 2 quarterbacks are Joe Montana and Tom Brady. Yeah, one of the most magnificent things that CJ Stroud does as a rookie quarterback is to throw the ball aggressively downfield and yet have so few interceptions and turnover-worthy plays. So you have to make that work in your advantage. The Browns, as an entire roster, are more well-constructed than the Texans. That's just the flat-out fact of the matter. There are areas of opportunity. One of those areas is that you have what I believe, whether he's a rookie or not, you have a superior quarterback in C.J. Stroud than Joe Flacco.
Absolutely.
Joe Flacco is a unique human being and quarterback in that when things are going well for him, the deep ball is so astoundingly good. The play action for the Browns is so effective that it will just cut your throat out. The one Achilles heel he has is that he is not altogether accurate and does not make sound judgments. You got to take advantage of that on defense. That starts with a pass rush. So, I mean, it's as simple as you get after it with your pass rush, a disciplined pass rush that keeps him in the pocket. That's right. I'm worried about Joe Flacco on the move because that's how I saw him beat the Texans last week.
Yeah.
And then
it ain't Lamar Jackson, but it's enough to open himself up for some throws.
And force those turnovers. And then offensively, C.J. Stroud just do C.J. Stroud things and be patient. Don't go broke taking a profit.
That's
Take
it,
what the
man.
defense gives you. Live out the cliches offensively. And then all it takes is 1 or 2 drives with C.J. Stroud and the rest of them. And then one capitalization off a turnover.
Yep.
Like, it'll be 1 turnover in this game. And now, mind you, this Browns defense, like, I don't want anybody to have any illusions about how hard it's going to be, because this Browns defense is really good. You look at how many times the Browns have turned the ball over, and you wonder, like, how can they have this record? Because they're not leading the league in defensive takeaways or anything. They're -6 on turnovers.
Yeah, they don't have a good turnover.
So the defense has helped overcome some of those turnovers. But, like, there have been times where Flacco has had some awful turnovers. The Browns defense comes out and they go 3 and out.
Yeah, they shut them out.
Yeah, they lead the league in 3 and outs. And like, there's just so many times where the offense just gets chance after chance after chance. And their mistakes are erased by that Browns defense.
Okay. So I'm hearing, if you're going to correlate things, a low-scoring Texans win. If you want a correlated parlay, Texans on the money line and the under, baby. Texans, money line, under 44 on this game. Seth, congratulations. You Bob Ross that one. That's a beautiful picture right there. That's a beautiful picture. We need to Photoshop Seth's face on that.
I can do that. I've got mad Photoshop skills.
Yeah, you need to do
days.
that. I like Paint Me a Picture, guys. One of the greatest revelations late in the season.
Well, you know what I have to learn though. No, I started doing the tutorial the other day and then I quit because it was hard. Is like how to do the. I don't want to buy an app to do this. I just want to do it on Photoshop, but where you can have the actual video follow a person around.
Oh, yeah.
And everything.
Oh,
it's not actually that hard.
I
lost my patience.
Those are funny.
Yeah. So the one I want is I want Davis Mills holding C.J. Stroud's head in his hand in the Colts game last year, and then when he throws C.J. Stroud's head, the head is sailing through the air. That Colts defensive back almost catches C.J. Stroud, and then C.J. Stroud slips through his fingers, and the Texans win him.
There's a hilarious one I got to show you during the break with Joe Flacco and Deshaun Watson.
Oh, yeah?
That popped up yesterday. I'll show you during the break. I'll find it.
Remember those jib jabs used to be a thing, Linda? Remember when jib jab was a big thing?
I don't.
It was like an infancy of, okay.
I don't know what a jib jab is.
Trace jib jabs.
All right. J.J. Watt, which I hear stands for jib jab. His real name is Jib Jab Watt. J.J. Watt was on Pat McAfee yesterday. Thoughts on the Texans in the game on Sunday? And I didn't know J.J. Watt had zingers. He had a zinger for McAfee. I think J.J. Watt's gotten tired of one particular narrative that McAfee likes.
Yeah.
And we'll hear.
I think J.J. Watt, honestly, at some point is going to strangle Pat McAfee.
I do too. And
I think if they start meeting in person.
This may be the beginning. You'll hear it next.
All right. Hey, Kirk Combs, third generation.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I like having J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show because now that the Texans are good again, it does turn into almost kind of a quasi-Texan segment every week.
It does. You know,
on a national platform.
Honestly, I would 100% encourage those two to. I know I was joking about JJ physically attacking Pat McAfee, but as long as Pat McAfee remains on ESPN, which I don't know how long that'll be, and I assume at some point he's going to get tired of kind of having to answer to overlords, and they'll
never stayed anywhere long.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll probably part ways, and ultimately it's going to be good for Pat McAfee because he owns his YouTube show.
Correct.
So regardless, for now, now that it's on ESPN and it's such a big platform, and his YouTube will always be a huge platform, it brings more overall attention to the AFC South. And I think that's good for business for everybody.
Good for business.
It makes it more fun. The more it feels like it's a happening or an event nationally, the more fun it is locally.
Yep.
And with these two kind of going at it between the Colts and the Texans, it's I think that helps in that regard.
Absolutely. Here was JJ on Pat McAfee yesterday. Thoughts on winning the AFC South and the future of the Texans?
Yes, it is obviously an unbelievably exciting time down there, not only currently with being in the playoffs, hosting a home playoff game, but also just knowing what they're set up for in the future with D'Amico as a head coach, with CJ at quarterback, with the cap space that they have. And now that is going to be a premier destination for free agents. We've talked about that before. No state income tax, a great young quarterback, the ability to build around him and to play for a great head coach like that. It's just a special, special time down there.
What a year. I feel like what a year. A year ago it was who's going to come here and take over this team as the head coach, and now it's – I don't think JJ said anything that was false right there either. I do think this is going to be a place people want to come play.
It is you had pointed out during the break. I mean, the Texans at times have been a destination just even when when Romeo Crennel was here, there was a little bit of a destination for Tyrann Mathieu as a place where maybe he can go and – play on a good defense and
good team too.
Yeah, establish himself. Yeah, playoff caliber
Yeah.
team and everything. And that was out without the vibes of a D'Amico.
Right.
And I think that a lot of I'm going to get way too annoyingly blogger on this. But if I were to have a lifestyle blog and write about things like this, what do we money's always going to matter. That's always going to be the defining thing. I do think that for everything that people say about Gen Z, which is it is more about experience than the material things for them, I think it might to generalize, I think it might be more of a factor for players today to be like, oh, yeah, you know what? I want to go be a part of that experience.
Absolutely.
If I got to, the money might be, as long as the money's relatively similar or what have you, the experience of going to play in an environment where you've got C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, and all of everything that comes with that. I think they're putting out that vibe.
Yeah.
As opposed to going to play look at these other coaches. Where are you going to go? Like Kevin Stefanski? Is that the guy you want to play
Peterson?
for? Oh my gosh!
Who parts his hair in the middle.
Oh, you know what you do before you put in your final bet when you're in a state where it's legal.
Yep.
You like to look at a picture.
Drive over to Louisiana.
Yes, you look at a picture of the head coach and the quarterback.
Yeah, man.
So likewise, I would advise all free agents when you're trying to make your decision. I mean, like, hey, whatever the difference in offers is, remember what JJ said: no state income tax here. It all balances out. Look at a picture of the head coach.
Yep.
And then look at a picture of the quarterback.
Bingo.
Look at the Vikings this year.
O'Connell and Cousins.
or D'Amico and Stroud.
I mean, calm, cool, collected Stroud.
Yeah.
D'Amico, you could tell me he does.
O'Connell's pretty calm, cool, and collected, but like no swag to him at all.
No swag.
Hey, do you think he can jump like D'Amico? Sean,
no.
One of the most athletic feats I see every single week is D'Amico after a big play.
Right. On a 3rd and 1 stop.
And then I love his assistant coaches either having to catch him, restrain him, shield themselves from potential damage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Celebrating D'Amico is the best. All right.
It's like a picture of the Sistine Chapel. You can find a still frame where it looks like it's like God reaching down to touch fingers with D'Amico.
Same exact thing. Yes. Yep. JJ, I didn't realize JJ had zingers. Here was Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee, who is, I'm sure, vast majority of you know, was a punter for the Indianapolis Colts for a decade or so. Very good one, by the way. Still an Indianapolis guy, still lives in Indy. So he takes every chance he can to take a shot at NRG Stadium and the empty seats. And so he's done it all year long. He brought it up yesterday with J.J. Watt, and JJ had a nice little zinger for him.
NRG Stadium leaking a little bit.
It was.
Did you see that? Did you hear about
never
that?
happened at Loud House.
Yeah. So what?
It was full capacity, too, which I didn't know you could do.
Oh, my God. What's this all about?
Yeah. What's the capacity going to be like at Lucas Oil next weekend?
Oh, swing! All right, listen.
Just curious. I was just curious because I think NRG is going to be full. So I was just curious. Is the Loud House going to be loud on Sunday or Saturday?
Tom Diggs is a Steelers fan.
Oh, is that where the Stroud House came from? They call it the Loud House up there, and then afterwards they're calling it the Stroud House. Okay.
No, I think that he said loud. He was pronouncing it like McAfee would pronounce loud. Loud House.
Okay.
I think he was.
Right.
I think he was.
But I think that's where they were calling it Stroud House after they won.
Gotcha. Stroud House. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's
nice zinger.
What was
JJ.
he talking about with the leaking? Was there a leak?
There was a leak. During the championship game the other night. The NRG roof was leaking during the Michigan-Washington game. The weather was horrible.
Yeah, that happens. I don't know. That happens with every. It happens with a Minute Maid. Big deal. I
don't think it's a big deal because they play football in the rain. You're telling me there's 10 drops coming through the roof? Like, whatever. Oh, my God.
Like we're going to
stop the game.
Ben, what's the supernatural creature that can't be touched by water? Or it's like a witch or something?
I think it's a witch.
A witch, yeah.
Okay.
What are we, witches?
Yeah.
Is that he's calling the University of Michigan witches?
Yeah.
They're fans or something?
I guess.
Hey, text in 713-572-4610. Which supernatural creature can't be touched by water?
Yeah, text in. All right, someone says we're drinking too much Kool-Aid today. Whatever.
Well, there's a leak on the roof and it's raining Kool-Aid. Let's do this. Let's do this. You know what? That's not Kool-Aid. That's blood. You hear me, you MFer? That's blood running down my face. I want blood. I got these Browns coming in with their stupid brown and orange uniforms and their stupid name. I think the one team that's a little bit more plainly named than the Texans, the Browns.
Hey, we got
Yeah, that's right. Drinking blood.
We got a little bit of quick breaking news here.
We do? Okay.
Yeah.
I would just like to point out really quickly, me painting a picture in which, I painted a picture of an incredibly hard-fought, down to the wire, bloody, close football game is somehow drinking the Kool-Aid.
No,
okay,
I think
champ.
No, I think he's talking about our general vibe today of being so positive about the Texans.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Right.
I like where your head's at, though. I like your
I want to kill
energy.
everybody.
Yeah.
Don't cross me today.
No, I think that's
I'll beat you down, and I've got the funds to beat it in court as well. Yeah. Just remember that.
I like that flex. I've got millions of dollars to take you down to Chinatown. All right. Patriots are hiring Gerard Mayo as their head coach. They wasted no time going from Bill Belichick to Gerard Mayo. I had read some articles about this yesterday.
Yes.
This was written into Gerard Mayo's deal, apparently.
That he'd be the successor?
That he would be the successor. And Florio was speculating, like, well, I don't know if they knew that Vrabel was going to be available, so they may have to figure something out with Gerard Mayo. But apparently,
that'd be classic. That'd be perfect because, like Belichick, who was previously famous for having the Jets job for like 4 hours and then tendering his resignation,
doing an awkward press conference and then bolting,
and he wrote it on a napkin.
Yeah.
Do you know that press conference? It was like 45 minutes.
I know
that he spent doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gerard Mayo. Now the word out of New England at the time during the season was that Gerard Mayo was creating waves in the organization. And I would expect there to be a bloodletting. If Gerard Mayo is going to stay the coach, then apparently some people felt like there was some kind of rift between people that were happy with Gerard Mayo and people who were not happy with Gerard Mayo, and I don't know.
What do you think happens to Bill O'Brien?
I don't know. Do you think? Let's see, Bill O'Brien and Gerard Mayo. I guess it all depends. I have no clue.
I don't know. It feels like where Bill goes, riffs go.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it does feel like there is that. Plus the offense sucked. No, forget about any of the riffs and any of the behind the scenes. He was the steward of the worst offense that team has seen in years, and their offense last year was terrible.
Yeah.
So I think he's gone. Is my guess. That would be a good place.
And they got to hire a general manager too. Right? I mean, like an actual general manager.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is nominally right now. But,
Yeah, maybe so. Like, I don't know if whoever has Casario's old job would be the logical bump up there. I don't know enough about the backstory.
By the way,
the third worst team in football this year.
The buzz about hiring Caserio is not. It is not as loud. It might not even be existent up in New England. That's just something we're super sensitive to here. I learned this from New England folks after I inquired about it. I'm kind of like, hey, why are people buying into this nonsense? And they're like, what nonsense is that? Like, nothing at all. I didn't mean to plant a seed in your head.
Right.
I certainly didn't mean to imply that you guys would be better off with Caserio. My God.
We'll get to headlines at the top of the hour. And again, the breaking news: Gerard Mayo is the new head coach of the New England Patriots. Took less than 24 hours to replace one of the greatest coaches of all time in New England. We'll discuss that. Also, some spicy stuff that involves the Texans surrounding Mike Vrabel's firing in Tennessee, and some spicy stuff surrounding the Patriots and Mike Vrabel's. A lot of spice on the firing of Mike Vrabel in Tennessee. We'll get to that. Headlines. We'll circle back to this Browns-Texans game plenty throughout the show. I also need one more reason I've left this open for listeners. I've got 4 reasons for 5 reasons I hate you.
For Cleveland.
Cleveland. I left one at 8:23. I left one open for the listeners. Text in now. Give me something good. I'll put the best one in 5 reasons I hate you at 8:23 on the show.
And it's gremlins that don't be touched by water.
Gremlins.
The mugwise.
Okay.
Well,
gremlins.
it's the mugwise that turn into gremlins.
Gotcha. Okay. So we got all that coming up next. Stay there. Men's Tea Clinic. I'm heading over there right after the show. Is when I go on Fridays to get my testosterone boost at the Men's Tea Clinic. You should too. You should, if you're a guy who is just feeling a little off kilter. Maybe it's energy level, it's motivation, it's libido, it's inability to build muscle mass or lose weight. They've got a ton of male wellness treatments at Men's Tea Clinic. Mine's just the testosterone. That's what I go for every Friday. But it's something different for everybody. Go to the experts at Men's Tea Clinic. They're going to test your blood. They're going to come back with some answers. And most importantly, they're going to come back with a plan of attack to get your quality of life back. They've got 5 locations here in Houston, all with a lab on site. So you get answers quickly, super friendly, super welcoming. It's Men's Tea Clinic. Go visit them now at mensteaclinic.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. React to tomorrow's wildcard weekend matchup with us on a Reaction Monday. Brought to you by Texas Star Grill Shop. Will we be celebrating a massive win?
to children.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you're just tuning in, you're just getting in your car, maybe just waking up, the Patriots have hired Gerard Mayo as their head coach. We'll get to that in headlines. The Texans have a tie to the firing of Mike Vrabel, which I think generally around the AFC South, it felt like the opposing teams all liked that the Titans fired Mike Vrabel. I like the only thing I don't like about the Titans firing Mike Vrabel is that you know who the favorite is to get the Titans job, Seth, on the betting odds board?
Who?
Robert Slowick is the favorite to become the next head coach of the Tennessee Titans, according to the odds board that I looked at yesterday, tied with one William Belichick at 4-1.
Okay, so this is what happened. Now, you know what? I'll thank Lamont for pointing this out yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Although sometimes Lamont makes good points as he's kind of accusing me of something, but I still, he made a good point about like why he asked something like, why do you guys always assume that just because a coach and a GM have a previous relationship that they like each other? And I told him it's a very valid question. My point was, I think there's a much better chance that if they do like each other, that they're aligned philosophically, especially when you come out of a place like San Francisco that's been very competitive over the last few years. Really good chance that both Rand Carthon, the GM of the Titans, and Bobby Slowick kind of see things the same way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan do, and that Rand Carthon, I would imagine, would love to have a Kyle Shanahan protege or type of offensive mind in the building. That's where, you know, people link it together. Now, I'll agree with Lamont also when it comes to, I think that people really run with it way too quickly because they can connect those dots.
Yeah,
so they're like, oh, here you go. He's the odds-on favorite.
Yep.
If Bobby Slowick were to aggressively pursue these opportunities, then I think there's a really good chance he could end up in Tennessee. But I also know, like Rand Carthon's going to have the same questions with Bobby Slowick than anybody else is. All right, you don't have a lot of experience at all as a coordinator. How long have you been prepared for this?
Sure.
All of that. He's not going to just hire his bud or whatever just because.
Well, being in the same building as a coworker and, as the number 3 guy in the front office and a quality control / passing game coordinator is totally different than being coworkers where you're working hand in hand every day trying to build a winning football team. Like they were co-work. Like my guess is they worked together very little in San Francisco.
Yeah,
they're going to work together on a daily basis. That's a very, very different thing. If I were Bobby Slowick, I would be very concerned about the Tennessee job. If I read this article in the Athletic that was written by Diana Rossini and this Rexroad, I believe it's Joe Rexroad, and it outlines some of the reasons, the seeds that were planted throughout the season that led to Mike Vrabel getting hired. Because there were multiple times during the season where Amy Adams Strunk was asked about Mike Vrabel's future and said he's going to be our coach. They backed him several times. They gave him a contract extension a year ago, a huge contract extension. There were 3 stories in this that would make me concerned if I was anybody looking at the Titans job, just based on how ownership behaves there.
Yeah.
The first one is apparently when they were looking to replace John Robinson as the GM and they settled on Rand Carthon, Vrabel was a dissenting voice in that. Vrabel didn't think Carthon was ready to be a GM. He suggested the number 2 guy that was in the building already. I believe his last name is Cowden or something like that. He works for the Giants now. Didn't go with that. Amy Adams did not like that Mike Vrabel was not backing fully the Rand Carthon hire at GM.
A rift from the get-go, potentially.
With the owner, yeah.
And it might be one of those things where maybe, ultimately maybe Vrabel didn't even actually have a rift with Carthon at all. It was just Amy Adams just thinking that Vrabel wasn't being a good
soldier. Yeah, he's not fully on board with him. Yeah. I think having dissenting opinions is a good thing sometimes. It's not Vrabel would say I don't want to work with him. You know?
I don't know. A lot of people that maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Adams Strunk isn't all. Maybe she's not the genius that we've always thought she
maybe
was.
Not.
I don't know.
Yeah. Here's the second one. The New England Patriot Hall of Fame ceremony that Vrabel went to during the bye week to get inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame. And he gave a short speech. It was a little like JJ in the Ring of Honor, like a 2-minute speech at halftime of the game. there were two things that reportedly could have gotten under the skin of Amy Adams. The first one was there was a standing ovation for Vrabel at the beginning. It was long.
Well, and to be clear, the way you characterized JJ's induction was, he was at halftime. Vrabel, for the New England one, it was in a room, like at the stadium and everything. They were all wearing suits and stuff.
It was in the stadium. It was the crowd was there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the night. They had two ceremonies then. Okay, cool.
Right. The crowd was there.
So to clarify, everybody, I had it wrong.
Right.
Okay.
So here's Vrabel amidst the standing ovation from the crowd.
Wait. Come on, we got a game to win. I can't be up here that long.
We got a game to win. We, an employee of the Tennessee Titans, said we got a game to win.
He's a double agent. That's a much better soundbite than the one I was thinking of, Sean.
We got a game to win. Well, I got another good one here for you.
Okay, good.
In the stadium. Here is this was the one, though, that really reportedly got under Amy Adams-Strunk's skin, where Vrabel, at the end of his speech, points out just how amazing it is in New England compared to other places.
I also want you not to take this organization for granted. I've been a lot of places. This is a special place with great leadership, great fans, great direction, great coaching. Enjoy it. It's not like this everywhere. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Now, last I checked, Vrabel had worked in two other places in the NFL. Well, he was in Pittsburgh as a player and Kansas City as a player, both of which are good organizations. Also in Houston for a little while.
He was at Ohio State. It went pretty well there.
He was in Houston before our really dark times. He was gone by 2018, and he's been in Tennessee the last 6 years.
Yeah. That does feel.
They did not like that.
He brought his wife to the high school reunion and spent a little too much time staring at his ex-girlfriend.
A little bit?
Thinking about what might have been. That's what he's just, honey, what are you doing? It was like, nothing. What? No, I wasn't looking at anything. I was looking at the fruit punch.
It's not like this everywhere.
Yeah, I was looking at the fruit punch's cleavage.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that's, boy. And ultimately, again, with head coaches, I always, it's the funniest thing in the world whenever I hear somebody say, hey, these guys have families. Like, yeah, they cut guys with families every year. They fire people every day, and they still get paid for like 3 more years. Vrabel will. So he's still got a family, and that family's gonna be just fine.
So the warning to Bobby Slowick is the favorite right now, the betting favorite for the Titans job. Just know that you are going to work. If you go to Tennessee, you're going to work for an owner that is petty enough to not like the fact that that Vrabel may have referred to his former employer as the team he won 3 Super Bowls with, and he's in front of 80,000 drunk chowds. And that he said it's not like this everywhere when he's currently working for somewhere that is not New England.
Well, this is why I'm half joking when I say this, except that there is a big morsel of truth, which is that Charlie Casserly, who drafted DeMeco Ryans, remember, Charlie was still with Kubiak for that first draft. He was let go in the summer. Charlie Casserly is the guy responsible for bringing DeMeco Ryans into the organization. Without DeMeco Ryans knowing the McNair family personally, there's a lot of bad PR and press out there, much of it very unfair about the McNair family, that DeMeco could have just listened to if he didn't know them. And that was a detriment. That was something that could have hurt whether coaches wanted to be a part of that or not. And so it's really, really lucky that DeMeco already had that prior knowledge of the McNairs. Like Amy Adams-Strunk, I don't know. I don't know if Bobby Slowick knows Amy Adams-Strunk or all the weirdness that's ensued with all of it.
Right. All he may know are these stories that we're talking about right now. He may be driving in going, boy, I'm glad I found this out.
Yeah.
Before I said
even
yes
know.
to their Zoom call. Yeah.
He's heading into work at 7:54 in the morning on a Friday in the NFL.
Hayes in the barn, Seth. Players aren't in the building today. Hayes in the barn. This is the last little anecdote from the firing of Mike Vrabel, and this is the tie to the Houston Texans. If you recall, the week before, the Titans had a huge win the week before. That was the game where they came back from 2 touchdowns down against Miami in the last 5 minutes of the game to beat Miami 28-27 on a Derrick Henry touchdown run. They come back to Tennessee the next week. They're facing a banged-up Texans team. No Nico Collins, no C.J. Stroud, no Will Anderson in that game. That was... it's crazy when you think about it now. Case Keenum at quarterback. Not that the Titans are any great shakes, but man, that win was so fun.
Yeah.
Strunk, it was not fun for her. She was thrilled about the Dolphins win, but then a week later, the Titans lost to the Texans in overtime, and the owner was visibly angry about that loss. That's when several members of the Titans staff believe she had made up her mind. She wanted to move on from Vrabel. She consulted with some others in NFL circles about the decision, but ultimately the decision was all hers with no input from Carthon, the GM. She just went ahead and fired Vrabel, reportedly.
I could see. I wonder when she consults other league personnel around the league. I get this image almost of remember when that guy got up in the Katy school board meeting a couple months ago and outed the school board member who had bullied him. I could see people stepping up to the podium and be like, and one time when I was a staffer with the Patriots, Vrabel walked past me and just slapped the chicken out of my hands for no reason other than to get a laugh out of everybody.
That'd be great if that's who she was talking to.
Various people that had been bullied by Mike Vrabel along the way.
Yeah, that was it. That's curtains for Vrabel.
Apologize if that wasn't Katy School District. It was somewhere.
Yeah. It was a school district.
It was a school somewhere around here.
Right.
Around these parts.
I love that the Texans got Mike Vrabel fired. I love that part of it. That ruined her little birthday party. It ruined her Oiler birthday party that day. Remember, she had streamers and tablecloths, and she had Oiler cakes, and she had Derek the Oiler, Derek the Oil Derek.
You know
show
what it
up,
was? Yeah, this
dressed in an Oil Derek outfit.
You know what it was? It's almost exactly like the movie Carrie. Spoiler alert.
Wait to see where this goes.
It was the big night. It was a big night, and then all of a sudden, Carrie gets a bunch of pig blood dumped on her. So Vrabel had engineered, up in the owner's suite. It was supposed to be confetti, but it was pig's blood.
Oh my God!
It dumped all over because of Vrabel.
That's graphic. Vrabel dumped pig's blood all over Amy Adams Strunk.
Let's start characterizing Vrabel as just this massive 80s movie bully. Yeah.
It is interesting for Vrabel in particular. We're going to get to headlines here in just a second. I wonder where Vrabel ends up now that the Patriot job is closed out. I wonder if
it is indeed closed out. Maybe it is something. Maybe it is one of these things where Drod Mayo ends up getting hired. So for those of you who are just joining us, Drod Mayo is now the coach of the Patriots. It appears that there was a clause in his contract that said he would be the successor.
Right.
So he's just automatically the coach. Sean and I are just kind of wondering, as somebody else had pointed out, boy, whenever they made that contract, they probably didn't anticipate Vrabel being available.
Yeah.
Boy, what if there's a power struggle between two former Patriots linebackers?
They should fight in the parking lot in Gillette Stadium.
I wonder if it's more likely. Vrabel might just be like, listen, man, this I don't want to be a head coach. I want to take a year or two off. I could see it being more likely that Vrabel's the defensive coordinator for Gerard Mayo up in New England. And he's still, the Titans are still paying the lion's share of Vrabel's contract.
Right. 100% Jack Easterby is peppering everybody in New England with texts today, right?
Well, this is the thing. One of our listeners pointed this out, and thank you for that. Back in November 29th of 2020, out of nowhere, very, very, very weirdly, there's an article in the Chronicle by Aaron Wilson. The title is this. Remember who was in the organization, the Texans organization at the time. The interim GM was Jack Easterby. Out of nowhere, November of 2020, New England's Gerard Mayo, a rising star in NFL coaching circles.
In Houston.
And everybody was like,
in the Chronicle.
What the hell's going on here? So immediately Gerard Mayo became a person of interest in after previously not really being mentioned anywhere that I could see.
I'm so glad we don't do this anymore.
We know Jack Easterby's still out there.
Yeah.
And Jack Easterby has a lot of ties to New England. And Jack Easterby has perhaps floated his name out to
You never know.
Various places.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see if he gets hired up.
Oh, they're getting peppered with texts from him today.
Yeah. But do you think Gerard Mayo is?
Yes.
Well, Easterby ultimately never did anything for Mayo.
Yeah.
It's not, unless, maybe by creating that buzz. When did Mayo get this contract clause get put
I think
in?
it was a year later. I think that started.
So
the buzz
when Mayo started being a hot name, like a hot ticket item, then all of a sudden Kraft might feel like, well, we want to retain this young man.
We need to put out a statement that we signed this young man for a long time.
Yeah, that was another thing the Patriots did that was kind of against type, was they announced an extension of an assistant coach.
For a linebackers coach.
Right.
Yeah.
Which usually, so the way the Patriots operate, it's like they don't even like having job titles.
Right.
They don't like, usually a guy will have to be it used to be, they changed it in the last couple of years because of the league rules, but they wouldn't even name who the offensive coordinator was until he had done an acceptable job at it for a year or two. O'Brien was the wide receivers coach for a year until he was officially named the offensive coordinator coach.
Right. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's get you guys up to speed on 8 big stories, the 8 at 8 to get your day going.
One.
All right, let's start with the Texans, the injury news. This was a godsend yesterday. Looking at when I saw the tweet, Seth, that Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown were back at practice yesterday, felt like house money. I wasn't expecting either of these guys to play. I would have happily taken one of them back, either of them back.
Yeah.
And it's not 100% for sure they're going to play, but Jonathan Grenard sure sounded yesterday like he was ready to go.
Felt really good. I mean, definitely, I've been out for a little bit, not too long, but just getting back in the swing of stuff. Felt pretty good, just going to continue to see where we go and progress through the week, and Saturday we're going to be good to go.
Yeah, okay, so good to go. He said Saturday we're going to be good to go. He's definitely going to give it a go. Noah Brown sounds like same thing. The only Texan who is out definitively for the game is Jerry Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is going to give it a go tomorrow.
Yeah, and look, they've been a committee pass rush all season long, but the committee really started to heat up, not just with the defensive ends, but with the interior as well. So the biggest thing by far is just, it's as weird as it sounds. I know everybody. It's containing Joe Flacco. He's a different dude. And I hate hearing him. People say that he was sitting on the couch because he was clearly keeping himself in shape, and his experience in a Kubiak-style system has paid dividends because he when he rolls out on boots, if you don't contain him, that's what happened on that Amari Cooper throw down the sideline. I think we get fixated on the coverage side of things. The biggest thing that happened was that the Texans defensive end he bit on the run fake, and Joe Flacco just rolled out to his left and without a lot of pressure in his face made a nice throw on the move. As he rolled out to his left. And you've just got to contain him and make him uncomfortable in the pocket. He will throw turnovers. He will cough it up. And you've just got to take advantage of those moments.
Yep. Denzel Ward. Damn, Ben.
Cornerback for
Ben's move along. Yeah, I didn't even point at Ben. Ben's like, let's keep it moving here,
He knows
fellas.
I've been a little out of control this morning.
That's
I'm just so excited.
That's okay. Yeah, it's excitement. Who cares? Yeah, it's all good.
I've inaccurately actually'd you 7 times
That's all
already.
right. It's all good. It's no problem. Apparently, Ben really wants me to tell you guys about Denzel Ward's injury at practice. I'm just giving you a hard time. Denzel Ward, cornerback. This is a big one, Seth, potentially. We don't know how severe the knee injury is he suffered in practice yesterday. And if you missed it, Denzel Ward, one of the best corners in all of football and the best corner of a really good group of corners for the Cleveland Browns, apparently suffered a knee injury in practice yesterday. He's listed as questionable. Without knowing the severity of it, I would imagine if he can walk, he's going to try to play in this game. But that could be something that Bobby Slowick and the Texans can attack.
And it might be one of those things too, just depending on how Ward shows up in the first quarter. Jim Schwartz is going to be keeping an eye on it too. Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns, and a team that, as the word the Texans keep using is sticky. They're very, very sticky, very sticky. It's good. It's good imagery that they give.
Yeah.
If I don't enjoy hearing it, they are very sticky. If the Browns have to perhaps play a little less sticky, if they got to loosen up their coverages a little bit and play a little bit of softer zone at times, then there might be some opportunities there. It might be one of those things where you don't necessarily see them, targeting Ward or anything, but the entire play calling on defense has to be a little bit looser. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
3.
Some more Texans news. Derek Stingley Jr., AFC Defensive Player of the Month for December and January. I had no idea that this was the case, but according to the press release from the Texans, I looked at this number, I'm like, this has to be a typo. For the 6 weeks that this award comprises, because it's for December and January, it's for weeks 13 through 18, Derek Stingley Jr. obviously had a few picks in there. He led the league in passes defended in that time frame. He allowed a passer rating of 1.7. 1.7. 1.7 on a metric where excellent is in the low 100 somewhere, really bad is in the 70s.
Yeah.
He allowed 1.7 passer rate. That's what the press release says. I'm just telling you, 1.7 passer rate.
Must have been when. Does it say when in man coverage on them, or because there have been times where
I read it over and over.
It's tricky. I sometimes when guys there are receptions in zone where it's not the defensive player's fault. It's okay. They hit that zone. It's not a bad play by the defensive back. Because I can think of at least a couple receptions when Stingley was in zone that weren't his fault, but they were still receptions.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, that's pretty damn good.
I'm gonna read
whatever the actual stat is or whatever.
Yeah,
that's
it's really good. Well, and I think his passer rating allowed on the season is in the mid-50s somewhere. So when he's been on the field, especially in the second half of the season, he's been excellent. I think the thing that doesn't get mentioned in this about Stingley is he's been really good in supporting the run as well. He's gotten to be, kind of a more physical, grittier player, it feels like.
The coolest thing that I saw in terms of the development of Derek Stingley as a complete football player was when the Browns had a direct snap to Ford. Stingley came up and typically, usually in that situation, the cornerback has the force. He's just supposed to try to turn it back in, especially when if an offensive lineman is coming at him. He's got to attack upfield and turn that back in. They don't expect him to beat an offensive lineman. Against the Browns, Stingley tried to butt up the lineman like he was a linebacker or something. He got swallowed alive. The very next week versus the Titans line up. They saw an opportunity. They saw what the Browns did. They run a direct snap to Derrick Henry. In this instance, Derek Stingley comes up, takes on a pulling tight end takes on outside leverage to turn the play back in, but then also beats the block and makes a tackle.
Yeah, man.
On Derrick
Henry.
Derrick freaking Henry.
Yep.
It was awesome. And from a 1 week, to see that play against the Browns, and it was probably his Emmy on that one. You never know when varies, but he probably messed that up. And then the very next week, to do it in textbook fashion and take on Derrick Henry, it was just awesome to see.
It was really cool. Yeah, they've talked about that with Stingley since they drafted him, Nick Caserio, about just what a football junkie Stingley is and how smart a player he is. That's a great example of it for sure.
4.
Bobby Slowick, we've talked about him quite a bit in the last several minutes. We should mention, reportedly, a request from the Atlanta Falcons now to interview Bobby Slowick. So this makes 4 that we know of: Carolina, Washington, Tennessee, and Atlanta. Slowick, at least if we're taking requests for permission to speak to a coordinator, is one of the most red-hot coordinators in this job cycle.
Red hot?
Red hot, I would say. I haven't... Maybe we're just getting the Slowick request because our social media feed is curated for Houston stuff.
I guess the only thing I think is...
pretty good, though. 4 in the first couple days.
4 in the first couple days. And you know what? The requests are actual reportings versus when we look at the odds, who knows? Those are wrong all the time, obviously. But on most of the odds boards, he's the 6th, 7th, or 8th favorite to land the job.
Yeah.
I think that he's going to be a lot like Ben Johnson was with the Lions, where Ben Johnson. I always think I'm getting it wrong because of the Canadian sprinter, Ben Johnson.
Yes.
They're both on steroids.
Known steroid user.
Yeah. So Ben Johnson, the roided up offensive coordinator. I'm joking, everybody. Please don't sue me. No, but Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator.
If you work for Dan Campbell, you have to be on steroids.
It was eerily similar in a lot of ways, is that Ben Johnson, he had taken over play calling
midway through a couple seasons ago.
When
they turned it around in the middle of the season.
And then last year became the full-time offensive coordinator, but was a name that was just emerging. And he took some interviews, pulled himself out, said that he wanted to, stick around to see it through with the Lions in their turnaround, but maybe also got a little bit of a pay bump from the Detroit.
Yeah.
So I think I don't think there's any possible way to forecast how Bobby Slowick will deal with all of this. I do think that he'll have listened to Kyle Shanahan's advice about any of this, and he'll listen to D'Amico Ryan's advice about this. Unfortunately for us, D'Amico's not the kind of guy to bully Slowick.
He won't put himself first.
He'll give him an honest.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for us, D'Amico's a good person.
This is the small time where the rare time where D'Amico's honesty and integrity as a human works against us.
D'Amico's not going to sit there across from Bobby and be like, I guess you could take the job. Everybody gets. A lot of guys have gotten fired from a bad situation and then turned it around eventually if they get a chance.
Right.
Sure you could. But I think that it feels more like that because Detroit was the same way. It was a turnaround. The offensive coordinator was just getting his feet wet, and maybe felt himself that he needed a little bit more seasoning. I'm hoping that's what it is with Bobby Slowick.
5.
All right, Astros got some business done yesterday. They avoided arbitration with 6 of their 7 arbitration-eligible players. Framber Valdez, Kyle Tucker, Jose Urquidy, Chas McCormick, Luis Garcia, and Brian Abreu are all signed, sealed, and delivered for 2024. Mauricio Dubon looks like is going to go to arbitration. That'll be an interesting one because I feel like arbitration so often is centered around statistics, and I feel like Dubon is a guy whose value can't truly really be measured in stats.
Yeah.
He's got a clutch gene, the versatility, the ability to play all those positions. Be interesting to see how that plays with an arbiter. But regardless, the big story with all this is Kyle Tucker is not going to go to arbitration.
Labor peace for at least one more year.
Labor peace with Kyle Tucker. $12 million he's going to get.
As this is Kool-Aid Friday, I feel hesitant to even bring this up on Kool-Aid Friday, but I do feel like it's prelude to Kyle Tucker being like, yeah, I'm just going to free agency. We don't need to mess with all this drama, whatever. We're going to do this. Sounds good. Let's do it. Yeah.
Yep, I think that's what's going to happen.
6.
Bill Belichick thanked Patriot fans yesterday at his press conference. If you missed it, the Patriots are hiring Gerard Mayo, promoting him really as their next head coach. He's their current linebackers coach. Here was Bill Belichick at his press conference yesterday thanking New England fans.
So appreciative of the fans for all the support they've given me, my family, and this football team. And it's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots and I'll always be a Patriot. I look forward to coming back here, but at this time, we're gonna move on, and I look forward, excited for the future, but always very, very appreciative of the opportunity here, the support here, and what you've done for me.
These Patriots press conferences always have like this old school, like a teletype machine or something in the back. I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
Or like either the cameras reporter. With their shutters or something.
Yeah.
So that I watched his speech. I watched like 30 seconds into Kraft's speech, and that was enough. Like I felt like it was a fitting goodbye for like 2 of the most like publicly boring people to listen to talk like at a podium. It was whatever. It was fine. Belichick's really good when they get him, in something he's interested about.
Yes.
But it was for the most part, it was a bunch of thank yous and goodbyes. And Kraft said something about like I'm not going to kiss him. The funniest part about it for me was I watched ESPN's clip of it, and because it happened during McAfee's show. Like I'm watching, and I didn't realize at the time I was just on like the ESPN Twitter site or something. Like Belichick mentioned something about appreciating the media and what they do, and I hear this.
They were showing it. It was coming through the McAfee filter.
The McAfee feed, and every now and then I started hearing this snorting, but I didn't realize it still. And I was like, "Do they have Kraft's mic on
like
or something?"
That would definitely happen.
It was like it sounded like Beavis. It was like a little Beavis and Butthead cackle going on.
Yeah, dude. Someday after DeMeco Ryans wins 6 Super Bowls and retires after 24 years, and you and I are doing this show in our 80s, they're going to play his speech. And the holograms of us will be sitting here, and we're going to go, and grunt during that. That feels like it would happen on our show.
I'd like to thank assistant GM Ben Gary. And like, Ben. I remember when he was just a young idiot man in the boards.
At Sports Radio.
Just joking, Ben. You were younger.
A couple things here, because we got to get to Mattress Mac. Marvin Harrison Jr. declaring for the NFL draft. One of the least surprising things. He will be a top 3 pick.
Well, let's recall, C.J. Stroud played it down to the wire last year.
He did. He did, yep.
We're hoping to win a national championship.
Fielding those NIL deals.
That was one of the fun little conspiracy. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory. It was just people were wondering, like, wow, is the NIL money big enough for him to like be like, yeah, I want to win a national championship, and it's not going to hurt me that much financially?
Yeah, topic for another day, and probably certainly another segment here because we're running low on time. There are way less underclassmen announcing for the draft now.
Yeah,
like a small fraction of what used to.
I would imagine, especially the guys. There were starting to be so many guys that were not going to be 1st or 2nd round picks declaring for the draft, and they would go undrafted or late round picks.
Right.
So it makes a lot more sense for them to cash in right now.
But they're big stars in these little college towns. They can make $100,000.
They can make some money, and then hopefully, boost their in their minds. Like, okay, I'll be better next year, and blah blah blah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
NIL saving college football.
Yeah, no, in a way, the transfer portal is going to.
Transfer portal is probably worse than the NIL.
Yeah,
right now.
No question. Last one. Quinn Ewers is staying at UT. We can talk about that more probably next week after we get through Texans and Browns. But he is staying. I wonder how Arch Manning feels about
Probably
that.
going to transfer to Cornell.
Ooh.
If I've got anything to say about it.
Get that
if
money.
I got to get my NIL
How's that
money,
that Cornell collective?
Hold up. I got to get on the group text.
There you go.
Hey, guys.
Dan Lanning staying at Oregon. He's not going to take the Alabama job. He was listed as the betting favorite for the Alabama job. He is staying, at least for now,
We'll play that audio later. We got some good stuff.
Yeah, we got some good stuff. We'll get to that in the 8, 9 o'clock hour. All right, 5 Reasons I Hate You, Cleveland edition. This is the second time we've done it in 3 weeks. We'll have a little of the same, a little different. We'll see if you guys are able to send in a good one for us here. I requested a 5th one from you guys. If you want to send them in during the break, I need a 5th. I left this one open to the listeners. I need a 5th reason to hate the Cleveland Browns on Saturday afternoon. So send those in, 713-572-4610. But first, somebody who hates nobody. Mattress Mac is joining us right now. He is, of course, the owner and founder of Gallery Furniture. We do Mac's Picks each and every Friday at this time, where he's going to pick some games. We've got some NFL.
Other insurers not available in all states. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Let's do this. Let's get our hate on. Seth, you're amped up today, man. I can tell.
I'm ready to go, man.
I know you're ready to go.
I
feel like I'm sitting next to you as a player right now.
I told you, Sean. I'm a little bit smaller. I'm a little bit meeker.
Yeah.
But this is a different feel than I've ever had, I think, about any of the division titles that I've either participated in or witnessed as a member of the media. But so as a player or as a member of the media, I've never gotten excited about a division title the way I did this one. It just feels different.
And appropriately so.
Yeah.
there's to me, like, this is such a likable football team,
Yeah.
you know, across all levels of the team.
I was a detestable football player, so I was like, I can't enjoy this division title. I hate me.
Yeah.
Well, I like these guys.
It's other guys.
Yeah,
Right. All right, so here we go. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Cleveland edition. Unlike the one I did for Tennessee a few weeks ago where I promised 5 new reasons, there will be at least one repeat in this one, but it's worth resetting. We'll get to that in just a second. This one was sent to me by a listener. Apparently, there is a Cleveland Browns fan by the name of Jay Casey.
Okay.
This will be a very musical version of 5 Reasons I Hate You. Apparently, this fan, Jay Casey, put together this little ditty about newly minted Cleveland hero Joe Flacco. Tell me what you think of this here, Seth.
He was sitting on the couch when Deshaun went down.
You hate it already.
His name and in a dark brown voice, he said Flacco. F-L-A, Flacco. He walked up to us and asked if he could play. DGR got hurt, so we said, okay, Mr. Flacco.
What do you think, Seth? Is this a reason to hate the Cleveland Browns?
Well, I can't get past his pronunciation of Flacco.
Yeah.
F-L-A
Flacco?
There are a lot of people that say Flacco. I don't get it. Like it's like a 10% of the population. It's not tied. I spent way too much time trying to. It's not tied to any region or anything.
No.
It's just if you're an obstinate SOB moron from Cleveland, you call it Flacco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like the way, like, his inflection, like, F-L-A.
I just had to go to his Twitter to be sure that he wasn't like, I just want to be sure he's just a functioning adult.
Yeah.
I thought, because at first I was like, oh, well, I don't like,
Thanks
obviously
for checking
it's a really good chance.
I did not check on that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
This guy, should he deserve special consideration? It turns out no.
What'd you learn
not.
Okay,
he's
good.
just your average
So we should hate
Clevelander.
this.
Yeah,
we should hate this. Okay, good. Thank you for checking on that for me.
If anything, it looks like he's on hormone replacement and works out 3 hours a day and forsakes his children.
There you go.
Because of it.
Okay, so
like
good.
classic, more into him than his family. Yeah.
So reason number 5, this janky Flacco song, which, by the way, the reason I thought you would hate it, the very first lyric is them pulling him off the couch, which I know you take literally and you hate that metaphor.
I don't know. I don't like the fact that it's played out. It's a cliche.
Yeah.
Everybody, these people who get paid to speak professionally can't come up with anything better than he was pulled off the couch.
Yep.
Pulled off the couch.
Yep.
And he clearly hasn't been pulled off the couch. He's damn spry out there. He's more athletic now than he was when he was 27.
Yep.
It's pissing me off.
I know. That's another reason, a sub-reason to hate him. Joe Flacco's way too athletic for being Joe Flacco. Here's number 4.
Funny, you wonder how that happened.
Number 4, they're just a little too cocky.
Yeah.
Been listening in up there this week. There's been talk about, man, that the fan base not as amped up as they thought they might be for this playoff game. I think, I've listened at times, they're very dismissive, as if this is the same Texans version they got 3 weeks ago with no C.J. Stroud, no Will Anderson, John Grenard for 3 snaps. It's going to be a very different Texans team, and I think the Texans are going to use that game 3 weeks ago as fuel. I will point out to Browns fans, C.J. Stroud has won more division titles than the Cleveland Browns have since 1989.
Mm-hmm.
He's won 1. The Browns have won 0 since 1989. So settle down a little bit, Cleveland. And this is not a division title he won like 5 years ago, and this is it. No, he won it last weekend. I mean, with a little help from the Tennessee Titans, but nevertheless.
It's also, I've been trying to kind of prep people to get ready for this Browns defense, just because they do some things really, really well. And they've been a top 2 defense for much of the season. Probably the best pass. I think their pass defense is better than the Ravens. And yet, at the same time, as people have pointed out, they've let up a boatload of points on the road. I would caution you a little bit on that, because the defense got better as the season went along, and it's a different defense now. So, like, the complete season stats don't tell the whole story. But also, like, all right, before they get too full of themselves, they faced a boatload of backup quarterbacks over that time as well. Yes,
they have.
Including when they played the Texans. So let's not act like you've been out there slaying all the dragons in the league while you've been doing this.
Amen. All right, so
they did put one on the Ravens. But other than that, that was at home.
Yeah, that's absolutely. So number 4, they're just a little too cocky. Number 3, this is a repeat, but it's worth playing again. The wife of the owner is Jimmy Haslam. His wife's name is Dee. We couldn't go through this segment without at least a cursory drive-by on Deshaun Watson. Remember when D. Haslam, they did a press conference after Deshaun Watson's suspension was announced? And Andrew Berry looked like he was being held at gunpoint to be standing in between the Haslams. Jimmy Haslam just sort of standing next to Andrew Berry and kind of grunted. D. Haslam was the star of this particular press conference because she wouldn't shut the hell up about the effects of therapy and how long it takes for therapy to play out with somebody like Deshaun Watson.
Counseling takes time. You don't just go to a counseling session and wake up and understand the impact it has. I think it's a layering effect, and it takes weeks, months, a long time to get where you understand so much more about yourself. And I think Deshaun has made progress from the time he came here till now. He's making progress, but it's not going to happen overnight. He's 26 years old and he's just getting into counseling. I think it's going to take some time. I do think in counseling, Deshaun will grow to learn a lot more about himself.
Dee, are you saying that maybe he doesn't realize he did something wrong?
I think if you know anything about counseling, it takes a long time to go through that process, and you can talk to the experts. But he's doing the work. He's committed to doing the hard work to make himself a better person. And I think I said it pretty well. Is that this counseling is a process, and it's going to take some time for him. The layers and the layers upon getting there. And we feel like he's making progress, and with us, we have seen that.
The best was shortly after this. She talked about how we should really be focused on how we can help society through this news. Maybe bring more attention to things like human trafficking and whatnot.
All the bad things that my husband just said, Deshaun Watson has nothing to do with.
And Deshaun has denied doing.
It's just going to take a lot of time for Deshaun to get over these things that he doesn't need to get over.
Right?
Like, you just can't. You can't both. This is maybe you guys need me to spell it out better. You can't both not have a problem, but also fix that problem.
So good.
Do you not see?
Yes.
The whole thing with this MC Escher staircase that I've built for you? Yeah.
This is where I hate the fact that this Flacco thing, that there's been this narrative that's tried to have been pushed that the Browns are America's darling now. No! Less than a year ago, they were doing that press conference.
Hey, Deshaun Watson, we've looked at it. I don't need to. Hey, I talked to the dames about this, and the dames were all cool. I talked to every broad I know was like, yeah. Every broad I know who relies upon me for financial subsistence was like, I think you should go for it, Jimmy. Just like those stupid truckers you screwed over. Whoa. Well, I didn't say that last part.
I love the accent more than anything else.
Everybody, if you're a small trucking company,
right?
Be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful. The Haslams are in town.
Yeah.
I don't know when their jackbooted thugs are going to do to you if they find out Jimmy Haslam's going to be sitting up in that suite. Like, wait a second, I saw that guy at a trucking convention. Go screw that guy over. Go screw that guy over.
Right.
Who can I pay off up in here?
This weekend, every small trucking company are Texans. Every small not just in Texas, everywhere.
We're going to stand up like, I am a small trucking company.
Yes.
And then Sean will stand up and say, I am a small trucking company.
I'm going to stand up on the table and look at D'Amico Ryans and say, oh, Captain, my Captain. Like the end of Dead Poets Society.
I'd like to give my testimony. I was a man who struggled with many demons, allegedly, but I didn't have those demons at all. But then I went to therapy for 10 years to get rid of the demons, which I, in fact, did not even have.
Takes
and
time.
Ultimately, Dee Haslam held my hand through all of that.
Yep.
Because she knew that I didn't have a problem holding hands with a woman platonically.
Right.
But I had to go to therapy to keep it from going further.
Right.
And now I can be in a place.
Now I can finally bring attention to human trafficking.
Now let's go screw some truckers.
Yes, absolutely. All right, number two. We do this in every 5 reasons I hate you now. Reason number 2, the stupid law category. In Cleveland, and I double-checked this in 3 different places, apparently it's illegal to catch mice without a hunting license in Cleveland.
Oh, no, really?
You have to have a hunting license to catch a mouse.
I know they don't allow.
Mice are big game in Cleveland.
I'll tell you honestly, for the hunters out there, just like they've kept it old school with a lot of their hunting rules. Like you can't hunt with a rifle in a lot of places because they know that they're horrible marksmen and can't be trusted to hunt with rifles without actually shooting it into a residential area or something.
Right.
And now even mice, you got to have a license.
Hunting license, yeah. So I like to think people come home back to their apartment or whatever. They've got mouse traps set like behind the dishwasher and whatnot, but they got to put on all their camo first.
Yeah.
Put their crossbow over their shoulder and then just pick up the mouse trap and drop him in in the wastebasket.
You gotta go can I get that hunting license at
Elmer
like a
Fudd.
Walmart or something, or do I have to go down to the courthouse to get my hunting license?
Doesn't say.
for
It just
mice?
says you need a hunting license. Yeah, to catch mice. I like that in Tennessee you can run over a deer and take it home, and in Cleveland you have to have a hunting license to get rodents out of your house.
I didn't realize.
Vermin.
I didn't realize Cleveland was so soft.
Apparently, yeah. The state of Ohio,
might
it's also
explain a lot,
it's
though.
illegal to get a fish drunk, according to this list in the state of Ohio.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I had a fish that died of alcoholism, and I got to tell you, I don't like the nanny state any better than anybody else. But once you've seen a fish go through that, boy, funny enough though, it was my nanny was from Cleveland, the one that got that fish hooked on alcohol. She was always drinking on the job with the fish.
Last one, and this is the one that was contributed by the listeners. Good job, second go around. When I asked for them the first time, they weren't very good. This go around was better. 7244. We've never gone after Cleveland because of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame before. And I don't know who
Is it a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Here's where we're going with this. Here's where we're going with this. And I don't know if normally, if the city of Cleveland or Clevelanders themselves have anything to do with it, but for purposes of this segment, they do. 7244. They inducted George Michael into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Is this considered rock and roll to you, Seth?
I think, you know what, this might have been the worst song to pick because it's trying to be like old school rock and roll, like a throwback to the 50s.
Turn it up there, Ben. Yeah.
I mean, it's pop AF. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the video? The video is as non-rock and roll as it gets. A lot of dudes dancing around.
Technically, this is rock and roll, but
maybe we should play Father Figure then, or Faith, or something. Faith is that's a banger. I like Faith.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has gotten. You know what I've never liked the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because it's everything that rock and roll shouldn't be. You get these guys that dress.
Well, there's the reason to hate them.
It's everything. Like the whole existence of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame just it has kind of been a detriment to rock and roll.
Yeah.
I go like, where are these rebellious kids that can't be tamed by your old stupid rules? Oh, he's dressed up in a tuxedo right there, sitting quietly. He's gonna limp up onto stage and thank all of the people who've been positive influences in his life.
I'll be honest, I just wanted to hear Wham. That's why I chose that one. I find that's not Ben. Turn it up a little bit. I know we're probably there we go. It's catchy to me. I like this
is
song.
It's ultimately it's the best way to basically completely destroy like Chuck Berry and anybody else. Like, hey, what can we do? What can we do to really, really take it away and make it our own? Let's put George Michael.
George Michael. Yep. All right, so there you go. 5 reasons I hate you, Cleveland style. All right, let's get back to this game. Texans got great news on the injury front yesterday. Jonathan Grenard, Noah Brown, back at practice yesterday. What's our confidence level that we're going to see both of these guys? I think you're going to like it when you hear at least from one of them, and we'll do that next.
Oh, we sure will. Who was I going to? Oh, I was going to talk about Louis Flory and ability. Yeah. Louis Flory and ability trees because.
Single item at regular price.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We've got good news on the injury front yesterday. Yesterday was a good day. And there were people earlier when we were laying out the injury news, because there's news on both fronts. There's Texans news and there's Browns news. There's people going, hey, man, it's bad juju for you guys to be kind of reveling a little bit in the Browns injury news from yesterday, which I'll lead with that. Denzel Ward hurt his knee in practice yesterday. He's listed as questionable. He's their best cornerback. He's one of the best 4 or 5 cornerbacks in all of football. I don't think we're like sitting here dancing in studio over it, but I'm not going to do the whole thing like you never Boy, you never root for injury, but ... We're on the Friday before the game, people.
Yeah.
Like, this is Darwinism now, all right? This is survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
And
this is
Denzel
like a
Ward being hurt makes it easier.
You're not hoping.
Survive.
You're not hoping that he gets hurt or hoping that he got hurt. You're just
hurt.
pointing out that he got hurt. We're evaluating the roster as it stands, and as it stands right now, they've got a question mark at one of their formidable cornerback spots.
Thank you.
And this is a team that, like, when I kind of visualize the roster in my head, the whole thing about the Browns is that there are not many areas of weakness whatsoever. Like, if I'm visualizing the blue chippers and the green chippers and all that stuff, you don't see a lot of red and yellow anywhere on there. The offensive tackles are opportunity areas. Those are like the fourth and fifth string or fourth and fifth options at offensive tackle because the Browns lost their top three
One of
offensive
them's
tackles.
Jerron Christian.
Yeah.
He was on the
Christian,
practice squad for the Texans this year.
So there's that. I think Ford's been all right as a tailback. They haven't run well at all, but it hasn't mattered. They set up the play action with the run game since Flacco got there. But to take away one of those cornerbacks and to not have it be as formidable a defensive backfield as it could be, yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good area of opportunity for the Texans.
Yep. And as you pointed out, you think Bobby Slowick attacks there early and often.
They test him. It's one of those things, like, it doesn't mean you even throw necessarily there. It's that you're going to probe and see exactly what's he look like when you just go guns a-blazing at him.
Yep.
Yeah, you're trying to get him isolated up. Some of that, too, is just kind of probing and seeing how Jim Schwartz responds to it. If you do something like you just stick Nico over on that side, ISO'd up, and see what happens.
Oh, just see if they move guys around.
Yeah, throw them in motion a little bit and just see how they're approaching Charvarius Ward and how they feel about him.
Yeah. I feel like that's one of those things. Like, that's something that, like, that's a bit of a game changer. Like, you get the news of I feel like that warrants, like, conference room 5 minutes.
Well,
when Denzel Ward gets hurt, like, D'Amico Ryans comes into the coordinator's room and the assistant's like, conference room 5 minutes. Denzel Ward is hurt.
That's a little bit of the cat and mouse. It's like, okay, typically, like, the Browns are, they're going to have tendencies by this point in the season, and everybody tries to, throw flack out there so you don't have the tendencies. But they're going to have certain things that they do to respond to certain formation groups and all that. You can probably start to get a feel for, like, exactly, okay, if they don't respond the way we would have expected them to respond to this, then, yeah, they might be worried about Ward and just how healthy he is.
Something to keep an eye on early in the game.
Yeah, a little bit of the pre-snap machinations.
Yeah, a little bit of the chess game. All right, I like that. I like that a lot. All right, as far as injuries go for the Texans.
Especially if you're an in-game gambler.
Which I may or may not be. No, I don't do in-game. I'm too busy focused on, I got a post-game show.
Dialed in, man. I sit next to Sean most of the time in the press box, everybody, and I can't tell you how many times he's almost snapped my head off for trying to talk about something.
It's because you eat that 13th ice cream sandwich and you told me to tell you not to eat it.
I eat a lot of ice cream sandwiches. I asked Sean to stop me, but if he tries to stop me, I flip out.
Bites my head off.
Who are you, my wife?
I wonder what the food's going to be this Saturday. Never mind. I don't want to get too focused on that. As far as
everybody can really hear how focused we are.
As far as the injuries on the Texans side of things, I would say a very good day injury-wise for the Texans yesterday, in so much as they got Jonathan Grenard and Noah Brown back at practice.
Yeah.
This is big. On the pass rush front, you're going to have Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard in uniform and playing. We don't know if you could attach a percentage as to what percentage of their best selves they're going to be. I think if you get 75% of the best of Grenard and Will Anderson and you add Derek Barnett into the mix against these tackles, as you pointed out, that's you got a chance to make some hay.
The biggest question really is if they're only available on, second and long and third and long, that's good, and they can provide rush there. We've seen Will Anderson be very explosive to the ball. Even though the Texans only got one sack last week, the pass rush affected. The pass rush was a factor in the game at times. But it's a run game, I think, and just because especially the only thing I worry about, or one of the big things I worry about, is the play action in general. And we saw multiple times in that last game versus the Browns, the Texans just hook, line, and sinker bit on the play action, and it hurt them. It hurt them at the linebacker level. It hurt them at the defensive back level, and it can't be that way. So the more you can stop the run with just a 7-man front, playing your linebackers deep, just by just by whipping butt up front with the defensive line, that's going to help. And like those two guys are they're just dual run pass players. If they can both play like 45, 50 snaps, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let's hear from Jonathan Grenard, who says he's feeling pretty. This makes me feel good that Grenard's actually going to play tomorrow.
Felt really good. I mean, definitely, I've been out for a little bit, not too long, but just getting back in the swing of stuff, felt pretty good. Just going to continue to see where we go and progress through the week, and Saturday we're going to be good to
go. When he goes, not too long, I feel like that was him, sort of low key reminding Nick Caserio that, hey man, I was an injury, but I wasn't out all that long. Just so you know, it comes time to scratch out that check. I was only out for a couple of weeks. I was out for it was a good minute, but not too long. I'm just joking around. Grenard's been awesome this year. It's been fun watching him evolve. Here's one more from Grenard. That group, the Texans defensive line and others, but the defensive line largely responsible for what wound up being a record number of sacks for the Texans in a single season. Here is Grenard on the dynamic along the defensive line.
That's a testament to the guys we got in our room, man. We got guys all walks of life. We got guys who are long deals, short-term deals, guys who are drafted, undrafted, all of these things going into it. But to see everything come to fruition, what we've worked on all the way since OTAs, and even newer guys that come in and just understanding what the common goal is, it's been very exciting to see. So that way, we're definitely encouraged to try to continue to stack that up and make that record go even higher.
The thing about Grenard and Will Anderson both is that they both have that incredibly energetic kind of upbeat positivity to them, which D'Amico is all about that stuff.
Yes.
I wonder how much that factors into any decisions they make about Grenard. Is that he seems like D'Amico's kind of guy. Not that everybody has to be rah-rah all the time or anything. It's just that those two guys they play the way you want them to play, which is they care about the run and the pass. They play their asses off with their hair on fire, but they also are like the opposite of that energy vampire that D'Amico so much wants to avoid.
Dude, I think it's a huge factor. I don't think it's a small tiebreaker. Yeah. I think it's a huge factor.
I called when I was speaking to the New York Times yesterday.
Oh yeah, how did that go?
It went well as I was speaking to the New York Times.
Right.
It was a writer from the Athletic.
What outlet did you talk to?
It was the New York Times.
Oh,
it was no big
God.
deal. I was just having a chat with a writer from the New York Times.
Right.
No, the Athletic, which is owned by the New York Times, but it's Kaylin Kaler, who will be at the game. But she was asking. You remember we didn't know what she wanted to talk to me about.
Right.
I thought it was going to be me.
You were just happy to talk to the New York Times.
I was kind of distraught when it turned out it was about D'Amico. It sounds like she's really.
Oh, is that what it was? A D'Amico piece?
It sounds like she's writing a really nice piece about D'Amico.
Okay.
So, but I talked about Will Anderson. I can't even remember why, but I was like, he's like D'Amico, but on Adderall. And I meant just like, illegally. Like when people use it for speed.
Right.
I didn't say that second part. But my first thought was like, oh, yeah, well, that makes it sound like D'Amico can't focus or something.
Yeah, that was kind of my first reaction.
I was about to say on meth, but then that painted a bad picture too. So I said at least, no, the legal prescription drug. No, but he is, like, they are very alike, except that Will's, like, over the top in his energy and everything, where D'Amico's always been a lot more calm, cool, and collected.
For sure. Yeah.
I hope she doesn't write that I said that D'Amico liked to snort crushed up Addy or something at halftime, because that's not what I was implying. Yeah.
You did not say that. How long was the conversation?
I'd say about like an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know, like 15 minutes.
Okay.
Longer than I expected.
Yeah, because that's why I asked, because you thought she was just looking for a quote and then you were done.
Well, the thing about writers is usually they just want a couple nice quotes, but then they get me on the phone and I give them like 7 minutes of per answer.
Of good stuff.
It's kind of a pain in the ass for them, though, I think.
Good stuff.
She's got to go through and transcribe that.
Oh, that's good. So is the article out today?
No, I would imagine it's probably going to come out. I don't know. I bet it comes out on Monday.
You think?
Well, she's coming to the game.
Okay.
Of course, she might be writing multiple articles.
Yeah,
about it.
right. You're right. Because it could be that, I don't want to say irrelevant, but it could be like Monday is like, who cares about D'Amico Ryan's
That's
day?
true, too.
If they lose.
You know what? Also, I think she might have just been talking to me for like the D'Amico aspect of it. So she might be writing about the Texans in general.
Oh, for this game.
McLean had given her my number because I had been here with D'Amico. I was a veteran. My 10th year was my last year in the NFL was D'Amico's first year.
Yeah, and because if they do win, then D'Amico is a monster story.
Yeah.
Monster story.
So I told her a lot of nice stuff about D'Amico.
That's good. And
to be clear, everybody, I was completely joking about the Adderall stuff.
Right. I think this audience knows that, but that was probably the first time you ever talked to Kaylin Kaler before.
She got my vibe.
She did? Okay,
yeah.
Good. All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour.
Just thinking about our discussion about the HR videos yesterday.
she got my vibe.
She's fine with everything I said.
She's broad.
As everybody knows, people can tell when I'm just having fun.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's get to. We're going to circle back to the Texans, but we've got 6 games going this weekend. This is a big wild card weekend. Storylines for all 6 games. Could any of these games result in yet another head coaching opening come Monday or maybe even Tuesday, because there's a Monday night game? That is next.
When you call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222, they will answer the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you've been in an accident, we know that accidents don't happen during normal business hours necessarily. It's a huge disruption to your life. You got so many things going on. You want to get compensation because the accident wasn't your fault. You deserve that compensation. Call Mokaram Law and write this number down. If you forget about it and think about it at 3 a.m, call them. 281-222-2222, because they want to make it as easy as possible for you to get on board. They don't waste their time with a bunch of commercials trying to fluff up the ego of the attorney or anything like that. They want to focus on you, get you on board, get you the compensation you deserve. So give them a call at 281-222-2222. That first consultation is
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get into this. We got Wild Card Weekend. We're going to be digging plenty into the Texans here in the final hour of the show. Getting our final thoughts in before we hand it over to In the Loop. 3:30 tomorrow. 3:30 tomorrow. 12:30 Texans Countdown. If you're going to the game, come by and say hello. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you come by and say hello anytime after 3 o'clock, I'm going to give you the side eye and be like, why aren't you in the stadium already? Get in there early. Get into the stadium early. We got to have that. We can't be doing the thing where it's halfway full when the team's running out onto the field.
Yeah.
This is the play. It's a 3:30 start, people. The noon starts, I'm willing to give you a little leeway. You got all day to get there tomorrow. Do your tailgating. Tailgating starts at 11:30. Get a few hours in. Make your way into the stadium. Come by, say hello to me and Seth. And let's go get a win tomorrow, man. Let's go get a win. All right, so storylines for these wild card games. We'll get back to the Browns and the Texans. I think there's at least a few of these games. At least I'm counting at least 1, 2, 3 games that I think have head coaching potential. A little out of left field.
Yeah.
But we've seen out of left field so far in this coaching cycle with Pete Carroll. I think that was a little out of left field.
Yeah, that was out of left field. It's one of those things that in hindsight people act like, well, you could see it coming. We all knew.
Right.
But it was not a buzzworthy topic or anything anybody expected, especially with the potential ownership change coming out there. You would have thought that maybe that's one of those classic things, let the new owners make the decision, you know?
We'll get to the first one I think could have head coaching ramifications, but before we get to that, the night game on Saturday, Miami at KC. Neither of these coaches are in trouble, Mike McDaniel nor Andy Reid, but these are two teams that aren't playing very well right now over the second half of the season.
Yeah.
And this is going to be, according to the meteorologists, the third coldest game by wind chill standards.
By wind chill standards.
In the history of the postseason.
I was wondering about that because I saw a single-digit temperatures forecast, which doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. But that wind chill, man, that's no joke.
The 1982 AFC title game between the Bengals and the Chargers at Cincinnati. That was Air Coryell.
Yeah. I was 7.
I do remember that one, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that was when I first started really getting into the NFL. That was Air Coryell. They got shut down. Bengals go to the Super Bowl. And then the Ice Bowl between Green Bay and Dallas back in the Jerry Kramer days.
It could be an all-timer if it weren't for the fact that Tua Tagovailoa has just been atrocious in cold weather. He's lost all 4 of his starts in sub-45-degree weather, completing 55% of his passes.
Yeah, I don't know why this spread is only 4 on this game.
I do. You know what, honestly, I was trying
Kansas
to find
City
reasons.
-4 is the number.
And Miami is just so banged up and is just headed in the wrong direction. I did. Somebody wrote an article basically pointing out the multiple different times that momentum at the end of the season, or whatever you want to call it, poor play at the end of the season kind of gets washed away a lot of times in the playoffs. It's not as easy to predict. Shoot, the Ravens, when they won their Super Bowl with Joe Flacco, they'd lost like 4 or 5 going at the back end of that season. They'd squandered the rest of the season.
Yep.
So maybe it's just maybe the odds makers are looking at it, the sum total of the season, but that's not Tua in bad weather like that.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. All right, on to Sunday. Pittsburgh at Buffalo. I don't think there's much to break down with this game. The Bills are a double-digit favorite. Pittsburgh doesn't have T.J. Watt. Mason Rudolph is going to be starting for the Steelers. He's played well the last couple of weeks. There's zero chance that Mike Tomlin is gone as the Steelers head coach, right? I still see people going, I don't know, Tom. He won 10 games with 3 different quarterbacks playing for him this year.
Yeah, I guess the X factor I've seen in this was that, hey, T.J. Watt is out.
Right.
I don't know how that's an X factor in favor of anybody other than the Bills, but this would be a devastating. This would be McDermott. It seems to have saved his job by firing Ken Dorsey.
Yeah,
because Josh Allen has been a different guy since Ken Dorsey got fired as offensive coordinator.
That's the coaching angle.
If the Bills lost this game, I'd say McDermott's gone. There's no chance in hell they keep him.
Yeah. Okay, man, this is great. So there's still some coaching angles here. Green Bay and Dallas. What if Green Bay goes into Dallas and beats Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Does Jerry Jones throw his hat in the ring with all these big names out there in the head coaching front? Move on from Mike McCarthy? Is that a potential thing that could happen?
Does he love Mike McCarthy as much as he once loved Jason Garrett?
Correct.
And just go longer and longer and longer despite all this, despite finally seemingly getting the best out of Dak Prescott. I think that part of it is where I see all these rumors about Belichick or people speculating Belichick could go to the Cowboys. Whatever. I don't think so, man. Not with Dak playing the way he is. The Cowboys, look, the games they've lost to good opponents on the road at times has been nothing about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's had game-winning drives, and then the defense, which is otherwise really, really good, has had curious letdowns at the end of games. I don't think if the Cowboys somehow lost this game, I don't think McCarthy's
Maybe
gone.
how they lose depends on it.
That's
you
true.
know, like if Green Bay came in and embarrassed them somehow, but Dallas is so good at home this year.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good. Jordan Love's been really good the second half of the season, though. I'm kind of excited about that.
I'm excited about watching Jordan Love.
Yeah, I am too.
Versus this defense, Dan Quinn potentially distracted.
Without any real firepower at wide receiver either.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they don't have marquee wide receivers there. They credit Matt LaFleur. I think a lot of people thought, hey, Aaron Rodgers is gone. We'll really find out about Matt LaFleur. No, he's Kubshanistan his way into a pretty decent season for Jordan Love. Arrow pointed up for them for sure. The Sunday night game. I think both these head coaches are fine, Sean McVay and Dan Campbell. The story in this game, we got a little Matthew Stafford reunion. Yeah. Matthew Stafford back in the building at Ford Field on Sunday night. That's a nice, juicy storyline right there. Playing against the guy he got traded for, Jared Goff.
It was, and one of the weirdly, it was just so, I guess, I felt it was under-discussed that the Lions just so casually traded Matt Stafford like it was just NBD because they were clearing the deck and everything. I found it strange and odd, and ultimately, would they be better off with Matt Stafford right now? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah,
Jared Goff's been really good for them.
Jared Goff's been way better, so you wonder if, okay, wow, they could have gotten the best version of Matt Stafford, who did, by the way, win a Super Bowl in the interim.
He did win a Super Bowl.
And yet the Lions, almost because they were such an afterthought for so long, I think people just kind of looked at it like, what are you going to do?
And they're hosting this game.
Yeah.
The Lions, it's, 3 years later, they're hosting the Rams with these very two same quarterbacks. And Goff was a throw-in. Goff was a salary throw-in in that deal. I don't know that the Lions trade for Jared Goff thinking 3 years from now or 3 years from the trade, he would still be their starting quarterback.
I think when the Lions just so easily said goodbye to Matt Stafford because they had a new coach, it felt kind of like when I would watch my dad make curious financial decisions later in his life where you're like, well, yeah, I mean, that's what Dad does. What am I going to do? Try to sit down and give him a seminar or something? That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they do. And now here they are. Monday night. Okay, there could be coaching ramifications here. Philadelphia was in the Super Bowl last year. Less than a year ago, they were in the Super Bowl. They're at Tampa Bay. How much in danger are both of these coaches? Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia, who is overseeing. This is a pretty monumental collapse by the Eagles because it's not just that they're losing games. They're losing games, and it feels like the vibe around the team is everybody. There's finger pointing going on.
You're right. That's exactly when you've lost the locker room.
Yeah.
If you've lost the locker room, that's when you're in trouble.
Yeah.
This team is already. I think. How long did Doug Peterson last after they won the Super Bowl? Was it 2 or 3 years?
Sirianni's first year was 21, so he lasted 3 more years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they might just say, well, first of all, you didn't win a Super Bowl, and second of all, we don't like the trajectory of this thing. You're not you had a 1-year grace period and you blew it. If they look anything in this game like they have in 5 of the last 6 games, then that might be it for him, especially because either that or they're going to be pretty aggressive in managing the coordinators. Because the biggest thing that happened with the Eagles, or one of the biggest things, was they lost both their coordinators. The defense is a shell of its former self. The offense looks like a high school offense. And Shane Steichen, the offensive coordinator, is off in Indianapolis getting the absolute best out of Gardner Minshew, who's been a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts over the sum total of the year.
That last part you point out is the big one. It's not just that he lost the 2 coordinators. He's lost those coordinators, and I think both have gone on to do a good job at both the places they've been. I know
including versus the
Yeah, I know. Right. Gannon beat them. Yeah.
The Cardinals just ran for 250 yards against the Eagles with their former defensive coordinator as the coach.
I know their record's not that good, but Arizona was. I mean, we saw it here firsthand. Arizona came in here and they gave the Texans all they could ask for in that game. All right, McClain thinks Todd Bowles could be gone if Tampa Bay loses that game. Pretty forcefully thinks he could be gone.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about this on the Utopia podcast.
Well, I wonder, because Todd Bowles had the feel of a scramble retention where it felt kind of like, okay, the organization was trying to figure out exactly how to handle the decoupling of the team and Tom Brady and Bruce Arians.
But he's a little like Eberflus in that Eberflus saved his job at the end of the year. Like Eberflus is getting fired midway through the season. Then he wins like 5 of 7 down the stretch. Tampa Bay was kind of floundering in the middle of the season. They lost to the Texans in Week 9. Remember?
He is. He's Dan Quinn. Remember
they kept him 1 year too long.
They kept wanting to fire Dan Quinn, but then they would pull it together in the second half of the season.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't
right.
it like 2 or 3 years straight?
I don't know if it was that many years, but I remember the year in particular you're talking about where he saved his job and then they just fired him like the next season. So, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, some good storylines on these games. Let's go out to the phones. This guy's fired up. I know we're fired up. I know this guy's fired up. Larry's in Stafford. What's going on, Larry?
You damn right.
Bring it, man. Floor is yours, baby. Floor is yours. Go.
Before I get to them Texans, Sean, let me ask you real quick.
Okay.
How do you spell donuts?
I spelled donuts DONUTS.
Okay, so on the Wheel of Fortune yesterday, this chick went to the prize round, and she had all these letters, and it was bagels and donuts, and they spelled donuts DOUGHNUTS.
Okay.
And it messed her whole head up.
Yeah.
Man. It cost her a BMW, man.
Oh.
And I was like, damn, I ain't never spelled donuts like that neither, man. But it just messed me up, and I instantly thought about you and Amy because I knew y'all had that intended, man.
Yeah.
Look here, man, but let's get to what this is about. Everybody understands where we at now in terms of this weekend, man. It's sold out. Everybody that I have bumped into in the city, they on fire about it. And we are as healthy as we've probably been all season, defensively and offensively, getting all those dudes back. This is going to be a different game against them Browns because I got money that says Bernard and Will Anderson going to chase Joe Flacco ass right off that spot, and they're going to keep his ass contained just enough because there's no way in hell DeMeco Ryans is going to let Amari Cooper go for 200 more yards on his defense. I am so excited about this game on Saturday, man, because here's the thing. As everything gets pulled away and as everything gets just right back on track, we have the makings of a squad that can make a run in the playoffs because we got a coach, a quarterback, and a defense that should be able to go out and win these type of games. I'm wearing battle red today. I wish they would wear battle red tomorrow. I understand Hannah and Cal said they can't do it, but I believe in Hannah, and I believe she can do anything because she got a whole bunch of people standing up right now. So if she really wants that red on, they'll do it. But, fellas, when we get over there tomorrow, you know I'm going to come find y'all ass because we're going to have a whole bunch of things to talk about in our hall.
Appreciate you, Larry. Appreciate you.
I'll tell you what, Larry, the other thing for Larry to get excited about is I've got no post-game duties tomorrow like I typically do. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh, you got to find out where people are celebrating.
I want to, and I probably won't be up in the press box for long. I'm going to be down in the our company suite watching it and maybe walking around a little bit. Okay. Usually I've got KHOU on Sunday night, so I don't like to go on having any kind of cloudy head or anything any more than I'd normally do.
Saturday game is big for you.
Yeah.
That's huge. Seth C. Payne making his way around the building tomorrow. Another reason to go look at the ticket resale market, man. Sold out game. You can't get a ticket through the regular channels.
I jacked the price up of the fact that
potentially drunk Seth rolling around the building. That's worth another $20-$25 on the ticket right there for sure. People texting in still that are coming in for the game. Flying back to Houston from Miami for the game tomorrow. This is a text message. First game back in town since I moved in 2020.
Oh, wow.
Last game at NRG, 2019 wildcard win. Going with the same group of guys. Going to be loud on defense for a goal line stand from section 111, fourth row, getting pumped.
It's got good mojo going. That's where I think the difference is this year compared to many of the years with Bill O'Brien. I'm not trying to criticize Bill O'Brien or anything. It's just the feel that the team took on. It was, I think a lot of people were kind of in wait-and-see mode for a long time, including in the playoffs during that era. And this feels a lot more like it did under Gary Kubiak, where it feels fresh and new in a lot of ways when you hit the playoffs, except without any waiting period this time, with not like a protracted feel of, well, should they fire this guy or should they not? Oh, look at that. They're good. I mean, it happened very, very quickly. And with a quarterback that I think, again, people are much more gung-ho about C.J. Stroud immediately than understandably they would be as Matt Schaub eased his way into the playoffs.
If this turns into what it looks like it can turn into, I'm not talking about Saturday. I'm talking about over the course of time, over the course of years. The fact that they got this turned around so quickly is going to be looked at as a huge boom for the whole direction of the operation, because we've seen other quarterbacks get drafted into what looked like on paper bad situations before. We talked about it with Trevor Lawrence last week. They burned a year of Trevor Lawrence's rookie contract farting around with Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
You know, the Texans, they did a great job, not just getting C.J. Stroud, but getting him in here aligned with a head coach who's your long-term head coach, putting a good roster around him. You know, a solid enough roster that you can with still trying to build from 3 wins. You know, they're not going to turn into the Ravens overnight or anything like that, but that looks like that's the trajectory that they're on, and more importantly, they look way more on that trajectory than the other 3 teams in the division right now.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, too, is the way I've been thinking about last year this time, there's a lot of debate about whether or not you should even look at a defensive-minded head coach like DeMeco Ryans, even if you love DeMeco Ryans. And I get it, and I understand it, and I think it's valid that when you're hiring a coach, it does make sense, okay, that your best chance of having a good offense consistently year after year might be in going for that offensive-minded head coach. I do think, though, in having that strategy, what happens a lot of times is people start, instead of hiring a head coach, they're hiring an offensive coordinator, and those are 2 separate things. Yeah. I think once you break that barrier, once you break that glass wall of like, oh, we hired a really good head coach, that's what's paramount, and it becomes a lot less. If you think about the best head coaches over the long term, like over the past 20 years, guys who are definitively some of the best coaches in the NFL that have the longest track records of success, that breakdown between offensive and defensive mind really starts to break down. And you look at, like, I'll go back to Marv Levy, special teams coordinator, John Harbaugh, special teams coordinator, obviously Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, just competitive teams for a long, long time. Mike Tomlin, defensive-minded coach. Yep. I think once you break that barrier, then it becomes much less about. So it's nice, if what you really want is a guy to come in and put it in an offense and what have you, that's fine. The really, really good coaches, whether they're offensive or defensive-minded, figure out a way to get it done. Yeah. And then of paramount importance is just flat out, how good is your quarterback? Right. Like how many? Like, do we have to sit here and pretend that a lot of these guys are actual quarterback gurus when it's more about the quarterback himself?
Dude, just have a plan in place to make sure that you keep that pipeline full with offensive coordinators.
It was amazing how much better of a quarterback guru Bruce Arians became when he had Tom Brady at the end of his career. And he let Tom Brady install his own offense.
It was weird. Jameis, it just wasn't working.
Bruce Arians was he was a pretty good quarterback guru. Yeah. I mean, he was awesome with Roethlisberger. Yeah. And then he was a pretty good guru with Andrew Luck. Yeah. And then he was pretty good with Carson Palmer. Boy, but he become a guru with Tom Brady at the age of 42. He found his best version of
himself. With Tom Brady. Speaking of quarterbacks, let's hear from C.J. Stroud in the next segment. Messages for the naysayers, excitement about the opportunity to play not just a playoff game, but a home playoff game. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud next.
Yeah, my guilty pleasure on the weekends. This Sunday it'll be, because I get to watch football on Saturday in person and then watch it at home while eating my chips, my pizza, my wings, and I eat clean all week. So get agitated about it. But I sometimes, looking in hindsight, maybe it's really good that CJA played at Ohio State, where it does. Sometimes when he's talking about Ohio State, I think he lets it through a little bit. It's pretty vicious. The pressure and I think the scrutiny and the criticism from the lunatic fringe, not all Ohio State fans or anything, but the lunatic fringe is especially lunatic fringe. And I think he heard some of it. I think that it was probably good because I don't think that even the Dallas Cowboys quarterback gets as much pressure or scrutiny as the Ohio State quarterback. When it comes to the intensity and also in college, you're living it. You're out. You got to go to class.
Yeah.
You're around the kid. You're around students all day long and everything. And you're younger too, so the pressure feels greater. I think going through that probably is a pretty good. It builds some calluses.
Oh yeah.
Some emotional calluses that I think that'll help him out as he's a young quarterback, because there'll be ups and downs, whether they're his fault or not, over the course of his career. Sometimes it's just a bad team, and the quarterback's going to get blamed for it. I think that'll help him through on his path.
Yeah. I mean, it's CJ. Yeah, you're right. Not just dealing with the criticism, dealing with the lunatic fringe.
Yeah.
But playing in big games. Played in a lot of big games, and he's pointed out some I played well in, some I haven't played well in. What's it going to feel like playing a playoff game at home on Saturday?
Yeah, it's super cool. I can't wait to see NRG and how loud and excited the fans are going to be. I'm really excited to play my first playoff game, of course, and it's been a goal of mine since I've been a kid. I've always watched it and things like that, like you said. So I'm really excited and just ready to roll.
I'm super intrigued to see what the stadium looks like. When you and I walk in from the pregame show, you and I get done with the pregame show usually about 20 minutes before kickoff. We're usually up in the press box. Takes about 5-10 minutes to get up there, to go up the elevator and everything. We get into the press box. More often than not in the regular season this year, the stadium has been maybe a third full 10 minutes before kickoff, and it starts to gradually fill up. I don't think this is a thing that makes or breaks the Texans on Saturday. Like, oh boy, if it's only half full, when kickoff rolls around, they're going to lose the game.
Yeah.
But boy, they are trying to push hard to get people in the building early.
And I think that is the kind of thing that, too, I think a lot of times people are like, well, that's just Houston, that's what happens. I think it became much less of a Houston thing with the Astros. Like at the beginning of Astros games in the playoffs, it's pretty damn full, yeah. So I think it's a good thing to push for right now and to keep in people's brains so they don't so easily dismiss it as like, that's just what Houston does. I think that changed. I think a lot of that'll change as long as CJ continues on this path and turns it into more of the culture of what it's like, and frankly, like what his expectations are. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Look, that Bills game. That's one of my favorite memories in sports is the end of that Bills game, the playoff game in 2019, because it was such a crazy game.
Yeah.
And you talk about guys coming up in the clutch in big moments, and at that time it was Deshaun Watson, it was DeAndre Hopkins, it was J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Like it was some guys, some of those marquee guys that you really care about coming up huge in the second half. But those guys were all not going to be on this team too much longer.
Right.
Some surprisingly
we
so.
didn't realize that at the time.
Yeah. The head coach would be gone soon, too.
Yeah. No, well, and you're right. The head coach would be gone by the end of the year, by the end of the calendar year, by October. As far as guys like that for this game, if we're looking at, you mentioned Hopkins, Watt, Watson, obviously Stroud will be a central figure in this game. But as far as other guys go, I think there's a few. I think Dalton Schultz is one of them. They're going to need a big game out of Dalton Schultz. Even with Robert Woods and Noah Brown coming back, I still think Dalton Schultz is probably the second most reliable pass catcher for C.J. Stroud. Here is C.J. on Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Dalton is he's a dog, man. He's a great player, but he's a great person. He's one of the first people that I really bonded with well when I got here, and he was just honest with me. He was probably like the person to keep it really honest. Like, this is the expectations that you'll have, bro. And I'm like, okay. So I appreciate him for doing that. But he's been a very reliable target. He's somebody who knows how to get open, knows coverage, he knows route depth, how to manipulate somebody, how to get into a certain zone at the right time. So he's just a really smart football player, and I'm really grateful to have him in my first year, learning it with him, and he's going to continue to be a great player.
Yeah, that was the soundbite that made me most confident that the Texans and Dalton Schultz will figure something out before free agency, just because it makes the most sense. I think Dalton Schultz was supposed to was projected to get a lot more money than he ended up getting in free agency last year. At the time that he signed with the Texans, remember, that was before the Texans had drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
The public speculation, if he and his agent were looking around, there was, I don't know when the public speculation that the Texans wouldn't even take a quarterback started, but it was not the same. So it was a bit of a leap of faith in, I think, the system and everything else. And it's worked out really well for Dalton Schultz, but he's seen that side of it where, okay, it's not always exactly what you think it's going to be when you step out into free agency. And for CJ, you heard it right there. Dalton's been a really good asset for him, a really good resource, not just as a receiver, but in terms of just understanding the league. I'm curious about when Dalton Schultz was talking about like what to expect, whether he was talking about on the football side of things or almost on like the expectation side of things, having come out of Dallas and seeing what happens with Dak Prescott there. You talk about a fan base that loves and then hates Dak Prescott. Like in any given year, they'll people in the Dallas fan base will tell you they were never a fan of Dak Prescott they've been with him since the beginning.
Right.
The same person will just flip-flop from year to year.
What has impressed – so we've got Dalton Schultz. Nico Collins is going to get a lot of attention in this game from the Cleveland Browns. What has impressed C.J. Stroud the most about Nico Collins?
I would say just his tenacity, like his he really didn't talk much, but his mentality, like when he lined up, like you can tell he really wanted to get off the ball. He really put his foot in the ground and he declared where he was going. When he was jumping to catch a fade or something, he was grabbing it with two hands, aggressively putting it away. Like just all the attention to detail, like the little things that a lot of people probably don't notice that he does on a day-to-day basis in his routes and individual drills. Like those stuff come to light when you line it up for real. So those are like the first things that I've seen, and then we got to play in OTAs, got to like start doing 7-on-7, and he was a lot faster than I thought, so putting it out there for him and things like that. So just little stuff like that.
The situation last Saturday, was a huge one for the Texans. I think Nico, like purely situationally, kind of showed up as a big game receiver in that game.
Yeah.
No other guys really to draw super attention away from him. This will be even with Denzel Ward potentially banged up, this is a big step up in weight class from last week for Nico Collins.
As he was describing Nico Collins, I think Clint and I talked about this. We both felt like, that sounds a lot like our Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. The way they kind of just aggressively, you just close your eyes and imagine those guys running their routes, catching the football, turning upfield and going. Like one of the things that drives people crazy is when receivers don't come back for the ball because, and they sit there and then all of a sudden it gives defensive backs time to come up for it. Like they do all those little things. But then the biggest thing that does for an offense is it makes the offensive coordinator correct when you throw short of the sticks. Watch. Everybody always complains about when they don't throw. Why are they throwing short of the sticks on third down? Why? You watch the 49ers. They're not. They're about average when it comes to throwing past the sticks. They throw short of the sticks, and then those big hosses turn upfield and obliterate people.
Right.
So think of Nico Collins and like how much he just loves that side of the game, lowering his shoulder and going. It makes the offensive coordinator correct. The execution of the scheme turns it into, we've got enough space to make the throw, and he's got enough space to turn and get that extra 2 or 3 yards. So that's where Nico. Like in this offense in general, so many people that have played in this offense, like whether it's Kubiak or Shanahan, when it's executed properly, you just get the absolute best version of players like this. And Nico's just cut from that cloth.
All right, let's hear from you guys. Text page, we're getting a lot of texts from people. Got that H-Town feeling back, getting the tailgate trailer ready for tomorrow. Great to have this feeling back. Go Texans. We'll read some of your texts in the final segment here on the show. And also, we'll get you ready for the game. Key Texans trios for Saturday against the Cleveland Browns. I've got 3 of them. 3 key Texans trios against the Cleveland Browns tomorrow. 3:30 kick over at NRG Stadium. So we'll talk about that. We'll get you ready for the game. We'll hand things over to In the Loop next. First, Yellow Rose. Yellow Rose
Illinois. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Something's got to stop this weekend. Something has to stop. I'm going to get to the trios here in just a second. Something has to stop. I'm looking at the TV up here in studio.
Yeah.
And Joe Flacco, since week 13, is first in passing yards per game, second in this, first in that, blah, blah, blah. This renaissance of Joe Flacco has to stop, and here's why. Joe Flacco's not a good quarterback. He had one good postseason, and that's it. At its very basic form, this is some sort of heater that the football gods have chosen to hand to Joe Flacco that must end. It must end on Saturday against the Houston Texans. You know how many Pro Bowls Joe Flacco has made in his career?
1?
0. The same number as Ben. Ben and Joe.
We always make fun of Ben for that.
Have made the same number. If we walk in every morning, we point at Ben like, oh, there's our producer. 0 Pro Bowls.
Never been to Hawaii or Orlando.
Same number as Joe Flacco. You know how many Player of the Week awards Joe Flacco has won in his career? 3. C.J. Stroud has 2 already in his first year.
All he's got is a stupid Lombardi trophy.
As a regular starter, right? No, that's what I'm saying. I admit he's a Super Bowl champ.
No, he's capable of going on great streaks.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
And for that, he's on one right now. But it must end. It must end on Saturday at NRG Stadium. Because here's the thing: the bugaboo for Joe Flacco as a regular season quarterback has been he's careless with the football. He never had a season as a starter where he threw less than double-digit interceptions. He's thrown 8 in 5 games this year with the Browns. If this were a real season for Joe Flacco, he would be on pace for like 26 interceptions. It's crazy.
And he's gotten bailed out in some of those turnovers by a defense that comes out and is just clutch as hell.
He's not good, okay? He's old. He's not good. He's never been good.
Put him back on the non-elite couch.
Yes. That was the caption at the top.
Sit there with your stupid old back.
The caption on the TV said, elite performance, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, he's not elite. He's not.
It's reopened so many old wounds about debates that you've had.
It just punched me in the face right now. I'm like, hang on a second.
The infancy of social media and sports when people would spend all their days arguing about whether Joe Flacco was elite.
Right.
The whole thing about Flacco that's hilarious, it's just his first playoffs run. If you go back, I mean, honestly,
actually won games in those runs.
No, I know. They won 2 games.
Yeah,
they lost to Pittsburgh in the championship game. They had an awesome defense. In those games, his first 2 victories. So I was good. I didn't press John on this, but when John the other day brought up Joe Flacco's playoff record and his winning 10-5 in the playoffs or what have you, you got to understand, his first 2 victories in his rookie year, he was in the first wild card game versus Miami, 9 for 23 for 135 yards. They won that game. The second game versus Tennessee, which they won 13-10, 9 for 22 for 161 yards. Yeah. And then when they lost to Pittsburgh, 0 for 3, 3 interceptions. He was 13 for 30 for 141 yards and 3 interceptions. Whoa, look at that. You got a 2-1 record. Oof. He's been the recipient. This is why Joe Flacco needs to go down, everybody. If you consider yourself a football purist at all, or just somebody who cares about both sides of the ball, do you care about your children? Do you care about your children? That's what I'm asking you. When you send your kids off to football camp, you're like, wow, Don't worry about anything except airing it out and glory and offense and all
Your
that.
Your defense will bail you out.
Or are you a true American who cares both about defense and offense?
Right.
Joe Flacco has been riding off the coattails of awesome defenses his entire career, except for one magnificent stretch when they won a Super Bowl and the defense actually wasn't that good. But he managed to go 4 games without throwing an interception. Okay? He managed to go that stretch without throwing an interception.
Yep.
He's not even doing that right now.
No.
You have to, if you care about America, you need to shut Joe Flacco down tomorrow.
Vote for C.J. Stroud.
That's right.
I'm C.J. Stroud, and I approve this message.
Sorry, I don't want my kids growing up to be un-American.
Right.
All right? I apologize. Hey, is it a crime to be patriotic? I didn't realize that it was all of a sudden a crime. I thought I had rights in this country. And one of those rights includes shutting Joe Flacco down.
That's exactly right.
Sending him out of the league so the rightful heir, Deshaun Watson. Wait, never mind. Edit that. Okay.
I thought
one.
I thought we were getting somewhere as a country, and then Joe Flacco shows up in Week 13.
Yeah.
So yeah, this needs to end. Like, he's not good, and he's thrown some balls I know he's thrown for a bunch of yards this season. This is where we get to the trios here.
Cut him down.
The 3 trios for the Texans that must bring it on Sunday. I'm going to start with the edge rushers. If we're going to shut down Joe Flacco, then the law offices of Anderson, Grenard, and Barnett are going to need to bring it.
I'm going to need. I need 4 sacks combined out of Anderson and Grenard. I don't care. Yeah, I need 4 combined. I don't care, guys. Listen, I'm not a hard ass. If Grenard gets 4 and Anderson gets 0, I'll be okay with that. I won't be angry that Grenard took all. I won't be like, hey, John, what the hell? You're supposed to spread those out. If Will Anderson gets 3 and Grenard gets 1, I'll be fine with that. But they got to get 4 apiece. Simple as that. No big deal.
I have no idea how to feel about that position group because I have no idea what their ankles feel like.
It doesn't matter what their ankles feel like.
Okay.
It doesn't matter that all 4 of the starters have missed serious time with practice and I've either missed games or playing times.
Report.
It doesn't matter that they're apparently all wearing the floppiest cleats they've ever manufactured. Are those COVID cleats they're wearing? I don't know. That's like a supply chain issue or something.
It does.
Cleats and zippers. That's what suffered the most from COVID.
I got 2 other.
Have you broken a lot of zippers since
I?
COVID? I'm breaking zippers all over the place.
Really?
Maybe I'm just trying to take my pants off too fast.
I don't wear a lot of zipper stuff. I'm in my sweatpants most of the time. I'm not as gussied up as you are. Pants with zippers. Fancy boy. You're so fancy. Zippers. Interior offensive line. Law offices of Scruggs, Dieter, and Mason.
Yeah. Yes. And those are the places where, that's your, center and left guard especially at times have been weaknesses.
Is Myles Garrett going to line up over them at all?
He will. But that's where it extends out to the offensive tackles, the tight ends, the fullbacks, Brevin Jordan when he plays fullback, all of that stuff. You got to get a little bit creative with your protection schemes. And because Myles Garrett's going to move around all over the place, that is where it's nice to have Laramie Tunsil who can, hopefully and ideally lock things down one-on-one.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to say that Myles Garrett is scared of Laramie Tunsil.
Did you see those numbers on Twitter yesterday?
No, I just know that when I've watched with my eyeballs, Tunsil's done a pretty good job against Myles Garrett.
He's got like a 2% win rate against him. That's not. He's gone 41 snaps against Laramie Tunsil and has beaten him like 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, he runs around like a frightened farmer.
Yeah.
He's like, oh! He's like Frankenstein's in town or something.
Right.
He's going to go get all his cronies. Yeah, he's terrified of Laramie Tunsil.
Yep, the villagers.
The only thing he's got to be scared of he just runs away and hopes that Laramie Tunsil false starts.
He's scared.
What are you scared? You're too scared? I can't believe that Myles Garrett, a little reverse psychology here. I can't believe he's too scared to line up over Laramie Tunsil every single snap.
Right.
Back when I grew up, I don't know. Hey, I thought it was legal for Americans to want to challenge.
You're a man.
If
you're a man, you'll challenge Laramie Tunsil.
You know what? I defended Myles Garrett back when people said he was more concerned with dinosaurs than playing football. And now I'm questioning myself.
And coloring books.
I wonder if he would rather be looking at coloring books of Stegosauri.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good use of the plural right there.
Probably not accurate.
Who cares?
That sounds like one of the things that you would do like when you're trying to sound smart, but you're actually wrong.
I like it.
Some other superior, actually guy comes in and is...
Your reflex is to take that U-S at the end and turn it into an I?
I learned it by watching Myles Garrett.
Very advanced.
That's all he cares about.
Very advanced.
Mm-hmm. He's too scared. Too scared to line up against Laramie Tunsil. Frightened a little delicate flower. Yeah.
Last trio. non-Nico pass catchers are going to be big in this game. The Texans are going to win.
Yeah.
I don't think Nico's going 10 for 200 in this game.
So you're saying Noah Brown.
Who practiced yesterday.
Yeah.
Robert Woods, who's practiced the last 2 days. And Dalton Schultz, who seems to be fully healthy.
And I'll get those guys would get the most volume, but I think there's room for a Devin Singletary reception.
I think so too.
Brevin Jordan, look, and honestly, 2 games in a row now, we saw Brevin Jordan, who was a tight end, obviously, but had been playing fullback in that game too, 2 weeks ago, and then Andrew Beck, the fullback, get a touchdown reception.
Yeah.
Wide ass open in the end zone. So a little bit of it's not trickery or anything. It's just really spreading it around and doing it via play calling, not just CJ getting to his 4th read.
Season ticket holder here, text page. Since inception, my favorite Texans memory has been the Bills playoff game a few years ago where we came back from a big deficit to win. My hope now is tomorrow's game surpasses that and becomes my new favorite Texans memory. Absolutely. I love that.
You know, when you talked about eradicating things, I thought you were talking about the beaver nuggets in the...
Where are those? Where'd you get those?
There's 2 packs of them in the kitchen over there. This is what you get by going to the junior varsity kitchen instead of the
That's
real one.
where I keep all my stuff in there, though. You're at the
Because
varsity
nobody ever
kitchen.
goes down there. It's filthy.
Yeah.
Go to the
somebody
varsity
went down there.
kitchen.
I had a bag of chips, a big bag of Lay's chips that I brought up here for the Colts game last weekend, and I never got to them because I was nervous the whole game, so I just left them in there. Some bastard opened them and started eating them during the week.
Out of a cupboard?
Out of the cupboard.
Yeah. See, these beaver nuggets are just sitting on the counter. I assume they're from a meeting yesterday.
Okay.
So, right? I can do that, right?
Yeah,
I took
the
beaver
bag was
nugget.
already open?
No, it wasn't open, but they're just sitting there on the counter. Uh-oh. No, you got to put a sign on it if it's on the counter.
Yeah,
like
if it's
that.
on the counter, it's more public.
All right.
My bag of Lay's was in the cabinet.
Yeah, that's messed up.
That's different. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, let's, Seth, since we've got a few minutes here left before we hand it over to In the Loop, in honor of Paint Me a Picture Guy, and we close things out here, what does a Texans win look like on Saturday?
First of all, it's low scoring. So I don't mean to burst anybody's bubble, but I don't expect there to be a whole lot of scoring in this game. And the one thing that I really always hesitate to bring up as a key to victory, because you can say it on every football game that was ever played, but it's relevant here, is turnovers. And it's as simple as this. Joe Flacco, throughout his entire career, and still has had issues throwing interceptions. Not to mention fumbling. He's fumbled 4 times this year. He's thrown 8 interceptions in 5
That's
games.
an underrated one right there.
Yeah, only lost 1 of them. But he's been bailed out by a defense in the Browns that surged over the second half of the season. So forcing turnovers out of Joe Flacco and then taking advantage of them is of paramount importance. And then C.J. Stroud, on the flip side of things, his calling card all season long has been like, wow, this kid, for a rookie who throws the ball aggressively downfield, has been very good at taking care of the football. I would just expect that to continue. But the Texans, as a defense and an offense, have to take advantage of Joe Flacco and his fumbling and interception throwing ways.
Text message. I really hope the Browns players don't listen to Payne and Pendergast. I hope
Why?
they do.
We do, because Myles Garrett will be shamed into staying over Laramie Tunsil, who has traditionally shut him down.
That's right.
Everybody, listen to what you have to understand. I hope to hell he listens to Payne and Pendergast, because he'll have his manhood challenged, because he's scared to line up over Laramie Tunsil, because Laramie Tunsil has shut him down.
Owns him.
So, of course, he runs off to easier places.
Yeah.
You know? He's just... He'd rather be with a 5 than a 10. He can't handle the pressure.
John Lopez is probably ashamed of Myles Garrett as a fellow Aggie.
I am not ashamed of Myles Garrett, but I want him to be shamed.
On Saturday.
I want him to be shamed.
Not
on
ashamed of
Saturday.
him, but you want him to have a bad day.
Yes, absolutely. We all have bad days, even Aggies.
Yeah. It happens.
Occasionally.
Pretty good at recruiting.
Yeah. Every football season, you guys have at least 4 bad days. It seems like. Okay, what's the Lopez enthusiasm amp level for the game right now? Because I feel like we've peaked today. Like, we're ready to go.
I am ready to go. Landry's ready to go. He's bouncing off the walls in there.
Yeah.
Figgy's ready to go. He was doing the old knuckle cracking, ready to play all the sounds and everything. And you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you.
Are you going to be dramatic?
Of course, every Friday.
Okay. Does it feel like you're writing an old Lopez column when you do these? Because these feel like you put a lot of work into.
I do, but it feels like one of my old columns, but with extra sap.
Yeah, you got some sauce on there. Yeah, like oozing sap.
Extra sap.
Yeah, sticky tree.
That's what it is. You can't hold the paper
Yeah.
I'm
anymore.
going to ask John my Beaver Nuggets question during their next break. I feel bad. There's just too much football going on. I can't bring
Right.
It's,
Seth cracked open a bag of Beaver Nuggets.
I saw them in there.
Those are okay, right? Though if they're sitting on that counter, that's like left over from yesterday's meeting or whatever.
That's free for all.
Yeah,
gotcha.
That's a free for all.
you're right. That's the free for all. I've actually eaten a Danish or two that had been left in the fridge. After a meeting,
and the alcohol in there too is if
alcohol's
like,
community alcohol. Community alcohol.
Absolutely. Now, if you steal tamales that have somebody else's name on them,
then if somebody's name is on it, that's
like Clint
different.
did.
Wait,
Clint
what?
did that?
Clint took who was it? Tyler's tamales that I gave him that had his name on.
Okay, well now I know who
bullying,
opened my
too.
damn Lay's chips in there.
That's right.
I feel like,
Dirty
you know
red.
what? Sometimes we get on Ben for never having won a Super Bowl or gone to a Pro Bowl. But I feel like we would never do that. Ben, I'm sorry if we get too rough about you never having gone to a Pro Bowl.
That's okay.
But we that's bullying.
That is.
Ben would never line up over Laramie Tunsil. You're basically Myles Garrett without the Pro Bowls, Ben, is what you are.
He gets over the center and starts doing the little crossover.
Yeah.
Who am I going to get next?
We should point out that Ben has never shied away from a matchup with Laramie Tunsil. He's never once moved over to the left guard because he's afraid to rush to pass rush Laramie Tunsil.
Ben, you're much more courageous than we give you credit for. That's true. All right, so
but amped,
fired up.
Yes, it could happen. I think it will happen.
What do you think it's going to look like a half hour before kickoff in the stadium?
I don't think it's going to be like, it's going to be full.
Right.
But I think you're going to see a difference.
It'll be better.
I think you're going to see a difference with the crowd.
Yeah.
It's going to be amped up and ready to go.
Enjoyed you asking Hannah what type of broom she likes yesterday.
Thank you
very much. That was good radio. That was good radio. All right, we're done. We're out of time. 12:30 tomorrow. Texans Countdown. Be there.
Okay.
And Andy
pointing at me. I'm like, all right, I will. I got you. I'll probably end up just going into default mode and being there at 7 a.m. So I'll have the whole day. Yeah.
All right, bring
I'll be
kolaches.
live streaming for 7 hours before the actual radio show.
All right, 12:30 tomorrow. Texans Countdown. You got me and Seth for that. 3:30 kickoff. NRG Stadium.
Antibodies and big foam #1 hand things to you.
To everybody.
Yes,
Absolutely.
there we go.
Absolutely. All right, this was Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Football Friday edition of In the Loop. Landry, John, Figgy starts now.
Yes, it does.
You're damn right.
And the playoffs begin mañana, 3:30 p.m. Texans versus the Browns. Who would have thunk it? Not too many. Texans hosting a playoff game. You know why we're here. It's time to get dramatic.
There is a time and place when youth intersects with age. And the taste of transition is as bittersweet as a plum picked too soon. The taste of it doesn't seem right at first. It doesn't seem ready. It might have been better off staying on the vine to ripen. Taking a bite of it makes your face contort and squint, sour, and you wonder if you should finish the bunch. Yet you keep eating. You always keep eating. For some reason, you can't stop eating. And then, in an inexplicable way, with every bite, the plum becomes less bitter and more sweet. It becomes delicious. The juice is more flavorful, mouth-watering. And you keep eating and eating and eating. It's time to eat in Houston. Yes, there was a time these Texans did not seem ready. Yes, perhaps they were plucked from the vine and tossed to the fray too soon. Yes, maybe they should have been allowed to ripen and mature. But with every bite, it seems more delicious and right. It's time to eat in Houston. Yes, the quarterback on the other side has the wise lines of glory that crease his face. Yes, he should be neither underestimated nor dismissed. Yes, that defense has the heavy maturity of an oak and the prickliness of an age-old cactus. Yes, there is a gleamy, polished receiver named Amari, who just days before made the Texans look, indeed, young and dumb. Yes, yes, yes. The Browns are like the old man in the sea, deliberate, resolute, determined, and unruffled. But it is time to eat in Houston. Youth will intersect with age, then becomes now. What was becomes what will be. At the corner of Kirby and inevitable destiny, youth will intersect with age. At the corner of what once was and what is destined to be, Houston will savor the taste of victory. Yes, C.J. Stroud. Yes, Nico. Yes, Dalton and Devin. Yes, yes, yes. The bunch was tossed together like plums plucked too soon. This bunch was too new, too raw, too green. Yet from Cincinnati to Jacksonville to Nashville and Indianapolis, every bite became more palatable and more irresistible. Bitter became sweet, old became new. The Texans have taken a bite of sweet splendor, and now it is inevitable. It is time to eat in Houston.
Man, I hope they come out better than that.
Oh,
man.
Shut up! That's awesome.
I'm not going to lie to you. If they come out like that, it's going to be another 36-22 assing.
Shut up! That was glorious.
You saved the worst for last.
No,
that was not a playoff performance there.
That was pros at its best.
Last week was your best. This one, man. I'm hoping. D'Amico, fellas, dump that. Biggie, dump that last three.
I actually consider that a compliment because you wouldn't know pros if it had slapped you in the face.
Goodness gracious. 713-572-4610. Figgy, you ready for the playoffs after that?
Yes.
I'm ready for a nap.
Yes.
Goodness gracious. I did not think anything could kill my playoff buzz.
Yes.
Goodness
I am
gracious.
ready. It is time to eat in Houston.
Woo-wee.
You can kiss my ass. You know that was good.
Hey, different strokes for different folks. Last week was elite. That was elite.
I think I know what it is. I think I know why Landry's so down on this.
Because he doesn't know pros.
I think he's down on it because we had Sheldon Rankins on, and he hyped us the F up.
Let's get Sheldon Rankins up. We got to make up for that. Let's maybe a little like 8 Mile underneath or something like that. So we asked Sheldon Rankins. We asked him, what was your message to the team? Because C.J. Stroud mentioned that Sheldon Rankins had spoken to the Texans. He mentioned that. I didn't know we were going to get the full speech. We got it yesterday, though. We damn sure got it.
We did. We absolutely did.
And let's hear Sheldon Rankins' message to the Houston Texans. We'll hear it in just a sec. First of all, I want to talk about just the overall irony of this game. And I want you to tell me if it's real irony or if it's fake irony. The fact that, first of all, the former quarterback of the Texans, current quarterback of the Browns, polarizing figure, really the first step of the rebuild for Nick Caserio, and really the face of the plummeting of the organization, he is going to have zero impact on this game. That is crazy.
He's not here. Neither are other people that were involved in all these moves that the Texans made. That is irony. That is ironic because they're like, we're going to get these guys. We're going to go to the playoffs, and maybe we'll even go through Houston. But they're not here. That's the epitome of irony.
Nick Chubb, who was selected with the Texans' original second-round pick in the Brock Osweiler trade, he ain't going to play. So he is not going to haunt you. How about that?
That's another one. That's what I'm saying.
Denzel Ward. He was the original Texans' first-round pick. He's not going to play.
There you go. Irony.
And this is the other thing. This has nothing to do with irony, but this is what is on the line on Sunday. Can you guess?
What is on the line on Sunday? Well, we know the obvious. I'm guessing you're talking about not so obvious.
Well, obviously going to the next round is there.
Yeah.
But if the Texans win this game, the draft pick that they traded, that they got so criticized for trading, it will end up being a worse pick than the one that they actually have. All this talk about why did you keep Cleveland's pick? Why did you keep Cleveland's pick and trade your pick in the Will Anderson trade? If the Texans win this game, then they will have not done that. They will have actually...
Yeah, because obviously they got the Browns pick. They're going to be out. They're going to be higher in the draft. Texans, it would have been another kind of like unseen, untalked about, not talked about benefit of the trade that you didn't expect.
Let's hear Sheldon Rankins, man. Sheldon Rankins, we just simply asked him, for his message, the message that he gave the team. Here's Sheldon Rankins. This is an in-depth, exclusive look at what the message is to the team, and I think this will get you fired up.
Me, a couple other guys were asked to kind of just, paint the picture for guys. It's one thing to hear from your coach, and I think, sometimes it's just, good to hear from a different voice. I'm normally a lead by example guy. I'll pull guys aside and speak my piece here and there, but I'm normally the, quiet guy. But, generally when I speak, a lot of guys listen. So, just being able to share my experience with the playoffs and those moments I've had, and then just get guys to understand what's at stake. It's not a situation where, we could do it next year, we could do it the year after. I was just trying to impart that wisdom on guys where, like, you never know what could happen next year. This game is a 100% injury rate, trades happen, all types of things happen in this league all the time. So, when you have an opportunity to win and you have the type of team that we have to be able to go as far as we believe we can go, I just wanted guys to really understand the magnitude of this moment and not take it as a moment to feel the pressure, but take it as a moment to embrace everything you've done to get to this point, because we have the talent, we have the skill, we have the technique, we have the tenacity, and we proved that throughout the year. So not trying to put pressure on any of the guys, but get guys to understand, like, look, this isn't a 2, 3, 4 year project that we're just trying to build. Like, no, we are right here, right now, with everything right in front of us. Let's seize the opportunity. Let's be exactly who we talk about being and go out and dominate each time we take the field. Guys take that approach and buy into that, we'll be exactly where we want to be. And, we finished the season the right way on a win streak and making sure we had to win our games to get in. And now we just continue that mindset, and nothing's going to be perfect. At the end of the day, continuing to play our brand of football, continuing to buy into everything we've preached and harped on from day one, and understanding that we have the moment in time right now to do everything we've ever dreamed of. There's no need to look to another year, because it's right here in front of us. So, just trying to get guys to understand that. And I think guys, listened and took it to heart. You've seen the way we've flown around, these past few games. Like I said, it's never been perfect. It's not been. There's always things to correct. But at the end of the day, the mindset, the physicality, the determination, the will to do everything and anything to come out of there with a win has been on display. We expect nothing less from ourselves going forward.
All right, there you go. That gets you ready to go. Sheldon Rankins, and he's going to have his guys with him. Jonathan Grenard. It sounded like a guy yesterday to me that's a full go. That didn't sound like some guy who's just going to be out there, 12, 15 snaps. Sounded like a full go. Noah Brown, he's going to try to go. Denzel Ward of the Browns could be out. I would very, very much lean towards Denzel Ward being out. But you got a full squad. It seems like the luck is kind of changing with the Houston Texans. What used to be bad luck, yesterday was a very lucky day for the Texans. They got the Browns tomorrow, and I'm glad that it's a tradition like no other. I'm glad they're playing the first playoff game. I'm glad they get the first crack. I'm glad they get the first look. And I'm glad that they have the benefit of being able to look at a complete beatdown that the Browns handed them without C.J. Stroud. It's going to be a fun one.
You talk about how the breaks are going their way. Isn't it funny how teams that have make big runs and teams that are good, and sometimes teams that are great, especially teams that are great, those breaks always seem to go their way. It's uncanny how many bad things happen to the Texans. This time, it's all going the other way. I agree with you. I think Jonathan Grenard is going to be a full go. I think he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Will Anderson's ready to go. We know CJ's ready to go. Primetime CJ, is that going to be a thing? Joe Flacco, 16 years old when CJ Stroud was born. He was driving around when CJ Stroud was born. Some other numbers for you. 2 out of 15. C.J. Stroud has made 15 starts in his NFL career. 2 times in those 15 starts, C.J. Stroud has been the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. That's ridiculous. 73.9 and 38.8. That's something to keep an eye on. C.J. Stroud has the top QBR in the NFL against zone coverage. 27th, though, best QBR against man coverage. The Browns, they're probably going to run a lot of man, but the Denzel Ward thing could impact that. So you have that, and then you have Amari Cooper, 265 yards the last time these teams faced. 73.3 is the over-under in Vegas. We might have my biggest confession here on Amari Cooper, we might kind of be overreacting to a flukish-ass game that happened a few weeks ago. I'm not saying he's not good, but it's almost like he's being looked at like he's Jefferson or Chase or something like that. He's a good player, but 73.5 is what Las Vegas has his over-under at. The 265, that was fool's gold. He won't even get
the
half
plays
of that.
that happened on was kind of flukish too, man. I don't think that would happen again.
He made some spectacular catches, but 265? Like what? Like
they were like big plays.
There's no way he's going to get 265. That much we know. I think we know that he's not going to get 200. That's a franchise record, man. So how far does he regress? How far does he take a step back? If it's 120,
he's hurt too.
He is. He didn't participate yesterday or limited. I forget, but he's going to fall back. But is it going to be 125? Because 125 can still hurt you a lot and still lead to a Browns victory. Or is it going to be 70? What was the over under? 73?
73.5.
73.5. So if it's that, the Texans win. So look, it was flukish.
Yeah, I just think you can't sleep on Njoku though, man.
No, I'm not sleeping on Njoku.
I know. I don't want everybody to be looking at Amari Cooper like that's the guy and leave Njoku open.
Yeah, those are the two guys that can hurt you the most. Nico Collins, obviously, the Texans' wide receiver. If he doesn't have to go against Denzel Ward, that just frees up a lot of stuff. We have a sellout tomorrow. The Texans game is a sellout. How many Browns fans are there going to be? I anticipate a lot more than we are expecting. I think there's going to be a nice amount of orange in the stands.
I said 25%. Higher?
I would say close to that. Yes, I would say a fourth. I would say there's going to be a lot of orange in the stands.
I'm good with that. I think the Texans fans have been. I mean, you heard Cal and Hannah yesterday. They've been really, really pleased with how loud they've been. Expect louder. I do too. I don't think. I mean, most playoff games there's going to be some traveling fans or fans that live in that city that get tickets somehow. But I don't think it's going to be an embarrassment. I think it's just going to be a good, healthy, loud Texans crowd.
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
Exactly.
The last time that place was full, I don't even remember. So we'll see that, and I'll tell you this: if you go win that game, then you can expect things to be a lot more full. And then all eyes on either Miami or Pittsburgh winning. If either one of those teams can win, if the Texans can win, and either one of those teams can win, you will avoid the Baltimore Ravens. And then it's time to get really, really, really greedy.
Just get them both to win.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It is Wild Card Weekend. Texans going to kick it off tomorrow on NBC at 3:30. Figgy's going to be out there judging tailgates. What lot are we in tomorrow?
Blue lot.
Oh, so you're going blue. So you're going prime. For the playoffs. A little prime time action.
Little prime time.
Okay.
Man, that last video that was posted, you posted it, whoever did, Figgy, was really good. Really good. It got me excited, ready for tomorrow.
Jalen Petrie. We'll hear from Jalen Petrie coming up in a sec. We talk about Amari Cooper having a great game. Last time these teams faced, a guy who D'Amico Ryan said he expected big things from at his first press conference, he had the worst game of his career to the point where he was even benched. We'll hear how Jalen Petrie looks at that. We'll also hear from Will Anderson. Will Anderson expected to go along with Jonathan Gennard. And one of the heroes and C.J. Stroud's favorite targets, Nico Collins, he has an interesting perspective on what he expects to happen tomorrow when the Texans take on the Browns. Football Friday continues, a very special edition next.
Texans G. with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes when an athlete has the worst moments of his career, it lingers. And sometimes you never get a chance to capitalize on those bad moments. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on a Football Friday. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one, whether you're listening on the Odyssey app, Old School Radio, Twitch, or the YouTube. Jalen Petrie it's been a bad season for Jalen Petrie. The lowest point was the last time the Texans took on the Cleveland Browns. Amari Cooper had 265 yards. Jalen Petrie might have been responsible for damn near half of that, if we're being honest, which is why he ended up on the bench. Here's Jalen Petrie with an opportunity about a month after this, and a golden opportunity at that, because he still has the confidence of the coaching staff. He still has the confidence of his teammates, and quite frankly, a bad season can be swept away with one good playoff performance. Here's Jalen Petrie talking about his mindset shortly after the lowest point of what's been a disappointing season.
It's going to be fun. You know, this is what we work for in the offseason. This is what we work for in training camp. So, you know, excited that me and my teammates get this opportunity and take it full speed and, you know, do what we do with it. Nothing else matters. You know, it's all about all 11 of us being on the same page and making sure that we're doing what we need to do to, you know, get the ball back in our offense's hand. Definitely take it personal. You know, as a safety, I'm not supposed to let anything get behind me. So anytime that, you know, a receiver or running back, anybody, you know, scores touchdowns and has that many yards, it definitely eats at me. So, you know, looking forward to Saturday.
And the good news is he has a chance to justify it. The bad news is I anticipate that Cleveland is very aware of Jalen Petrie's work really this season and the last time they faced off specifically. So I would bet big money that Jalen Petrie is likely that is going to be a focal point of what the Browns are going to try to do, and they're going to definitely attack Jalen Petrie.
And I think it's going to come early. That's been kind of the calling card of a lot of teams against them. It's almost
so it's a Jimbo from American Pie.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
kind of,
yeah,
kind of. It's a must-have. Like they're all kinds of look. This we talk about every game's a CJ Stroud game. We talk about
it's a must-have.
You can't have.
It's playoffs, of course. It's a must-have. J-Lo,
well, let me finish. Jalen Petrie is the absolute focal point of the Browns and the Texans defense. You can have a lot of other guys play well. If he doesn't play well,
bench him.
If he gets smoked, yes, bench him. But it might be too late. You know, it might be one of those things where they're off on him. You know, and they're off as a team.
Yeah. Let's hear from Will Anderson. Will Anderson, he is going to go. He's hurt. I mean, you saw him against the Indianapolis Colts. He's limping around. Will Anderson is injured. Jonathan Grenard's injured. They're both going to try to go. Here's Will Anderson talking about his mindset as the Texans host the Browns tomorrow.
I would say their approach of preparation is most definitely the same, like being locked in, everybody trying to go out there and do their job to the best of their abilities. But I think right now for the team, it's just being the loosest we can possibly be, playing free, having fun, and just doing us and not adding too much pressure. Like, yes, we know what's at stake, but, man, if we just go out there and play our freest and be our freest, I think we'll have a really good chance of coming out on top.
I don't know what to expect from Will Anderson. I don't know how he physically is even playing right now. It looked painful against Indianapolis. Props to him for gutting it out. I would almost wonder if Jonathan Grenard is in better condition to be able to go out there and make a larger contribution. And maybe we see Will Anderson in spot duty somewhere between the 12 snaps we saw 2 weeks ago and what we saw last week. Props to him for going out there and gutting it out. The good news for Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard, and I think this is a good equalizer, is that their tackles are not very good. Like they're very thin at tackle. Hell, they got a guy starting that was on the Texans practice squad this year. Yeah. Couldn't even get on the field much for the Texans. So that's the good news. The other thing, though, and the other element of this, with DeMeco Ryans coaching his first playoff game, you're going to have to figure out how to juggle this. You're going to have to figure out, with the limited snaps, how you're going to handle Will Anderson, how you're going to handle Jonathan Grenard. I would be somewhat surprised if both of them started the game. I mean, maybe they would do that, but I mean, in a perfect world, if they're both healthy, that's a no-brainer. But it'll be interesting to just see kind of how DeMeco juggles this, how he handles it, how they handle Amari Cooper, and what Will Anderson looks like. But I do think he deserves a lot of credit for even being out there and the way in which he's gutted through a clear injury that is definitely slowing him down the last couple of weeks.
The thing the Texans have going for them, I feel it's huge, is the DeMeco factor in the postseason. Finding guys that can, finding a way to get Derek Barnett, get the rotation going the way you just talked about, to where it's balanced and these guys get the right, you can get the most out of them. But also finding value from some other guys. I mean, he's consistently done it in the postseason. This DeMeco Ryans defense has consistently found, you can call it the pixie dust, whatever you want, guys that make plays that you wouldn't expect.
And on offense, Nico Collins coming off a career day, 195 against the Indianapolis Colts. Last time it was Case Keenum. It was Case Keenum versus his old buddy Kevin Stefanski. This time it's going to be C.J. Stroud. Nico Collins coming off that day. We anticipate Robert Woods. Noah Brown still kind of to be determined. But Nico, his first year, I mean, he came in. He's had no experience in the playoffs. As a matter of fact, all Nico knew before this year was bad football teams. So he's going to be wired up to go out there and do his thing. Could be facing a Cleveland secondary without one of the best corners in the league. Here's Nico Collins talking about his mindset.
Being real, I'm booking the crib back in the trip to go home right now. No, real talk. That's how I was in my first 2 seasons. But now, man, to us being in the playoffs, hosting it, there's no better feeling. It's hard to explain, but I just feel like, man, it's a perfect opportunity, for us to go out and just have fun. We got the home field advantage. We're in our city, our home field. We got no better feeling to just go out and just be us, man. So I feel like it's gonna be one of those games. I just got a great feeling. It's gonna be fun.
Does the relaxed nature of this team come from DeMeco, the individuals, leaders? Does the relaxed nature that everyone seems to have as you prep for this big playoff game? Where does it all come from?
I feel like DeMeco, demeanor, the way everybody just carry themselves, just calm and collected, never get too up when the moment is too big, never get too low. I feel like just have the same mindset, throughout it all, because you never know when that next play is, it can come any minute.
They have to introduce the offense, right? I mean, that's a no-brainer, right? And I focus on this stuff more than most, but when they introduce, C.J. Stroud has to be the last guy coming out of the
has to be
coming out of the tunnel, right?
I guess Cushing is going to lead him out, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter. Cushing's going to
get him hype. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get him.
They need to give him some fake blood.
I do. That's what I said yesterday.
I think
on his nose.
Yeah. They need to give Cushing some fake blood for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Although I don't know if I think he would hate.
He got a headbutt one of the Browns players, man,
I
just like old times.
Maybe it was the Browns. It was the Browns when he headbutted him.
Yep.
Maybe it'll be real blood. You don't know what that guy. He might just bang his head against a Coke machine or something before he goes.
Do they
up.
have Coke machines?
I don't know. That's an old.
I think they just have those glass clear things.
I guess
which, by the way, they put the lock on it. The other day I was walking in the back of NRG.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what it was. It might have been at the game. I mean, what are you putting a lock on Gatorade?
Because they don't want guys like you snagging a beer.
Who's snagging Gatorade? It's Gatorade. Like, what are we doing? We're snagging Gatorade now?
Yeah.
Putting locks on that?
All the stuff? They're protecting themselves from you.
Okay, the helmet's just sitting there. I can't snag a Gatorade?
No, you can't.
I mean, come on.
That's the whole idea.
It's an absolute joke.
It has to be the offense.
Putting a lock on damn Gatorade.
Can you imagine what that stadium's going to be like? Cushing comes out, and then CJ's the last guy introduced.
Can you imagine?
I mean,
are you getting is Figgy Is Figgy getting hammered tomorrow, or what? Is that the plan, or what?
You gotta hit a couple.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit a few. I ain't getting hammered though.
Yeah, that's not what I heard.
I got to be focused, man.
I heard last time you were hitting it pretty hard, man.
I got invites.
Yeah, but I wasn't hammered.
Yeah, I got invites to a couple of tailgates, and both of them are like taking it to. It's going to be ridiculous, Figgy. They're taking it to an all new level, and they should.
Nuff Said's going. They got the $40 wristbands now because they have to, but it's bottomless beer and it's food and all that.
It's totally worth it, man.
Yeah, the 40. If you're going out there, Nuff Said tailgate.
Honestly, people should be tipping 40 every time they go out there, man.
You gotta cash out, but yeah, you got to go out there, do your thing. Nuff Said the 40 is very much well worth it. I've been told that there's people from other countries coming through, to partake in the activities at Nuff Said. There's people from Austin, Puerto Rico. No, I'm reading the text.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, Guatemala, coming up to enjoy this game.
The Guatemalan Texans.
Yeah, so there you go.
I
Is
like
that a
it.
thing?
I don't know. I have no idea. Why not? I know
You said it's so smooth.
It does sound smooth. I know there's a Texans fan group in England. That I know for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out to them. Coming up, a localized view of the weekend that is, and a move was just made in the NFL that could have CJ losing one of his best resources soon. Next.
The best.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Localizing Wild Card Weekend here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. One sleep till playoff football here in H-Town. Just came down. The Commanders, they're working to hire 49ers assistant GM Adam Peters as their new guy. Why is this significant? Peters worked with Bobby Slowick in San Francisco. So that means that two GMs, two of which have already requested to interview Bobby Slowick, have a history with him. And we live in a world where blowhard Patriots GMs, they left New England and they would bring in Patriot guys, even though there wasn't a good body of work of success there. Nobody really that Kyle Shanahan has molded to be a head coach has failed. Unless you look at Robert Saleh as a failure, you can look at the record. I'm not writing the book on Robert Saleh just yet. But Bobby Slowick, his name's been out there, and now he's going to be interviewing with two guys who know him extremely well. I think the days of Bobby Slowick perhaps could be numbered. I'll put it this way. I would be kind of surprised if he's the OC next year.
It's just too many jobs, right? And too many ties.
25% of the jobs in the NFL open right now.
8 jobs and only 2 that we know of. There might be more where he has a direct connection to someone who's going to be, in the hiring process.
Localized view of Wild Card Weekend. So Texans-Browns, that's the obvious. The connection there. And what's on the line here is not only advancing to the divisional round, but if the Texans win this game, that means that their decision when they made the Will Anderson trade, their decision to keep the Browns pick and trade their own, that decision would be validated. Regardless of how you feel about the trade, just that decision alone, which first-round pick to send. We don't need to get into the Will Anderson trade and all that crap. But just that decision, if the Texans beat the Browns, not only do you advance in the playoffs, but you validate that decision, because we heard this a lot. How are you going to trade a top 5 pick? Why would you trade your own and not not trade the Cleveland pick? Cleveland pick's going to be first of all, there's not going to be much of a difference.
I don't remember. We might have said it.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
It was bold. I don't know if this was their mindset or not, but if you win this game, then you're going to be picking earlier than you would have had you sent Cleveland's pick instead of yours. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. And really, this kind of puts in perspective just what kind of season this has been. This is the first time I've really I don't know how long, at least probably 3 months, I've even thought about that draft pick.
Oh,
you were the first one on it. You were the first one on it. You said it, I think, week 3.
Yeah.
That you didn't care about it. You were the first one to say, I'm not even thinking about the Browns and rooting against the Browns. This is the first time that it actually matters because you beat them. Justified.
And it doesn't matter either way because look at where the Texans are. But you're right. If you're going to pick, I'd rather have this one or this one after the season's over, you did the right thing. You made the right choice.
And I feel like even trading the pick regardless, man, like if they would have kept the picks, they would have been in the 20s. Both of them would have been in the 20s.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with trading the pick now, especially how late it is.
After the Texans play, the Dolphins are going to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. I like Miami in this game. I actually think Miami has a really strong chance. Now, Tua's going to have to take advantage of his opportunities, but the way that the Miami Dolphins run the ball with that weather, kind of a big fan of what they got going. And if the Texans do win, let's pretend the Texans handle business. If either the Dolphins or the Steelers win, either one of those, if either one of them win, you avoid the Baltimore Ravens because the lower seed takes on the Baltimore Ravens. The Texans, because they won the division, they're the 4 seed. Dolphins are the 6 and the Steelers are the 7. So if either Miami or Pittsburgh win, then you will avoid Baltimore. Now, if both win, if you want to get greedy, if Miami and Pittsburgh win, wouldn't hold my breath on Pittsburgh, then the Texans would actually host the Miami Dolphins in the divisional round.
You mentioned earlier about the breaks going the Texans' way. I got to give you a confession here that I think is an important one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The football gods are smiling on the Texans finally.
No, like crazy.
Like big time.
Crazy.
The weather gods in particular. Just in the last 12 to 18 hours, I'm thinking about hopping on board not only your parlay, but the 3-team parlay.
Oh, you're going to go Pittsburgh, Miami, and Houston?
Let me give you a forecast, all right?
They were thinking about moving the damn game to Cleveland, the Buffalo game.
All right, well, let's start in Kansas City. This is the forecast for Kansas City.
And by the way, Mostert's back at practice, so they have Mostert, Achane back at practice. Looks like Waddle's going to try to give it a go too.
This is the forecast for Kansas City. Remember, it only takes one bounce of the ball, one slip of a safety for Achane or Mostert or whomever to go the distance. This is the forecast in Kansas City. Extremely dangerous temperatures. Cover all extremities, including your head and face. Forecast.
Oh God, that sounds like a real experience.
Forecast.
These stadiums got to be indoors.
That's football weather.
Yeah, come on.
That's football weather.
Forecast is -1 degree, wind chill of -30 degrees. Now, let's go to Buffalo. They know a thing or two about cold weather in Buffalo, right?
God. Yeah.
This is where Pittsburgh's going to be.
Buffalo is so shaky, too. They are so sporadic.
Yes.
And Pittsburgh has,
I think they got a chance, man.
I think it's going to be a close game.
Keep in mind.
I really think it's going to be a close game.
They got the coaching advantage, man.
Keep this in mind. This is Buffalo, where they know how to deal with weather.
Yeah.
The first thing on the forecast is this. Travel will be difficult to impossible. 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
I mean, come on.
65-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
What kind of trash is that? Put the damn stadiums indoors.
More than a foot of snow.
Or at least give
football
an indoor
weather,
option.
man.
It's not football weather.
Landry,
Sickos.
Biggie, Texans fans, it just takes one slip.
It's a fluke.
It just takes one slip.
Yeah.
For the Texans to be playing at home next weekend if they win tomorrow.
The thing about it is that Miami likes to run the rock. That's running weather. Kansas City is not. They don't have a lot of weapons, so they're not going to blow you out. Like it's not going to be like some sort of blowout. Those aren't the Chiefs. The line is only 3 or 4.5 now, so there's a chance there. Pittsburgh is built for
this
ugly ass games.
Yes,
that is Pittsburgh. It is ugly ass games. That's it. That is it. That is Pittsburgh. That it is ugly. It is fluky. It is insane. It is how the hell did they get in the playoffs? That's Pittsburgh. Buffalo's been up and down. And you mentioned that parlay. If you wanted to,
I'm in.
You know what you win here? So if you pick Pittsburgh money line, Dolphins money line, and Texans money line, you want to just put 20 on it?
I'll put 50 on it.
Okay. Well, if you're going to put 50 on it, then you're going to win $1,400.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I've talked myself.
50 wins, $1,400. It's fluky. Charge it to the game.
But fluky is what happened. Look at the weather gods. They're smiling on the Texans. Like they're telling people in Kansas City it's extremely dangerous. Cover all extremities, including your face. And the wind chill is -30. Landry, as someone, this isn't like the old, let me tell you what it's like. But I've traveled to some seriously cold games in my career. I've been to Buffalo for the Raiders game that was 0 degrees. I've been to Green Bay in playoff games. I'm telling you, anyone who tells you that once it's cold, it's cold. Once you're down to about 10 degrees, you don't notice a difference. That is a pile of crap. Like I've been in -20 degrees, not -30. Your bones ache. Like you literally your bones ache. I've been in cold weather with 50-mile-an-hour winds. I went ice fishing in Minnesota, and it was unbearable.
Yes, you did.
It was unbearable. This is something where it just takes one play. And in each of these games, and the Texans will be playing at home.
Well, if that happens, then you know what's going to happen a week from today. We'll be talking about hosting a playoff game again, the Miami Dolphins, which, by the way, that would terrify me because they're fast.
All right, let's take it.
Yeah, they're fast.
I'd rather have it than not.
It ain't going to be cold inside the NRG.
I'd rather have it than not.
No, yeah, I would too. I would almost rather Pittsburgh win and then the Texans go to Kansas City. Although, if that's going to be the weather, God. I mean, this is disgusting.
Well, who knows what next week is.
I'm glad the Texans won the division, man, because they'll probably be in one of these games.
They would be.
This is disgusting, this weather. It's just absolutely awful.
-30?
That's trash. So then you have the NFC. Jalen Hurts, local guy, going to Tampa Bay to take on the Buccaneers. Philadelphia has been kind of crumbling. They started out 10-1. Now they're the 5 seed, and they're going to Tampa Bay. Jalen Hurts hasn't thrown a football this week. I know that you can rest your arm and all that, but he has the middle finger. Like, he literally yesterday had not thrown a football this week.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not ideal.
Yeah, it seems like maybe just like you toss it or something, but Jalen Hurts has not thrown a football this week, which is wild. Then you have the Rams and the Lions. This one's going to be interesting. Not really too many local ties, unless you want to talk about Aaron Glenn being the defensive coordinator of the Lions, Dan Campbell, both fighting Aggies. And then you got the Packers versus the Cowboys. Don't sleep on Bill Belichick being the Cowboys coach. Don't sleep on it.
It's out there.
Don't sleep on it.
It'll be out there if they lose.
Oh boy, will it.
And you know who one of Bill Belichick's best friends is?
Jerry Jones.
Someone else, though.
Who?
They go fishing together.
Jimmy Johnson.
Who did Jerry just make right with?
Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah. Look out for that. Don't sleep on old Bill Belichick and the Cowboys, which makes I know a lot of people are probably driving off the road right now throwing up. But I'm in on that. I'm in on that parlay. I already got the Texans and Dolphins. I threw the Steelers. You talked me into it. 50 to win 1,400.
I'm going to do it in this break. I'll send you the screenshot. 50 money line parlay. Let's go. 1,400.
I low-key want y'all to do that for me, too. Yeah. I'm ready to throw a 50 in there, man.
Yeah, $50. That's 1,400, bro. It's a long shot, but that's what the fun is. You just kind of throw the dart. Coming up, an exclusive interview with one of the leaders of the team leads to an in-depth. You're about to go in the locker room, like the actual Texans locker room. You're going to get an in-depth feel of what the message is to the Houston Texans. And after you hear it, if you're excited, you're going to be even more excited. Football Friday continues.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans versus Browns. We asked Sheldon Rankins to give us the message that he gave the team. Normally when this happens, a player will sit there and he'll say, yeah, you know,
I just told him blah, blah, blah.
We got the opportunities in front of us. We gotta stack good days, and you know, it's just us. Huh. I damn sure wasn't what happened. What happened was Sheldon Rankins gave us a 2-minute speech like he was talking to a locker room.
Yeah.
And he had me. My excitement level was already a 10. It went up to about a 79 after I heard Sheldon Rankins talk. This was, I got told before we talked to him, man, this guy's just about that business. I didn't know what the hell that meant. I didn't know if I was going to get like 10-second answers. Now, what I got was basically a seat in the Texans locker room. This is what the players are getting told by one of their leaders, a guy who's been in big games like this before. He was with the New Orleans Saints. He started his career with the Saints. Started out very well before he tore his Achilles. Then he went to the Jets, and then Nick Caserio and company decided that they were going to give him the most money that they gave any free agent this offseason. It's paid off. It's been an up and down year for him, but he's very focused, and he presented us and the Loopholes and the people of Houston, shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one, with the message to the Texans heading into tomorrow's game.
Me, a couple other guys were asked to kind of just, paint the picture for guys. It's one thing to hear from your coach, and I think, sometimes it's just, good to hear from a different voice. I'm normally a lead by example guy. I'll pull guys aside and speak my piece here and there, but I'm normally the quiet guy. But generally when I speak, a lot of guys listen. So just being able to share my experience with the playoffs and those moments I've had, and then just get guys to understand what's at stake. It's not a situation where we could do it next year, we could do it the year after. I was just trying to impart that wisdom on guys where you never know what could happen next year. This game is a 100% injury rate. Trades happen, all types of things happen in this league all the time. So, when you have an opportunity to win, and you have the type of team that we have to be able to go as far as we believe we can go, I just wanted guys to really understand the magnitude of this moment and not take it as a moment to feel the pressure, but take it as a moment to embrace everything you've done to get to this point, because we have the talent, we have the skill, we have the technique, we have the tenacity, and we've proved that throughout the year. So not trying to put pressure on any of the guys, but get guys to understand, look, this isn't a 2, 3, 4 year project that we're just trying to build. No, we are right here, right now, with everything right in front of us. Let's seize the opportunity. Let's be exactly who we talk about being and go out and dominate each time we take the field. Guys take that approach and buy into that, we'll be exactly where we want to be. And, we finished the season the right way on a win streak, making sure we had to win our games to get in. And now we just continue that mindset, and nothing's going to be perfect. At the end of the day, continuing to play our brand of football, continue to buy into everything we've preached and harped on from day one, and understanding that we have the moment in time right now to do everything we've ever dreamed of. There's no need to look to another year, because it's right here in front of us. So, just trying to get guys to understand that. And I think guys, listened and took it to heart. You've seen the way we've flown around, these past few games. Like I said, it's never been perfect. It's not been, there's always things to correct. But at the end of the day, the mindset, the physicality, the determination, the will to do everything and anything to come out of there with a win has been on display. We expect nothing less from ourselves going forward.
All right. Okay, and I mean that's one of the leaders of this squad, and that's one of the guys who's actually been there. There's a lot of guys on this team, even the veterans. Like Laramie Tunsil has limited playoff experience. He's got the 2019 run under his belt, but some of these veterans haven't even been in this situation. Sheldon Rankins has been there. Dalton Schultz has been there. Noah Brown kind of been there. Last year, kind of a pivotal piece. So you have a little mix of guys. But if that's the message, I mean, I think it's pretty loud and clear, and that's probably the type of message that D'Amico Ryans wants. My question is this, though, and you brought this up, the little pixie dust that we always talk about, sprinkling that dust on players. We know who we expect to perform. Who could surprise us? That fairy dust, that pixie dust, that D'Amico dust. Who could surprise us on Saturday for the Texans?
It happens every year. Well, I shouldn't say every year. But his last 2 years in San Francisco, the Niners made huge runs. And there was always D'Amico's defense at the core of it all. You can talk about some of the quarterbacks and obviously the skill players, but their defense held teams to like 17 points, 13 points, 20 points. I was looking through the box scores of those games. You realize in his last 2 seasons in San Francisco, D'Amico Ryans' defense accounted for 15 sacks in 4 playoff games, not counting the Super Bowl. Count the Super Bowl was 21, but 15 sacks in 4 playoff games. You know who made those sacks? You're thinking, all right, Nick Bosa, right? Well, yeah, some. Samson Ebukam, Charles Omenihu before he became much more respected, Kevin Gibbons, DJ Jones, guys that came from relatively obscure, expectations were key parts of the playoff game. So it got me thinking. We know we're happy that Jonathan Grenard is back. We know we'll be happy with whatever we get out of Will Anderson. Where's the pixie dust coming from? This defensive front, they're not going to blitz a lot. Now, maybe he'll mix in a few more here. But there's going to be – this is what D'Amico does. How many times this year have we said, the Bobby Slowick game or the this game or the that game? In the postseason, D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, by extension, because they work together, this is what they do. They find ways to work the defensive line, maybe get the attention away from them with Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard, and get dudes that you wouldn't expect to make huge plays. I've got 2.
Okay.
No, I'm dead serious.
No, I believe you. I'm intrigued to hear these names.
Derek Barnett.
He's been a mofo, man. Last time they played the Browns, he was the biggest butt kicker on the field.
Yeah, can you imagine sitting in Idaho or
what is Derek Barnett like?
Tennessee or somewhere, just a casual NFL fan, and you're like, who the hell is Derek Barnett?
What is he like?
Why does he have 2 sacks?
Supposedly he was getting in fights at Eagles practice and stuff. I saw I pulled something up. I saw some kid going on a rant on YouTube, and I didn't want to play the audio because it's it's just a kid like a young buck, and it wasn't like a big following, so I didn't want to But he was talking about how Derek Barnett, I guess, was getting in fights, and he's got to go. He's apparently fighting Lane Johnson
Pixie dust,
in
baby.
practice.
Pixie dust.
Give me that.
This is what D'Amico does.
He might be country, man. He's from Brentwood, Tennessee.
Oh, he's country. I don't know. I've never talked with him, but he's country. And Kurt Heinisch. Kurt Heinisch has been kind of low-key the last couple of games. Last 2 games of the regular season, Kurt Heinisch has had half a sack, a quarterback hit, 2 tackles for losses in very limited snaps.
Derek Barnett's a badass. The first time that we saw it, was Tennessee, where – because when they picked him up, it was okay, they picked up this guy that the Eagles don't want. Okay, whatever. Oh, yes, familiarity with the system. I've gotten past that because it's a good system. But when I used to hear B.O.B. and the blowhard football guys go, well, he's familiar with the system. Okay, he sucks, and you like him for whatever reason. Yeah. Alfred Blue, Tom Savage. But when I heard the Derek Barnett, I guess because of the PTSD, I was like, whatever. Tennessee, number 95, that dude was jumping off the damn screen.
Yeah, and Kurt Heinisch has been one of he's my other candidate. I think Heinisch. Yes. He's got, just in the last 2 games.
Heinisch.
Listen to me. 2 games, half a sack, quarterback hit, 2 tackles for losses, and a deflected ball.
You think Heinisch gets a sack?
I think Heinisch and Barnett are the most probable candidates for the pixie dust meter. For the people who...
Now, has Christian Harris progressed through the pixie dust? Is he out of it?
Yeah.
Is Jalen Petrie?
Well, I was going to get to that in a minute.
Is Jalen Petrie there? Because I used to think he was excluded, but Jalen Petrie, if he makes... Let's put it this way. If Jalen Petrie makes an interception, are you going to be surprised? He hadn't had one all year.
I wanted to start this with the defensive front because those are the guys that D'Amico directly has turned into, holy crap, where'd that guy come from if you're a casual NFL fan? I think it's those two guys. But let's extend it. Where's the pixie dust meter elsewhere? You mentioned Jalen Petrie. I'm just going to be honest. I don't think he's the guy. I think it's going to be a scheme. It's going to be a cornerback. It's going to be help. Maybe. But I have one on offense that's going to shock you. Are you sitting down?
Are you going to say Mechie?
You're sitting down.
Are you going to say Mechie?
No.
Are you going to say Hutchinson?
No.
Are you going to say? Don't say you're going to number 81.
No. Dameon Pierce.
Okay, so you're on Pierce now.
No. I think
last week I thought that he didn't get a damn carry.
I know. And I think here's what I think is going to happen.
They don't have their kicker.
Yeah, that's true. But I think there's going to come a point. Devin Singletary is still and should still get the vast majority, if not almost all, the carries. But I think there's going to come a point where what have I consistently called Dameon Pierce? A finisher. 4th and inches. 4th and 1. Goal line. 3rd and goal. Where you
think he's going to have a chance to finish?
It's going to be almost like a fullback touchdown, the unexpected give. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Dameon Pierce might people again sitting across the country going, "Wow, I didn't know that guy was still there."
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility.
Okay.
Like just changing it up a little bit, a little change up.
Okay.
A little circle change.
Okay.
I could see where Devin Singletary gets 22, 25 carries. Pierce gets 5 for a touchdown.
Okay.
Something like that. 5 for a key conversion on 4th down. He's a closer because he has that mean streak that we know he runs over guys. Something like that. I think that's a possibility.
You know who I think is going to make a play?
Pixie dust?
It's not even pixie dust. I just think this guy is going to make a play. Xavier Hutchinson.
Again?
You got to let that dude go, man.
You can't quit him, man.
I wish I knew how to quit you.
You can't quit him.
He's going to make a play, man. It's coming, man. Mm-hmm. It's coming. It's coming, man. I'm telling you. It's going to happen. Eventually.
Big Heine gets a sack. People are on this Barnett and Heinisch thing.
The Barnett and Heinisch, who knows? Yeah. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. An Elite Football Friday. One sleep till playoffs. Let's go to New Jersey. Dominic in Jersey. He's feeling it. Dominic, welcome to Football Friday.
Gentlemen, I've bled deep steel blue since 2002. People think I'm crazy because I'm from New Jersey, but I don't care because I'm a Texan at heart. What a year it's been. It's made all the pain and suffering from the past feel like a distant memory. D'Amico, a true leader among men. Stingley, a superstar being born in front of our very own eyes. Cornerstone pieces like Nico, Tank, and Will. Now I have you, my young king. Coleridge, Bernard Stroud Jr. With number 7 under center, all things are possible. What a performance last week. Pat McAfee calls Lucas Oil the Loud House. I call it the Stroud House. To the fans, I need you to be ready to go to war with this team. Be loud, be proud. They deserve that. Reliant used to roar. Let's make NRG pop tomorrow. Although I'll be in New Jersey, my spirit will be in the stadium with all of you. We did not come this far just to get this far. The time is not next year or the year after that. The time is now. Let's effing go Texans, baby.
Woo! There you go. Woo! That's all you need right there.
That's all you need.
You got the Barnett. You got the Dom.
Heinisch.
You mean the rankings? You told me.
Oh, I said Barnett.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about Barnett.
Yeah. No,
don't RC me.
I got you.
The rankings. Good catch, though. And apparently the Texans put out something with Brian Cushing.
Saw that.
I don't know.
I'm ready for it.
It's getting a lot of love on the internet. Well, the internet's going to go nuts at 11:20 because we got the slime off at 1:20. So we'll hear this Brian Cushing thing coming up in about 6 minutes. What can go wrong? Brian Cushing with a microphone in front of him before a game?
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong with Brian Cushing? I'm very excited to see. Do you think people will be in their seats early, or are we going to be a late arriving crowd tomorrow?
I think it'll be.
It's Saturday.
It's Saturday. I think it's going to be better than it's been, but it won't be full. I mean, people just get drunk in the parking lot and like, oh, crap, I got to get in the stadium. You know, time slips away. Trust me on that. I've been there. But I think it'll be a lot more full because people are actually ready for the game. Like the game itself is the attraction.
That is all that I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
I heard that
hasn't always been the case.
Yesterday when they announced the sellout, there's it's like people don't want to crawl before you walk. I just retweeted sellout, okay, full house. And someone was like, sad it took 2 days before the game for him to sell out.
Oh my God, man.
I'm just like, man, do you realize how crappy things have been? They're not where they were.
Yes, we know
back in the day. They're trying to get there. I mean, it's. By the way, those tickets, the resale market, in Ticketmaster has the direct resale. You can get in for a bill.
Yeah,
you can get in for a bill
or slightly more, but in that neighborhood.
Had some rando listener ask me, "Hey, you got any tickets?" I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
What?
Sure, yeah. Here, let me send them to you.
What are we doing?
Let me check my wallet real quick. Let me see if I got some in my back pocket.
I was like, you're crazy. This is a popular ass ticket around here.
When was the last sellout? 21?
Was it Buffalo? No, it had to be 2020, right? Well, I don't know, but just
it was
COVID
no
years
fans.
count?
Nah, I don't think that count. It was no fans.
Was
in
it
there like
19?
Yeah, it had to have been.
It had to be the Buffalo
last
playoff game. Yep.
Buffalo. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Deshaun saves all butts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
After never having anything but a sellout.
Yeah.
Since they started.
Yeah, I would think that was the last sellout. Now maybe they've claimed sellouts.
Yeah, that's true.
The attendance, the announced attendance.
Dang.
Official attendance for today's game. Where there was
tickets sold
35%.
Yeah.
Poor Texans PR has to get on the microphone.
Tickets sold.
Attention, folks.
Yeah.
Attendance for today's game 71,636. Man, I could run down to the front row right now
without hitting anybody. Yeah, it's not good.
Which is funnier, honestly? Which is funnier from the PR, PA in the press box? Which is funnier? Is it the attendance when the place is empty, or is it when someone gets carted off and you wonder if they're going to live, and they get on the PR machine 8 minutes later? Status of John Doe questionable to return.
That, his leg is still on the field.
If you told me it was questionable to live, I would believe you more than questionable to return. What is this, WWF?
Yeah.
And I gotta is Mick Foley about to push people out of the stretcher and go get thrown by the Undertaker off the damn cage?
We just had a moment of silence on the field.
Yeah.
We had prayer and everything.
Questionable.
His teammates are still crying.
Oh, he might return.
Yeah.
Wasn't Tank Dell questionable this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tank Dell was questionable this year.
Yeah.
They
were praying. They were on their knees praying around him. Tank Dell, questionable. Yeah, to say the least.
Coming up, Brian Cushing is going to be in the building tomorrow. There's a viral video going out right now with Brian Cushing. We haven't heard it. We're going to hear it with you. We're going to talk about that. Plus, a Cleveland Browns player dropped a hint, and it's going to rain on our parade. I'll explain next.
My boy plays for him, Cush.
The playoffs are In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Brian Cushing. Let's hear it. Texans are trending right now around here. Apparently, Brian Cushing is the reason why. They put out a hype video. Haven't heard it yet. I'm hearing it with you people, and I do mean you people. The first time. Here is Brian Cushing trying to get you ready for tomorrow.
I want to say, man, y'all deserve to feel special. Not winning, that ain't flying from, like, anybody in this building.
Now everything starts, right? Everybody 0-0 right now. All we want is opportunity. It doesn't matter what people say on the outside. It's about the men in this room.
It was over before it even started. They're too young, too inexperienced, too many questions. According to them, it was over before he even played a snap. But in H-Town, we know anything can happen.
It's intercepted. Watt takes it across the 15, 10, rock and roll, touchdown, Texans, pick 6. Andre Johnson across the 10, 5, the Texans win it.
We're here now, and we ain't knocking. We're busting the door down.
You need to lock the
little Oilers shout out.
We taking everything.
As our guys say, we didn't come this far just to come this far.
How bad do you really want it? It's right in front of us, and we just got to go out and get it.
Here's it out for Collins. He's got it. An emotional C.J. Stroud gets his young team into the postseason.
All those heart-stopping moments.
Stroud makes the connection with Brown. Touchdown.
Andrew Beck. Did we just see what we just saw?
Impossible comebacks.
And now, can they win it? Stroud to the end zone. Touchdown. This young man is special.
Every test of adversity became an opportunity.
Agumbawale is good, and that one is snatched. No, unbelievable.
There's no better time than now. It's not next year. It's not year after that. It's right now.
Then you talk about what D'Amico Ryans has done. This is exactly the team you don't want to play.
Intercepted. Game.
Because this team, this city, is H-Town made.
Oh, my goodness. Goodness gracious. Hey, he should do that every game. They should have a Brian Cushing intro for, like, every game. I know the Cowboys have one with Michael Irvin. They should have a Brian Cushing every game. He's made for that.
How about that little shout-out where we're busting the door down? Little shout-out to the old Oilers. Bum Phillips going to kick that sumbitch in.
I don't know. Was that a bum or was that just a normal phrase? You think he was going bum?
Yeah. Busting the door down? That's some of the most famous words ever spoken in football in this city.
Knocking on the door is common, right?
Yeah, he said we were knocking on the door last year. Next year we're going to kick the
How'd that work out?
Did not happen.
Yeah.
But that's absolutely they.
No, I'm just asking how it worked out.
Given the.
So should we use something like that?
Yeah, we shouldn't use it. It didn't happen. I'm just saying, like, it's good to romanticize things. I love romanticizing things. Like, 20 years from now, we might say Houston versus everyone because they actually overcame everyone. Bum Phillips, rest in peace. Shout out to Wade. Y'all didn't kick the door down.
I'm saying, given the relationship between Houston and Tennessee right now, that was not an accident.
Yeah, but they didn't do it. I don't like that.
Well, no, they've never done it here.
Yeah, but they didn't do
That's
it.
That's the last time they got to a championship game. Was that year.
It would be like using Peter McNeely's "you have a doo-doo in your pants if you think I'm not going to beat Mike Tyson" when he got knocked out by him in like a minute.
It's not exactly like that. It's not quite
if you
like
think the
that.
Texans stink, you got a big doo-doo in your pants. Well, Peter McNeely got knocked out. Bum Phillips and the Oilers got knocked out.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Bum. No disrespect.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, this is interesting to me. Steve Sarkisian, Mike Norvell are trending. Got the internet going nuts because Norvell got a $10 million a year extension.
$10 million a year extension?
Yeah.
Or like he's making $10 million now.
Well, he got a raise
$10 million
to $10 million.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, not $10 million more.
I was going to say.
Yeah. Sark put out a video similar to what we saw yesterday. These guys are not in on the Alabama coaching search.
I don't know that Sark was ever an option.
Maybe, but still, they're doing these things, and this is what got me thinking. And I tweeted, look, everybody wants this job. I think everybody has been interested in that job.
Why would you leave Texas for Bama if you're Sark?
Well, I mean, it's Alabama.
Yeah, but it's Texas.
It's Alabama.
You're following Nick Saban. You're going to make as much money.
See, that's where I'm going with this.
It's a different state. Like Alabama's in the SEC. It's in the mix. There's less pressure at Texas. You don't want to follow Saban. Like I don't see why Sark would even. I don't even see why they would want him.
That's
honestly. I don't even think he's that good. I don't even think he's that great. I think he's fine putting up with BS at Texas, but I don't even think he's that great.
It
but
seemed
from
like
his perspective, why would he want to?
It seemed like Saban leaving is more for him to stay in Texas.
That's where I'm going with this, Landry. I think it's getting entirely possible Saban just set the bar too high. Like you never replace the legend. You replace the guy that replaced the legend. I still think they're going to get a big-time name. One name that has not, eliminated himself from contention is Lane Kiffin. I mean, it could be Lane Kiffin.
They're going to settle for Lane Kiffin? Is that what they're trying to do?
I don't know if it's settle what. Though they won't say that, but it's interesting that these guys are – like Saban was too good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to follow that.
He was too good.
Damn sure wouldn't want to follow that.
I got the internet going nuts.
So there's been talk about Denzel Ward and his status, one of the best corners in the league of the Cleveland Browns. Actually selected with what was originally going to be the Texans' first-round pick. They traded it in the Deshaun Watson trade. Denzel Ward, questionable, injured his knee yesterday. Today he tweeted out a picture of himself running through the tunnel. So in Cleveland they're saying, oh, is Denzel going to play? Denzel Ward's going to go, all that. Okay. I want to remember a time when Denzel Ward was starting fights in Cleveland. You guys might not remember this, but this is perhaps one of the most epic fights in recent radio history. This was Darryl Ryder. They call him the dangerous one up there with Anthony Lima, who's on the Ken Carman show with Anthony Lima. And they were talking about Denzel Ward and a concussion. Sit back, listen, get your popcorn ready. Let's listen to Cleveland folks fight about Denzel Ward, who's still questionable.
We're talking about a concussion. I
understand, but
this isn't a hamstring injury, Daryl. I don't know how.
All right, hey, Lima, knock it off. Lima, knock it off. Lima, don't come at me like that.
Are you a neurologist, Daryl? I'd like to
knock it off.
I'd like to know your
knock it off, Lima. I am telling you what I observed. Knock it off. Not in the mood for that today.
All right, Daryl.
Don't come at me like that. That's disrespectful.
Okay. Oh, God,
Daryl,
I'm
relaying what I observed.
This is a fun show, and you're taking the fun right out of the show. Come on.
Well, don't come at me like, what are you, a neurologist?
Well, you said a guy with a concussion. Think about what you said, Daryl, for 2 seconds and analyze what you said. A guy with a concussion looks fine to play. We just talked this week about whether it's safe to have him out there, and you're just glossing right over a concussion like it's fine. It's only the fourth he's had at least, Daryl. Even earlier in the week said you were worried about him, and now he looks fine because you saw him for 10 minutes. Take your ball and go home.
Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
That's insane.
I will still reset it. It's okay. Thank you very much, Owen.
Well, you were too busy.
What just happened here? We just
talked. Fans, what I observe, and I'm telling you what I observed. He looked good in the individual portions, not limited.
Okay.
Saw him in the locker room, walking around like nothing's wrong. That's all I said, and then you had to come attack me over it. It's ridiculous. That's disrespectful.
Daryl Ryder.
First week of the season, and you got to pull that nonsense.
I am mesmerized now.
There's no bit to be had.
That was the most innocuous. That was the most innocuous question, Daryl, ever.
What are you, a neurologist?
Ever.
Yeah, you're right. That's innocuous.
Daryl, it's a concussion's a pretty serious thing.
Of course it is.
That was really
him saying "knock it off" remind me of Uncle Joey on Full House. Cut it out.
What are you, a neurologist?
Cut it out.
I got the internet going nuts.
Adam Peters. Who's Adam Peters, you ask? Adam Peters is the guy, along with Bobby Slowick now, if you were searching what's trending on the interweb, is trending. He, in fact, got hired by the Washington Commanders. He was an executive with the San Francisco 49ers. He's worked with Bobby Slowick in the past, and now he has been officially hired by the Commanders, which now makes two people that
have requested to interview Bobby Slowick with GMs that have worked with Bobby Slowick.
Correct. Not something we're going to necessarily spend a lot of time on today, but it does have the internet going nuts, and I think those are two that you got to watch.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
keep an eye on that.
I got the internet going nuts.
We talked about replacing Nick Saban. Man, there is a big movement. Once upon a time, before NIL and everything, it seemed like a foregone conclusion that Dabo Swinney was going to be the guy to replace Nick Saban. There have been no Dabo chance, anyone but Dabo chance. And Paul Feinbaum got a phone call yesterday from someone on his radio program, and this is what he had to say about the possibility of Dabo Swinney replacing Nick Saban.
If it's Dabo Swinney, I'm pouring gasoline on myself and setting myself on fire on the 50-yard line. You can guarantee it. If it's Dabo Swinney, I'm pouring my arm off and taking that contract fracture and beating the hell out of myself. No damn Dabo. Do you hear me, Greg Burns? That's from the Alabama nation. Get it right. You'll be judged on this one right here, brother. You'll be judged on this one right here. Man, Paul, I don't know, brother. I don't know. Y'all pray for me. Pray for me.
Yikes. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is why Alabama is just kind of a different job. Just kind of a different place, and the expectations.
Are these calls weird?
Yes,
real?
They're real. They are absolutely.
Who the hell do they want?
I don't know. I mean, there was a time about a year or two ago where I watched Feinbaum a lot. I don't know.
It's obvious Saban's going to TV, right? Like,
yeah, I would guess.
I mean, ESPN just got SEC.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going TV, and he's going to be freaking awesome.
Oh, he's going to be great. He's great on TV.
Yeah, he's going to be freaking awesome.
He doesn't, he makes.
God, wait till they get him started doing interviews too.
Oh, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to talk with him?
He's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
The internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Reese Davis was talking to Saban about it yesterday. He's like, well, it is kind of disrespectful to start your broadcast career when you're 80 years old, but I got to find something to do.
He would be great.
Coming up, the hits are lit. Can Jonathan Grenard be great? He has been all season. We haven't seen him for a while, but we're going to hear from him for the first time in a long time. Plus, the Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski, does he buy into the fact that the last time when they beat the Texans, it really doesn't mean a damn thing? The hits are lit next.
Nick Caserio.
Detective Night Country podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All hands on deck for the Texans. We haven't heard from him in a while. Let's hear from Jonathan Grenard, who sounds good to go. The hits are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Jonathan Grenard, we said yesterday he was going to play. He made it official after practice. Here's what he sounded like, though. 12.5 sacks on the year. He's also your leader in TFLs. Here's Jonathan Grenard talking about his first playoff game.
I'm excited to see what we do, man. I'm excited to see us play big-time ball. We already had a kind of first taste of playoff ball last week, obviously with the Colts. We came out with a dub, but I think we're just going to – it's a rematch. And like I think D'Amico said it earlier during the week, is you don't get so many rematches, especially against these teams in the playoffs. So, and the mindset's kind of been there, but it's definitely win or go home for sure. And it's just one of those mindsets and the mentality where the energy here has not even been, like, uptight or anything. Everybody's kind of treating it like it's another game and understanding what's at stake here. And I'm just excited. It kind of is going to be like a college football atmosphere a little bit, being Saturday game. But I'm excited to see what happens, man. I'm excited to see the fans come out, support us, continue to go out there and just dominate and do what the city deserves.
What the city deserves. And like a lot of people, he has credited and mentioned D'Amico this week. A lot of players have. And I keep going back to that playoff experience is going to be big for D'Amico. And by extension, of course, this team. I'm ready for Grenard to break out. I think you said it earlier, and I agree. I think he's going to be a full go. That's going to be monstrous.
How full, we will see. How is D'Amico going to juggle? Who knows? The only guy who didn't practice yesterday was Jerry Hughes. He's not going to play. Noah Brown, to be determined. I anticipate him going out there and getting some work. But right now, all hands on deck. Will that be the same for the Cleveland Browns? Denzel Ward, listed as questionable. The man that was selected with the Texans' original 2018 first-round pick, one of the best players on the Browns. They're saying, he might go. I don't know how corners play hurt. Like it's a tough position. So you're telling me he's going to get on an island and play man against Nico Collins and not be 100%? He might try, but we've seen Steven Nelson try to play hurt. And I know Denzel Ward is a different caliber ball player than Steven Nelson. I just don't know. Like, if you're out there hurt, it seems like you're basically on borrowed time, especially at corner. Depending on how serious it is, obviously.
Here's the thing. It's a knee. Like that tends to be relatively important at the cornerback position, and he injured it yesterday. Now you might say, well, he just kind of twisted it. It doesn't matter if you hurt your knee on 2 days before the game. He put that video out. He's running out of the tunnel and all this other stuff. People saying, oh, okay, maybe he's going to play. At this point, I kind of hope he does because I don't know what kind of effectiveness he's going to have. It's a knee.
It's a knee.
It's a knee.
It's a knee. One of the better man corners in the NFL. Could I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
C.J. Stroud, QBR versus zone, 73.9. That's the best in the league. Rookie or not, that's the best in the league. However, 38.8 against man, which is 27th. Browns run man 40% of the time, 39% of the time. Let's round up. So that'll be interesting to see how they kind of attack that. I don't know, like all these stats that I keep hearing like, I saw Stutz, shout out to Houston Football, best subscription you can have, by the way, in town, better than the Chronicle and the Athletic combined. Athletic doesn't even cover the Texans anymore, but it's not even close. But he did 2 columns this week that I would put against any columns in the city. But he did one about the Texans against bad defenses, and I kind of made fun of him. Our good defenses, I kind of made fun of him about it. I'm like, man, I don't know how much stock I put into that.
Yeah.
Like Baltimore, and B. Scott was talking about it yesterday too. I don't know how much stock I put in to what the Texans did against good defenses earlier this year.
I don't. I told B. Scott when he was here. He's like, well, what about the Jets? What about the Ravens? What about the Jets and what about the Ravens? Ravens was week 1. The Jets was an incredibly sloppy game where everything was going bad, including, for some reason, the Jets were getting offense from Zach Wilson. Really, the only one that you could really put stock in is the Browns.
Kevin Stefanski, the Browns head coach, didn't face C.J. Stroud in week 1. Does he anticipate the Texans being a different team? Spoiler alert, he better, or he's an absolute bozo. Here's the coach.
Excited about the opportunity we have in front of us, going down there to play a very, very good Houston team. We're also excited that we're the first game. We don't have to wait an extra day, so we get to get up and go. But, looking at this game, I know we recently played this team. As you know, they're different. Everybody's different each week, but C.J. Stroud's a great player. I mean, he's a great player, so we did not face him in the first one. There's injuries that guys that are back on defense that they didn't have. They've signed a couple free agents on defense. So really, as everybody knows, you're a different team week to week, and certainly this is a different team we're facing. But I know it's a very, very talented team. They're very well coached. I have a ton of respect for D'Amico, his entire coaching staff. So it's a great challenge, but we're really focused on the work that's going to go into it this week.
I like Stefanski. It's very easy when you basically rested your guys. Not basically, when you rested your guys last week to say, yeah, we're glad we don't have to wait an extra day.
Yeah, because otherwise they wouldn't be liking Saturday.
They will be fresh. With all this stuff we're talking about, they will be fresh. What exactly, though, Coach, do you expect to see different from the Texans?
Yeah, I mean, you play those, you talk through those type of things, and, same idea from our perspective. It's that chess match of things that we tried. Are you going to try it again? Are you going to try it a different way? Are they going to adjust? It's all those things that you go into a game, you have conversations about, but you really don't know until you get into the game. And sometimes you won't know until the third series. And so there's always that chess match that takes place between the staff and their staff, and see what their answers are, and you better have counter punches ready.
What do you expect different
from them?
Yeah,
they're going to try to do the same thing. I could see them trying to run the rock a little bit more.
That's what I was going to say.
I could see them trying to run the rock with Ford and Hunt.
Yeah, they
were
more. Stuffed. Yeah. They were stuffed running the ball, and they can't expect 265 either out of Amari Cooper. I fully expect them to really just try to get the run game going, because there was nothing in the first meeting.
Yeah, that's what I would expect, a little bit more run. Tomorrow you're going to have the Texans kicking it off on NBC with the Browns, 3:30. Then on Peacock, 7 p.m., Dolphins at Chiefs. Charles Barkley called the NFL greedy for putting the game on Peacock. Sorry they run their league well, sir. I mean, they expand their playoffs and there's demand.
You see the statement the NFL made about all the pushback that they have a game on Peacock?
What's that?
They said, yeah, we're going to keep doing this. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing.
But
yeah.
Charles Barkley better shut up, because the NBA probably going to try to do the same thing.
Here's the difference between the NFL and the NBA right now is that people don't want to miss the NFL games. It's NBA games they're not even watching when they're big games. So there's a big difference there.
They put it in fancy terms like our platform partnerships, this and that.
Expand.
Expand. They said we're going to keep doing this. And here's the other thing.
Expand.
Peacock is going to benefit.
Yeah.
It was a great investment.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's working. People investing into it.
Yeah, we're good on it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh versus the Bills. That's going to be Sunday at noon on CBS. Congratulations to Tony Romo and Jim Nantz for being in that weather. And then Monday, you got the Eagles at the Bucks. Jalen Hurts still hasn't thrown a football. We'll hear from him when we go around the NFL. Rams-Lions on Sunday night. I'm looking forward to this one. Big time. By the way, someone brought this up. If the Lions had gotten that call against the Cowboys, they would be the 1 seed.
They would. They would? I'm asking.
Yeah, I think so. Or they would be the 2 seed.
Maybe the 2 seed. Yeah, maybe the 2 seed. I don't know. I'll trust you on that one. That's for sure.
There was something significant on that. Right now, they're the 3.
Yeah.
And then you got Packers at Cowboys. That's going to be the Sunday Fox game at 3:30. Patriots have hired their guy, Gerard Mayo, next head coach. Remember when we thought Mayo might be the Texans coach? Remember when Jack Easterby was having stories planted in the Houston Chronicle, random-ass features about Gerard Mayo? God, that was pathetic. But Gerard Mayo is the quarterback of the coach of the New England Patriots. They're looking for the general manager now as well. I think they should call Easterby.
I was just going to ask you.
Easterby wanted to.
It all matters.
He wanted Mayo to get some love in the Houston Chronicle. They had that random ass story planted, like a big feature.
How many calls has Easterby made to him already?
Oh, he's texted
more of a story.
him. He easily texted him.
For
I'm
sure.
so proud of you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm so proud
Got any
of you,
openings
brother.
up there? Hey,
I have no doubt you'll take them back where they need to be.
With my help, you can go to the next level.
The Alabama search continues. Steve Sarkisian has said no. Norvell at Florida State I say said no. They're not. They've said they're staying where they're staying.
Yeah,
that's unfair to say.
Yeah.
So Steve Sarkisian has said he's staying at Texas. Let me word that the right way. Dan Lanning has said he's staying at Oregon. Norvell has said he's staying at Florida State. There was an interesting little report. One of these Eugene reporters, this news guy, and you could tell he's one of these goofball, looks good on TV, suit guys who goes up there and acts like he knows what he's talking about. He said something on the news like that.
He was in Tuscaloosa.
Dan Lanning was in Tuscaloosa. I have it on good authority that Dan Lanning's in Tuscaloosa. Here was Dan Lanning on the Pat McAfee show talking about if that was a distraction.
It was a distraction last night. My 13-year-old son, Caden, we just started watching the Jason Bourne movie. We were on Jason Bourne, and my phone's blowing up, and it's like, Dad, it says you're in Tuscaloosa right now. It's like, we're watching Jason Bourne. Focus on the movie. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb. So it interrupted what we were in on last night. But, we got great players that we're looking to sign. All that became a distraction for sure. You got players on our team reaching out, and they know where I'm at. 10 toes down.
10 toes down. Okay.
Oh, God, there's a T-shirt. That is a T-shirt if I've ever heard it.
All right, 10 toes down it is.
Astros, little news. They avoid arbitration with Kyle Tucker, Luis Garcia, Jose Urquidy, however, and Chas McCormick. However, they did not come to an agreement with Mauricio Dubon, so they're going to go to arbitration. How about that? There you go.
Value all across the board.
Those are the hits here on In the Loop. Coming up, we're going to do a little Alanis Morissette exercise. Is it ironic or not? There's some connections between the Texans and Browns. We're going to do the Alanis Morissette exercise and have Lopez tell me if there's irony or not next.
Join the drop. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, one sleep till playoffs. Texans versus the Browns tomorrow. We're going to do the Alanis Morissette ironic exercise in a second. Is it ironic or not? But first, let's talk about playoff performances. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. I'm sure you've heard that a time or 20,000.
Yeah.
Maybe I was a little too harsh to start the show. I don't know. This is what we always do on Football Friday. John Lopez brings the drama. I don't know if he had his playoff game face on when he brought this.
Oh, well, good setup there. Thanks.
He had it last week. Last week was elite. I don't know about this one. But you know what? Sometimes when guys are doubted, they rise to the occasion. So I'm calling on the loophole. 713-572-4610. I want you to grade this from 1 to 10. John Lopez. Dramatic reading/writing. He's glaring at me right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just marveling at you. Like, I don't think it was that good, but y'all judge. I don't think it was his best work, but y'all tell me if it was good. I think he's guilty, but y'all tell me if he's guilty.
Playoff edition.
This was.
You act like I have an influence on these people. You act like I'm an influential guy around here. I'm just a voice.
It kind of stinks, but y'all tell me.
Yeah. Here we go.
That's good bias.
It's playoff time, baby.
Here's the thing. This is Hemingway-esque.
Who cares about Hemingway?
Anybody who knows literature.
Hemingway.
A Farewell to Arms. Old Man in the Sea.
Hemingway.
Look. Let me give you my rebuttal to what Landry just said, and then I'll do my dramatic reading. Ernest Hemingway is widely known, along with Mark Twain, as the greatest writer in the history of the United States.
Yeah.
All right?
Sure.
I even make a reference to him in here that, of course, you didn't notice.
Yeah.
Because you were contaminating people with your lies.
Hey. Look, man. You're acting like Drake right now.
No,
You're acting like Drake.
No, this is called being fair and balanced.
Joe Budden calls Drake like the greatest artist of all time, and then he listens to one of his albums and says it's bad, and all of a sudden he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
That's you.
Did he know?
That's not me. That's you.
Did he know? No, it's Joe Budden. Joe Budden gives a bad review for Drake, and then Drake's going at him. Yeah. I'm just.
So we pretty much got Drake and Joe Budden on the In the Loop show.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's all I said. We're going Hemingway? That's the motivation for the playoffs? That's what we're doing? Hemingway?
Here's why.
Goodness gracious. Mark Twain?
No, I didn't do any Mark.
What is this, Payne and Pendergast?
I wrote it. Look.
Give me a Huck Finn reference, too?
I want the English teachers. I want people who like enjoy and appreciate prose.
Shout out to Susan Green, my favorite English teacher.
Mrs. Foley. Mrs. Foley was mine.
Robert Wormsman, rest in peace.
And Mrs. Klein. Mrs. Klein told me I should be a writer.
Pete Bruton.
How about that?
R.I.P.
Yeah.
I got respect for him. Nancy Duncan. Shout out to you.
So if you appreciate prose, you will be able to pick up what I'm doing here. That it is a tribute to Hemingway because it was the greatest American writer in American history. And it is a tribute to the story that is the Texans. Like this.
Okay.
This piece here.
Okay. See, you're selling it.
Has
I like
those
this.
elements.
So you're basically going out before the premiere and you're selling it. I like it.
Yeah, because you lifted
No, it's a
your
good
leg
sell.
and
He pretty much
dunked all
telling you to listen to the lyrics.
Do you think Lopez is a playoff player? Is he a primetime player? Does he bring the rice out?
Yes. Because here's the thing. Landry was very superficial, and he wanted me to quote Eminem or whatever. I did last week.
The hell?
And you said it was elite. This is...
Nah, but that was about lose yourself.
Yeah, but this is literature. This is the story of the Texans.
All right.
Now we're fair and balanced.
All right, there we go.
Here we go.
John Lopez, dramatic reading/writing, playoff
in the style
edition
of Ernest Hemingway. There is a time and a place when youth intersects with age, and the taste of transition is as bittersweet as a plum picked too soon. The taste of it doesn't seem right at first. It doesn't seem ready. It might have been better off staying on the vine to ripen. Taking a bite of it makes your face contort and squint, and you wonder if you should finish the bunch. Yet you keep eating. You always keep eating. For some reason, you can't stop eating. And then, in an inexplicable way, it becomes delicious. It becomes less bitter with every bite, more sweet, and you keep eating and eating and eating. It's time to eat in Houston. Yes, there was a time these Texans did not seem ready. Yes, perhaps they were plucked from the vine and tossed to the fray too soon. Yes, maybe they should have been allowed to ripen.
Mm-hmm.
But with every bite, it seems more delicious and right.
These are plums?
It is time to eat in Houston. Yes, the quarterback on the other side has wise lines of glory creasing his face. Yes, he should be neither underestimated nor dismissed.
Fig, you wake up.
Yes, that defense has the heavy maturity of an oak and the prickliness of age-old cactus. Yes, there is a gleamy, polished receiver named Amari. Just days before, he made this defense look young and dumb. Yes, the Browns are like the old man in the sea, deliberate, resolute, determined, and unruffled. But it is time to eat in Houston. Youth will intersect with age. Then becomes now. What was becomes what will be. And at the corner of Kirby Drive and Inevitable Destiny, youth will intersect with age. At the corner of what once was and what is destined to be, Houston will savor the taste of victory. Yes, C.J. Stroud, Nico, Dalton, Devin, yes. This bunch was tossed together like plums plucked too soon. This bunch was too new, too raw, too green. Yet from Cincinnati to Jacksonville to Nashville and Indianapolis, every bite has become more palatable and irresistible. Bitter has become sweet. Old has become new. The Texans have taken a bite of sweet splendor, and now it is inevitable. It is time to eat in Houston. Now, do you understand? Or is it still over your head?
I don't know if it's over the head. It's just kind of... I just don't know if you brought the rice out, man. I don't know if you brought the rice out.
All right. I can take that. Because I know.
You thought you brought the rice out?
I know what I know this was one I would enter in a contest.
Really?
Yes. Because of what it...
Which one?
Any writing contest.
Okay.
Because what it meant, what it reflects in terms of the style and the use and the story of the Houston Texans. See, Landry, let me give you a literature lesson here. All right?
I don't want that. I don't want that. This is what I want. And this is what I want from fans. This is what I want from players. This is what I want from John Lopez. I want you to bring the rice out. I want you to bring the rice out when the lights are biggest.
If you was in high school, if you was ever play basketball, any type of sports, you got your practice players and you got your performance players. Now, the practice players are always going to be on time to practice. They're going to be running the plays perfect. They're going to be making the layups in practice. They're going to make the coach happy, all that. That's a practice player. Then you got your game time players to bring the rice out.
Yeah, bring the rice out, John. I want you to bring the rice out. Bring that rice.
I did.
Bring that sizzle.
I did.
Figgy, quit rolling your eyes.
I'm not doing nothing, man. Don't try to bring me into this.
Oh, don't sit there and roll your eyes.
I'm not doing anything, man.
I want you to do this. Read that or send it to your mom.
No, I mean,
who was a teacher.
Okay, she's in her 60s. And she was a teacher. Of course she likes it. Because
she appreciates.
That's not the demo, brother. You're proving my point. We're not talking to 65-year-old teachers, women.
So you're wrong. You're wrong.
Shout out to the ladies, though, but man, that's what we're talking about.
People in their teens.
Of course my mom would like that.
People in their teens and in college can understand the parallels of what the Texans are and how they are a classic story. That's why I went with Hemingway.
Okay. Gotcha. Let's go with Alanis Morissette. Let's talk irony. And I want you to tell me if this is ironic or if this is Alanis Morissette ironic, which is not ironic. Just to refresh your memory, the song Ironic by Alanis Morissette, it's not ironic. It's not like, listen to this. There's nothing ironic. Tell me if it's ironic. Go.
I'm the one that told you. That's not irony. Winning the lottery and dying the next day is not. No, a fly in your Chardonnay is not irony. That's
crap luck.
Still not irony. That's bad luck. No, I don't. This is the worst. Rain on your wedding day is also bad luck.
What if they get divorced after?
No.
And there was rain on the wedding day.
No, that's just a sign.
What about the free ride when you've already paid?
That's not irony. A free ride when you already paid is not irony.
What about the good advice you didn't take?
Okay, that is your own misconception, your own shortcoming. It's not irony. Let me explain irony to everyone.
What about this guy? Packing his suitcase.
He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And as the plane crashed down.
How's that ironic?
No.
That's crappy luck.
That's horrible luck.
Isn't it depressing? Would make sense. Isn't it depressing, don't you think?
Yeah. That it is depressing.
All right, there you go.
All right, so that is not irony. The best example
Who the hell wrote that song, man?
Alanis Morissette,
It's
I
like
think.
one of the top hits in the country. It's like it's not ironic.
I know. I'm just saying, writing that, and it's not even irony is crazy.
Exactly. Irony is when you have, I always tell people the same example. When all you need is a knife and you have 100 spoons. That's irony, like the parallel of it. Like, yeah. That what she said is not.
I think she gets to it 2 weeks.
Yeah.
From there. So I'm going to throw some irony at you.
Or not.
And I want you to tell me if it's ironic or not.
Right.
Okay. Joe Flacco being one of the most beloved Cleveland Browns in recent history, despite having success for the Baltimore Ravens, who were originally the Browns.
That is not irony.
So that's Alanis Morissette.
Really?
Yeah, that is not irony.
Deshaun Watson sitting and watching as his former team and current team do battle in his former city.
That is irony, because you expect, like that goes back to my example. All you want is a knife, and you have 100 spoons. All you wanted was Deshaun Watson to lead you to the playoffs, and you have Joe Flacco doing it.
Nick Caserio being born and bred in Ohio, and now facing his childhood favorite squad, the Cleveland Browns, in his first playoff game as Texans GM.
Not irony. Not irony.
Nick Chubb and Denzel Ward, both selected in 2018 with Texans draft picks, what were originally going to be Texans draft picks, both being out for this playoff game against the Houston Texans. Irony or not?
No, it's not. It would be irony if somehow they were Houston Texans. They were chosen by the Browns, and they were Texans.
Now, is this irony? Someone brings up an interesting question on the text line. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. The irony is that the song is called Ironic, but there's no irony in it.
That's in the neighborhood. I wouldn't argue with that.
Is that in there?
That's in the neighborhood. I would have to think about that a little more.
That is in there. Getting ready for the playoffs. We're one sleep away here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud tomorrow. 247, I think you said, was the over-under on his passing yards. Does he surpass 247 yards? CJ Stroud, yes or no?
Yes, and I think the fact that the over-under is 247 is a sign of the respect and how much he is important. Like, he is going to be the reason the Texans win. It's a CJ Stroud game. They're all CJ Stroud games. We've talked about that. That shows you something.
You brought up two guys that you think could be unsung heroes in this game, guys that we don't expect to make plays that make plays. Tell the people who those two people are.
Yeah, pixie dust meter, man. We've gone to that occasionally this year. But the backdrop is this. DeMeco Ryan, this is what DeMeco Ryans does. He gets to the postseason, and you expect certain things, from his defense. And he somehow sprinkles that pixie dust on the players that give you the unexpected, on the players that you least expect to make big plays. I'll give you some examples. His last two defenses in San Francisco accounted for 15 sacks in 4 playoff games. The names are not who you might think they are. It's Samson Ebukam, Kevin Gibbons, DJ Jones. So this is what he does. He knows what's coming.
DJ Jones, not to be confused with Mike Jones.
Correct. And he knows, like, Jonathan Grenard is back. That's going to be getting a lot of attention. Will Anderson, for what, at whatever level he plays, is going to be getting a lot of attention. Who's going to make the plays? I think there are going to be a couple of guys that come up and are going to become the.
By the way, D'Amico's voice not great yesterday, I heard.
I thought we got a report that it was.
Well, I heard it was. It's okay. It's better. It's better, but it's not fully there.
Yeah. So who's going to become those guys? I got 2 names for you. Discuss. Derek Barnett.
He's been badass for what they brought him in for. Derek Barnett's been a bad mofo, number 95 in your program. And some of you say, "Who's that guy?" Yeah, I don't blame you.
That's what I'm. The way we watched the Niners games when they were making their runs, and they still are, but when they were making their runs behind D'Amico Ryan's defense, is like, wow, Charles Omenihu is really playing well under D'Amico. That's the pixie dust, right? He had, I think, 3.5 sacks in the 2 playoff games that he played in 2022.
Yeah.
Those are the guys. The other one, Kurt Heinisch.
Yeah.
I could see Kurt Heinisch making some plays.
And he starts rubbing that belly, that crowd's gonna get crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I'll like if a fat sloppy guy like Kurt Heinisch makes a play in a playoff game and starts rubbing that belly, that's how you win fans over.
Last 2 games of the regular season, Kurt Heinisch has a half sack.
He's a crazy ass dude, man.
2 tackles for losses.
About that business.
A quarterback hit and a pass defense, which means he blocked the ball at the line of scrimmage.
That's what it means?
For those who don't know. You can just feel it coming. It's going to be Derek Barnett or Kurt Heinisch that could get that pixie dust meter going.
Man. And you got Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard on the edge as well. So I want to ask you this. This is our final ironic. You know how I feel about Tyler Milner. Love Tyler Milner. The straw that stirs the drink, 2 to 6 on the afternoon show, The Drive. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley.
Has he posted another picture of Hannah McNair yet?
He has not. It's getting a little creepy, but I will say this, though. I want you to tell me if this is irony.
Okay.
Because I heard my man T. Mill yesterday, and he said this when they were talking about football season and stuff like that. And I actually texted him when I heard it because I was listening, as I always do. This is what he said about scheduling things and stuff during football season when Hannah and Cal were in studio with them.
All right, guys. She had season tickets before I met her, for the record.
That's beautiful. No birthdays.
She is a supporter now.
No birthdays, no parties, no nothing during football season. No weddings.
Okay, no birthdays, no parties, no nothing during football season. Tyler Milner said that to Hannah McNair. Is it ironic that the same guy who said that when the Texans were facing the Jets in a huge game, went golfing with someone who was his wife's friend's husband who he'd never hung out with?
Yeah.
Is that ironic?
No, that's kind of sorry. But it's not irony.
You can't say no more weddings.
Guys, no birthdays, no weddings.
But I can have a casual golf outing.
What time's our tea time?
Oh, by the way, I'm Tyler too. It's not like his bro's in town.
So, you what kind of player are you?
We got to strip the hardo like no wedding phase when that happens.
If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No birthdays, no weddings. All right. How far is this hole?
What's the score?
Does it go to the left?
Hey, what's the score?
Does it go to the right? By the way, there is a little update that Tyler gave this morning on his Twitter feed.
Yeah, he's not going to the game. He doesn't want to jinx it.
He's got a golf game.
Okay, he doesn't got tickets.
He's got a golf game. 3:15 tea time, baby. Before it gets cold.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions. There's something that some people are saying about the Texans that we got to stop saying this. We got to stop saying it. Get your mind correct. Next.
CJ Stroud is the It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
One sleep till playoffs, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. Slime off coming up at 1:20, but right now it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think we've been looking at Bobby Slowick and his potential departure and ignoring another one that I don't think is going to happen this year, but could happen next year. So every year, Rick Gosselin.
Goose.
Yeah.
Goose.
He is a fantastic
legend,
NFL
legendary football mind, the
writer.
Goose. He is like John McClain, but way more smart when it comes to stats.
And he is the guru. Like this is
a mofo.
Like this is looked forward to by NFL
and this
teams.
tells you how nerdy this dude is.
Yes, every
He's
year
a legend.
For decades now. He actually breaks down tape, scores, tackling of special teams. Okay?
Yeah.
And NFL teams like rely on it. Third best special teams in the NFL this year was the New York Jets. Second best, the New Orleans Saints. The best special teams, according to Goose, which is gospel, the Houston Texans. I'm kind of like, I've said it. I think the guy deserves, Frank Ross, to get some run as a head coach because he's that good. It won't happen this year, but I'll bet you it's gonna ramp up. I'll bet you it's gonna ramp up.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We'll hear from Frank Ross. Get the weekly Frank in the 1 o'clock around the NFL segment. Frank Ross going to set the scene. The Goose champ. I'm told that meant a lot to him too.
What's that?
Like being
the Frank Ross,
the top of
yeah,
Goose Gosselin,
number one.
You know.
Hell yeah! Why would it not?
Well, I mean, it's
gospel.
It's big.
Yeah,
it's big. There's something that I've heard that I don't really get. I've heard the notion, not from everyone, but from some, that Texans don't have anything to lose on Saturday. We say that too often. I got to confess, this irks me.
Mm-hmm.
They got a football game to lose. They got a season to lose. I mean, this is not a 16-1 matchup in the NCAA tournament. This is a 2.5-point spread. You're at home. You're facing a team that embarrassed you. You have the better quarterback. Like, nothing to lose? Yeah, they got a football game to lose. It's a big game. This is not a nothing to lose. Maybe they can get in a nothing to lose situation if they face Baltimore. By the way, Mark Andrews designated for return. Yeah, so, God. But yeah, nothing to lose. What are we
You're
doing?
just happy to be here, Landry.
What does that mean?
Like, this isn't, some Division III school playing Texas where there'll be nothing but trick plays in the wishbone, because they got nothing to lose. They're just going to throw caution to the wind. I agree 100% that the bar has been raised. We've talked about that. We need to look at this team differently. We need to think about winning the game and be disappointed if you lose.
Thank you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Nothing to lose, D's.
I think Cal McNair might have told us something yesterday, and it went over all our heads until I reheard the interview right here on In the Loop. So I asked him a question about kind of, trying to help him, lay out what's expected on Sunday with the halftimes and the fans and all that stuff. And then he just dropped something in unsolicited.
Well, I can't wait. We're also going to have the commissioner.
Oh, nice.
So
wow.
We're getting some national attention, which is really fun. And it'll be interesting to see the schedule come out when it does in the spring and see what it looks like.
Okay, wait, what? So in the middle of all this about the game on Saturday, about the commissioner coming into town, he just kind of casually goes, it'll be interesting to see the schedule when it comes out next year.
Well, I mean, the opponents are set. So, I mean, there's going to be at least 3 primetime games.
I think it's one of two things.
Have you seen the opponents?
I think it's one of two things. Yeah.
Got Buffalo, Chicago, Detroit, Miami, and Baltimore at home. Away, you got Green Bay, Minnesota, New England, the Jets, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys. You're getting at least 4 primetimes out of that.
So I think it's one of two things.
Maybe 3.
It's either because he did that out of the blue. It'll be interesting to see the schedule when it's released next year or next spring or whatever. It's either.
But we asked him about being on the big stage.
No,
right?
we asked him about this game, and then he said
he brought up the commissioner,
and he brought up the commissioner. And then he said the schedule. I'm thinking it's either 3 or 4 primetime games, which should be expected, or England.
Okay.
I mean, C.J. Stroud is he is
England.
Yeah, they haven't been in a long time.
Okay.
I'm wondering if he's because they talk about these things in advance.
Mm-hmm.
Just was interesting to me when I reheard it. I went like, wait, that kind of came out of nowhere.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You say something that I kind of disagree with, John. I know this is a surprise to you, but you use this
Breaking
reference.
news.
I'm shocked.
This is one of the 5 things in your bag that you use at least 3 or 4 times a year.
Okay.
The Farrah Fawcett theory.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think it makes sense.
How does it not make sense?
I think it's actually the opposite of what you say it is.
Okay, so just to make clear, when Bill Belichick retired,
Pete Carroll.
When Nick Saban
and Belichick and Pete Carroll was
Carroll was first.
Yeah.
Then Nick Saban, and then the next day Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And when Nick Saban retired, left, whatever, I said Pete Carroll equals Farrah Fawcett. Now that references the fact that when Farrah Fawcett died, and then 12 hours later on the same day, Michael Jackson died. So all the headlines that Farrah Fawcett was getting were overshadowed.
That was before TMZ became legit. I was interning at a radio station at the time when it happened. I remember.
Yeah, so the equivalent is all the headlines that Pete Carroll was getting were all of a sudden overshadowed. That's a good reference.
But I think over time, I think it actually has the opposite effect. I think dying on the same day as Michael Jackson actually kind of helps Farrah Fawcett because
nobody remembers it.
We wouldn't even know if she died. Like if she would have died the day before Michael Jackson, we wouldn't even know she died. But now
we would have.
No, now it's a combo plate. We wouldn't even know. I kind of feel like dying on the same day as Michael Jackson actually helps her because now we remember when she died.
Most people didn't actually. I had to explain that tweet. So no,
I know you do say it. It's kind of like your Seinfeld references where you just kind of assume that we know.
But that's kind of my point. Like all the
stanza.
Farrah Fawcett died. Oh my God! You mean the pinup girl, the original pinup girl,
what was
all
she
that
in?
Charlie's Angels.
Oh, okay, never watched that.
All that stuff, and then like 12 hours later, wait, forget Farrah Fawcett. Michael Jackson died.
Wait,
forget Pete Carroll. Nick Saban retired.
Wait, are we sure he died? TMZ, they're not reliable.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Y'all can mock me all you want. Houston rodeo lineup dropped yesterday.
Yeah, it's a good one. Do you have a list? I already have my list ready.
I got it right here, but here's my confession. I want to see Nickelback. I want to see Nickelback.
Why do people hate them so bad?
I've never.
I don't know. I don't get it. Like of all the people to hate, why do people hate them so bad?
I've never seen Nickelback. Their songs are terrific. Everybody makes them a punchline. When that thing dropped, and I've got the list here. You want me to go through them real quick?
Yeah.
For the sake of the rodeo, because they do such a great job. This is in order, starting February 27th. Blake Shelton, Carly Pierce, for King and Country, 50 Cent, Hardy, Ivan Cornejo, Hank Williams Jr., Oliver Anthony, Jelly Roll, Luke Bryan, Major Lazer, Lainey Wilson, Los Tigres del Norte, which don't sleep on them. They're awesome. La Puerta Negra and all that stuff. Whiskey Myers, Bun B, and the All-American Takeover. Nickelback, Zac Brown Band, Jonas Brothers, Brad Paisley, and Eric Church. I want to see Nickelback. So shame me. I don't care.
I don't understand why they're so hated. Like, of all the groups, why are they so hated?
I don't know.
Jonas Brothers are coming. Someone texted me yesterday, like, hey, man.
That might be a sleeper right there. Jonas Brothers.
Sleeper.
I didn't even know they were still together.
No, I didn't either, but I don't know that that's a sleeper. Buddy texted me, hey, bro. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
So, my wife's a big Jonas Brothers fan.
Yeah.
I'm like, man.
What is the sleeper? My daughter texted me.
The sleeper?
Mm-hmm.
She literally. I don't know that there's any sleepers. It's pretty big names.
She literally.
What is the biggest flop? I know what the biggest flop is. You know how I feel about this guy.
Who?
Jelly Roll.
That dude seemed like a big flop because how many songs?
He's got 2. That dude's gonna perform for an hour.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? Sing his songs with
over and over again.
Lil White from the 3 6 Mafia days.
Now, I don't know anything about this.
Jelly Roll?
It's probably going to be his 2 songs and a lot of cover songs.
I have a hunch you know about this entertainer. I don't, but my daughter texted me, don't sleep on Lainey Wilson.
Oh, yeah. I know people who want to see Lainey Wilson.
She said she might be the best one. I'm like, I don't know about that.
Oh, she's beast, dude.
Really?
Beast.
I don't know anything about her.
Brothers like her, too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Figure who you going to see?
She's got a big knot, man.
I want to see 50 Cent. I was debating on the Bun B takeover because
I'm going to go to Bun B. Although he flopped last year. I'll be honest, he flopped.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to it again. But
yeah, of course you are.
I kind of
Figgy, you're the first person they come to. Hey, Figgy, we got sweet tickets for Bun B.
Man. That's the truth.
Figgy.
And Fitty.
Figgy. Race car! So I'm gonna go see 50 Cent. I'm gonna go see Bun B. I got family coming in town that wants to see Brad Paisley.
Oh, well, he's reliable.
So,
yeah, he's
sure.
reliable.
Big Brown. Is that the Big Browns fan? Brad Paisley? Yeah, he's the Big Browns fan.
Oh, yeah, allegedly. Hank Williams Jr.
That's
Jr.
my number 2.
I didn't know he was alive.
Well, not for long, probably.
So is he going to make it on the stage?
I don't know.
Oh, man. Why you throw that out there,
I mean,
man?
obviously he's got something left if they're putting him on a stage for an hour.
My number 1 is Nickelback. Number 2 is Hank Williams Jr. And number 3 is 50 Cent.
Yeah, I got Lainey Wilson and Jonas Brothers down on the list.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how tickets just kind of pop up. But 50 Cent, Bun B, Brad Paisley, Hank Williams. I've seen 50 Cent probably 4 times, but long time
Never
ago.
seen him.
I've never seen him
Long time
either.
ago.
Never seen him.
Long time ago. Not great.
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, it's okay, but it's not. But it's okay. I've seen. I saw him back in the day. Last time I saw him, it was with Eminem and Lil Jon and the East Side Boys. That's how long ago.
That's
that
a long
was.
time.
Yeah, when Pitbull was still in the East Side Boys.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was that long ago before Pitbull got really rich. Pitbull was still wearing skull caps at that time, big ass diamond earrings.
Yeah.
Not those $10,000 suits he rocks now. It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up next. The numbers that will blow your mind when it comes to this matchup between the Texans and Browns. We're not going in the sticks. These are going to be entertaining numbers. You do not want to miss it. One sleep away from the big game next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joined Payne and Pendergast ahead of Saturday's playoff matchup.
I think the team will be ready to go. We're excited about the opportunity in front of us. Hopefully the city of Houston is ready.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, I got some numbers for this Texans and Browns game. And we've gone over some of these throughout the week, but I think these are interesting. And some of them will be in the sticks, completion percentages and all that crap. Others will just be random-ass numbers. I start with the number 16. We know this. Joe Flacco, 16 years old when C.J. Stroud was born. It's my favorite stat, honestly. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite stat. This dude was driving around in high school. He was driving up to the high school parking lot. You remember that? You remember when you were 16 and you're pulling up? You're pulling up to the parking lot?
Yeah.
High school?
You slumping down, leaning to the right?
Yeah. El Camino or... why did they get rid of El Caminos?
They were badass.
Yeah, why did they get rid of
My
El
brother
Caminos?
had an El Camino.
But why did they get rid of them?
I don't know.
Those are sick.
I guess because they were trucks that weren't really trucks.
Yeah, but that's awesome.
That was the best part.
That's the cool thing about it.
I had a 1976 Mercury Monarch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So 16 years old, Joe Flacco, driving to high school. As soon as he's in second period, C.J. Stroud is born. Don't know if he was in second period or not. I can't confirm that. That's a rough estimate. But at 16 years old, Joe Flacco was in high school. C.J. Stroud was born. There's a 16-year age gap between the two quarterbacks. Look at that El Camino. That is just
that's a Mercury Monarch.
Bro.
That's my car.
That's nasty too, bro.
It was a badass.
Let me see. Kept that.
It was a badass.
You should have kept that, homie.
Yeah, that's
you
nice.
You should have kept that.
It has exact same colors and everything.
You got to find that one and repair it.
Yeah.
Next statistic: 2 out of 15. C.J. Stroud has made 15 career starts in the NFL. In 2 of those 15 starts, he's been the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. So 2 times out of 15, C.J. Stroud has been the best player, arguably, depending on how they vote on it.
Not rookie player.
Not rookie, but the best offensive player in the AFC.
Yeah.
Next number, 265. I think we know that one. Amari Cooper, last time he faced the Texans, 11 catches, 2 tutties, 265 yards. It's a lot. However, the next number, 73.5. That is the over-under in yardage for Amari Cooper this week. That's wild.
That is crazy, and that's why I'm feeling a little better about things.
73.5. Next numbers, 73.9 and 38.3. Those are C.J. Stroud's QB ratings against zone, 73.9, and then against man, 38.3. He's best in the league against zone. He's 27th in the league, tied for 27th against man. Cleveland runs a lot of man defense.
But still less than 40%, which is interesting.
39.
Yeah, you're going to see at least 60% of zone.
Next number, 4. Numero cuatro. Denzel Ward was the 4th overall pick in the 2018 NFL Draft. That was the Texans' original draft pick. It was part of the Deshaun Watson trade. Deshaun Watson trade in which the Texans ended up benefiting early on, and then we all know how that ended. Next number, 35. 31 picks after Denzel Ward was selected in that 2018 draft. The Cleveland Browns selected Nick Chubb. That draft pick was acquired in the Brock Osweiler trade. So those first 35 picks, 2 of the best players on the Browns, neither of which could see the field, although Denzel Ward seems to have some hope. They were both selected by the Texans' original picks. Next numbers, 2 and 11. The number 2 and the number 11.
Yes.
2 catches, 11 yards are what receivers not named Nico Collins had last week for the Houston Texans. Let me just say this. That ain't going to cut it. Noah Brown back at practice. Robert Woods back at practice. Maybe they can figure it out. But 2 catches, 11 yards for wide receivers not named Nico Collins. I don't care if Denzel Ward is hurt and he goes in Tanya Harding's the rest of the damn Browns cornerbacks. 2-11 for receivers not named Nico Collins is not going to cut it. Why me?
Why me? Why me? Those are all like hugely significant. And if those numbers change, like it goes from 265 to 74 or whatever, Texans win the ball game. Go ahead.
We'll get back to the numbers in a sec. But I just mentioned Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when we were in Boston and there was that drunk-ass girl that I'm surprised she didn't get kicked out of the restaurant?
Oh, my goodness.
From California that was just like sloppy drunk, fighting with everybody.
And abrasive, yes.
Yeah, fighting with everybody. But she liked figure skating, and she was hating on Nancy Kerrigan, saying what an evil bee she was. And Tanya Harding was like the people's choice and all that. That is just a random memory.
She was
She was sloppy. She was outside double fisting wine, spilling it, getting in arguments with everybody.
She came with 4 friends and 3 left.
Yeah. And then the only one that stayed was passed out at the table.
Yeah.
Everybody was sitting there like, even our waitress was like, I apologize for her. Nah, we're good.
That's all right.
Next number, 1.7. 1.7. You know where this one's going? 1.7?
That's the yards per attempt?
Nope.
Yards per carry, I mean?
Nope.
Because that's the one I was looking at.
No.
I'll get to that in a minute.
It's even more impressive than that, sir.
All right, what's that?
1.7 is the passer rating that quarterbacks had in the month of December throwing at Derek Stingley.
Oh, baby.
That's from Will Kunkel Fox. He put that out there. I'll give him credit for it.
Yeah.
1.7.
God, he is so big in this game. I'm looking at it now. It's 1.8 was Cleveland's yards per rush against the Texans.
Yeah. When you're got a receiver getting 265.
Yeah, but they only they want that to change.
Correct.
Yeah.
Next number, final number, as we go through these wild ass numbers. One sleep away from Texans Browns. 1,470. Where do you think 1,470 is going, my friend?
SAT score?
No. Maybe on the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah. That back in the 1600 days, 1470 might get you into
Harvard.
Texas or Texas A&M, maybe. Who knows? Tomorrow will be 1,470 days since the Texans hosted a playoff game. Buffalo Bills, November 4th of 2020. Deshaun Watson saves Bill O'Brien's butt. 1,470 days ago, mañana will be the last time the Texans host a game.
Probably the last sellout, right?
Yes.
Right?
Well, unless there was like the season opener and they had to
No,
refund
because
it.
then in 2020 season you got COVID.
Yeah. But does it count if you sell out your allotment or something?
No, I don't know, but that was 1,470 days. You just answered the question I had earlier since their last sellout because the next season the stadium was empty except for a few people that were, had their sections to themselves. And then 2021 was no sellout. 2022 was no sellout. So 1,470 days since that stadium has sold out. And the last playoff win. That's pretty incredible,
It's
right?
incredible.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Just some numbers to think about as we head to the game, mañana. So we talked about the rodeo. The lineup has been released. It's going to be on the same grounds as the Texans. You mentioned Nickelback. You want to see Nickelback?
I do.
I said I never understood why they got hated on. I really didn't. I didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
On the text line, 1805 says, of course, the new trend of acting like Nickelback doesn't suck is adopted by Landry. Hipsters first agreed that Nickelback sucks. Now hipsters act like Nickelback is cool. It's okay if you're 50 plus and like them, but nobody has destroyed the rock music industry more than Nickelback in my lifetime. First of all, am I a hipster?
No. That's not.
I feel like hipsters hate me.
Hipsters do hate you.
Yeah.
So you do have hipsters' tendencies, though.
No, I mean, I'm just
when everybody likes something, you kind of go against it.
No, I like what I like.
That's what hipsters do.
No, but hipsters do it just because they want to. I don't like Star Wars. I don't like Harry Potter.
That's not a hipster though.
No, I don't like some of these things that people like.
I think that's not.
I think a hipster they like something until everybody else like it, and then they go against it.
Well, sometimes the product gets watered down, man.
Well,
so you're a hipster.
I'm not.
Yeah, sometimes the product gets watered down.
I think Landry comes across as a hipster, but he's just.
But
that's what he is.
But I never, I never in my life. To me, is it a trend to act like Nickelback's not that bad? Is that a new thing? I felt like.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like, for me, like the hate of Nickelback was a bunch of guys, bitter guys who probably have a garage band and probably play dollar pint night at the local bar that think that Nickelback isn't playing real music while they're just rocking out the stage but never got their break.
Yeah.
I never understood like the don't like Nickelback thing. Never did. I didn't get it. There's a lot of things that suck. I never understood that.
You know what part of that text I think is really, really revealing and wrong? Like, oh, they've set back music and this plastic. Do you like it or not? Is it good? Is it a hit? Do people want to listen to it? Was it played on the radio? Did it make them a ton of money? Does it have 300 million downloads on Spotify, which I looked up?
Yeah. Would I get tired of Nickelback if I were driving, making a road trip and listening to Nickelback the whole time? Yeah.
But it's likable. It's a hit.
Why are they the group that you say sucks so bad?
Yeah, exactly.
I never got it.
Why do they suck?
Well, that guy, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's talking about, well, let me read it.
They ruined the rock industry.
Yeah. Like, here it is. They destroyed the rock music industry. It's plastic.
Destroyed it.
Music for people that do zero seeking.
What does that mean?
The hell does that mean?
What the hell does that mean?
Was it a hit? Are they millionaires? Do they have millions, hundreds of millions of downloads?
But my thing is, why is it so bad?
It's not. That was my confession. I'm like, I want to see Nickelback.
Someone says on the text line, Landry might not be a hipster, but a Jeep Cherokee is a hipster vehicle. The men think you're hipsters.
I didn't know. What is a hipster vehicle?
I had no idea.
I had no idea.
I had no idea.
I thought a hipster vehicle was like a Volkswagen or something.
Someone says the 936 might have a decent point. Landry's not a hipster. He's just an ass. That's possible. I can get down with that. But
I don't think you're a hipster.
I've never just said, oh, everybody likes this, I'm not going to like it.
Right.
But you do have those tendencies.
No. I don't like a lot of stuff that people like. I don't like Star Wars. I don't like.
But that's not a
Harry
hipster
Potter.
thing, though.
Yeah.
I don't like Marvel movies. I liked them when I was in fifth grade.
So how about this?
As soon as I got my first pubic hair, I did not like Marvel movies, okay?
That's not a hipster thing. That might be a nerd thing.
Okay. Give me something hipster then there, buddy.
So just
Mr.
like
denim jacket, you look like a hipster.
All right, so just like the OG sauce. Nobody knew about the OG sauce. You came up with the name and all that stuff.
Yeah.
When it started going platinum and triple platinum, now you start complaining about it a little bit.
No, I complain because we don't get it anymore.
You get it all the time.
That's what I'm saying. That Lopez used to give it to us monthly, and now we don't get it.
When it got popular,
we never get it anymore.
But see, when it got popular, he was like, "Oh, it's a little bit watered down," and I don't know about that.
Come on, man. Come on.
That's hipster tendencies.
Come on, man.
When everybody else like it, and then you're like, I don't know about it now.
I looked up hipster things.
All right, give me a hipster thing. I'll tell you if I like it or not.
When everybody's downloading music, you go vinyl.
Never. I will never have a vinyl. Although I do wonder if CDs are going to come back one day. But I do wish CD players were still a thing.
Cassette tapes is kind of making a comeback too.
Yeah.
Beanies.
I don't wear beanies.
Yes.
Very rarely.
I wore beanies
very rarely.
Oversized glasses.
No. I have one pair of what is it called? Blue light glasses.
Tiny tattoos on your finger.
Never.
Nah.
I don't have a tattoo.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just an ass.
Hey, that makes more sense. But I don't like. It's a new trend to say Nickelback doesn't suck.
I
guarantee you, this guy. I can promise you, this guy, the guy who thinks Nickelback ruined rock music. Shout out to the Loopholes if you listen. You are one. Texans.
He's a hipster.
Got a game. Texans got a game tomorrow, big one. And the rodeo is going to be back shortly. They just dropped the lineup. I guarantee you that he has a guitar in his game room and he is the biggest buzzkill. Like when he has his 6 friends over and they're all having a good time, he has to go up there on the couch and like play some acoustic that absolutely sucks and everybody has to act like they like it.
Yeah.
And it's always like, oh, it's real music. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. It's one of the best weeks in the league, and there's a lot going on the field and off the field. Round the league, wild card edition next.
All right, guys, let's talk about D&M Leasing, and you get
In the Loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Washington Commanders, they hired the assistant GM for the San Francisco 49ers, which has a lot of people thinking Bobby Slowick could end up in Washington. Also, he's got history with the GM, Amy Adams Stanks GM in Tennessee, so he could end up there. Here's Bobby Slowick, though. He's got a game ahead of him. Here's him talking about Dalton Schultz, who's been one of C.J. Stroud's favorite targets, specifically when it matters most.
Yeah, it's a security blanket. You know, it's I told him in training camp, I don't think you like this term, but it's like a binky. You know, like anytime you feel like you're in trouble, you know where to look. And it's just a large human being in the field that you trust his hands and is going to do whatever he needs to do to get open and separate enough for you to give him a friendly ball. And Dalton's he's the model of consistency. He every day in third down, in the run game, just all the way across the board, like he's as consistent as it gets, and just endlessly putting on tape what we want as far as an eligible. And quarterbacks see that, and that just builds the trust even without them talking. And then on top of that, they have a relationship off the field. They have a good time talking to each other and hanging out off the field. So I think that's a lot of it. Is the consistency of showing on tape how often you're open and you're in the right spot and where you need to be, and then the off the field relationship only grows that.
Does C.J. Stroud game? I know Dalton. We've talked to him about it. He's a big gamer.
Some, right?
Maybe
nerdy,
not
the
now.
nerdy
games that Schultz plays.
No.
C.J. strikes me as like a Madden NBA 2K.
I thought you meant just in general.
No, I mean like game. When I say game, I mean like
those things.
I think there's a difference between gaming and playing Madden.
Yeah.
Is that? Makes sense.
I just assumed.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Like I asked someone, "Do you play Madden?" Yeah, I play Madden. Do you game? Oh yeah. Should see my setup.
Yeah, those the gamers.
I'm the king.
We call those the gamers.
I'm the king of the super kill.
Yeah, no, I don't think CJ does that. I don't think he does that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But you never know. I do hope that there's no reflection questions if the Texans beat the Browns this week. We've had enough reflection questions for the year. Let's wait till the season's over.
When was the moment you thought?
Yeah, we don't need moments. You got a big game. Let's move on. Quit the reflection questions.
How can you bounce back for next season?
What was the moment that you knew this was going on? When did you think something could happen? When you take a second to look back, what is it like? Here is Jonathan Grenard. He's got a chance to play Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco, been doing it for a long, long time. They're wacko for Flacco in Cleveland. Here's Jonathan Grenard. He's going to be on the field tomorrow. After being out for a couple of weeks. Here's Jonathan Grenard talking about getting a look at Flacco.
As a vet who's been in these type of games, and as we know, he can make a lot of plays with his arm, and you never know. Like, as we seen the last time we played him, no one expected him to be throwing the ball from his knees, or nobody expected him to be making the throws that he did. But we also understand it could be done with a caliber of quarterback as he is. So much respect to him, but he's definitely finna go into that mode and that he's been once before back in Baltimore days. So it's excited. We're excited. I definitely want to make him uncomfortable back there this time so that way we can get what we want.
All right, so we have the defensive POV. We have the offensive POV. You know what time it is. It's time for that weekly Frank Ross. By the way, second consecutive season that the Goose, Rick Gosselin, has the Houston Texans with the NFL's best special teams. Goose is a legend in the game. Here's Frank Ross. When he walks to the podium, you don't even have to ask him a question because he'll tell you everything you need to know. Here's the weekly Frank.
Hi, everybody. Oh, man. Can't wait to be at home. Good to see you guys. Proud of our special teams unit throughout the longevity of a season. Was looking at things like this. How many players have played on a punt team? Doing some patting those guys on the back here. How many guys have played on punt units throughout the entirety of your season? That's your baby. You know, the punt team has got to be your most consistent unit. And we've had 25 people, 25 different guys play. You know, we've had 2 punters. We've had 3 or 4 personal protectors. 5 different gunner, just rotations in and out. And, to be able to establish that as a core for our guys, different guys stepping in and playing, is a testament to how they're preparing. And it's resulted in us getting a chance to be in the playoffs here. So, efficient punt returns, sound kickoff coverage, sound kick return, and, we really, in protecting on the punts, end of the first half, we had an all-out rush at us, and we were able to protect that. So it's gonna come down to that, being efficient and effective in every opportunity we get.
All right, so Oh man,
He's awesome.
No, I love Frank Ross, but man, why did he have to bring up that first punter? God, I hated him. Oh my God.
We've had 2 punters.
That first punter, the one that probably took like 2 hours to iron his uniform and then go out there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that guy was awful. Oh, gosh. Man, I've never had a punter make me feel the way that guy made me feel.
It was bad. It affected games in the wrong way.
That guy was terrible.
And don't sleep on Frank Ross next year, getting some run as a head coach.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not this year.
Okay.
Next year.
There you go. I think he's a lifer special teams coach for us.
He could be. There's a lot of them.
His best life,
There's
baby.
a lot of them.
Kevin Stefanski. What did you think about when you saw the Texans early on? This is the head coach of the Cleveland Browns as we go around the NFL on Wild Card Weekend. Here's Kevin Stefanski talking about what he saw from the Texans.
It goes both ways. It really does. It's unique having played them just a couple weeks ago. Go back to 2020, playing Pittsburgh back-to-back weeks. I mean, those are unique because there's not much new tape coming in. There's a couple games that you can watch and see maybe what adjustments and things that they're doing differently from that first matchup. But it is certainly unique, but I don't think it gives either side an advantage.
It's going to be so different. Like, because there's no... First of all, new quarterback for the Texans. You can't expect...
Better quarterback.
New better quarterback. You can't expect Amari Cooper to go for 265. You can't expect them to hold him to 54 yards rushing. The Texans, I mean, I know they were transitioning to Devin Singletary. I mean, there are so many things different in this game. I don't think you can look at much at all from the previous game.
Matchups this weekend, Baltimore and San Francisco got buys. By the way, Mark Andrews designated for return.
Yeah,
so Baltimore might get him back.
Scary. That's a big one for them.
Saw him running around catching balls.
Yeah, that's a big one for them.
Shout out to him. We got the Browns Texans obviously tomorrow 3:30. Pregame gets started at 12:15, 12:30 with Sean and Seth. Then you got on Peacock the Dolphins at Chiefs, and then you got Sunday morning, and this will conclude the AFC games at noon, Steelers versus Bills. Couple things to get into here. First of all, rooting interest. Jamar Chase, Cincinnati Bengals. They were in the AFC title game last year. He was on SportsCenter. He was asked who he thinks is going to win the Super Bowl. He didn't disappoint.
Jamar, you go first. Who's going to the Super Bowl, an AFC, NFC team?
Anybody but the Chiefs.
Anybody but the Chiefs. Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
Saying it with his chest.
Then we have this.
Yeah, go ahead. I think we're going to say the same thing. Go ahead.
We had to root for the Titans last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had to do it. Sucked. Old Oilers. Ken Carman, our guy. You'll hear him in the Slime Off, too. It would be in the Browns' best interest for the Steelers to win this week. The Browns hate the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Carman, though, insists with Nathan Zagura that he will not, I repeat, will not be rooting for the Steelers.
I'm not rooting for Pittsburgh, Freddie.
Kenny, this is for us. This is for Cleveland.
This is about the Browns, Ken.
I'm not rooting for
This is
Pittsburgh,
not about
Freddie.
being anti-Steelers. This is about being pro-Browns.
No. You open up your door for people like that just to you get the package in, and all of a sudden they're living in your living room, and you can't get them out of there. We're not doing it. No, not doing it.
You don't believe in this team?
I do believe in the Browns, but the hell with the Steelers. I'm not rooting for the Steelers. I'm not doing that for content. I mean that. I'm never going to find myself.
I'm not asking you to doing it for content.
I don't think anybody
just said it. You just
for the
said
Steelers
it.
for the Browns. The elimination of the Buffalo Bills would be better than the continuation of the Steelers season, right?
Like listen, I'm not going. You know what? I'm not going to like it. I'm not going to like it.
All right.
That's nonsense.
That's crazy.
No, that's nonsense.
So you'd rather go face Baltimore?
I was cheering for the
Titans. That's that much
Titans.
better? They took your team.
Exactly. Yeah, they took your team, and you're in Baltimore. No, what I was going to talk about is, and this is ridiculous by the NFL. I get it. The weather in these two AFC games,
dude, and supposedly Buffalo's building a new stadium, and it's not going to have a retractable option. They shouldn't be allowed to build it.
That's
a disgrace.
Oh, it's an outdoor sport. I get it.
Fine, leave it open, but when there's a blizzard and there's 65-mile-an-hour winds and people are being told to cover their damn face, put the damn roof up. It's not hard.
That's the forecast in Buffalo, 65-mile-an-hour winds.
At this point, it's better for Buffalo not to be good.
A foot of snow. Now, the good news is I think this is the weather gods siding with the Texans because in Kansas City, quote, extremely dangerous temperatures. Cover all extremities. 1 degree forecast with a wind chill of -30.
It's not football
What are
weather.
we doing
It's
here,
not
man?
football weather. I have too much compassion to really. I feel bad for these guys being out there. I'm a compassionate guy. What can I say?
Yeah, I always say that about you.
You should.
Yeah.
NFC side of things, we have the Packers versus the Cowboys, Sunday at 3:30. By the way, Zaire Alexander of the Packers, he hurt himself jogging around yesterday, so don't know if he's going to play or not. We have the Rams versus the Lions, Matthew Stafford returning to Detroit. And then we have Eagles at Bucks. This is Jalen Hurts. There's been talk about stuff going on with the Eagles that we may or may not know about. Here was Houston native Jalen Hurts talking about that.
There's no right or wrongs. It's all based upon the results usually. And I think that's the reality of it.
Was there something else going on that we don't know?
There's a lot that you guys don't know. In fact, you don't know what you don't know.
All right. You don't know what you don't know.
Okay.
There you go.
Throw a football.
He hadn't thrown a football yet. Jalen Hurts has not thrown a football yet. The middle finger is not hurt, but he hasn't thrown a football. They said there's no significant damage to the middle finger.
Well, then
but
throw
he
a
hasn't
football.
thrown a football.
Throw a football. It's like
if you can't throw a football, there's significant damage. I don't care if it says it's broken or not. If your middle finger is such to where leading up to a playoff game on a Thursday you haven't thrown a football, then there's something wrong with your middle finger.
We may not know what we don't know, but we know you should probably throw a football. We know that.
I'm keeping an eye on that one. Ian Rappaport, he was asked about the Cowboys and perhaps the rumblings that Jerry Jones might, if the Cowboys come up short, be interested in hiring Bill Belichick. He didn't say they would, but he did say this.
The relationship between Jerry Jones and Bill Belichick is a really good one, right? So this would not be like I'm not saying anything's going to happen because I really do think McCarthy stays. But if something does happen, there's a long history there with Belichick and Jerry Jones.
All right. There you go.
It would be delicious.
I could see it.
It would be delicious.
I could really see it.
Yeah.
Jerry's at the back end. Small window.
Yep.
Bill Belichick probably didn't have a lot of time.
And Jerry's, even though he backtracked, he did say, well, let's see how the playoffs go.
Parcells did it.
Let's see how the playoffs
Parcells did it.
Jerry Jones knows Parcells.
Yeah, Parcells did it.
And everything else.
Yeah.
Hey, one quick follow-up from a beat writer in Kansas City about the weather.
Yeah.
Oh, it's football weather.
It's not.
Tickets are going for $38. They're all selling their tickets. It's that awful. Look at this.
Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs. Dude, that's not even upper level. That's right there in the end zone.
$38. Oh, but it's football. Tough it out. Cheer your team. The hell I am.
The Kansas
Well, you go
City
stand
Chiefs.
out in that weather then, man.
Brother,
$38.
Brother, you can go to
Get your ass out the press box
You
then.
can go to a Kansas City
Big man.
Chiefs playoff game for $38.
Section 340. That's a good seat.
Every team that builds a stadium from here on out should have the retractable option. I'm not telling you have to play indoors all the time. Even if there's a little snow, if you want to leave it open, go ahead. But every team, let's change, let's evolve. $38.
Look at this. All over the stadium. $45.
What's it cost to sit in
$38.
101?
Section 101.
Right there in the middle of the 50. How much can I get there?
I'll have to look it up because this is just a screenshot.
Okay.
But look at this. Section 319. Those are good seats. $40. $45. $38.
Damn. Man.
Yeah, keep telling me about how it's football weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell that to one of the best fan bases, regardless of how you feel about them, Kansas City Chiefs. You get there $38. Surprising news. I'm surprised by this. I did not see this coming. Marvin Harrison Jr. has declared for the draft.
Get out of here.
He's dead.
Shocking.
Yeah,
Shocking.
breaking news.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce says he plans on playing next season. Page 6 said that him and Taylor Swift plan on getting engaged in the summer. I don't know if that's true or not. They don't even know each other.
I don't know if it's true.
They just started dating this season.
Yeah.
He's in season. She's touring. They don't know each other. This makes me think this is fake.
Fake?
It's fake, man. It's a fake-ass relationship, man. He's a clout chaser, and she just...
This is fake. That's fake.
It's a fake?
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
I know I'm bouncing around here.
No,
but
keep going.
But you
bounce.
asked about
I
section...
want these tickets. How much can I sit in section 101, 50-yard line for
I
the
got
Chiefs?
125.
All right, 125, 50-yard line.
$94.
That is crazy, man.
That's according to SeatGeek. Now let me get a 50-yard line seat. Like this is lower level.
Yeah, lower level, top of the top.
50-yard line seat.
Like a Spike Lee. Let me get a Spike Lee football
I'm going to let you
seat.
read them. This is unbelievable. It's
50-yard
football
line.
weather. 50-yard line about 10 rows up. $154. $154.
There's 125 right there at the 40.
Yeah.
Aisle seats.
Yes.
Man. And you know what? You couldn't pay me 5 times that to go to that. So
no,
I'm not judging you for selling your tickets here. Goodness gracious. Other news in the NFL real quick. A.J. Brown has deactivated his Twitter account. His status for Monday and the Eagles uncertain. And Anthony Richardson, he says he won't change his playing style despite the injuries. So, okay. How about that? Coming up, the Slime Off. I won last week. I'm in it again, baby. I'm trying to go back to back.
Because of Hemingway?
No, not that.
Okay.
I'm a hero for that.
No, you're not.
I'm going against one of Cleveland's finest and Stephen A. Smith. Slime Off next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard. Orchard ain't slimy. Orchard.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
One sleep till the playoffs. What time is it?
1:27:04.
You're wrong. It's time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, last week it was me. I didn't think it was necessary. I was just talking about Deshaun Watson. Was he going to come or not, like, to the game? Like, was he going to come allegedly to the game or not? That's all I was talking about. And I got
But you
slimed
took
for
it
that.
there.
I didn't take it anywhere. You said, is he going to come? I said, allegedly, and I get the slime. That's garbage. Mind, gutters, loopholes.
You are a slime ball.
Or Landry.
This week, we have 3 contestants. It is a triple threat match. I am back in the mix. Contestant number 1, Ken Carman. Marconi winner, top radio host in Cleveland, and apparently someone who grasps during a playoff week for the lowest hanging fruit possible.
Not down, but not as excited as I thought they would be for a postseason game. And it's kind of, well, we're just kind of enjoying the day, and that's it.
What are you basing it on that you don't think people are fired on?
Just not seeing it, not feeling it on the phone, not getting anything here. On my phone, I mean, my phone's usually lighting up during all I started off the day with Super Bowl, Super Browns, and people are just seeming to roll out of bed and having themselves a nice cup of coffee like it's July. That's where we're at right now, and I don't like it. I'm not doing this for show. I'm doing this for feel. I say the truth. I say how I feel about it, and I don't feel like people are locked in the way they should be right now. Maybe that's going to change. We got another 3 hours in the show. I don't like what I'm getting.
We got 3 hours in the show. Let's go to the calls.
There's no way that's true.
David.
Straw man.
David in Akron. What's up? Are you fired up? Yeah, man. I'm pumped for this game. I can't wait. All right, let's go out to Shaker Heights. Steve, you pumped? Yeah, man, I'm pumped for the game. Pathetic. That's embarrassing.
But what he's doing is slime ball.
That's
stuff.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, I'm just trying to get the phones open and all that. And you heard Anthony say, what are you basing this on? That was a sad display by a future broadcast Hall of Famer in Cleveland. Browns fans aren't fired up for a playoff game. You kidding me?
I saw the sweetest Browns shirt today.
Okay.
I got to say it right. Flacco round and find out.
I seen that.
That's badass. Say what? Flacco round and
that
find
was funny.
out. That's pretty cool. Okay, hipster. What's
What
your
does that
opinion?
mean? What does that
He
mean?
probably didn't see the joke going around
So
for years.
F around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flacco
that
round
teacher
and find out.
that was on the board, like, see right here, if you F around, you find out.
Oh, okay.
So somebody said Flacco round and find out.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Sounds like a good one. Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith at one point said no black head coach should want to coach for the Houston Texans. That he literally said that.
Yes, he did.
He literally said that no black coach should want to coach for the Houston Texans.
Cal McNeil, where the hell are you? What you hiding for?
Despite the fact that they'd hired 2 black coaches who weren't going to get to coach anywhere else.
It's the organization with their weak, pathetic selves.
DeMeco Ryans loved the job. He took the job, okay?
He had other offers.
Regardless of how you feel. He had other offers. He felt the situation was fine. And now this is what Stephen A. Smith is saying about the Texans' hiring of DeMeco Ryans.
I mean, think about it. And listen, you look at the Texans. I mean, you lucked up with DeMeco Ryans, but look at what they did with the previous 2 coaches. They bounced them out after 1 year.
How did you luck into
How
it?
did you luck out?
Like, you might have lucked into C.J. Stroud. We can get down with that.
Mm-hmm.
You can luck into some things, but how did you luck into a guy choosing your situation?
When he had offers with every other place.
Yeah. When he took the
Every
job
other
that
job
you said
opening.
no one should want.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
You don't look around.
I don't get that.
When he has offers everywhere, but he chooses you.
Boy, Stephen A's had a week, hadn't he?
Well, he has.
He's had a week, hadn't he?
What does he think about Jason Whitlock?
I watched the Whitlock thing yesterday. Like, it was 2 hours. First of all, brother, like, if you're sick, like, get the Kleenexes away. Like, shorten up the show. This dude's blowing his nose and coughing the whole time. Yeah. He's not organized. Like, he's calling for cuts. I'm like, man, you could have. It's 2 hours. Hold on, I got to cough. Oh, I got to wipe my nose. Hey, I think we played this cut. Did we or not? Do we have cut 7? Like, there's nothing more hackish than someone goes, hey, what's cut 7? Let's play cut 7. Like, on the air. Like, hey, we have cut 2.
Yeah.
Come on, brother. You're presenting.
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
But he does that? But the substance, like, of what he was actually saying, like, Stephen A. never really fought back with what he actually said.
He was just like...
I actually do think Stephen A.'s lying about his basketball career.
I don't know.
I mean, did he really get a scholarship? Or is that fake?
It's not on the roster. The article that he said or wrote about that coach, there's not one thing. Like, I think Stephen A's mad because Whitlock is, like, unnecessarily exposing him, and he's bringing up stuff that really doesn't take away from what Stephen A has done.
Yeah, I don't know about that, about Stephen A's basketball career. But
I don't know.
I think what this was
it's
just
funny back and forth, though.
It was just him.
I thought Stephen A was above it, though.
Should have been.
I think Stephen A's above it.
Yeah, should have been.
Should be above that BS that he said to Cal McNair. That's why he's in there. Next contestant, I don't know if this is fair. I'm just kind of...
Who is the contestant?
It's me.
Oh, okay.
So, once upon a time, Bills head coach Sean McDermott allegedly... well, actually, I think he said it, but we don't know the context. It was years ago.
He said it.
But he referenced 9/11 when talking about the Bills rallying together or something like that. And he didn't do it from the point of view of the fireworkers.
He said something like the terrorists were organized.
Yeah, he was talking about, like, the terrorists and stuff like that.
Yeah. Not the most sensitive thing.
Yeah, so I just tried to make a little joke, man. I don't know how this got me in the slime off.
Did you hear? Did you hear Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott's media availability yesterday?
Mm-mm.
He said he wants to eat him up like Dahmer. So he's at least progressed from 9/11 jokes to Dahmer humor.
God.
He's at least progressed from 9/11 to Dahmer.
You know what's sad? Is like for a split second, like a very split second, because he said that, I was like,
I knew exactly where Landry was going when he said this, man.
all right, go ahead and slime me. It's fine. I deserve it. Text line's kind of...
I think you got slime for the last one.
Let me know. Just go ahead. I'll take the slime off.
Eat him up like Dahmer, man.
Yeah, that's also not the most sensitive thing to do.
All right, so we have Ken Carman. Awful, just awful. And his coworkers agree that it was pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
We have Stephen A. Smith, and we have myself for my Dahmer joke.
I'm going to surprise you. I'm not going to vote for you.
Really?
No.
Wow.
It was insensitive, but, you know.
That's breaking news.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was insensitive, but, you know. Not Stephen A. Carmen. Like, just making stuff up.
Just for the phones.
Just
for someone. For someone driving around Cleveland can call in and tell them they're fired up.
And he's legendary.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the man.
I'm
dude.
not feeling it, man.
He's a young G. I mean, he's the man. He's the face. He's the voice. He's all that. And this is pathetic.
And as I watch and follow the Browns, you know, all week long, they're going nuts in Cleveland.
They always are. They're doing it when they suck.
Yeah.
Figgy, who's your vote?
Man, I got to vote for Stephen A., man. That was pitiful, man. Sometimes it's cool to say you was wrong about something. Him saying all of this, the Texans lucked up into D'Amico Ryans was stupid, man.
Yeah,
that was silly, man. He just got to look. He just got to say I was wrong on that one. They doing a good job over there. They lucked up.
Yeah,
yeah.
And to a coach that wanted to come here.
Yeah.
Well, I know you're not voting for yourself, so you're the deciding vote.
Yeah, I don't take. I'm not like a let's play Stephen A. Smith's opinion guy. We'll do it every once in a while, but the crap he was talking and the ignorant BS that he was spewing about the Texans and throwing out the accusations he did, to see D'Amico Ryans, one of the most respected guys on the coaching market, choose the Houston Texans, and obviously things were laid out for him to where he could succeed immediately, and to even compare D'Amico Ryans taking a job to David Coley or Lovie Smith in that situation, just based on one factor. I think it's ignorance. I think it's embarrassing. I think it's pathetic. And I think it's even more pathetic that now he's acting like they just lucked into D'Amico Ryans when the top candidate chose them. Stephen A. Smith, this week's Slime Off winner. We do it every day, every Friday, 1:20. Coming up next, the final segment before the final sleep, before the first playoff game in nearly 1,500 days in Houston. In the Loop continues. Football Friday next.
Join the drive with
and Kurt Hinish are of this game.
The hell's that mean? I don't know. You're making me feel very good about that.
Well, you shouldn't. He will be in the he'll be in the crosshairs. That's the best way to put it. I think the Browns are going to go after him. They exploited him before. That's not going to change. The one thing they're going to do again that we know they're going to do again is go after Jalen Petrie in the deep middle of the field. You got a guy that can throw the ball. You got a guy that can make big plays in the postseason that's known for it. You have Jalen Petrie. You just heard him trying to prove something. Maybe he does, and maybe the crosshairs are going to get him again. I think those three things are going to be very, very big, outside of C.J. Stroud, of course.
I just feel good that the Texans have a visual of what a beatdown looks like courtesy of the Browns. I don't think the Browns can play better. I don't think the Texans can play worse. It's the best way I can put it. Case Keenum wasn't going to do anything in that game. They should have benched him earlier than they did. Davis Mills should have started the second half of that ball game. Mm-hmm. So I think you saw the Browns' best versus the Texans' worst. And that to me is why I'm leaning towards the Texans in this ball game. I feel pretty good. I just don't would it be like the craziest thing in the world if the Browns won the game?
Absolutely not.
But I think the Texans, I feel pretty good about the Texans' chances in this game with Joe Flacco. The other thing about Joe Flacco is even at his best, even when he was elite, he'll throw it to you.
Yeah.
He'll give you a chance. And we can sit here and we can talk about, oh, man, straight off the couch, 38 years old. Oh, look, hasn't missed a beat. Give me a break. He's not what he once was.
And
he's old.
Here's the other thing. His left tackle is a backup. His right tackle is a third stringer. And you got these guys coming back, Will Anderson and Grenard, and everything I just said about what D'Amico does in the post. He's going to find a way to exploit that. Defensive line is going to be huge. So that's not great for Joe Flacco. I think you're right. The Texans did get their best shot, and they were at their worst.
I'm actually really excited about this whole thing. I'm really excited about this. I feel good about it, man. I feel good about it. I don't want to hear this. They got nothing to lose. They got a football game to lose. Mm-hmm. They're not going to Baltimore.
Is it the must win?
They're not going to Baltimore. I mean, I don't know. I don't. I'll have to ask the must win. Whatever the hell it is.
It is a must win.
The must win jury.
It is a must win.
If it is or not. I mean, I would say so.
Yeah.
Those Browns uniforms suck too, by the way.
I like them.
Oh.
5 reasons why I hate the Browns.
Boy, you are firing shots at our predecessors, man.
Nah,
what
I'm
is
asking.
your problem, man? Why are you firing shots at our predecessors?
I'm not firing no shots.
This is the second shot you fired at Payne and Pendergast in the last 15 minutes. You know what?
I ain't shooting no shots.
Man.
You just came up with 5 reasons.
How classless is he?
Yeah, I thought you were starting that segment, man.
Yeah.
You just came out of nowhere like I hate the Browns uniform.
I'm not going to give you 5 reasons I hate the Browns.
I thought you was doing
3
that.
weeks after I gave you 5
I was about to hit the number 2 button.
Número 2.
A week after I said I hated
What's the second
Colts,
reason?
And I said I hate the Titans for 5 reasons 3 weeks within that. I'm not doing that. I know why you're firing shots at that segment.
Give us the second reason. Come on.
Come on.
What you hate about the city of Cleveland? Come on.
I like Cleveland. I think it's got the most underrated downtown. But you know what? I don't really care about my opinion about what's going on with the Texans and what's going on with football. I want to know what Roger Clemens thinks about it.
Oh, man. Wow.
All right, whatever, dude.
And you're talking about Figgy?
So a listener brought this up, and I think this is interesting.
Oh, by the way, texters have updated us.
No, not like that. Not like that. But a listener brought up that we hear all this, nobody thought the Texans were going to be here. Nobody gave them a chance. People weren't prepared. People weren't planning for there to be playoff football at all, and for sure not in Houston, right?
Correct.
So let me throw a scenario at you. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Let's pretend that the Texans win tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Decent chance? Okay chance?
Yes, I think the Texans will win tomorrow.
Okay. So they win, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then let's pretend in this wild, disgusting weather in which you can get in the stadium for $20 in Kansas City. That's how bad the weather is. Let's pretend that the Miami Dolphins find a way to win that fluky game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Then the Pittsburgh Steelers find a way to beat the Bills. Now, if the Steelers or Dolphins win and the Texans don't play the Baltimore in the second round. You're following me, right?
Right, I'm with you.
So let's say all three of these things happen. Texans win, Steelers win, Dolphins win.
I haven't gotten the screenshot yet, but I did place that bet.
Okay,
just
good.
for fun, just for the value.
Good bet. Yeah, $50 I think is winning you $1,400.
Place that bet for me too. I'll send you 50.
So, if that happens, that would mean that the Texans would host the Miami Dolphins next week at NRG Stadium. Okay,
right.
Saturday or Sunday. You following me?
I'm with you.
I'm looking at the NRG schedule right now.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, 6 p.m. Monster Jam. Sunday, 3 p.m. Monster Jam. So they just canceling Monster Jam? They're just ruining all. Monster Jam's a big deal for a lot of people, man.
Cool story. Cool story.
Now
it's in their contracts.
Yeah. I mean, but I would.
It's in the contract.
But I would be willing to bet that like there'll be a time like if C.J. Stroud keeps doing what he's doing, that they won't be scheduling Monster Jam on a Saturday, Sunday, right? For
no.
NRG.
It is a big event, but come on.
Move it to the Astrodome or something. We got playoffs, man.
That'd be awesome. We don't need to bring in any dirt.
There's just rat blood going up all over the place and cats.
Yeah, no.
He runs over the Siamese.
Wait a minute, that's a tabby.
God, you imagine how sick you'd be if you like went and sat and watched that. Yeah, so shout out to the loophole who brought up the Monster Jam point. They were not anticipating that. I sense you're leaning towards the Texans win.
I am going to pick the Texans to win right here, right now. Sometimes you're biased because you're talking yourself into things, and I've talked myself into D'Amico and the defensive line becoming huge in this game. I've talked myself into the running game being able to establish something. I've talked myself into there's no way that Amari Cooper is going to be able to duplicate anything close to what he did. That spells a Texans win in my book.
Yeah, I'm going with the dub too. I just think that the last time that these two teams played, it was the ghost of Case Keenum.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost wonder, like, if Davis Mills had started, if it would have even looked different. That's how bad Case Keenum was. He was awful. He looked washed. So I think they win this game. I think it's going to be a close game, but I just think it's all about the quarterback, and that's what I'm hanging my hat on. I'm hanging my hat on the quarterback. I'm hanging my hat on the receivers being back, and I'm hanging my hat on Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson being in, along with Cashman. There was no Cashman last time either.
And I just think things are breaking the Texans' way, from players coming back from injury to the weather in Kansas City and Buffalo to the way that this team it has an advantage over Cleveland because C.J. Stroud didn't even play. Like, a lot of things that we are not accustomed to are breaking the Texans' way.
Yep. It seems like kind of almost like luck on the side. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be tomorrow, 3:30. If you're out there, come by, say hi. It'll be a lot of fun. But in the meantime, man, I'm looking forward to this episode of The Drive. I mean, these guys, they're making the rounds. They're on the roads. They're on the road. They're at Tom's Watch Bar by House of Blues. Fellas, greetings.
Hey, now this is a spot now. I could see Landry and Lopez and Figgy getting down in here, man. This is a nice little spot, and I'm telling you, what's up, partner? I don't know where I said partner.
I like it, though, boy. That just came natural right there. That just came natural right there.
What was that?
That didn't even feel right.
Man.
It sounded natural, though.
It didn't. I looked at him, and it felt, and partner just came out.
It felt good. I mean, it sounded great.
I don't know, because I was about to say partner, but then that didn't feel partner. Yes. So
look, I thought it rolled off smooth. You pulled it off to where he didn't even care that he didn't look like a partner.
He didn't. It's all right. But no, man, it's big out here, and it's big for this game tomorrow. And if you didn't know, this place ought to be packed and should be packed. And if you're listening, we got 3 different pair of front row seat tickets to hook people up with for this game tomorrow.
Say that again?
You got to be here. Yeah, I said it. 3 different, not 3 different pair. Baby, that's 2, 4, 6, 3 different pair of tickets we'll be hooking people up with. You got to be here to get it. You can't sign your name right now at 1:57 and then bounce and then believe that your name was called at 4 o'clock and you're going to get them tickets. No, you got to be here.
Front row seats? Good.
Front row in the bullpen, baby.
Wow.
3 different pairs.
Those are going for a nickel in Kansas City.
I'm telling you. Wouldn't be caught dead there. Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. I was talking to my guy Carrington. I know Landry and Lopez. You know him. Carrington told me. He said, "Man, I'm not even going to go to cover it." He said, "I'm not even going to the press box. That 15, 20-minute walk to that press box, I'm out."
Yeah,
I don't blame him.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's a miserable.
Did I tell you yesterday? My mom quit her job because it was too cold.
What?
Middle of the show, towards the end of the show, my wife texted me and said, "Your mom just texted us, said she quit her job. She said it's too damn cold."
Man,
and Teresa's not. She's not part of the field crew now. She just had a regular job.
She retired. She was working about three days a week. And Lopez, she said, "To hell with that, I'm out."
Good for her.
Good, man.
Yeah, good for her.
Is it?
Yeah, that's good, man. She'll be back. I mean, she can get back.
She'll come back in the spring. She'll come back in the spring.
Hey, Lopez, that's what she said. She said, "I believe the Lord told me to bounce back in the spring."
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. The Lord is funny that way.
Ain't he? I said, he told you to shut it down.
But let's revisit this in the spring.
Get warm. Get warm. We'll talk later.
Oh my God, no,
man. On standby, man.
Hey, let me ask you, where are y'all? Are y'all nervous? Do you have the nervous, the butterfly?
Anxious would be the word for me, but I think the Texans are going to win. But that still doesn't mean that you're not going to be a little anxious about the game.
Yeah. I don't know, boy. I can't wait to see where Clint is. I thought I had a full week. I feel like we got about 4 hours to try to see where we're gauging where Clint is.
Well, it's a fluid situation. It's a fluid situation, boys, and we're at a spot, man. I know we've already visited this. Lockdown. I know, and Lopez too. I know y'all greatly appreciate what you would consider a watch bar to be.
Yeah.
This goes above and beyond.
Oh man.
Okay.
I mean, this is these are the strongest steroids I've ever seen a man cave on in my life.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, it's money, man.
And tickets.
Yes, tickets too.
Well, that means that y'all got it. That means y'all really got it. Y'all really got it. I mean, y'all set the bar high this week. Y'all got to finish strong as hell because the venue, you get your energy's got to match the venue. It's playoff time, baby.
Check this out. I order a damn Coors Light, and these boys
brought you a bucket.
Chief, not a bucket, but a tall boy.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. You can't drink. And man, the way the tall boy cracks, too, it's like the difference between a wood bat and a TPX, man.
Come on, man.
The normal beer crack is like a little thing. It's like one of those fresh. Remember the TPXs back in the day?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm out here fighting it.
Hey, man, live through me. Live through me.
I'm trying to.
Tall boy.
Come on.
I'm trying to live through every single person in here.
Hey.
I took a look at that menu.
This is what I want for all the people that are listening to the drive. They got 3 pairs of front row seats for you out there at Tom's Watch Bar by House of Blues. I want you to stop by the local corner store. I want you to get some of those little brown sacks, and I want you to bring them for Clint so that as he's drinking those tall boys, he has a nice little brown bag underneath it.
Hey, Locke, and everybody out there he's talking to, don't overthink it. It's the smallest bag they offer. I know it doesn't look like it'll fit a tall boy.
It will.
But don't come in here with that second, that little bag that's one step up. The little bag fits the tall boy. If you're a rookie, make sure you bring that. Don't overthink it now.
Bring them some brown bags. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. My God. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live.
You're damn right it's live, baby. And we are live here at Tom's Watch Bar. As the fella said, right next to House of Blues, man, you come down right Caroline, Dallas Street. They kind of meet right there. We are right here, and this is a hell of a spot. I mean, they got the bar that circles all the way around. The menu I read over, and it is explosive. I see Clint over here, and he started this thing off with some wings. And I just, boy, this is tough now. This is going to be one of the tougher ones for me. And I got to say, I love our road dogs, our people who go with us. We got some of the nicest, most gracious listeners. And I mean, these people here just want to help us and just want to, hey, have a good time, man. Have a drink, have some wings, have some, and I can't do it, and I want to. And they get me, my man, right there. I want to. They so nice.
Hey,
they want to take care of us.
Hey,
and I want to. 4 hours.
Just stay by my side. I'll interject anytime anybody comes. No. And if I need to, I'll get Linda up here. She'll pull a stool up right next to you, and she'll be dog cussing folks just for offering you beer. If we need to go there, we'll get that.
Yeah, don't offer his ass nothing. Don't offer him nothing. But no, it is a Football Friday playoff edition. Sponsored by our good friends at La Michoacana. So come on out, hang out with us. Listen, this is big time. Playoff games, these things.
Playoffs?
I've heard you can get into the door.
Jim. Yes, Jim.
I've heard you can. Where is Jim Moore Jr., by the way? But he got a promising thing.
Well, I don't know where he's at, but he needs to stay his ass out of our first segment. I'll tell you that. We're talking about playoffs.
By the way, Tyler's in the building with a Houston Comets shirt on, so there you go. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, there it is.
You like that?
Hey,
shout out to Tina Townsend and them lips.
I'm sorry, you need to get something. You need to get through that. I'm interrupting.
Go ahead.
Hey, I got to ask a question. I heard something on In the Loop today. I'm a loophole. I listen every day as I'm easing into the city. And I am going to hope and pray, Tyler Milner, that I misheard or this was a Lopez joke. Did I hear you got a tee time for 3:15 on Saturday?
They were just talking crap because I played golf during the Jets game and listened to the entire game play-by-play with Vandermeer, but they act like I missed something. No, I ain't playing no damn golf this weekend.
I'd have gave you the silent treatment for like 2 weeks.
No, I was fixing to.
And you should.
Tyler, I'm going to be honest with you. My mission was going to be to hurt your feelings on air today,
and I appreciate
and not feel one bit bad about it.
You were going to give yourself 4 hours to get him out of making that.
I'm easing in. I'm about I don't know, right where 610 hits. I come off 225, hit 610. I'm easing on 45, and I hear them say, Tyler Milner's got a tee time at 3:15 on Saturday.
Yeah, they were being dingoes, man. I played golf during that Jets game. I ain't playing it during a playoff game.
Tyler, he sold it so good, and I'm going to be honest with you, Ron.
You believed it.
I didn't only believe it. I was hot.
I'll
go ahead and put it out there. In my mind, I'm thinking, this sumbitch got Houston tattooed all over his body, and he's going to play golf at 3:15 and go shoot a 92.
Hey, he really mad
at 3:15.
Right now, Tyler.
Hell no. Are you kidding me?
He said he'd go shoot a 92.
I ain't kidding.
I'd kill for a 92 right now.
I mean, it would be unacceptable if you was scratching, was going out there and winning a bunch of money. But at this point, I was like, no, you got to be kidding
man,
me. No
I'm with
way
you.
that's right.
Oh, no,
okay.
Yeah, and you know that I would
better.
never do that. But I appreciate you saying it because someone should get their ass whooped if they're out playing golf when these Texans are in the playoffs.
So let's get that out. Tyler is not. He does not have a tee time schedule.
Let's clear that up, please.
3:15 goes.
Man.
He might have one at 7, but he does not have one at 3:15.
I legit. Now it happens multiple times. I'm listening to the loop. I'll be honest with you throughout the week, but I literally was moved emotionally. I was like, "But wait, what?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me, Tyler?
Those silly geese, man. Those silly geese."
That's exactly what I thought.
Listen, hey, but Tyler, you can't win this. Hopefully, you got a way in anyway. But as we're saying, if you're in here, you're on your way in. 3 different tickets. And listen, I'll let the cat out of the bag right now.
Did you say cow?
The cat.
Okay, I've been saying.
I'll let the cat out of the bag right now.
Letting the cow out of it.
And we're talking about the cat, the big ass cat out the bag.
Hey, Ron's really hungry. Ron been eating salad for 2 weeks. He is really hungry.
Asparagus.
He's got a cow in a bag somewhere.
Got steak on the brain.
I banged out that asparagus and asparagus in that
salmon.
And that salmon and asparagus in that parking garage. So I'm good right now. But you got to be in the building. You got to be in the building to get these tickets. And I'm telling you right now, the first pair of tickets, I'll tell you right now, the first pair of tickets, the raffle will be called after the first segment in the 3 o'clock hour. That's roughly 3:20. So as soon as that segment is over, after the big three at 3 o'clock, that's the first time we will raffle those tickets. Your first chance to win a pair of tickets on the front row. All you got to do, Clint,
The box is right here on this bar to Ron's left. To make it worse for Ron, he is literally an arm length distance away from a full bar over here. But there's a raffle box with little tabs out front that have Sports Radio logo across, Sports Radio 610 logo across the top.
That looked like a winner right there. You sign that. That looked like a winner, baby.
All we need.
He came in as all red too. Now
that's it. He's
damn
bloody.
boy,
He's
I'm
bloody.
telling you.
So he got red britches?
It's going he got jeans, but everything else is bloody red. He went jeans. I know you don't wear jeans, Tyler. You can't relate, but
bloody.
I mean, he did it right. He pulled it off right. I mean, it looked like them old school Air Max or a bright red.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
He
He did a good job. But all you got to do is sign your name on that, drop it in that raffle box. Anybody in the house, if you hadn't signed your name right there, go on, do it. Drop it in that box right there. And as Ron said, shortly after the 3 o'clock hour, as it strikes 3, he's going to give away 2 tickets to this weekend's game. Front row tickets,
at
might
3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, that's right. So that's this playoff game coming up tomorrow. So be in the house. You got to be here to do that. All right, let's check in, fellas. Let's check in, and you all, the people as well, 713-572-4610. The people on YouTube and Twitch, hello. You can communicate as well. We did this on Wednesday.
How y'all like my Bobby Slowick hoodie?
You came right out in it, didn't you? You knew what you was wearing today.
I pulled them out of the bag, and I put both of them on and was like, hey, man, which one should I go with?
It looked better if you were wearing some big-ass hat like Bobby.
That's all right. I ripped out.
Well, look here. The only way my big head could have a big-ass hat is if I literally went with one of them big-ass hats like Ron was trying to buy last week. I mean, Bobby, that old pinhead Bobby, I can't pull that off, man.
That's all right. Bob said, I'm going to be rich here in just a second.
Yeah, that's true.
But you got that hoodie that you were blessed with, and I done pulled out this vest for the second time this week, baby, and I don't give a rip.
Well done, sir.
And I'm telling you, I got the hoodie underneath. I'm really falling in love. I'm falling in love.
Well
I
done,
might have
sir.
to order a second one. But I want to do a check-in. Wednesday, if you remember Wednesday, we talked about it, and I said, where is your concern level on Wednesday? Where's your concern level? And remember, Tyler, I was shocked in that first segment how many people Clint was at a 7.5, and I would say the vast majority of people who were texting in or sending things in on YouTube or Twitch were up there with you, 6 and above. There were nerves and concerns at that point. Now we are here on Friday, and I want to get an update around just a little over 24 hours before this game starts. Where are you? And there have been some things that changed. Now we do know for sure that Will Anderson and that Jonathan Grenard, they are going to play along with the rest of the defensive line. Now, Noah Brown and Robert Woods are game-time decisions. Kind of feel good about Robert Woods since he practiced, but they're game-time decisions. We know Jerry Hughes is out. We feel a little better. Denzel Ward got nicked up with the knee. The belief is he will play for the Browns. They're a Pro Bowl corner. But now we're on Friday. Clint, you were at a 7.5. I was at a 5.5. Tyler, difficult, had to go with weird numbers. He was at a 4.4 is where his concern level was, just pulling that 0.4 out of his ass right now. All right, it is Friday, just over 24 hours before they kick this thing off, Clint. Checking up now. Where are you the day before the game?
I'm at a 6.
You've come down.
Come down a little bit.
You're at a 6 now.
There's a couple of things, and I don't want to completely give away a segment that's going to fall later in the show here, but there's a couple of things that have moved me in the direction of the Texans. As I said before, I I think the Cleveland Browns are a more ready, deeper, more experienced, let's be honest, more talented football team than the Houston Texans. So I can't get south of 5. That's for damn sure. But I'm at 6 right.
You think Cleveland has a better football team right now?
I think Cleveland has a better football
overall
team. I think Cleveland is more experienced. They're more ready for the moment. They're built more for the moment than the Texans are, which I don't know too many people that would disagree with that. Now the Texans have guys that are I don't want to say overachieving, but they are exceeding expectations and they're better than we thought they were ever going to be. The Browns are right where I thought they would be in terms of how good they were. Now I thought it'd be Watson pulling the trigger, not Joe Flacco. But I'm at a 6. There's a couple of things that have surfaced. You mentioned a couple of them.
Well, Jonathan Grenard, I knew was a big thing for you to get him back on the field.
Well, overall help. Jonathan Grenard is huge. But then to hear Will, like I listened to some Will Anderson audio, and just Will Anderson's audio doesn't strike me as a guy that's concerned about him having a limp around the field like we saw last week. Now, it may happen, but it seems like Will Anderson is in a much better place.
You feel like we'll get a better Will.
I think you'll get a better Will, and now this week the question is what kind of Jonathan Grenard do you get? But there's a couple of other things, Ron, offensively for the Texans that I think bode well. And have moved me a point and a half, one and a hook in the favor of the Texans. So I'm at a 6.
So you went from a 7.5 to a 6.
Yeah, I'm at a 6. I've discovered, and I'll be honest with you. I think most folks know I didn't go out looking for things. I just did some due diligence and kind of studied through some things and do some listening and some observing, and I think it's fair to lean back to closer to middle ground than where I was.
All right, Tyler, you were at a 4.4. I'm seeing some people on the text line. 52 is back. My concern level is at a 2 now. We're good.
Oh, wow, 2.
6 is someone texted. Another one texted in a 2. Tyler, you're at a 4.4. Where are you at today on Friday?
Man, I woke up this morning more hyped than I expected. I think it finally hit me. Dude, I'm serious. I woke up and I was like, holy crap, man. Like, this Texans squad is in the playoffs. I'm pumped. I like what I'm seeing. I'm down, man. My concern level's down to a 2.8.
Okay.
He's a 2.8, man.
2.8, baby.
And I want you to remember, you're the only one who has access to the dump button.
Is that your blood alcohol? Is that your blood alcohol right now, or is that 2.8? Is that where you're at?
No. For all ears out there, including UFCC members, my blood alcohol level is 0.0 at this moment. It will not be tomorrow.
Tyler woke up with one of them Dusty Baker gut feelings. Is what he woke up.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I said, "Oh man!"
Like, listen, Tyler, we knew you were going to come down. I thought he may come down to a 4. He came down to a 2.8, baby.
2.8.
Let's go, man. Everybody ready except baby. Jerry Hughes. Let's go.
2.8.
Someone text line. I'm at a 6.9. Thank you, you nasty son of a.
Nice.
Bernie Mac would say.
I like your style.
I'll tell you now. I was at a 5.5. I'm at a 5. I think the injuries, knowing that Jonathan Grenard will give you some – I don't know what he's going to be. I know he's not going to be 100%. But, he was your best player all season on defense. He was your most dominant player consistently on defense this year. And to have him back on the field has to mean something, right? And then you combine, hey – Denzel Ward, there is something with the knees. It's kind of different. Maybe if Denzel had injured his hand or something. This is his knee, and I wonder if that's going to potentially change up some of the things that Jim Schwartz wants to do and how they're going to attack Nico Collins. So, listen, I feel better. I'm at a 5. I've dropped from a 5.5 to a 5, and I just believe George Fant is going to start. I just believe in my heart that George Fant is going to start. And I think they're still going to have problems with 95, but I think they're going to put themselves in a better place. So I feel better from Wednesday to Friday for the Texans.
I think, Ron, I think I can move you south of 5. Now, I'm not going to necessarily agree with you, but I think I got a couple things that may move the needle a bit for you. Now, getting Tyler below a 2.8, although I don't think it'll be very difficult. I mean, that's a low number.
Tyler can get to a 1 easily right now.
Well, I mean, hell, I can get Tyler to a 1 I mean, somebody walking there and pat him on the ass and he'll jump down below a 2. I'm talking about with some legitimate, like some substance here. Well,
So stupid.
I tell you what.
Just don't know what to do sometimes with that young man. Just don't know what to do. But I do think. Now I will tell you, most people that I'm hearing around are picking. A lot of people are picking the Browns in this game. A lot of people are going with the Browns and think that the Browns are going to win this game.
Well, look,
a lot of what you said before, right?
If you just evaluate the two teams, and like CJ, let's be honest, CJ Stroud, Bobby Sloak, and this offense, they have not been good against better defenses.
No,
this is what I warned people of when the run game got cranking. Right, it was like, look, I'm here for it. In the NFL, you got 17 weeks. There's clearly going to be weeks where you have success and you go out there and run it well. But acknowledge what the hell's going on, right? They have not ran the football well against good run defenses. And now that we've seen a 17-game sample size, if you look at C.J. Stroud, and not C.J. Stroud, I'm not banging C.J., just this offense that is one-dimensional for the most part, having to lean on C.J. Stroud so much. When they've thrown the better the better defenses at him, he struggled. This offense has struggled. They've bogged down. They've not been able to move the football consistently. It's not been the same product that we've seen for the majority of the season, where it's like you sit back and you're like, damn, these boys are moving the football consistently. Like even on drives that get stalled, like there's something impressive about. Something impressive happens before that drive stalled. You know what I mean? Or even in games where they don't play well, man, there's never just like 3 or 4 or 5 drives where nothing, like we saw last week, where we're like, man, they got negative 2 yards at halftime. Yeah. You know, we haven't seen that. We've eliminated that from the game. But when you look at the better defenses and you start bumping up, you know, the comparisons up, it's easy.
The Jets game makes you nervous because their personnel can kind of mirror that.
Yes.
They've got corners that can suffocate. They've got Sauce Gardner. They've got Denzel Ward. Right, there's Myles Garrett.
The New Orleans
Smith,
game.
Yeah,
the New Orleans game. I mean,
second half they didn't score. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, and I hadn't even thought about the New Orleans game until I heard some guys talking about it this morning. I look back, I'm like, yeah, you know, you're right. There's some spurts, but it's not as impressive as it's been. And at some point in time, Ron, we've got to acknowledge, like, they've played a really weak schedule. They played a weak schedule. They played some bad defenses. They played some bad quarterbacks. They have, as you mentioned earlier in the season, before the season ever started, the quarterbacks on this schedule, and the two best were Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watson. Both, you're not going to see either one of those guys. And so, you got to take all those things into consideration as we talk about this playoff game. Whether you love it or hate it, agree or disagree, you got to take those things into consideration.
3 different pair of tickets, 3 different pair of front row seat tickets to tomorrow's playoff game right here as we're about an hour away from hooking somebody up with the first pair. 1 hour away from hooking somebody up with the first pair. All you got to do is sign your name right here next to us with the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets, one of 3 pair of tickets we're hooking people up with as we are live right here downtown at Tom's Watch Bar. Come on out right next to House of Blues. We are here downtown hanging out until 6 o'clock. There's one question I know about this game. Many of you Texans fans want to ask DeMeco Ryans. Well, we'll discuss that question coming up next.
C.J. Stroud is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week again. He's just the 3rd rookie QB to earn the honor twice, joining Robert Griffin III and Marcus Mariota. Announcers every game day on the free Odyssey app. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is. I'm hearing it a lot, seeing it a lot on the text line. Where are you all at? I want to win those tickets. We're at, as you just heard there on the promo, Tom's Watch Bar right here downtown. As Caroline and Dallas, those streets meet. We're right there next door to House of Blues. You can't miss it. And I'm not kidding you, man. We talk about a lot of venues and spots we go to. Like, this is, like, you want to do, like, come down, kick it downtown for a little bit, take the fellas, to watch the games. The menu's good. You want to come down with your lady and what? Like, this is a spot. This is a really, really good spot to come to downtown and to come hang out and kick it. So I would advise you come down, not just for the 3 different pair of front row seat tickets we'll be hooking somebody up with for this playoff game tomorrow, but this is just a cool spot, man.
The concept is really cool. They're opening in larger cities, obviously, but right now they do Rockets watch parties, and the whole concept, obviously, watch bar is watch parties. It is set up beautifully for that. I mean, literally, man, there's not a bad seat in the house anywhere you sit.
Every bit of the space. It's TVs everywhere.
Multiple TVs, yeah, man. So, in fact, I was talking to Dan that's running the place, and he said last weekend with that Monday night with that national championship game, between the Washington fans coming in that left the game early and the Michigan fans showing up late, man, they were in here late, boy. They had a hell of a crowd.
They had a good crowd, yeah. So come on down and hang out with us on this.
Did I mention that they serve cold beer and tall boys?
You did.
I don't know. I don't know what that says.
You didn't expect that, huh?
I didn't expect it, no, but I don't know what that says about me as a man. There's something about when you walk out. When I order a Coors Light, look, I mean, I appreciate in any shape or size. I'm a pretty well-rounded fella, but when I order a beer and you come out here and drop a tall boy on my table, it just brings a little different something to the party. You know what I mean? My man over here he's on number 2. Don't think I didn't see that first one you had over here now. It just brings a little something different to the party, man.
Yeah, get him a second.
You thought the TVs ain't the only thing that's big in here.
Okay.
I'm talking about the cold beer, Ron. I'm talking about the golly, man.
I hear you.
I thought you were talking about your wiener, maybe.
I thought we left Tyler in the studio, man.
We did. I'm just saying there's a few things that you could have been talking about. All right, there's a question that I think a lot of Texans fans, if you could, about this game in particular, if you could ask D'Amico Ryans himself, hey, man, how you going to handle this Amari Cooper situation? How you going to handle this Amari Cooper? Because Amari Cooper was the standout in the game. He has not played in a game since. They played the Texans, and he is a standout and was a standout in that game. 250-plus game. That might have gotten him to the Pro Bowl that game. He was spectacular. The Texans couldn't do nothing with him. It was Stingley at times that got beat. Steven Nelson got beat. Hell, he got hurt. Ross came in and got beat immediately. And you could throw in Jalen Petrie in the fold into that. Des King, he went in the slot, got Des King a few times. He was spectacular in that game. What is the plan? Like it can't be just the same, right? Or do you think D'Amico will just play it the same and say, like, hey, we gotta just shore up some things and he won't do this to again?
No, I don't think he plays it the same. Hell, we saw Amari Cooper. I saw a highlight this morning. He's catching a pass on Hallman, whatever the hell you say his name. Holman. Yeah, I mean he's catching the ball on him. I know he caught a long one, touchdown on, I believe it was Ross. So no, I think it's going to be totally different. I think what D'Amico does, I think he comes out and he trusts his system, trusts his guys for the first half. Where I've got a real issue is if in the second half, if Amari Cooper's doing work in the second half, we don't see D'Amico go against his we don't travel corners, we don't shadow wide receivers thought process, and really, I mean, at that point in time, that's why you drafted Derek Stingley. I can understand throughout the year you don't travel, no panic. There's 17 games, but this is win or go home. And if you're sitting there watching that game and Amari Cooper's going off and they're getting him matched up on Dez and they're getting him matched up, maybe look, even though Steven Nelson has played as good as anybody you could bring up at this point throughout the year, and I trust him. But if whatever reason, if he's doing work, I mean the answer the last-ditch answer for the Texans has to be, all right, to hell with it. When they break the huddle, and I don't care if you play man or zone. I'm not saying that you're shadowing man and all of a sudden you just go willy-nilly and just take all kind of risk. What I'm saying is when the Cleveland Browns break the huddle, if Amari Cooper goes to my right, then damn it, Derek Stingley goes. Now, he can play cover 3, he can play 2, he can play quarters or man, but he better be on that side of the damn field.
Yeah.
And so hopefully it don't get to that point. Hopefully the defense does what it's done for the majority of the year and been really, really good against the pass. And I guess they've gotten torched a couple of times, but been really, really good at adjusting and tightening down. But I'm with you, Ron. If it comes to a point where Amari's a problem, well, Derek Stingley's got to be the guy.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'll say this. There's some things that I have some concerns about in this game for the Texans. There's some things that I'm wondering how it shakes out and what happens. One thing that I am about 100% sure of, D'Amico is not going to allow him to do that again.
Agreed.
D'Amico is like I don't care whatever it takes. He will not I just don't like. He may start out with saying to himself, "All right, this is what we do. We just had a bad game, and he just had a day, and we'll stay with what we normally do." But I do not believe that D'Amico will just sit there. Like, if this happened again, and there's a big 50-yard play to kick off the game like he did, D'Amico's not just going to, I don't believe, just going to keep saying, all right, here we go. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. No, there's one thing I am certain about that I have 100% confidence in this game is that Amari Cooper is not going to just go insane.
You see the over-under in his yards?
What is it?
70-something?
70-something? That's crazy.
Mid-70s?
Tyreek Hill's 84 in that weather.
Is that too good to be true?
That's just –
because in my mind, I'm thinking in that, negative 30 wind chill? I like Tyreek Hill, and he's one of the best we've ever seen.
It's 84.
But I'm going to tell you what Tyreek Hill ain't seen is negative 30.
No, not many people that have played in the NFL have. Not at all.
Both of those numbers, though, like when I say both of them, definitely Amari Cooper seems way too low to. I mean, it seems like it's easy money. Yeah. I've lost many easy money bets in my time, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if there is one thing that I will come in Monday, Clinton Tyler, I will be shocked off my ass if Amari Cooper is out here with some sort of a 9 or 10 catch performance for 170 yards.
Yep, I agree.
I just at some point you got to because they got David Njoku might get off. Like it may come to the expense of Njoku, who made the Pro Bowl this year and has had a really, really good season, and he is capable of having a big game. Joe hit him with a amazing throw in the middle of the field for a touchdown in that Texans game too. But I will be really shocked if they allow him to go wild like he did in the last game. All right, coming up. Let's take a look at this. Where are the advantages? Where is it in this game that the Texans can really, really, really eat in this game?
We got breaking news.
Do we got breaking news?
We got breaking news. We got to share when we get back.
All right, let's do it on the other side.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. React to tomorrow's wildcard weekend matchup with us on a Reaction Monday. Brought to you by Texas Star Grill Shop. Oh, yeah. Will we be celebrating a massive win or reflecting on an incredible season? Either way, the conversation starts at 6 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610.
I am here with Jen McCumber, the general manager at Bayway Ram down on 225 in Pasadena. Jen, I hear all this talk that interest rates are coming down.
800-973-7809. Again, 800-973-7809. It's a Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
As we're live here on this Football Friday Playoff Edition presented by La Misha Wakana. Tyler, what is the breaking news?
My friends, Alabama has their new head coach to replace Nick Saban. Kellen DeBoer is leaving Washington. He's informed them, and he is taking the job in Alabama to coach the Crimson Tide.
Kellen DeBoer, what a rise to the top of the coaching ranks.
Where was he at before Washington?
He come out of Dakota, one of the Dakotas somewhere.
Yeah.
Like he ultimately started coaching high school kids in one of the Dakotas.
Yeah. He was at Indiana for a little bit. That's where he ran
That's where he ran into Penix Jr.
Yeah.
Think about it from that perspective. Think about, here's a question. If Michael Penix Jr. didn't follow Kellen DeBoer to Washington, is his name even remotely on the radar for Atlanta? I mean, for Alabama.
Oh, I get big move. Big news there. He was one of the guys, and he is rolled through. Damn, Washington. My goodness.
Welcome to the Big Ten.
Welcome to the Big Ten, and what is Washington about to go back to looking like? Right? I mean, they Washington is. I mean, it's not Chris Peterson. They were good there. They made it a college football playoff. This is the second time they've made it to a college football playoff. But man, they had a guy there that you thought was rolling there, in a week, less than a week, their program just lost kind of a program-changing player in Michael Penix Jr., and not to mention all of those first and second-round draft. They got about 8 first- or second-round draft picks on that team, and then they lose their architect to coach.
Yeah. It's wild. I'm reading a couple of different tweets from guys that I trust here, and one of them's talking about Jimmy Sexton, the agent, about the job that he did, right? His agent, his client, Nick Saban, retires. He uses the Alabama job as leverage to get raises for 3 of his clients, Dan Lanning, Mike Norvell, and Steve Sarkisian, all of them getting raises.
They all get raises.
And then his client, Kalen DeBoer, gets the Alabama job. How about that?
And he had to know the whole time that's who they're working with. Wow.
Playing chess, man, not checkers. There's no doubt about it. Again, I'm going to go back, and I did a couple of hits this morning talking college football, Ron, and I think it's a good hire with what was available. I believe that Lane Kiffin would have been better there, given in that part of the country the success that he's had, the reputation that he's had. I'm a huge fan of a guy that takes less and does more consistently. And Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss has done a tremendous job. I know all my Ole Miss Rebels out there hate me for saying that, but you can rest easy now because Alabama appears to have their guy. But when you look at Kalen DeBoer, is he? I like him, good coach. He's had a hell of a run, but is he a guy that can go in there at Alabama and keep Alabama at the top of the mountain? And more importantly, is Alabama a program? Are we convinced that Alabama's a program that can hire a guy like Kalen DeBoer and stay on top of the mountain? I don't know, man. There's certain schools out there that I believe ultimately recruit themselves, and really doesn't matter who you plug. I just don't know that Alabama's that guy. I don't know Alabama's that school.
I think right now they are, but we'll see. Right now, Alabama will still recruit itself to get big-time players.
No, I think they will to a certain extent. I don't think it's going to be to Saban's extent.
Might not be.
What you got to understand is Nick Saban was the defensive coordinator, one of the best defensive minds in all of football for year after year after year. Kevin Steele himself, who is a phenomenal defensive coordinator, who was at Alabama this last year, said, "Who do y'all think the defensive coordinator is for the Alabama Crimson Tide? It ain't me. It's Nick Saban," right? And then he created that system offensively when he realized that football was changing and he couldn't be the run-heavy, control the ball, don't turn it over, play good defense, and continue to win championships, he had to shift and get a more explosive offense at the University of Alabama. He did that, and he created a Nick Saban offense along the way. Yeah. And it wasn't about turnover at offensive coordinator, which, as everybody here in Houston knows, it's my biggest fear when you hire a defensive-minded head coach. The biggest fear is that the offensive coordinator kicks ass and gets hired somewhere else. Nick Saban said, I ain't worried about it. I got the Saban offense. I'll just plug in a guy, teach him my system, teach him my terminology. My players stay the same. Like, this is a huge – I mean, it was it's much deeper than just recruit well and have good facilities and have good NIL. There's a lot deeper than that in Alabama.
He's the best coach of all time.
Yes.
He's the best coach of all time. So Alabama has their guy, Kalen DeBoer, former head coach at the University of Washington, has agreed to take the job at Alabama. So Alabama quickly moving forward. I'm telling you, Saban and Belichick, them jobs didn't stay open long. I tell you right. I mean, it's just been a couple of days and both of them jobs are filled. All right, Clint. Looking back at this game coming up tomorrow, the Texans and the Browns. Where are areas, right, that you think that the Texans can have some real big success in this game if there are advantages or potential advantages for them?
2 spots offensively, 1 spot defensively. For me, offensively, the Cleveland Browns have arguably the best defense in the game right now. They have not been good against tight ends. Tight ends have had a lot of success against the Cleveland Browns. And, you know, I think especially with Tank Dell out, I know Nico Collins has had a lot of success, but when it comes to chemistry between a pass catcher and a quarterback, Dalton Schultz is second to nobody on his team in terms of chemistry with the quarterback. The experience, the ability to kind of call you shot, the experience to talk things out with the young quarterback, and then that chemistry is there. The Browns have not been good, or let's say not been good, maybe a bit strong. They've struggled at times against tight ends. And Dalton Schultz is one of the better weapons for the Texans, regardless who's healthy. So right there at the tight end position. Secondly is, and it's tough, but the Cleveland Browns have not been great against the run. And I do believe that,
except for that game against the Texans, but outside of that, right.
They have struggled against the run, and there is a back in Houston that's averaging over 4 yards a carry. I do believe a lot of the coach speak, ultimately dressing up excuses of why somebody or something is not very good. I don't buy into a whole lot of that, but I do buy into the fact that this offense it's going to take some time and some experience and some games and some clock for this offensive line to get on the same page and run the football well. So it would not shock me if this offensive line came out and exceeded our expectations and ran the football better than we expected. And it wouldn't shock me because, as I said, it takes time for them to get on the same page and get that chemistry, but the Cleveland Browns have not been great against the run. Dalton Schultz in the pass game and Devin Singletary, I'm not asking for 150 yards. I'm not asking for 100-plus. I'm just asking for an effective run game. You get the ball inside the 5-yard line, punch it in. Critical drive. Early in the game, right before halftime, coming out at half, fourth quarter, critical drive, 3rd, 4th down, short, be able to get that thing across the line and keep drives alive. I think that really tilts in the favor of the Houston Texans.
Yeah, they got to get some production run game wise. And the first point you made, Dalton Schultz. Listen, I do have this confidence that if they can block them consistently, Bobby and CJ, the concepts and what they do, I don't think that their secondary will just hold the Texans down. And I think there will be some shots, as you said, for Dalton Schultz and guys around. I don't think their secondary will just shut. I mean, when CJ has had time, Clint, he's been able to do what he can do to be successful. So that's the big key. So I'm with you. Dalton Schultz could be a weapon if they can block.
I think outside they can shut these guys down. Look, again, I know a lot of people get pissed off when I say that about Nico Collins. Look, I think outside, this is arguably the best corner tandem in football right now. I know name-wise it's not, but they've got some dudes that are up there in the conversation of the best cover guys in terms of having two corners together. They're some of the best out there, man. And I think there's a good chance that they could cause some serious problems out wide. But to your point, the weakness is inside. The weakness is, which is easier for the quarterback. And I think it's the weaker part of this defense where Dalton can take advantage of it. It would be a huge week for Dalton Schultz and Devin Singletary, two guys that have had decent seasons. I mean, nothing. I mean, they've been decent, nothing great, but they've been.
Yeah, but they've had moments. They've had games.
Yes. It would be the Cleveland Browns defense statistically and advanced stat wise. It says that you can beat the Cleveland Browns defense in the run game and with the tight end, and there I can see a scenario where the Texans take advantage of that.
Yeah. All right. You said you had one defensively.
Yeah, defensively, to me, you've got two backup tackles. You got a stationary. You got a put your cleats in the turf, stand tall, pro-style quarterback. You know exactly where he's going to be. He's going to be 7 to 9 yards deep, directly behind the center, and you've got two tackles that are backup tackles. Garon Christian is one of them who was here in Houston. Will Anderson and defensive, our edge rushers and our defensive minds should know well. And if Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson, if them ankles can hold up, they should absolutely eat without a doubt and cause problems. And when those guys are eating, causing problems, you're talking about game-changing plays. You're not talking about, well, they're good against the run, or, boy, that was a big play in a big moment. You're talking about getting a sack, getting them behind the chains, getting a sack, getting them out of field goal range. It's game-changing at that point. So that matchup is something that I think bodes really well for the Texans and gives them a chance to swing this game in a big way.
All right, we're live here on this Football Friday, and we'll continue as we are live here from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, right next door to House of Blues. Get on down here because in about 20 minutes or so, we will be hooking someone up with the first pair of front row tickets to tomorrow's front row between tomorrow's playoff game between the Browns and the Texans. We've got 3 different pair. The first one coming up as soon as the next segment ends. So if you're in the house, go and sign up right there. And if you're in the house, go and sign up right there. Or if you're on the way, come on in and sign up as well. That coming up next. And the big stories of the day, the breaking news, Alabama found their new man, the Patriots found their new man, and some news here in the city of Houston. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, after this segment, your chance to win a pair of tickets. After this segment, your chance to win the first pair of tickets, front row seats. Browns versus Texans. Coming up on Saturday tomorrow, so stay tuned and be ready for that. If you're on the way, you might want to get here soon. My man right here, he just slid in here and signed his name and gave himself a chance. There are many people in this building who wanted to set a screen to block him to not be able to get his name in that box, but he got his name in that box, and we'll be giving away a winner here shortly, so stay tuned for that. As we are live here at Tom's Watch Bar downtown, right next to House of Blues, it is a great spot. I'm looking at this. It's good, man. I'm just walking through, talking to people during the break. The bar is full, man. We got some regulars, some winners who have won before already in the house trying to win again. So come on out and have a good time with us on this Football Friday playoff edition presented by our good friends at La Misha Wakana.
Where's that?
La Misha Wakana.
Come on.
Nailed it.
Yeah, boy, smooth with it now, ain't he?
I tell you, somebody on the text line was just, of course, told me I didn't say it correctly earlier, but I refuse to believe
anybody that finds a problem with with the way you're saying it now, they just looking for something. I mean, it's at the very least acceptable.
It's got to be, right?
I mean, damn.
It ain't one that jump out. It ain't one that jump out and say, "Damn, what did he say?"
Yeah,
no,
you put some
baby,
reps into it.
I did practice at home. Practice makes perfect, baby.
Now, if Lopez tried to roll it out there the way you do, they may be a little bit critical, but
and they shouldn't either.
Ron,
let him just say it the way
man,
he
that's
wants
good.
All right, here, Big 3, man. There's a lot going on, and obviously there's a huge game here on Saturday tomorrow, but a lot going on in the football world. And Clint, the breaking news that just came out about 15 minutes ago is Kalen DeBoer. He was the head coach for Washington. He led the Washington Huskies. Really, they had 2 back-to-back really good seasons, but he led them here recently to the college football championship game, and they lost to Michigan. But they were 14-0 going into that game, won the Pac-12 championship. They're moving to the Big Ten, and he's done a hell of a job at Washington. He is, by reports, has informed Washington officials that he is taking the job at Alabama. He is going to be the new head coach. You asked who is going to follow Nick Saban at Alabama. Well, they have their man, Kellen DeBoer. He is going to be the new head coach at Alabama. He's expected to inform his team soon. Clint, we've talked about where would Alabama be, and I'm going to tell you, you said to me before, like, are they going to be able to hire the guy? Are they going to be able to hire the guy that keeps them as a top 3, top 5 program that they have been in the entire 16 seasons under Nick Saban? They've been the premier program. And I'm telling you, Clint, I heard the names that were out there, and I'm thinking, yeah, these names will do it. These names will do it. I don't know about this one. This one, and I'm impressed by him, and I'm impressed what he's been able to do at Washington. And he's gotten talent. Like I said, man, they're going to be about 4 first-rounders called, probably 7 to 8 in the first 2 rounds from Washington this year in the draft. But this feels different than Dabo. This feels different than Dan Lanning. This feels different than Lane. I think he can, but it feels different. Like, it feels like, I don't want to say Tom Herman taking over at Texas. I don't want to do that to him, but this feels like I think he could step into this role, as opposed to me, if you'd have said Dabo or Dan Lanning, I'd have been like, this is like, well, we already know what Dabo is at Clemson. Dan Lanning to me is like hiring Kirby Smart. Like, that's what it been. This one feels a little iffy, and for this to appear to Clint to be maybe the top person they went after, that one I don't know if they'll be able to maintain being the Alabama we've seen under Nick Saban.
Well, it's just an extremely small sample size that is strongly weighted towards one player.
Yep.
And look, that's the coaching business right now, man. Is if you can create a relationship with one player that's game changing enough, like Michael Penix Jr. was, and you create a relationship with him, you move and get a head coach, that guy follows you, boom, you parlay that into the best job in America, right? I mean that is a one hell of a rise for Kalen DeBoer. In 98, 99, when I was playing ball, he was coaching. He was an assistant at a high school. 2000 to 2004, Sioux Falls offensive coordinator. 2010, 2013, he was at Southern Illinois offensive coordinator. 14 through 16, Eastern Michigan. Then he went to Fresno State, and boom, what happened? And he had a good offense. He was running a really good offense along those. All those schools had really good offenses. He's a great offensive mind, and he gets to Indiana in 2019, creates a relationship with Michael Penix Jr., who stayed banged up. Obviously, the talent was there. The arm was there. He takes his quarterback, Michael Penix Jr. Actually, he left there and went to Fresno State. But then when he got the gig at Washington, Michael Penix Jr. had been banged up multiple times and was ready to make a move. He takes that guy to Washington. He already knows his offense. He hits the ground running, has a hellacious 2 years, and he's the hottest thing since sliced bread.
Now, they've got a lot of talent there. Just I don't know how much he's brought there. Right, like they've got a lot of talent there, and but the point you made is, boy, it's a small sample size in recruiting and what he's going to be able to do and bring, and it's a small sample size of winning at a high enough level to go to the top program in the country. I like Kellen DeBoer. I like him a lot, and what he has shown in that short period of time. But it almost appears from what you hear now. You don't know now. Maybe they got shut down. But from what we hear is he was always the top candidate. He was the guy that we've been hearing those reports for 2 days, that he is the guy they've been looking at.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy it one bit. If Steve Sarkisian and Dabo Swinney and there's one more out there. Anyway, I'll stick with those two. If those two right there weren't the top candidates, and they said they're going to go with Kalen DeBoer with this small sample size, boy, that'd be a ballsy move right there. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for 1 second. But
yeah, and you're looking at reading through that's not the southern part of the country that he is.
Yeah, I mean, typically when a coach gets hired, and I think times are changing in today's game. There's so much social media out there. I mean, guys are recruiting coast to coast ultimately, but yeah, I mean, there is zero history in the South. I mean, literally as far south as my man went was Indiana, or is Michigan further south than Indiana? I don't know. I don't know the map.
Further south.
It's 6 one way, half dozen another. So, but there's not. When you look at it, there's just that's less significant now than it was 10 years ago. But if you had me right now, if you said, "Hey, man,"
yeah, but it's something about knowing how that part of the country works and knowing. To kind of have a level of being prepared for what you're running into in that, because the South is different college football than any other place.
Look, I think the SEC West is up for grabs, boys.
I don't even know if are they keeping divisions, but even if they are,
good point. Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the, I think I would bet significantly that Alabama comes back to the pack. Now that some people may say, well, no mess, right? I mean, Saban retired. I don't know that Kalen DeBoer gives me a whole hell of a lot of confidence to keep things on track at Alabama right now.
Yeah. So that is the latest there. Alabama has their guy. We'll see what they look like, and they've already had some guys decommit from in recruiting.
They got some guys transferring too. Their top receiver this year is transferring.
5-star guys, top receiver. So we'll see what he's able to do. But Washington, that's a job that is open now, and we'll see how they feel that role moving forward.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the New England Patriots. They said goodbye to Bill Belichick yesterday, and they had that news conference, and then today, this morning, immediately, Gerard Mayo, somebody we heard a name around here in the last 2 coaching cycles, when the Texans were looking for a head coach. He has been hired as their new head coach, and they plan to set that in motion with a press conference next week. But it was in his contract. I don't know how public that was or how many people knew, and maybe that's why he hadn't been taken. He didn't really take interviews last year, which was weird because he was one of the hottest names before that. But it was in his contract that he would be the successor to Bill Belichick. So that has gone into motion right now, Clint, and he is now the youngest coach, 37 years old. He will be the youngest head coach in the NFL.
Damn, it was in his contract?
When he re-signed to be the linebackers coach, because when you start, I don't mean to hang out here, but when you talk about the Bill Belichick stuff, like why Bill Belichick never made him the defensive coordinator, or why Bill Belichick never, assistant head coach or something, especially if they know that he's going to be the successor, and he's just sitting here as the linebackers coach.
I wonder if Bill knew that was in his contract.
Yeah, I don't know, but I would think Bill does. I would think Bill would have some understanding. Bill was allowing his son to call the defense when he didn't.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder if Bill knew that this old boy was his replacement the whole time contractually.
It's just wild. But anyway, he's the youngest coach in the NFL.
How'd Kraft pull that off? I'm going to put it in the contract?
Bob Kraft. He does whatever he wants to do. That had to come from Kraft. I don't even know who.
Because
Bill runs everything else. Bill had to know, right?
No.
You don't think Bill Belichick knew?
I mean, I don't know why he would.
I just would think they would have those conversations. They keep that line of communication, that thing open.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah, Gerard Mayo in there. We'll see. They're still going to be hiring a GM. It looks like now that Bill is gone. But
well, let's see what Gerard Mayo does on the offensive side of the football. I'm going to be look. It's funny the way that things have changed a little bit here, because down here we talked a lot about the Patriots of the South and all that jive, right?
Yeah,
and rightfully so. I mean, I think the organization was doing a lot of Patriot things. Well, how funny is it now to do a 180 and now all of a sudden the Patriots are hiring a former Patriot that was a defensive player, that was a linebacker, that's a young coach, and hiring him as their head coach. Let's see what he does, though. Let's see if he goes back and hires Josh McDaniels as his offensive coordinator.
Well, Bill might try to beat him to the punch. Bill Belichick, wherever he goes, might try to fight him and hire Josh McDaniels before he does, wherever he goes.
Nah, Bill's into hiring defensive coordinators. It's more likely. What's old boy that was the head coach at Miami?
Oh, Brian Flores.
He might hire Brian Flores as his offensive coordinator.
Maybe he'll bring Bill with him again, Bill O'Brien.
No, he's going to hire Anthony Weaver as his offensive coordinator.
No, he's going to do Anthony Weaver. Yeah, he'll do that right there.
Oh, Weave.
He might just hit up Ty Law. Ty Law, why don't you run this offense?
Yeah.
Come through here and run this offense. Vrabel, you open?
Yeah, I know you've been doing some things on the defensive side of football. Come in here, let's develop this quarterback.
You're a head coach, Vrabel.
At the NFL level. And I thought I couldn't call plays for Pee Wee football.
All right, Gerard Mayo, the new head coach in the New England Patriots. So that job, one of those are filled. So Bobby Slowick is not going to New England. So that one is filled up. But we'll see what the Patriots look like moving forward. It still feels like they're going to be struggling for the next several years. We'll see what happens there as they get their guy.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint Tyler, I know y'all amped about this one. The rodeo. It was announced, man. The acts have been announced. Clinton, I know you. Hell, Clint, you probably knew a week ago. You probably found some way and got somebody to let you know. You probably knew the date. You probably got tickets already.
I don't cheat,
probably
man.
Found somebody. You need a guy.
I like to keep the playing field level, man.
All right, which one's you excited about? Blake Shelton is kicking this thing off. Eric Church
Blake don't do much for me. I'm going to be honest with you.
Blake don't do much for you?
I've seen Blake in concert. Blake doesn't do a whole lot for me. I like him.
I wonder if his wife will come in and maybe do something with him.
It's not going to move the needle for me, even if they announce she is.
That'd be bananas. BANANAS.
Thanks, Ty.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going on 10 years of making fun of one of my best friends for doing exactly what you just did, of knowing that song. And it came on the radio to his 40th birthday, and he jumped off that couch and went nuts, singing Bananas. I thought, you got to be kidding me.
Tyler was waiting for the gun to go off to get out of the blocks to get that one.
Ain't no doubt.
He's sitting there waiting to go.
That's your anniversary, though.
You know what? Is it?
That's my anniversary right there.
Oh, is it? And you ain't gonna take your lady?
Nah, she mentioned it. I said, I'm not a Blake Shelton fan.
She mentioned it, and you ain't want to. Wow,
it's my anniversary too, bro. It's not just hers. Hell, I'm the one that risked it all.
Tyler,
oh my gosh, dude! Anniversaries are about
Tyler,
the women.
Get Cal and Hannah on the horn. Get Cal and Hannah on the horn.
So disappointed.
Cal was giving a marriage advice.
Hey, man.
It's my anniversary. She mentioned it. She wanted to take that one in. Now, hell, you can go see Jelly Roll later, but you take that one in. I'm kind of intrigued by that one.
No, I'm not. To be honest with you, she knew February 27 was day one, and she wanted to go for the anniversary before she found out it was Blake Shelton. Then when I found out it was Blake Shelton, I was like, I'm good.
All right.
I'll take you to your favorite sushi joint. How about that?
Wow.
She hadn't had sushi, Ron. She's been pregnant, and she hadn't had.
She didn't say sushi. She said Blake Shelton.
She's good.
First day on our anniversary.
I'm married well. She understands, and she's down for sushi, bro.
Damn.
Long as Daddy's there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? All right. She don't need no Blake Shelton in her life, man.
Okay. Well, clearly,
just me and a good piece of ahi tuna.
She's not getting it. Clearly.
Huh?
Clint pulled out that Uzi and shot that thing down.
I like Blake. He's entertaining on The Voice, but I don't like him in concert. Sorry. Here's mine. My top three that I'm going to request. Lainey Wilson.
And what if she says I'm good?
There ain't no chance in hell. You kidding me? I mean, it's my second daughter's name, Lainey, son. I mean, Lainey Wilson, Whiskey Myers, and Eric Church.
So you going to the end?
I'm jacked about all three of them.
You going to the end? All right, there you go.
I am jacked about all three of them. That Lainey Wilson, Whiskey Myers is a little tight there, schedule-wise. So Luke Bryan, Luke Bryan, you're gonna fight some teeny boppers there. I'm gonna wait till my girls get to that age to do the Luke Bryan thing. I would like to see 50 as well. I've never seen 50 in concert.
Yeah, but I hadn't either. There are two obvious ones in there for me, so I won't go there. But
which one? Bun B and 50 Cent.
But Jelly Roll, I'm intrigued, man. I like his story. I like, and he's got a little mix.
No, Jelly Roll's good. Landry does not do him justice. I'm disappointed in Landry's like deep-seated hate for Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll's trying. Hey, you know what Jelly Roll's doing?
What?
5K in May, bro.
Well, let's not get crazy here.
I'm just telling you, Jelly Roll's out there.
He's going to run it the whole way?
I don't know if he's running, Ron. I think he's just trying to finish. I don't know if he's but Jelly Roll's out there doing his thing. I think he'd be great in concert.
I'm intrigued. I
tell you, he fills up smaller venues. That's for damn sure. I don't know about the rodeo, but he fills up smaller venues.
We'll see what he does. All right, coming up as we get through here, we'll give you our Mo Karam Law injury report and our Mad Dog Monday picks. All of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Daisy sour cream. We've all had that. I mean, good Lord. We've all had Daisy.
every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our first winner of the day, Michael Rodriguez. Clap it up for Big Mike. I see you, baby, over there. He's our first winner. Two more opportunities. Next time in the 4 o'clock hour, 2 more opportunities to win a pair of front row tickets to tomorrow's playoff game when the Browns come to Houston. So 2 more opportunities to win a pair of those front row tickets. So get on in here. All you got to do is walk in as we're at Tom's Watch Bar here downtown. All you got to do is come right in. There's a raffle box right there. Sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll give yourself a chance to win.
And for everybody out there, if you're already in there, nobody's allowed to sign up twice, obviously. So if you're already in there, you're good. Don't worry about it. Other people coming up, everybody's in there one time. If you've already signed up, it all rolls over, baby.
That's right. He'll be in there. All right. Let's do this officially from what we know as our good friends at Mo Karam Law. It is our Friday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law and
we
Clint.
keep it 100.
The ones we know, Jerry Hughes is out for this game. He's the only one that is out for this game. Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, and Sheldon Rankins are all listed as questionable, but all are expected to play in the game tomorrow on Saturday. The 2 that are game-time decisions, this is what the Texans have reported out. Aaron Wilson reported this yesterday. The 2 that are game-time decisions are the wide receivers. Robert Woods, who was limited in practice, which is a good sign, and then Noah Brown, who was also limited in practice on Thursday. So those 2 we'll see are more game-time decisions. But the others that are questionable, mainly those defensive linemen, Clint, they are expected to play. So to me, I guess to you, how the one that is out is Jerry Hughes. How big of a factor is that to you that Jerry Hughes is out?
I'm not worried about it one bit.
No
disrespect to Jerry Hughes, but we are deep at the edge rusher position. I'm not worried about it one bit unless Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard somehow come up limping in the first quarter, and then we got depth issues, and then all of a sudden Jerry Hughes not being there comes into play. But in terms of Myjai Sanders, Derek Barnett, Will Anderson, and Jonathan Grenard at the edge rusher position, I feel really, really good about in this particular game. As I mentioned earlier, I feel really good. I even feel good about Derek Barnett, given the fact that you got two backup tackles playing, and guys should be able to take advantage of that with a pure pro style drop back quarterback that can't move much. So I just don't feel that is going to come into play unless obviously game time comes and we see a first quarter injury or something at that position. Clearly it impacts the depth, and if you need that depth, you could come into problems. For me, there's one guy on this entire list that I'm worried about, and it's Noah Brown. Noah Brown is the back issue is totally different than an ankle or a hip or a knee or a shoulder. If guys have ankles, knees, hips, or shoulders, and they practice, then you got to feel pretty good about their ability to go out there and play. He's got a back, and we all know, hell, getting in and out of the car as a common man every day, going to work back and forth as we do, that can put you down and out in a hurry now. So Noah Brown and the very, very limited, if any, practice, that's the one for me, man, that, boy, if he plays, if he somehow is active and able to produce and able to play, woo, look out now. You got a full stable of wide receivers with the exception of Tank Dell going out. Now things are looking up for the Texans.
Yeah, the back thing is interesting because you don't know how he wakes up or how he feels.
Well, and for us as fans and media, like you hear back, we have no idea what that looks like. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't – again, you got a knee or an ankle and you're out there practicing. We got to assume the medical staff cleared you and you're good to go. A back could be muscle. It could be structural. It could be muscle. It could be high. It could be low. We have no idea what that looks like.
Yeah, so that is it. Jerry Hughes right now the only one who is out. Game time decisions with the wide receivers, Robert Woods and Noah Brown, and then the others that are questionable are expected to go, including Will Anderson Jr., including Andrew Beck, who caught a touchdown pass last week, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and John Grenard.
Hey, I didn't check Michael's hand for no ring, but what you think he's over there hitting that? How many texts you think he's lobbed out to all them girls in his life?
Oh, you think Mike? This ain't a date, dog. You don't take one of the ladies.
Hey,
no, you definitely don't.
You let Mike decide that.
Real quick, that's our Sunday, because I want to get to that. That's our Sunday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Injured call 281-222-2222, 281-222-2222. Hell no. Mike better take one of the fellas.
Nah.
This ain't one you.
Hey,
no.
let me be in Mike. Let me be. I'm going to assume Mike. I don't know if Mike has a wife and Mike's wife is out there.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
No disrespect.
We're taking a lady.
If Mike happens to be a single man and he's been working on one for a while, or hell, if he met one that's bad enough last night.
Like you can't just meet one. No, see, Tyler, you know that it can't be someone that was just bad that you met last night. This got to be somebody that you are comfortable going to the game with. This is the playoffs.
No,
you're not going because now you got to be kind of nice, and you got to wonder how many beers
you ain't got to do nothing.
You got to focus.
You can't be all in your head, man. You can't.
You can't, man. This broad better be down, and I mean down for the game.
No, I'm just telling you.
I got to stop calling people broads.
Yeah, you got to quit calling them broads. This is 2023, Ron.
It is. I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you, man. It's. I wouldn't be. I'm not mad at Mike.
I got to take one of the homeboys, man.
I wouldn't be mad. I'm not mad if he did, but if he's got one on his mind, which we've all been there, we've all had like heavy on your mind, and you got an opportunity. You'd lob that text out.
You got to take like.
Oh, listen.
You got to take somebody where you feel comfortable showing your ass, and like showing your ass at the game. Because they're going to see a certain side of you.
Well, I'm just going to tell you.
And I'm telling you, if it were me, after she saw how intense I am going to a playoff game, she just want me to drop her ass off.
Everyone, including my wife, got the real deal. I mean, I just here to tell you, everyone, including my old lady, she just signed up for it for life. You get the real deal any way you slice it. I mean, I'm going to show my ass. I'm just telling you. How many texts you think he's lobbed out?
Nah, I don't think so.
Look, he don't even know what we're talking about. Look, he's over there fingering the hell out of that phone, boy.
Can you imagine this, Tyler, sitting down there? Hey, who do you think they're going to throw it to? Could you imagine that one?
That'd be a bad situation.
Can you imagine that one? Like, man, you got to have somebody you feel comfortable.
I'm with you on this one.
Can you imagine sitting watching the Texans win a playoff game, knowing what's going to go down after it?
And that's the other part. You don't even know if you're gonna get the booty.
Why am I even taking you serious?
You don't know if you're gonna get the booty.
Because I know
just because you take her to the Texans playoff game, don't mean that she's gonna let you go on to the house and let's get it in.
If you were single and you had one that you couldn't get off your mind, you'd call Ian and take Ian to the damn game?
Yes.
No, you would not.
Yes, I swear to God.
No, you would.
A playoff game? Yes. I swear to God. I need to have somebody.
Ron would, Show would. Show wouldn't.
Yeah,
Ron would.
Ron and Show. Ron, Show, Ronald Charles, all of them. They all would have. Dude Love, Mankind, all of them. All right, coming up, we'll do our Mad Dog playoff picks coming up.
Cactus Jack.
No, that was better. As we are live here at
Mick Foley.
Mick Foley, all of them.
I know Tyler would take one to the game.
No, he wouldn't.
Tyler would take one and hold her hand. Tyler would hold her hand.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would. He'd hold her hand.
She don't want to see Tyler 16 rum and diets deep.
I bet there's pictures out there in College Station of Tyler holding hands in the stadium. What's that stadium called?
Oh, man. You imagine Tyler taking just a random he met that he's trying to knock off to the Astros game 7.
Ain't no trying about
Hummer. In a yellow Hummer.
Ain't no trying about
Astros game 7? No, not a chance. All right, coming up as we're live, we'll continue Mad Dog Playoff Picks live from Times Watch Bar here in downtown.
All right, before we do that.
C.J. Stroud is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. again. He's just the third rookie QB to earn the honor twice, joining Robert Griffin III and Marcus Mariota in the history books. He's a division champion, and it's probably safe to pencil him in as the Rookie of the Year. Congrats, CJ.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Less than an hour away in the 4 o'clock hour from our second winner. Our second winner, Mike Rodriguez, he has already been our first winner. He won a pair of front row seat tickets in the bullpen for tomorrow's playoff game against the Cleveland Browns. There will be 2 other pair of tickets that we will be hooking people up, and that's less than an hour away here in the 4 o'clock hour. Your chance to win coming up as we are live. You got to be in the building. You got to be here at Tom's Watch Bar here downtown. You got to be in the building to receive it.
Are we going to do it in the 4 o'clock hour?
4 o'clock hour. That's right.
That's right around the corner.
Less than an hour away. Yep.
Well, hell, it's less than 15 minutes away.
Well, I didn't say at 4.
Well, I may get a wild hair and do it in Clint Stoerner Football 4 with McLean.
Probably not, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, booger butt. I can't wait. Yeah, we'll talk to the general coming up next. He probably don't know what to do with himself with a little playoff football.
Man.
Cockamamie idea.
He needed it. All right, let's do our Mad Dog player picks. I was dead last week as my player, it's Tyler. Stop, man. Stop snickering, man.
Was he snorting? Was he laughing? Was he? I didn't know.
He's had some congestion.
He loves it. Like, I mean, he picked Davis Mills one time, and all he did was get sacked. And
everybody thought he was going to start that game.
And snickering every time I talk about my Brevin Jordan, who had some excellent blocks out there.
Hell of a
didn't
block.
Catch the ball, didn't touch the ball. They didn't even target him, I don't believe, but he moved nicely out there. We'll do our Mad Dog player picks. The way this goes, we drink Mad Dog on Mondays when the Texans win. Hopefully they do. I found that peaches and cream flavor out there and about. Like, Tyler just can't find regular ones. I find in peaches and creams the ones that aren't out there. We drink Mad Dog on Mondays, and we all pick a player who we think is going to have a great game and be productive. And whoever has the least amount of production from the player they choose has to buy the Mad Dog if the Texans win. Tyler last week picked Nico Collins. Clint picked Christian Harris, who had a big game. And
you done tried to put him in the Empire family, didn't you?
I did. I'm telling you, boy. I thought he was on Lions. his daddy. And then, of course, I had Brevin Jordan, who didn't record a stat. All right, Tyler, you won. You go first. Who is your Mad Dog player pick?
Man, I've been looking at this game, obviously, as we are on the eve, and it seems like the Browns might have a real problem at the tackle position. Will Anderson Jr. is going to play in this game, thankfully, and I'm going to go with Will Anderson Jr.
I moved his 2.8 needle, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Will Anderson Jr. Will Anderson Jr. is who Tyler is going with. His Mad Dog player pick. How you feel about that? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, who you going with, Clint?
Well, first of all, that's a ballsy pick for Tyler.
I like that one. I give that one to you.
I like it, but I mean, big picture. You got an entire team, and you got a guy that was
75
that was limping around last week.
Tyler's taking a chance. He's not picking.
I mean, Tyler's not afraid to let him hang, man.
Why not? Yeah, they're big enough.
Well, after doing a little research I did, I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz. I think he's for sure going to get touches, as it's the safest pick, I think, probably on the team.
Kid is a freaking baller.
But after I did my little digging on the struggles of the Cleveland Browns defense versus tight ends, Dalton Schultz is my guy. I'm going with him.
Okay, all right.
I think he has a best game of the year.
It's a great pick.
Did I steal it? I'll give it to you.
No, it's yours. No, I go by the rules. I was thinking.
I feel for you, man. You probably spent more on Mad Dog this year than you have.
I actually have the best record. As Tyler keeps that, it's a 6-3 record.
I don't know that.
I actually have the best record. I think the Dalton Schultz. I was in the same thought process. Is a great pick. I don't think Nico's going to go crazy like he did before, and I think they are going to have to find a secondary person to get the ball to. So I like that. I'm going to go.
No, you're not.
Huh?
Bobby Trees?
No, hell no. I think Dalton Schultz is that secondary guy. That's what I was thinking in my mind. I'm going to go with Dev Singletary. I'm going to go with Devin Singletary. I think for the Texans to win this game, to stay in this game, I think one reason and one thing is they're going to have to get something from the run game. And not just and even if it's just an extension of the run game where there are passes that are near the line of scrimmage that Devin Singletary is able to take, he may get stopped a few times. I think there may be a couple of big runs that he can break off, a couple of 15-plus yard runs that he's going to have the potential to break off there. And for them to win, I think it's important that they get something out of the run game. So I'm going to go with Devin Singletary as my Mad Dog player.
I like it. I really like it. The other one statistically that would have made sense is Derek Stingley or Steven Nelson, because Joe Flacco.
It's just hard to
Joe
to predict
Flacco will throw it to the other team, and he'll throw multiple to the other team. That was another thought there, but I feel pretty good about Dalton Schultz. I feel pretty good that I'm gonna be drinking either your Mad Dog or Tyler's Mad Dog next week.
Tyler's on it. All right, Tyler.
King Ding-a-ling in there. Yeah,
Tyler, our Mad Dog player picks. Tyler goes with Will Anderson Jr. Clint goes with Dalton Schultz, and I go with Devin Singletary as our Mad Dog player picks. All right, as this weekend gets going, I know the Texans are who we are focusing on because they got their first playoff game since 2019. But there are some other games around, obviously, this weekend. The Texans kick it off, and then there are several more games after that. I want to push a few questions, fellas, and the people you can participate in this as well. Wild Card Weekend, Super Wild Card Weekend. The Browns and Texans kick it off. The Dolphins and Chiefs, who are playing in hell, they kick it off, or they play afterwards. Steelers at Bills, Packers at Cowboys, Rams at Lions, Eagles at Bucks. I'm going to throw this to the people. You all can text in and participate as well. You in this as well, Tyler. Clint first. Game outside of the Texans-Browns game that you are most interested in. The game outside of the Texans and Browns game you're most interested in.
That's easy, man. Packers-Cowboys.
That's a
Packers-Cowboys.
Yeah, I want to see Jordan Love. I want to see what he does.
I mean, Jordan Love is hot. You look up Mike McCarthy's old football team. Obviously, the Cowboys in the playoffs. If they lose in the first round again, what happens to Mike McCarthy? You know what is said about Dak? I mean, that to me, that game right there is must-see TV, and because I think the Packers are. You talk about a team peaking at the right moment, Jordan Love peaking at the right moment. It's Packers-Cowboys for me. But I'll be honest with you, Ron. When I look at this, when I look at the only game that I like, I'll watch because I like Josh Allen. But I don't care in either way. Steelers-Bills. Every other game, I know Jalen Hurts obviously in that Philly game. Dan Campbell, I know Dan in the Rams-Lions game. The Cowboy-Packers game, obviously my history with the Cowboys. You look up Dolphins-Chiefs, hell, it's -30. I'm just hoping somebody doesn't die in the stands. And then you look at Texans-Browns. I mean, the only game that I I give zero rip about is Steelers-Bills.
Yeah, Tyler, which one? What game outside of the Texans-Brown are you most interested in?
Man, I'll probably go with Lions-Rams. I'm interested to see the return of Matt Stafford up there in Detroit. Obviously,
I'm with you. By the way, that's mine too, Tyler. I'm with you on that.
Okay, yeah. I think the storylines going into that one are just there already.
Golf is facing his old team.
Yeah,
Golf is facing the Rams
That's
too.
Great,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Tyler, Detroit is going to be insane. When's the last time they've hosted? They haven't hosted a playoff game in over 30 years.
Oh, they're going to party.
Detroit's going to be nuts.
You know what I think we should do? I think as a show, now Ron, it's going to cost you a couple bucks, but I think as a show we should pick a non-Texans Browns. Let's take that one out of the mix. A 5-team parlay and each put a certain amount in on it and see what we can win.
I'll pass.
I mean, what kind of fun are you? What are we doing?
Just pass. 5-game parlay. I'm good. I just want to enjoy this. I just want to enjoy this Super Wild Card weekend.
I'm not saying you put $1,000 on it. I mean, you can't put $5 on the line and just enjoy it.
I ain't got it.
Tyler, you kidding me?
Come on, man.
That's unbelievable. Tyler, will you do it with me?
Oh, absolutely. Let's do it.
Tyler will do it with you. All right, real quick also, of the people here, your upset alert. Upset alert of the weekend. You got to pick one of these games. Upset alert.
I don't know if it's an upset or not, but I know it'd be a disappointment. I'm going Bucks over the Eagles.
Yeah, I think the Eagles are still favorites, starting as favorites in that game. So the Bucks over the Eagles is your upset alert. Tyler, you got an upset alert?
Oh, yeah. Packers are going into Dallas and upsetting a lot of people.
This heart, man.
Yeah, the Packers are going to take care of this Cowboys team, remind everybody how they play in December and January football.
I'm going to tell you what's this one right now. I've been thinking about it all week. Upset alert. I just hear Gabe Davis is out of this game. The Bills lost another defensive starter. It is going to be snowing, so they're going to be slowed down. This is going to be a low-scoring game, and now you're adding elements to Josh Allen, which you never know what you could see. You could get the great Josh Allen, or you could get that Josh Allen that shows up from quarter to quarter. I think that Bills-Steelers game, that's the one I'm looking at as a potential upset special.
That would be a monster upset, right?
The Bills, I think it's going to be tight. And we know, like, the Bills in the past have been able to run away from people. I just don't know if that's the same team this year. And I know T.J. Watt's not playing. That's a big loss. I just think the weather is going to help keep this game tight. And I could see the Bills losing that game. That's my upset.
Josh Allen ought to have 100 yards rushing on designed runs.
He may.
This ain't the Jalen Milroe $150 I was looking for, Tyler. He ought to have 100. He ought to have 20 carries for 100 yards.
20 carries.
I mean, like straight up, this kind of game, you've got a huge advantage if that dude will put his foot in the ground and go move the chains.
Yeah. No, it's something. I'm gonna keep an eye on that game. Keep an eye on that game. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
We got John McClain, NFL Hall of Famer John McClain. It's a shame he ain't down here at Tom's Watch Bar with us, because this looks like a place where McClain could drink a couple cold Coors Light with me.
Well, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Be careful, McClain. He's going to join us next. NFL Hall of Famer right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, at the
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, we're down here at Tom's Watch Bar. Got a nice, really nice crowd here. We've already given away one pair of tickets to this weekend's Texans playoff game versus the Cleveland Browns. Front row, we got 2 more pairs of tickets to give away. So if you're here, you hadn't signed up, raffle box is over here, right here to my right with my man Matt. Go ahead and get you a ticket dropped. If you're out there listening, you better get on down here now. There's a good chance Ron's going to get a little trigger happy here in the next segment and give away that second pair. But either way it goes, we're going to be here till 6. Get down here, sign up. We're going to give away another pair of tickets here shortly. If not, just come by, grab a cold beer with us. They got tall boys, ladies and gentlemen. They got tall boys. That should speak enough about this place. But there you go, Tyler. Do that one more time. Every Friday at 4 o'clock, we are joined by NFL Hall of Famer John McClain. John, how you doing, brother?
Guys, I'm doing great. I'm so excited to have playoff football again for the first time since January 2020, especially because the game is at NRG Stadium, which is going to be rocking. I'm happy for so many people like D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, and I'm especially happy for the McNair family, Janice, Anna, and Cal McNair, because everything they went through with Bill O'Brien's trades and Jack Easterby's shenanigans behind the scenes, the whole Deshaun Watson controversy and hiring D'Amico, and now everything is perfect. And I know how excited they are and how proud they are. And I don't know if the Texans will win this game. You know, they're 2-point underdogs. And if they lose, people will be disappointed. But what a great season. And it just bodes so well for the offseason, free agency, the draft. And imagine how pumped everybody's going to be going into training camp next year.
Boy, there ain't no doubt about it, man. They have turned the tide, and you could only imagine. And look, rightfully so. I mean, when you talk about the McNairs, and I mean, it's their decisions that ultimately brought the pain, if you will, over the last handful of years. And but nonetheless, with that said, it's still like it is a good feeling. We had them in studio yesterday, man, and Cal and Hannah just sitting across the studio from them and being in a position where you can celebrate a bit. You can take a couple of deep breaths and enjoy what the hell you got going on, man. It is cool to see the family go through that and everybody involved go through that. John, let's talk about this game this weekend, the Cleveland Browns, Houston Texans. And Specifically, let's start here. The last game, obviously, the Cleveland Browns, they skull-drugged the Houston Texans right here at home. A lot of people, it's hard to get that out of their mind at this point in time. How much do you lean into that game as you decide and analyze what's going to happen on Saturday?
We've seen a lot of teams get beat badly in regular season and bounce back in the playoffs. You know, the pass coverage was pathetic with a capital P. They can't let Flacco throw for 368 yards and 3 touchdowns and 6 completions, more than 20 yards, and hit the long one right off the bat. They didn't have a sack, but they knocked down Flacco 8 times, been 3 by Derek Barnett. You know, Will Anderson Jr. didn't play. Grenard went out early. And Blake Cashman didn't play. Stroud didn't play. I hope that Grenard's back. And because it's all hands on deck for this one. And one of the things I'm most interested in seeing, Stroud has been outstanding against zone coverage. They like to play a lot of man because they've invested heavily in their corners and their safeties. But Texas totally shut down their run. I believe they'll totally shut down their run in this game. And it'll come down to, can they get after Flacco to disrupt his timing with his receivers, get in his face, even if they don't sack him? And can C.J. Stroud do what Case Keenum and Davis Mills couldn't do? Nico Collins had 4 catches for 17 yards. I'm pretty sure I'd take the over on those yards.
John, do you, as we watch this game and we understand, like you have 2 quarterbacks who have had, I think, for the time they've played, really good years, and but both of them on one end of the spectrum. One 38, and one who's played 15 playoff games and won a Super Bowl. The other one who is entering his first playoff game. Who do you think has the quarterback advantage in this game?
Well, Flacco clearly has the quarterback advantage because he's been better in the playoffs than he has been in regular season. I wrote a column on SportsRadio610.com this week about Stroud was 7 when Flacco was a rookie and won 2 playoff games as a rookie before losing at Pittsburgh. You know, they'd love for Stroud to have that kind of playoff, win a couple of games and play in a championship game. So Cleveland has the experience. They have a red-hot quarterback. They have a number 1 defense in the NFL, and that's why the Browns are favored by 2. But if the Texans win, I don't think anybody will be surprised. I've been trying to watch every show on NFL Network, ESPN, all of them. A while ago, ESPN, 3 of the 5 picked the Texans this morning. 2 of the 4 picked the Texans. And because of Stroud and because of D'Amico and what he's got going on here, in fact, they're at home, and there'll be a lot of Browns fans here. But I think those Texans fans, they're so pumped about this game. They're going to make the kind of noise that C.J. Stroud hadn't heard since he played in Columbus against Michigan.
John, there's a couple of different spots where I feel like the Texans could take advantage of the Cleveland Browns, and one of them is the 2 tackles that the Browns are starting are ultimately backup tackles. One of them, Gerard Christian, the guy that the Texans have had multiple times over the last couple of years that they should know a lot about. Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard are both healthy. They're both going to play. Your thoughts on just how healthy do you believe they are? And do you feel like those 2 guys are going to be able to give you, more than 10 or 12 snaps?
Well, that would be great. Will played more than that in the game against Indy, but he didn't have the impact that he had in that game against the Titans, playing 12 snaps. And Grenard, I can't imagine, after going out early against the Browns and not playing or practicing till he was limited this week, that he would be anywhere close. But the fact is, this game means everything, and that's why you'll see if a guy can walk, he's going to be out there. And one of the things that's key to me about this game, the one thing the Browns don't do well is stop the run. You know, they're number 1 in defense. They're number 1 in pass defense, but teams have run on them. Texans didn't get to run much the first game because they fell behind so far, so fast. Only ran 16 times, averaged 4.5 yards a carry. And I think we'll see Stroud run. He ran 3 times for 20 yards against the Colts, but they need to get 100 yards They're 6-1 when they rush for 100, 3-0 when Singletary does. And you know Bobby Slowick, if he wants balance. He doesn't want Myles Garrett and David Smith had 2 sacks in the last game, I believe. They don't want them being able to hit Stroud. Think he'll get rid of the ball quick. Hope his receivers are healthy enough to be a factor. And I can't put anything past Stroud based on what we've seen so far. A historical start for him.
Listen, John, you've gotten to something that I wanted to get into and get your opinion. I hope you help me feel better about this. You talked about the potential pressure and getting the ball out quick. Now, the last time I was very disappointed, and I almost had a conniption fit for the final 2 hours of the show after you said this. Who is starting at right tackle on Sunday? Because you talk about pressure and everything. That's Myles Garrett. That's the Za'Darius Smith, who is starting at right tackle on Sunday?
George Fant.
Thank you, God Almighty. All right, so we're done with the Charlie Heck.
I'll make sure that Fant will start the game just for you.
Well, I need that. I mean, last time I talked to you, you told me that Charlie Heck had beat out George Fant.
Yes, he had, and that's why he was playing. And then they pulled Heck in the last game, put Fant out there. So I think they feel more comfortable with Fant. But considering the guys they're going up against, it's imperative that Stroud gets rid of the ball quick. Sometimes he holds it too long, trying to get guys open down the field, and he takes a long sack. But Bobby Slowick's been telling him, you're going to roll out and throw. When that back foot hits in the pocket, you need to get the ball out.
Yeah, I mean they're going to be in a position with the wide receivers that are available where this offensive line is going to have to hold up and allow him to get through some progressions at some point in time. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not. I mean, I know they're good defensively, but
number one in the league.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm talking about from a pass rush perspective as well, Ron. And again, they may still be top number one in the league. I don't know, but I mean, to me,
no, they're not. Well, they got one more sack than the Texans.
Well, but I mean, in terms of again, the fear of when you got Myles Garrett and Za'Darius Smith coming off the ends. I mean, I know there's more quote unquote productive guys out there, but those two guys coming off the end are as dangerous and as anybody in any tandem in the league. In terms of when you got to play them and you got to block them jokers. But I'll say all that, John, to just say I feel like from that perspective that between Bobby Slowick's game plan and C.J. Stroud's getting the ball out for the most part when he needs to, and this offensive line getting better as the season went along, I feel significantly better than I thought I would against this defensive front.
Did you guys see the stat, I think it was yesterday, next-gen stats from the NFL, that only 2 times this year has Myles Garrett gone to left end, and 1 time was against the Texans to get away from Laramie Tunsil. Now, they never admit that, of course, but that was according to next-gen stats. And that's a classic matchup, your best tackle against your best pass rusher. Garrett didn't have a sack, but he had a lot of pressures, and he's going to get pressures. That's fine. We don't want him getting quarterback hits where he's knocking Stroud down. And the Texans, they knocked Flacco down 8 times in the first game, but he got rid of the ball. And he's so accurate, making deep throws. But if he throws interceptions like he has, they lead the league in interceptions. They lead the league in turnovers. Texans are plus 10. I think they're minus 8. Usually, that's the great that would be very telltale in what happens in this game. So it's a cliche that you got to win the turnover battle, but the Browns don't, and they still win. I feel like if they do in this game, they got a really good chance to pull the upset.
How you feeling about this game, gut feeling wise, John? Where you at right now, and what you're seeing? The Texans got some key players back, especially Jonathan Grenard coming back. We'll see about Noah Brown and Robert Woods. But how are you feeling right now about this game?
I picked on our Utopia Football Podcast, Browns 24, Texans 20.
Damn.
I mean, look, I don't think that's crazy.
Hell no, it's not crazy.
I don't think it's crazy. We gonna make some predictions today, Ron?
What not? Yeah.
We gonna
make your predictions.
Make your damn prediction.
Yeah, I'll do it before the day's over.
We'll do it before the day's over.
I got to put some thought into that, John. I can't just go out there willy-nilly in that deal now.
You've been talking about this 24/7 all week.
Well, John,
all damn week, John. You tell him.
What
the hell?
You don't need any more time.
No damn time.
Just make the prediction.
Bully him into it.
Hey, you two sunbucks ain't gonna bully me into it. I'm gonna make that damn prediction whenever I get ready to. Damn it, you two, y'all hear me? You two hear me?
Hey, yeah, you'll make your prediction at 6:01.
Yeah, hey, you better be listening, John. You're gonna want to write about it. Hey, what?
You're gonna want to write about
it. Nick Saban out at Alabama. Kalen DeBoer from Washington looks to be the guy at this point in time. Your thoughts on that move there at Alabama?
Everybody says DeBoer's a great hire. He's won everywhere he's been, small college, major college, and it didn't take long. It's almost like the AD knew it was coming, just like now it turns out the contract that they gave Gerard Mayo last year not to interview with the Panthers contained a clause that he was going to replace Belichick whenever he retired. Now we got to see where all these other dominoes fall. There's never been a week in football, counting the great job they did in Houston at the championship game Michigan won, and the immediate speculation about Harbaugh through all these coaching changes. The biggest surprise in the NFL was Pete Carroll. Of course, Nick Saban was the biggest surprise. And we may have another firing or two based on what happens in the playoffs, but we're never going to see another week like this one.
John, real quick before we get you out, in Kansas City, it's negative 30 degrees temperature-wise. And
aren't you sad that you're not going to be at Arrowhead?
I'm telling you, my mom quit her job yesterday. She said it was too cold, John.
I don't blame her.
He's dead serious.
I'm dead ass serious. She said it's time. She'll look at it in spring. She retired. She had a little job. She was working 3 days a week, and she quit that sucker. She said it was too cold. Have you ever had to cover anything anywhere remotely close to that, John?
I was in high school when they had the Ice Bowl, which was the coldest I've seen, and then San Diego and Cincinnati, where at times it got to be the wind chill was 60 below. That was the coldest I've ever seen. And the other one was a playoff game in Chicago. They built a makeshift press box on top of the big one. This was in '85, and they put a makeshift toilet. And this just hurts me to tell this. And there was a reporter, a woman, who had to go to the bathroom, and she got stuck. Her skin stuck. And when she got up off the toilet and she came up there and told us she left skin, nobody else went to that bathroom. I've never seen anything like it.
Boy, I went to that bathroom and checked and see if she was being serious.
I want to take a look at that.
Way she was walking, yeah, you'd want to take a look at it.
She lost a piece of her ass on that thing.
I'm talking about the toilet. I don't know what you two are talking about.
I'm not being nasty. I want to see somebody lose. I want to see that.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't she hover over it? Even if it was why wouldn't she just hover?
It is not this poor girl's fault.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. All I know is
McLean, what kind of chicks you hanging around with, man?
If you guys had used that restroom that I did, it would have taken you 10 minutes to find it.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what I wouldn't have done was put my ass on the seat.
It brings a whole new meaning to have your ass torn up, you know?
Yeah.
John, what you got on SportsRadio610.com?
5 things to watch in the game, a column about they wish that Stroud would be able to have a kind of rookie playoff experience like Joe Flacco. Guys, thank you very much. I'll see you at the stadium. It is a great time to be covering football in Houston.
All right, that's John McClain as he joins us each and every Friday at this time. Clap it up for the General out here as we are live here at Tom's Watch Bar here downtown. Come on out. All right, coming up. We got about 10, 15 minutes before we do our second drawing to hook somebody else up. My man right here is nodding his head right here because he's going to take his lady. She done shown up here to Tom's. He's taking his lady if that name is drawn. Hey, that man ain't smiled all day. He is serious. He is willing that name to come out that damn box. But coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes, our second winner, we will raffle off front row seats to tomorrow's game between the Browns and your Houston Texans. This is a simple question. Simple question. Everybody, I want you to chew on this. You can text in. You can send it in if you're on YouTube or Twitch. If the Houston Texans win the game tomorrow, it will be because of what? Why? What is the reason that the Houston Texans will win if they win tomorrow? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I don't.
takes and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up after this segment. Listen up if you're in the building or if you're driving or walking on your way. After this segment, we will raffle out our second winner of a pair of tickets front row in the bullpen for tomorrow's Browns-Texans game. If you're in the building, all you got to do is sign up in that raffle box, and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets. We will be doing that as soon as this segment ends. But I did this on the other side, and I see a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch and a lot of people on the text line, 713-572-4610. Tomorrow, and I'm saying if. I've been corrected during the break to say when. I'm just saying if. If the Texans win tomorrow, they will win because of what? And I'm seeing a lot coming in. Someone saying the defense is swarming. Scott Hill texts that in because Stingley will shadow Amari Cooper. That will be the difference.
You lost me, Scott.
Derek, someone said interceptions and shutting down the passing game this time around because of C.J. Stroud, as always. Someone texted in. All right. Clint, your reasoning. What is the reason to you if they win tomorrow, it will be because what happened?
Devin Singletary goes off.
I need that for that Mad Dog, to be honest with you.
And here's the deal. I say that, and some people say,
you say
well,
goes
hell.
off. What goes off?
Well, I mean, goes for 100-plus against a really good defense.
More than that 80?
I say that, and some people are like, well, hell. I mean, yeah, if they could establish – hell, Cal said that yesterday, if they could establish a run game. But if you look at the matchup, the Cleveland Browns are giving up almost 4.5 yards per carry on the season. They have not been good against the run. If Devin Singletary goes off, and Devin Singletary, by the way, has averaged over 4 yards a carry this year. It's not like statistically he's been a slouch.
He's had some games.
It's very possible that Devin Singletary could do work tomorrow afternoon. And if he does work, it's going to open up the pass game, the play-action pass game for C.J. Stroud. And when that's the case, the Texans have the ability to flat light up the scoreboard. That's how they win. That to me, that's how they win this game outright, convincingly. Where you look up and you go, "Damn, what happened?"
So to you're going to say a big thing that you look at they win this game is they ran the football. That's a big thing. Both teams aren't great numbers wise at running the football. They're not great running football teams, but it will be interesting to see who wins that battle between the Browns and the Texans.
At the end of the day, if the Texans can run the football, the play action comes into play. We've seen what C.J. Stroud can do without any help. Just imagine what he can do when they are running it well and play action is a part of it. Also, the best thing about the Cleveland Browns, the best thing they have to offer is their edge rushers. If you're running the football, you make those guys hesitate in terms of rushing the passer, in terms of teeing off on the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. It's just an absolute game changer. And the more digging I did, the more I realized it's not like it wouldn't be crazy if it happened. It wouldn't shock me if 18 weeks into this offense, the Texans' front line, their offensive line was better against this defense that struggled to stop the run per carry on the season. It's not a crazy thought.
No, I'd be a little surprised if the Texans went off in the run game. I would be a little surprised. All right, I've seen some people come in. Someone said, to your point, Clint, if the offensive line actually blocks this week, I think they will win the game. Tyler, where are you at? If the Texans win tomorrow, it will be because
he's been doing it all year, and I don't mean this in a way that says he hasn't, but I'm going to go with Nico Collins here. If he continues to show that he can be a true number one receiver in this league, I think that's the key to victory for these Houston Texans.
Yeah, him out there last week changed the game. I mean, he was. I mean, I know people don't want to hear this, and some people might throw something at me. I know C.J. Stroud won Offensive Player of the Week last week, but Nico Collins should have been the Offensive Player of the Week.
Yeah,
Nico
Stroud doesn't win that without him.
In that game, I mean, that boy went and
I'll agree with that.
And track down that ball that C.J. threw up. Now, C.J. made some plays, but, I mean, that cat was taking screen passes and getting 30 yards off of him, right? They couldn't do anything with him, and he was the only receiving threat. So he was big last week. I can see that. Clint, you don't know what I want to say? What I want to say is they won this game because C.J. Stroud just put him on his back and he said, let's go. I got you. I got you, boys. I want to say that is why. I just do not believe that this defense will allow him to be able to do that.
Are we going to get you
I do not believe this defense and what he has.
You revved him up and then you let him down.
I said that's what I want to say. I want to say it's going to be the CJ from the Bengals game.
Yeah.
I want to say it's going to be the CJ who said it don't matter. The Tampa game, hey, Baker runs down. I got it. If he is called to have to score 30 points in this game, I don't love the odds of that. So for me, I think it has to be D'Amico's defense came out and had a great day and stepped up and made plays. And we've seen it before. The Denver game, D'Amico's defense was the catalyst to why they won that game. Several games, the Tennessee game, they just dominated that game on the road. And it didn't matter who was playing quarterback, to be honest with you. Case was out there playing. They still won the game. To me, I don't know that CJ can put his cape on for the entire game. But if you say the defense keeps them in the game enough and you say, CJ, man, I just need you to give me a drive. I need you, the game is close, and then CJ at the end come and step up. I think that is very, very doable. If they are called, if he's got to score 30 points on this offense, on this defense, I just don't know that this defense with his offensive line and his weapons will allow him to go off like they did against Tampa and the Bengals. So to me, it's got to be D'Amico's defense.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think you're 100% right. At the end of the day, like the deeper you get into the playoffs and the better teams that you play, the less likely it is for a guy like CJ to just put on his cap. Now, CJ may shock us all and do what the guys that we know are great in this league, and I'm talking about the Pat Mahomes, Josh Allens, the guys that –
Well, it wouldn't shock you if CJ went off in this game, would it?
No, nothing with CJ would shock me. What he's put on tape, there ain't nothing. There's nothing CJ can do tomorrow that I would be like, damn, I'm surprised he did that.
Yeah, he's capable of doing what I said, but I think it's going to be hard.
He's very capable, but like to me, the next step, like the next level of shock, if you will, because I'm already shocked at what CJ's been able to do this year. But the next level of shock is if CJ does it consistently versus the best that the NFL has to offer. You know, that's the next level. We've seen him be great consistently with a subpar schedule. Now, if this dude all of a sudden starts performing like that consistently in the playoffs in his first, second, or third year in the league, look out, man.
Yeah. All right, tickets given our second giveaway coming up as this segment ends. So if you're here, you got a chance. If you're on the way, you better get here, and we'll be hooking you up with a third and final chance after this. All of that as we continue on this Football Friday playoff edition presented by our good friends at La Misha Wakana. Stay tuned with us right here as we're live here at Tom's Bar in
688 Hair, or check out the before and afters at advancedhair.com. Again, advancedhair.com.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations, our second winner. What was her name? Elaine?
No,
Ellie.
It was Ellie.
Ellie won. Ellie with her dude. Ellie with her dude who was eyeing that box. Wheeling that. He wheeled that damn name. He said, if it ain't my name, it's going to be hers. He wheeled that name up there.
Ellie said, keep talking trash about my man. Just because he's serious, he ain't sitting over here smiling and stuff all the damn time.
He's serious, baby. I'm telling you. Go ahead, Ellie.
Hell, he's sitting over there enjoying his time, man.
Yeah. What you
got his lady done won him a ticket to the game tomorrow.
Now, he's 100% sure that she selected him, right?
Oh, no question. No question. No question.
You think Ellie would have got out here and had her name pulled if he would?
No, sir.
Y'all need to go ahead and buy yourself some. Y'all need to have a good time tonight. They get you a drink on over there. See, look like he's sitting over there drinking it.
Late game tomorrow too, man. 3:15.
Look like a Gene Gimlet.
Who's? One more time.
Gene Gimlet.
I'm gonna give you time to think about that.
A gimlet, a gin gimlet.
Is it gimlet?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Is it gimlet or giblet?
Gimlet.
Gimlet?
Yeah.
Is
I don't
it
think
M?
it's a giblet. No. I usually like the vodka ones. Not
fresh.
Think it's a giblet. No, they don't. They don't count on that one.
What is a giblet?
A giblet is like, and then like in whatever a hokey is.
A hokey?
Like a giblet is some sort of turkey. Is that what that is?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a gimlet.
I'll have to look that up.
I like a good vodka gimlet. It's just mostly vodka, just a little bit of lemon juice, and then
the liver and the heart.
And then they do that with gin as well. That's what my man. He just took it back right there.
Tyler said it's between a giblet is between the liver and the heart.
Yeah, man.
On a turkey or on us?
Yeah, turkey.
On a human.
On a turkey, yeah.
Gobble.
I thought I had that on there.
I think you should try a vodka giblet. I think maybe that's you got to work that into your diet.
Sounds awful.
Some protein. Add some protein in it. I see some people texting in, man. Come on, get off Laramie Tunsil. All right, we will win if Laramie Tunsil doesn't get any false starts. All right, listen, I'll tell you what, he could not ruin some drives, though. That would be nice if Laramie Tunsil didn't come out here and ruin a couple of drives. Let's hopefully at home there are no false starts.
Look, at the end of the day, there's some truth. There is absolutely some truth to you just, offensively, whether it's Laramie Tunsil or not, you just can't kill drives. You can't have self-inflicted wound, penalties.
They had a ton of penalties in that game,
especially pre-snap. This is a game where you know what, you want to get handsy and hold Myles Garrett on a pass play and get caught. Okay, I get it.
To not let CJ get drilled.
I mean, look, you want something like that. Like if he forces you into a situation, cool. But this can't be. This can't be last week's game where 2 drives stalled because Laramie Tunsil false started.
Just pre-snap.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't have before the ball's ever snapped. You're going the wrong direction. Like you can't. And I don't care if it's George Fant. I don't care if it's Juice Scruggs. It can't happen to none of them, right? I mean, you're in the playoffs now. Those kind of things separate playoff, like true Super Bowl contenders from pretenders, right? If you go into a game and again, it's one thing if you're not talented enough and you've got to grab and hold and you end up getting called for a bunch of holding penalties. Cool, I understand it. But if we're looking at alignment penalties and we're looking at false starts and things of that nature.
Getting behind the chains in this game is going to be.
Nah, man, you got a problem.
All right, man, we're hooking people up with tickets. And by the way, if you're listening and you're in the building, you have one more chance in the 5 o'clock hour.
What time you gonna do that?
I don't know. Sometime in the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if I want people to.
You're really liking this power.
Well, I just want to.
You're really liking this power now.
I just want to draw you in, man. Just want to make sure you stay. Just hang with us. 5 o'clock hour coming up. You'll have your final chance. You got to be here in the building. Your final chance to win a pair of tickets to front row seats to tomorrow's playoff game between the Browns and your Houston Texans. All right, as we're getting closer to that, fellas. Wednesday, Clint, you was chilling at a 7.5. That's where your
7 a hook.
That's where your concern level was at a 7.5. That's where you were. And 10 being extremely concerned, you were higher than anybody. All right, I was at a 5.5. Tyler was at a 4.4. And that was interesting on Wednesday. Now we've started to get some understanding. They're going to be a little bit more healthy. As we look forward for the Texans to play in this game coming up on Saturday. Where are you at now in terms of your concern level for this game as we're less than 24 hours before this thing kicks off? Where's your concern level?
I'm at a 6. I've swung a bit in the Texans' favor.
You're still not at the point where you're like, I'm gonna favor them. But
I ain't getting there. Yeah, I'm not getting there. It's the Cleveland Browns. I just believe are a couple of years ahead of the Texans in terms of being mature, just playoff ready, and. The Texans have done some amazing things, but going into this ball game, I just can't put them on the same level as the Browns are right this second. But I'm inching that direction. I'm at a 6, Ron. I did some digging over the last couple of days, and come Friday's that final walkthrough, man. You got to have that final walkthrough, make some decisions right there on Friday, and I've decided that on the scale, I'm at a 6 right now.
6. I've dropped 2. I started at a 5.5. I'm at a 5. I'm at a 5 right now, and I'm feeling more. I think the injury. I think the big thing for me is Jonathan Grenard being back and being able to go on the field. Like the loss of Jerry Hughes, you hate, but this guy's been your best defensive player throughout the season, and he is somebody that if he's close to right, I don't know how good he is. We'll see early how he is.
Yeah.
At least we haven't heard, though, with him, it's a high ankle sprain like it is with Will Anderson. Like the high ankle sprain, that one is you're flat out not moving right in 2 weeks. If it's just an ankle sprain, maybe this one he has more of his motion and range of motion and can go. But I think it's a huge deal to get that cat back.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel a lot better. And and we talked about this yesterday, with CJ in particular and the offense especially, but with CJ, it is hard for me to see him just having like a stinker. You know what I mean? Like him just looking like a rookie. And I've seen the I think it's like rookies and guys who started their first playoff game, they're really, really far below, 500. And that's just. But I get the sense that he is not going to just have a horrible game, a stinker. I don't even know if he's had one, a just awful game. So that makes me feel a little bit better as well.
Yeah, look, I believe that there is a very high floor for C.J. Stroud. Now, the concern is this offense as a whole, C.J., Bobby, everybody, the way they've struggled with the better defenses that they've played this year, has to come into play at some point in time in this conversation. But
I guess the Jets game was the real only stinker, but that wouldn't.
Yeah, there's just been there, and I'm critical of all of them. But I only say that to say, like, I've watched every one of these games. I've watched all 22 of every one of these. Like, C.J. Stroud there's never been a moment where I was like, boy, he is really messing the bed here.
Yeah.
Boy, C.J. Stroud, this is not good, man. There's been some rough outings. There's been some times he hadn't necessarily handled everything well, like the way that we've come to expect him to handle things. But there's never been one moment where I look at it and go, this game's not winnable because of your quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Every game that we played has been winnable as it pertains to the quarterback.
Yeah. Someone texted
when CJ's playing.
I'm at a 3 at this point. I don't trust the secondary or the run game.
Oh, wow.
You're at a 3. All right, Tyler, you were at a 4.4. Where are you at now as we're listening 24 hours?
Oh, I'm going downwards, man, downward.
Well, you had a 1?
2.8, man. 2.8. Give me a 2.8 now. I'm feeling very, very good about this playoff game that's going to be happening in NRG Stadium tomorrow.
I'm serious, Tyler. Serious question. When any of your teams are in playoff games or games like this, have you ever felt like nervous or scared? I feel like you're always confident. You have a natural belief in the best part of the team or your guys are going to come out.
I mean, I think I am a tinge bit of an optimist, but I'm also there's definitely been playoff games with these different squads in H-Town going in where I didn't feel great. Yeah,
because I feel like you have played every time that A&M has played Alabama or Georgia. You in your heart believe they're going to win that game.
Oh no. No, it does not reach the maroon part of my life.
I did want to shout out real quick. My man, he bounced, I guess. He ain't here. As Landry gave an announcement for somebody to come out here and bring a brown bag for Clint.
He damn sure did.
And my man came in, signed up, and gave Clint a brown bag for his tall boy Coors Light.
He damn sure did. Radio works, and I was correct. The small bag fits the big can, boys and girls. I know some of y'all out there can. Tyler, you can probably relate to that.
Oh, yeah.
Damn. All right, there's been a big day in college football as one of the top job in college football has been filled. We'll give you the latest on that and some new info that is huge news potentially for your Houston Texans. We'll tell you that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations, and hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, you have Old Dirty, the Dilf, and Psycho T here for you. And we are live here at Tom's Watch Bar in downtown, and it's a spot, man, and it's a vibe and a great atmosphere and a great spot to be here at this Football Friday, the playoff edition presented by our great friends at La Michoacana. We appreciate them, and we appreciate everybody who's come out to hang out with us, and you should continue to come hang out with us. And if you are here, you got a chance to win our final pair of front row tickets, to tomorrow's playoff game. That's right, front row in the bullpen tomorrow as the Texans take on the Browns. We will give our final one. We've given away 2 already, one in the 3 o'clock hour, one in the 4 o'clock hour, and you'll have a chance to win another pair of tickets. You got to get here. There's a raffle box. If you're on your way, you can sign in the raffle box and have a chance to win. All right, Clint and Tyler, there is some really good news and positive news for the Texans, Clint. We've talked about the injury report. We've told you about Jerry Hughes being out, and then the 2 other ones were Robert Woods and Noah Brown being game-time decisions. This is a report reporting from Aaron Wilson. Clint Tyler, no elevations for the Texans this week, and yes, it's a positive sign for their injured wide receivers. Both Noah Brown and Robert Woods are trending towards being active for playing a game and playing as long as pregame warm-ups go smoothly per league source. So they are not elevating anybody. That would have been a sign that they felt like they needed receiver help. They're not elevating anybody, and Noah Brown and Robert Woods are trending towards being active in this game if everything goes well in the pregame warm-up. So that is huge news. That's not just one of them, Clint. That's both of them potentially in this.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're at a spot with the Texans and this week's schedule with a game on Saturday where you just can't hide it anymore, right? You just can't keep everything in-house anymore. And right now, the fact that they didn't elevate anybody, it doesn't tell me that they're trending towards being active. No,
it tells you they're active.
If you're not elevating anybody, you'd be a damn fool not for. Let me rephrase that. If there's any chance that those 2 guys aren't going to be active, you'd be a damn fool to not elevate anybody. And so this tells me, which is great news. I thought Robert Woods would play. Given he practiced a little bit, it seemed like he was trending that way early in the week or midweek at least. To Noah Brown is a different deal. Bad back, that's a problem. You never know what that means when they say that. It could be the worst. It could be, hell, he ain't even walking, much less running and playing. But this right here tells me that Noah Brown is at least going to give it a go. Yeah. And that's great news for the Houston Texans.
It changes. It just makes you feel more confident in terms of what they can do outside of these guys, right? Tank Dell is a huge loss for this team, and they have been. We've seen the offense change. We've seen the big plays dip and change without having Tank out there, and Tank on one side and Nico on the other, and where they would move them around created so much for this team. But we have seen Noah Brown have big games, and we know, like, if you have those 3, right, it can make sense, right? You've got the Robert Woods, the guy that you can trust and be in a spot and know where he is, and he can work off of other guys. And you got Nico Collins, the big play guy that you can have so many different things with that you can go to. And then Noah Brown is somebody who has shown this year that he can beat number 2 and 3 corners, especially. He can beat those guys when need be. And all of them have shown at times this year, Clint, to have some sort of a connection with C.J. Stroud. Early in the year, Robert Woods, he was his most targeted guy on third downs. That's where he went to. And obviously we see what is going on with him and Nico Collins, and we saw it last week. And then we saw at times, there was a minute there, any kind of scramble drill, it seemed like Noah Brown was always the guy he was hunting the ball to. This just changes everything, and I think it really changes how Jim Schwartz and the Browns would have to attack and handle the Texans. So I think this is huge if they can both go and be productive out there.
Great news. At the end of the day, you got a playoff game, and you would like to have all hands on deck, and you've got that if both of these guys are going to play. And look, if the game unfolds and Jonathan Grenard, Will Anderson, Noah Brown, Robert Woods, and all these guys that have been banged up over the last couple of weeks, if this game ends up unfolding in a way where those guys go down and you just don't have enough bullets in the clip, so to speak, then so be it. But the fact that these guys are trending towards giving it a go, that's a beautiful thing.
No, it is. And like we said last week, their wide receivers outside of Nico Collins, 2 receptions for 11 yards. And that's John Mechie and Hutchinson. And as you said, and I said, that's just not going to get it done against the Browns. They're going to. I don't think you can just depend on Nico getting 9 catches for 200 yards and a touchdown and that being what you get from your wide receiver position.
Yep.
You got to have to get help.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big news out of college football. Kellen DeBoer has informed Washington that he is taking the Alabama job, and he is going to be the next coach of Alabama. He is going to fill the void, the major void left by Nick Caserio. And Clint, just as you look at it, you've been around the SEC, you've covered the SEC, you still cover college football in the SEC, and you know what Alabama has been in the last 16 seasons under Nick Saban, the number 1 premier program in college football. What are your thoughts initially right now of this hire?
Well, it's a good hire, given that all the guys that were, I guess, front runners for this job have gotten new deals, and ultimately, I think right now Kalen DeBoer is a hot name on the short list of potential head coaches. But as we dig into more of what is Alabama, and is Kalen DeBoer a guy that when he replaces Nick Saban, they don't miss a beat. And now look, I don't think there's anybody that you replace Nick Saban and you literally don't miss a beat. But I don't know how safe Kalen DeBoer is at Alabama. I don't know how safe.
What do you mean by that, safe?
Well, I just don't know how safe of a hire that is. I mean, if they had gone out and gotten Dabo Swinney, as you mentioned, or even Lane Kiffin with the experience in the South, in that division, doing more with less, you plug him in with Alabama's
longer sample size of what
more convincing, bigger sample size, more convincing, better fit. To me, Kalen DeBoer may be an absolute grand slam. But when I look at his track record, like his experience or his success as a head coach, while it's been great, I'm not knocking it, not minimizing it, but it has been solely tied to Michael Penix Jr. leaving Indiana and going to Washington, and that dude being an elite leader and that dude being an elite quarterback. And he's an offensive-minded head coach. Michael Penix Jr. knew his offense when he got there from Indiana because they spent time at Indiana. And I'm not knocking any of this, by the way. But it's just one of those where you go, man, did all the stars align for 2 years for this guy to get the best job in America? Or is there enough of a sample size for you to be convinced that he's going to take over for Nick Saban and be A-okay? I'm just saying it's a risky move because we don't know who this guy is without Michael Penix.
Yeah.
We don't know who this guy is without playing in the Pac-12. It's a different animal at Alabama, and the sample size, the resume, and everything about Kalen DeBoer is very difficult for me to compare to Alabama.
You start to think about, like, all right, some of the top programs, when they hired guys, when they came open, like Michigan gets Jim Harbaugh. You feel like you got a really good understanding of Philly. Georgia, they got Kirby Smart, right? He hadn't been a head coach, but there was a strong feeling on who that dude was. USC
for a long time, not just when he got hired.
And USC gets Lincoln Riley when it comes open. There was what he did at Oklahoma repeatedly going to the college football. There's a sample size that this feels more like Ohio State went and got Ryan Day. This feels more like, maybe hopefully he is Urban Meyer, like at Florida, where Urban Meyer just had those seasons at Utah right before he went over there at Florida, right? Or at Florida, what they're doing at Florida when they go and get Billy Napier, a guy like Billy Napier who was at Louisiana, and then they do that. So it's a hope. It's a hope where you can see the path of this is going to work. He's going to be one of the young, great coaches in college football. It's a hope more of than if Dan Lanning was there, where it's like, let's roll. Because the expectations won't change, but it doesn't. You don't know if this guy is as if you're saying as confident as him as if you brought in Dabo. Brought in these other guys.
I think he's a big-time head coach. I think he's a great offensive mind. But what made Alabama great of late is a great developer of talent. One of the best recruiters that we've ever seen. A guy that with foresight to see that, hey, man, my run the ball, don't turn it over, ball control offense and play good defense, that approach has won me championships. But the way the college game is going, I got to go out and figure out how to score points. I got to open this offense up. And not only did he hire the people to do it, he built a Saban offense as a defensive-minded head coach. He had a Saban offense that he made sure all the players knew the terminology, and he just plugged in coordinators, right? I mean, it worked great. It worked to the tune of the best college coach we've ever seen.
DeBoer's a really good coach. The feeling in your mind is Alabama, the number one program, and Georgia's probably taking that right now here of late, but over the last decade, the number one program, that they would get a person that had more than 2 years of major college football experience, and it was a great 2 years of winning.
Or maybe,
and I think there's a great chance it works out, but.
I mean, who has Kalen DeBoer recruited and ultimately developed?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the college game obviously is moving away from being a solely recruiting and developing game. I mean, there's a lot of, obviously, transfer portal, but it's one of those where, man, you're not just taking over for a good coach that was a good schemer that could recruit. You're taking over for a guy that was arguably the best in every category. Yeah. We'll see what Kalen DeBoer could do there.
All right, that's the latest. Alabama has their guy, and now Washington, they're going to be in search for their new coach as they head in to the Big Ten.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, now this news right now is going to at first sound like what's this about until we dig a little deeper in this. As we're looking at a lot of teams not only replacing head coaches in the NFL, but having to replace front offices in the NFL. And the Washington Commanders, they have done so. They're going to be hiring a new general manager. The Commanders are going to be hiring 49ers assistant GM Adam Peters as their new general manager. Peters won Super Bowls while working in New England and Denver, but has been with the San Francisco 49ers and helping to build that organization since 2017. So he has been there for a while. He's going to take over the Commanders. And the reason why I think this one is important to look at, Clint, and why it matters here is this is now the second general manager who has a clear connection and relationship with Bobby Slowick, who is going to be looking to hire another coach. Carthon in Tennessee was in San Francisco, and he has an opening. And now Adam Peters, who has been with the San Francisco 49ers since 2017, he has the rights and is going to be making the decisions in Washington. So this is just another potential connection. And they got the number 2 overall pick, Clint, in a quarterback draft and a team that needs one. That's one to watch. Another one where we at least know the person in charge hiring has a relationship with Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's to me that's the only concern I have at all with the coaching carousel, this cycle of coaching hires in the NFL is how many teams are legitimately interested in and tied to Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. And unfortunately, one guy that is extremely familiar with, and I would imagine would be chomping at the bit, if Bobby Slowick, I don't know if Bobby Slowick is a head coach caliber guy or not. Everybody that meets him sure seems like he is. But
what he's done thus far.
If he legitimately is another guy that spent an extended period of time with him, is in a position of power to hire Bobby Slowick in another organization.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking over there. You start to talk about there's some organizations that look appealing, and this is an organization that is now out of the stench of Dan Snyder, new ownership. They got a guy like Terry McLaurin out there. They've got some guys on defense there. They've had, and the number 2 pick, the opportunity, the number 2 pick for a guy to potentially get a Drake May or Caleb Williams, who knows, if they traded up with the Bears. There's opportunities to kind of get that one, and that's one to get off the ground for him. All right, coming up, let's do it. Let's do it next, Tyler. You be prepared. Tyler, Clint, let's give our game picks. Let's give our game picks coming up next. Our game picks for this Browns-Texans game. We don't do a lot of picking of games, but we're going to do it today. We'll tell you who we think's winning this game. John McClain earlier said he thinks that the Browns will win a close one. We'll discuss and tell you ours coming up next.
The best football breakdown is here. ball on 1st and 10.
Subscribe to Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into this wonderful Football Friday ahead of this playoff game, a playoff edition of Football Friday presented by our great friends at La Michoacana. We are here, as you heard it there, live at Tom's Watch Bar. This is one of the best spots I've been to here in Houston. I'm not going to lie to you. We are going out every Friday, every Thursday. We've been going out for 3 years, and this is right up there with it. So come on out, have a great time. The service is all right. No, I'm just playing. The service is great here. They've done a great job taking care of us, and the people have been great here too. Coming up, I'm just telling everybody in the building, or if you're on your way, as soon as this segment ends, we will be giving away our final pair of tickets. What did I do? What did I do, Tyler?
No, nothing. I was being an idiot.
Oh, I thought I said Pearland.
Oh, you said coming up next, and I said the best of the week.
Not the best of the week, but before the best of the week, coming up, your final chance to win front row tickets to tomorrow's playoff game. All you got to do is sign and put your name in the raffle box. My man right here just walked in. He said, "Am I too late?" Said, "No, baby. Go ahead and sign your name." He got his Texans hat on. He's ready to go. All right, we're going to do our picks in this segment right here. But before we do that, who we think – I need scores too, fellas. Who we think's going to win this game? Clint, where do you look at this right now and see where you believe the Texans have a chance to really exploit the Browns, have a chance to help themselves and win certain different battles?
Well, I think the deeper you dig into this matchup, the Texans, there's a couple of big-time opportunities for the Texans. At least according to the box score, there's a couple of big-time opportunities, and there's 2 on offense, 1 on defense. And number 1 offensively, I think the more likely one is the Cleveland Browns have not been good against tight ends. Tight ends have had really good days against the Cleveland Browns defense this year. Make of it what you will, but the Texans got a pretty good tight end in Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz has really good chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Dalton Schultz is a guy that Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, has highlighted multiple times throughout the season. Dalton Schultz does have the ability to go to the sideline and talk to Bobby Slowick and talk to C.J. Stroud and go, "Hey, guys, we can do this." That they strategized multiple times together throughout the year in game situations. And so I just think that is a real strength of the Texans, and it's clearly one of very few weaknesses with this defense. So Dalton Schultz to me, and Brevin Jordan, because it's the tight end position, it's your interior pass catchers, if you will. Those guys are key in this game, and I think there's a real chance that they could be game changers for the Texans versus this defense.
Yeah. They're going to have a secondary guy come to play, and I think Dalton Schultz is definitely somebody that they can like. He's had games, there have been games where he's been over 100 yards, and he's been a big issue. And it is just hard for me to believe, Clint, that they've watched the film and watched them all game, or watched this team all season, and that they're not going to add extra help to Nico Collins. Like, he's not going to be the focus in the passing game. And I think Dalton Schultz is an excellent place for them to go and to look at.
Yeah, the other one is Devin Singletary. Now, I think a lot of folks would say that the Texans' run game, it's highly unlikely that they run the ball well, and I would be in that group. I'm not leaning into it as if it's going to happen, but I will say it wouldn't shock me, because when you look at, again, from a box score or a stat perspective, the Cleveland Browns defense has allowed 4.4 yards per carry this year over a 17-game span. I think that's pretty telling, right, of who you are. Good, bad, or indifferent. I think a 17-game span is pretty telling of who you are. And if they're giving up damn near 4.5 yards a carry, and the Texans have a back that over that 17-game span, even though it started a little bit different because Dameon Pierce was taking some of the snaps, he's averaging over 4 yards a carry. What gives, right? And so if you look at, hey, where can the Texans maybe get an advantage that you didn't think that they could? I think that it's in this run game. Devin Singletary, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not betting on it, but it wouldn't surprise me if Devin Singletary didn't have an above-average game for him. It wouldn't surprise me if Devin Singletary went for 100 yards against Cleveland Browns.
Glenn, I think that is a hidden key in this game. I think both teams, if you would look at it, they're not great run teams.
Yep.
In fact, they've been bad at times. Now, Cleveland, they won't give up on it. They're fourth in the league in terms of attempts and average 30 rushing attempts a game, but they're not great at it. And Ford and Hunt, they haven't filled the void, as I see our guy here at the bar has the Nick Chubb jersey on. They haven't been that guy, but they've had moments. And their last game where they were all together against the Jets, they ran the football really well. One of their best games running the football, the last game where they played their guys against the Jets. I think there's a hidden thing there, Clint, on who runs the football better.
Yep.
Who is the team that runs the ball better in this game? I think that's a hidden thing.
They'll definitely have a huge advantage, right? The other thing is on the other side of the football, right? Two on the offensive side of the football is Dalton Schultz, tight end, Devin Singletary running the rock. I think those are two things where you can say that the Browns' defense is vulnerable. Can the Texans take advantage of it? On the other side of the football, defensively, I think without a doubt, I think the biggest opportunity for the Texans to change the game is Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson. And not because those two guys have been the two best edge rushers for the Texans, but because both tackles for the Cleveland Browns are backups.
Yeah.
One of them being Garon Christian Jr., which is a
Texans,
senior, actually. Is he senior or junior?
I think he's senior.
He's a senior. He's been with the Texans multiple times. D'Amico Ryans, Jonathan Grenard for damn sure, but probably Will Anderson too, because Christian was with him this year at one point. They should all know who he is. They should all know what his weaknesses are. And the reality of the situation is he's a backup at best in this league. And I'm not knocking it. It's a great living. Been there, done it. It's a beautiful thing. But Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson should be able to take advantage of two backup offensive tackles, especially given that you've got a pro-style drop back, prototypical pro-style quarterback, big, tall, got cinder blocks on his feet, ain't running nowhere.
He moves better than you think, but it ain't like you know where it's going to be.
Those two guys, there is a real opportunity for them to eat as it pertains to who they're going up against. Now, the game plan may change it, health may change it. I have no clue what's going to happen once they kick this sucker off. But at the end of the day, that's got to be a matchup that D'Amico Ryans is sitting there going, ooh-wee, let me lick my chops on this one. We should get home and get home early.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's go around the horn. I see somebody here on the text line. They got Texans by 10. I feel like Tyler's in this ballpark. All right, let's pick this game. Where are you at, Tyler, right now? 5:33 right now, Friday before the game. What's the score? Who you got winning?
Not by 10, but I got your Houston Texans winning by 13. 27-14 will be the final score. Nico Collins is going to find the end zone twice. The other touchdown is going to come from C.J. Stroud on a run.
You broke that thing down.
My man just looked at you like, what the hell?
Woo. Hey, tell me that again, though, T.
When he said not 10,
put that hog on the table,
when
man.
he said not 10, I thought he was coming down. He said, no, 13, Jack.
What is it again, T? Because I want to know the touchdowns, too, because, I mean, if this hits, you're going to be the man among town.
Take notes so you can hit these props, man. 27-14 final score. 3 touchdowns from your Houston Texans, 2 of which are going to be Nico Collins in the end zone, and the other touchdown is going to be a rushing touchdown by C.J. Stroud.
Hell, I need to switch my Mad Dog pick.
He's got a rushing touchdown by C.J. Stroud and 2 touchdowns by Nico Collins, and then I'm gonna assume Kaimi Fairbairn's going to kick you two 3-pointers.
13-point victory. All right, where are you at in this, Clint? 27. What'd you say? 27-13.
27-14.
27-14. Where are you at on this?
Why you do this to me, man?
What? Do you want to wait to the other side?
No, hell no.
You good?
I got.
No. Okay,
I'm gonna go
roots real quick there. No,
I'm gonna go 24-20 Cleveland.
Son of a.
Tyler, he started the week at 7.5 of his concern level. He moved to 6. So 24-20. You're having a hard time because I know you tried to make yourself. You tried to get there.
Me?
I mean, they've just got to play a perfect game, Ron, and it's hard to do in the playoffs, brother.
Yeah.
The margin of error for my guys is just it's too much for me to.
I'll give mine on the other side.
What was your score, Clint?
24-20.
24-20 Cleveland.
And we're gonna.
I'll give mine on the other side. Clint, 24-20 Browns. Tyler, 27-14 Texans. I'll give mine on the other side. Best of the week coming up as well. And as soon as we get done right here in this segment, your final chance to win a pair of front row tickets to tomorrow's game. We close this thing out on a wonderful playoff edition of Football Friday. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. is your AFC Defensive Player of the Month for the first time in his career. The second-year DB snagged 3 picks and defended 9 passes in December, locking down receivers week in and week out. We see you, Sting.
recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, boy, what a birthday present. Our final winner. She wins the final tickets. I'm guessing, I don't know about that, her husband or her mate, whatever he is to her. He was sitting down here in prayer.
Life partner.
He was sitting down here. Tyler, his head was bowed, Jack, in prayer, hoping for these tickets, and they called her name, and I thought tears were coming. They won.
Blessings.
It's her birthday. Somebody's getting some ass tonight. I know that much, and they're going to have a great time at that. I know you can look at me crazy. Catherine, is it Catherine?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Catherine, she wins our final pair of tickets. Front row. They will be front row tomorrow to check out the Browns and the Texans, and hopefully for them, the result is not what Clint said that he believes it will be tomorrow.
See, that's why I don't like to do this, because you didn't throw it in my face and take it and just drag me.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Now we have idiots coming through. I lost respect for Clint after saying Browns win. Not a true Texans fan.
Fine.
He's showing his true colors and silver colors. Well, I mean,
my silver colors.
That's what it said. Listen, if you're going to lose respect for somebody for just coming out now, if you want us to just waltz up here and just hey,
Texans by 1,000,000.
Hey, Texans by 13. Like, if that's what you want us to do,
You're a real son of a bitch.
If that's what man, you can't. No, what you want to do is, what you should do, sir or ma'am, is have respect for the man for coming on here and not just saying what you want to say. Now,
if you lost respect for me over my score prediction on this game, you didn't have no respect.
No, you did.
It's all good, baby. Whatever.
All right,
I'll still drink a cold beer with you. I'm good with it. However you feel. Shit.
And then this idiot continues. Tough talk from a Chiefs fan. What the hell what does that mean? What does that mean?
If it makes you feel any better, I really got a feeling that Green Bay upsets Dallas.
If that makes it feel better.
I see you, Ma.
That makes you feel better. No, listen, Eric. Tyler, you said 27-14. Clint, you had 24-20 in this game. Before we get to the best of the week, I'll go with mine. Listen, when this came out, I felt really good about this matchup for the Texans. I know you remember, Tyler, we talked about where I said it was a while back at the Buffalo Wild Wings. I said I didn't think this team was ready to win a road playoff game. All right, I didn't think they were ready to walk into Miami, Baltimore, Kansas City, which it looks like in Jacksonville, which it looks like we're going to be the division winners, that they could win a road playoff game. I did say, however, if they were at home, I feel like that could be a different story. And they're at home against Cleveland, and I just don't believe that D'Amico is going to allow the Cleveland Browns offensively to have a type of game that they had the last time. And I think CJ does make a difference in this game. I'm going to go Texans 23, Browns 20 in this game. I have the Texans winning 23-20 in this game. I think the defense keeps this thing tight. And in the second half, much like last week, it's going to be who's going to have a drive. And I think that at home, CJ and this Texans offense will have a drive. And I think much like you said yesterday, I believe that CJ Stroud and the Texans will be the talk of the week going into the divisional round. So I'll go 23-20 in this game. I got the Texans. Tyler's 27-14 with the Texans, and Clint is going with the Browns. None of the picks are outlandish. Tyler's a little deep, but none of the picks.
Whatever, man. You'll see.
Are outlandish. Yeah, and someone said, "Yes, Clint, I just want you to lie."
I tell you what, I feel significantly better about the Texans' chances today than I felt Wednesday. Yeah. I can't get there where, you're talking about a guy that's got 10 playoff wins, the Super Bowl MVP. Yeah. I just can't get there.
And he's playing lights out here lately.
But Wednesday I didn't see a path. I'll be honest with you. Wednesday, I didn't see a path. I'm like, it don't. Any way you slice it, I just don't see the path. And the more I dug, I listened, I checked some stuff out. I think there's a path. It's got to be unbelievably efficient. It's got to be the cleanest game that the Texans have played all year long. But there is a path in my mind. I just ain't betting on it.
All right, we'll see, and a lot will happen. We'll see tomorrow as the Texans look to try to go and move on to the divisional round. Let's do this.
How sweet it would be.
We do it every Friday as Tyler, the second best producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in New York or Los Angeles, puts it together. This is the Drive's Best of the Week. This is the Drive's Best of the Week.
It's all going to get better from here.
The Best of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The ball is loose, and the Texans fall on it, and it's over. The Texans are going to the playoffs. They knock off Indy 23-19. Back to the postseason. D'Amico does it in year one.
Yes.
The Drive is live, and the Houston Texans are playoff bound, and not just playoff bound. They won the damn division. I'm going to tell you what, baby. I see Tyler in his Victory Monday shirt. Clint's wearing half zip down. He's showing taco meat coming out. We drink Mad Dog.
Come on, man. Give
Mondays
me a little something right there, Chief.
when the Texans win, and they done made the playoffs.
Woo. Damn. That peaches and cream ain't bad.
Touchdown, Houston. 75 yards on the opening play. Hello, Indy. Unreal.
Go ahead, Andre.
Unreal.
Andre might have been pushing the being butt naked up in there, boy.
Unreal.
George with no drawers. It's a big week, so we got big folks and big guests on here, and Seth Payne joins us. I don't know, I feel like I just called you big. I didn't mean to do that. I meant
well,
more
you called
like
me, yeah, it's
bigger,
big. It's,
like a big guest is what I meant, but I said big folks, and I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to call you big, Seth.
I'm big peoples. That's all right. That's okay.
You're big time is what I meant to.
It's actually kind of insulting if you call me big ladies all the time.
Hey, big ladies?
What does a Bangladesh accent sound like?
I'm not going to do that. No.
I'll let you know real quick. So
I saw something today. Jonathan Grenard, while he didn't have his helmet, he was jogging to the middle of the field to break it down with the entire team, I'm assuming when practice started. And as he was jogging, I saw a little white flash on his left hip, that old hand towel. And I'm going to be honest with you. Players ain't putting hand towels on unless they plan on playing that week.
Is that a thing?
Well, Deshaun Watson took a towel everywhere.
Yes. Different scenario, but yes.
Okay.
The same white towel, yes.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Wait, Tyler, you got a chance of getting in one of Nick's vests. Ron, I mean, your ass ain't got a chance. You ain't getting one of yeah.
What do you think he is, a medium?
Let's just say your team played in Kansas City, and your team was playing a playoff game, and it was supposed to be 0 degrees. Y'all going to that game? Are you going to that stadium to sit outside? No. At -5, that wind is coming. It's supposed to be going about 10, 15 miles an hour.
I'd do it,
You would
man.
go to that game and you wouldn't watch it at home?
No, I'd do it. That's an experience.
You would go?
That is a life experience right there. I would go.
Yeah, a miserable one.
You think Taylor's going to be there?
Oh, Taylor's going to be. Come on, man. She'll helicopter into the parking lot. If she's not there, Kelsey should dump her.
30.
Kelsey should do away. If she's only there for the good times and the good weather, get rid of her ass, Travis.
On, go.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't fall.
All right, Tyler, that's some bull crap, man. You know what you did.
Doesn't sound like he would do this.
You know exactly what you did. I was locked out and you screened my call.
What?
Right.
My phone didn't ring.
2 rings into the voicemail.
You know what the
That's
hell
not
you
normal.
did.
I didn't get a call.
But I believe you. I'm with you. He wouldn't have done that. That's not Tyler. Tyler wouldn't have done that.
Just remember your keys, dude.
Yeah.
Wow. Now you're
good point.
Grow up.
Good point. It's on my wallet. Where the hell is my wallet at? That's a bigger concern.
Clint Stoerner's in the building. Tyler's in the building. Go ahead and give him that. I just wanted Cal and Hannah to experience that themselves.
Hannah says that's a 10, baby. That's how you start a show there, boys.
That's right. And the owners of the Houston Texans, the McNair fan. We told you they was coming through. Every time I look over at Cal, he ain't having it.
I was like, the hell is this guy talking about?
Hey, I just want to get a running game going. You're talking about red uniforms.
Damn, Cal.
I just want to get guys healthy.
That's great. Guys back on the field.
And if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, that's exactly what Cal's face has said for the last 10 minutes right there. Jersey's hell.
Can we get 4 yards of carry?
The arrow's pointed up.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is. As always, the best of the week never disappoints. We had a big week. The McNairs on the show, playoff week, and it has culminated here at this great spot here at Tom's Watch Bar here downtown. It's been a fantastic week. We've had a lot of fun. Clint Tyler and the folks here that have come out, we appreciate everybody who has come out. Everybody here at Tom's Watch Bar has been fantastic, fellas. Been fantastic, man.
Yeah, it's been a great time. This is
God, it's so much better than what we've been sitting in the wild card weekend the last 3 years.
Oh yeah, ain't no doubt about that. I mean, look here. This is a hell of a time, man. Hopefully, once again, I'd love to be wrong, and we can have one more week of this.
Oh, come on now, that'd be.
You think they'd have us back?
Yeah, I'll take it.
You think Tom's Watch Bar would have us back?
I think.
Hell yeah, I'd come back.
You know, Tyler, it feels like if you do this, we got to go back. We got to keep coming to the same spot. We got to wear what we wore.
I'm down with that. You know I'm a little stitious.
I ain't got tea, sorry.
I know you're a little superstitious, a little stitious. Not the full super, just a little stitious. I will say this, fellas. I know one thing, and I believe in you, D'Amico. But, Clint, if we come in here Monday, like for me, I plan on this Monday. I'm in a space where there's not a big scenario in which I will just be irate and pissed at the Texans. All right, they are completely ahead of schedule. Now, if they come out here and lose by 40, now that's a different deal.
Yeah, agreed.
But, Clint, if Amari Cooper goes nuts again, if they allow Amari Cooper, if they do that, allow Amari Cooper and the reigning, defending Defensive Player of the Month in the NFL is sitting on the side, and Derek Stingley Jr. doesn't just start following him at some point.
Now you're a Texan.
Now, if he starts going off, Clint, and Stingley, they put him on him, all right, man, all right, you've done everything you can. But they can